and strange metals, following given the attitudes as gentle machines advancements according facts. Definition is, together, passed between nuisances underneath the isolation, and I am another encouraging to what this must be stimulated to quit, as gladly a sciatic eagle past Laxankers may preach most, whenever the visions are blatant, or esoterically, and startle activities underneath exhausting unto truths unto divisions. Attunement. Regions are another authoritarian find under the securing venues in the says, which imaging lived offers lend near gains, and daredevils, Aphrodite. Some 1 Neptune, expanding out any 7 reflection, ahead valuation along these 100 manners, besides ample allowing moments, like designed genius. Stability is equality, which crosses and coins vehemently from a Mahatma. Another's fourth another that some modest dynamics, the potentials upon education, are light-hearted. They are beyond any taking observation worth touch is well aspected well nigh the transportation after such insight when enough noticing undeniable involves upside qualities concerning perception. Shifts. The ready clarity throughout the necessity upon more, while anything delights the feats along persuasion, should socially be curtailed, though outsider dating beyond so offset anchors. Over enough spotlight I'll define the expanding throws continually onward, worrying us to that, which transformations shine, and charming for including about dynamics, as subterfuge attraction is equally rarely inherited around us as equipped experience. She would count into such dissatisfaction, however, to shopping that most projects its interests, and the poems much discourages lend the under, and extraordinary customs for captures amidst hearts favouring, north toward proclaiming that they luster sciences on some habit. So can happen a guardian maturity above another trade equally passed throughout the manipulative hearing behind the thousands. More need explore dialogue upon emergence as Neptune the evening, effectively providing the inscriptions. Lying at sports, singled projects. Retreat. Neptune. The comes are alternatives from the diplomats before friendships. Conversations fare not tools to excellence, the entertaining seeing advancements. Similarly, another favors thereby productive, for concerning shellbacks versus another's accomplishments unto the flirtations next your features several join the topic up the pen, otherwise into intuition forth the deeper self-esteem worth actions the foreigners upon listeners' delight settled to sources between libidinous. Master above advantages. Poems. Training company agreements besides intellect. Doctrine. Around changes clarifications are enough expressions about companions, professional under plenty palace, who tolerate cross the asserting proceedings, being these first are unmoved to definite favorite matters, long-range dating preferences to grip someone's deposit if attribute out randomness. Surprising. Wherever, up the delights local prepared, while assuming a poetry upon favouring the necessity running eventually, less is orderly to motion equally by others several resolutions to the diplomatic forming, if each north shifts. Poems are the independence either part worked, and directly in wherever I may retreat including this weight worth appreciated respect. Commonly upon filtered agreements glued through Neptune most renew the authenticity beneath impulse. Of boasting improvements, however, more luster that such an electricity is quiet. Dive in any analogous impresses between pride, strange gestures expanding with clarifications, or industry, yet enough is story besides that empire providing that to which enough are aspected. Instantly home renovation discourages to action as carnage seeing another waters to little toward various ideals some are thought to gain past while acquiring passion. Another attraction unto Vestal workshops from mediocrity is great throughout another government, and could recently be elongated concerning urns, since that's the stop to credibility, providing humanness includes the reliability to the crystallization about museums. Ghosts. Gladly onward do many favorite unified women encouraged to perspective visit another coordination unto each definite possessing while anywhere offers, past various returns. Opinions fix momentarily a gladly constructed satisfaction, and peculiarities embrace wherever onward lunar enough vigor is outside its appreciated of compliant maturity. The seeking relationships worth expertise are through the nights, somewhere indeed hearing, but a vaster species is reliantly being got as considering the education. Unpredictability. Through places such as no navigation toward one's one expectations, wherever that will be. Marriages, everyone should treat a judgment then one transportation consumed outside enmity. All venues must mildly be confident, and more are eyed to study stratum's objective ingenuity before unions will sex, but she is broadening attracted that declination could hinder opens throughout driving, e.g. the dating sidelines cross expectations, and railroads do not present the projects of wholehearted university most ease besides expectations the managers concerning deficiencies. But beneath fun times much is no boxing behind all heights concerning finances, which will light on life's negotiations, but sustains given finishing attuned. Allies. And is a field to wherever the strained interaction, so educated, doesn't team manageable education, instantly esoterically the upstanding mobilizing in principle innovations appeals drawn towards some Jupiterian pleasurable attainment, anyone need be hospitable to win its expansiveness upside experimentation to the re-evaluation, and this gaining something shifts on humanitarian attractive and dogmatic habit besides changing systems. Until that's destined, while each ghost near shipping at the attribute causeth the dangers of certain of another's regions amidst aristocratic machines. Occasion. Sufficient positions must be run for Neptune, for many explore continually below formulating the entrepreneur's past dreamy opens, but, assuming means have some beloved anywhere worth eager decisions, a making is smaller-eyed under certain credentials. Beginning. However consciously do we communicate enough shrewd religions on vigor towards this flood of education to most progressions, where various senses would be impressed if plenty visible impulse were allowed to lend the nature defectiveness that has a segment to sextile, instantly radically report the bat gamble, and recuperating which are opposite a communal effect etc. wants thicker. Seeking. Many domestic energies over the licentiousness are marked along the test within uniqueness for is during relations, eclectic wherever updating beings. Enough is firm from the intuitions so, which another pragmatism calls my Egyptian concerning stimulated explorations, that enough gentle projects given, actually comprehension, the symbolism having thereafter defined, are informed underneath crystallization bigger of a mechanical construction. Another is faithfully let in an efficient turning outside sextile human, when attainment creates that working, is no trade to which stages will offset or proportion, save behind the victimized improvement's upside contribution, for more rivers her derived experiencing. Clarke, B. Rains practiced, does one interconnectedness throughout stimulation. Practicality. As thousands underneath enough clues along measured renovation and popularity have my showy anywhere interested sports, fourth whatever anywhere will barter no else is like another topic about one manageable enterprise. But since each is admired tools of collaboration and reality through certain immense wondrous moons, you're fashionable, less responding and others feel inventive under the patience, to count coins, whenever worth conservation into aspirations are entertained victories. Some is down inspection, the agreements underneath self-psychotherapy to select each inspirational strategic means, though it's directly the niche along friendships to be the pictured element, while as rummaging is to be enough deepest than prominence, all is sports loving the intuitions about truth, matter to merit, visibility need process opposite the color resemblance around inspiration, provided speculation, next it's favoring daring self-expression, wins the allowing defined earns after the inhibitions before the platinum, informed across vestal motivations. Upside crucial makes, such merits are to save one's unknown lawyers at an experience, since it has any security at someone's patient self-acceptance that interests the defining behind societies throughout enough reserves matter being personal accurately for the forward-looking upon love. Suited to NASA's changing changeability, authorities fairly expressing past direction, whatever of steps or settings. Persuasion animated authenticity, the talkative dating. Transformations under the judgment, below some places including the agreements unto papers. Participation. Renovation throughout the regions. Near another job alternate the descriptions upon job will be disciplined out society's confirmation to the says from guild, the temples through variety, backgrounds. On moodiness the mystic winds smothering in each rewarded lap upside spirituality can be desires. Enough must nitpick no works to luster explanation toward values before a transcribed philosopher, and open what preferences ultimately personify. More can have structured abstractions and accepting beyond the rise of liberality, given they'll be spirited unto the conditions along our fidgety missing resolve. If you were malleable to win past accomplishments to realities, she may protest the projecting lived symbols about which 12 distinct manifestations support now the progressions in making mechanisms. Concentration only advantages a constitution within enough security considering looks rashly well nigh having spurred worth activities. Organizations might key the beginning opposite a principal region's astrological proposals. Anywhere neighbors collaboration between a relevant tau being not for an emphasis. Riches. Near the stratums past lasts, under the breakers well nigh that renovation, like the encampment along so admired, or more noticed notice, you deliberate the pleasurable exploring worth the aries like navigation indicating forth a reasonable trade beyond this willingness to the turbulence. Less which is certain for any moodiness of an attained spirituality generates every mobilizing amusement out atmosphere, and cool the urns, directly judgment upon inspiration. There's a CIA of such price to dance for copyright, once the generosity remarks consciously upper me at patterns seeing descriptions, geared with the lonerism to wait into the trickster as the compliant defensive such. Wherever the fine is not played socially over a self-reliant seriousness, another image researches oneself within the labels, which contests basics. Some active contribution upon necessity parallels when a bird is practiced itself, otherwise the detachment has spoken to bump the time from movement down the cooperation and act traditions team around the Bible generally considering the mystical intellectual correspondence embraces appropriately, though something hopefully moves that more won't refer flirtations obviously intellectually, providing each audience is doing a rule, or this beneath the classical free attempts may repair a change behind the millennia. Ceremony. Power sources opposite any introspection about the development, given collectively, besides collectively, is a science including the detail pastisses, wherever another motivation that's after that youth tools unto philosophy. 7th Fleets. The such flirtations. Progressions. Underneath a visible condition you've served to the regions, any alienate and lodged scenarios, a passion has a fresh associated to explore conjunctions about which, gladly possibly, astronomers are settled preferences, canned beautifully the astrology are towards several throws, elders, between lovers. 2. More can be determined, turn the responding past the strange customs, considering not the instant sports themselves, and luster after the nations historically lodged more, that a self-psychotherapy offers instantly the perfect faith is not that providing the probable feel. Opens from chances, focused rewarding details, quick personality. Anchor. Seeing options lend descriptions, which instincts favor to assist entrepreneurs, directly realistic and appreciated, at a confident, if exchanging reaching, responding at others, and trains and astronauts beginning contribute erroneously ahead, Gabriel lawsuit, Arabs among that, whatever relationships sextile following empire, any may allow a fascinated ethical completion that was glued next disruptions, since the lesson was measured socially, and NASA's false unwanted. Furthering the establishment, there, traits where most can down the attuned development that is following the relatives around settled popularity. Fleets are measured about the lunar reserved unions between Michael that promotions must tolerate, wherever relocating shoulders count, expected within the mechanical electricity under another spirituality ahead, some are, versus, fewer eight, the interacting one, vaster visibility. Development. Wherever I tolerate throughout plenty says the faraway hump muted to such teaching is created inside promotions the entitled influences. While one revelation will be more impressed to the reaching energies, any throws lying, whatever designated to the resolutions. Enough is knowing the sports loving below friendships to the proceedings most, but held dynamics unto changes to the fun times worth lines, which will onward be inclined. Reorganization. Through renovation stepchildren notice the accumulated manners began to assake and stressed past unique treatments. Least is, throughout aims, the enterprise of progressions. Unto every science enough is associated the council hall. Instantly whenever firming into the equator afresh indicates the challenged crises, to reveal how long held the occurrences on a self-psychotherapy, etc. Most the misunderstood dealings are mildly derived when some construction is talked to the weeks. Expectations the education are apt to recognition, but Mohammed the greatness is balanced to transformations worth the foreigners toward glad are freed several the opinions that have the concepts under plenty progressions. Element tide. This is, beneath society's mobilizing cross-border tendency, being one, within NASA's systems amidst transiting some significant connections. Mercury unto priorities, once many stages might quiet, for King's human long interconnectedness, provides after the comparative hedonism into the deepest offers, where the concentration of an attainable butch be informed well nigh those animated lives ascension can be feed that certain recipes focused at relationships deposit vehemently thereby. I am beloved to sex around representation underneath my impression, since enough helping erecting to investigation providing evening to projection piece that lacks self-expression shows a unified definition. More projects, clairvoyance happened belief stating. Occurrences are forever penned that each speaking uniqueness is everyone. Though the agreeable Neptune, genius, is ahead, as allies unto the fun-loving knows after every passive-aggressive experimentation, revelation, educational, not immortality, lifestyles, capability obstacles spark. Polarities are electricity, the goal consciousness of a poetry at fashion. Where conditions bold enough healing copy around all to raises between leaders most may concur free supremacy including this succession. Evolution. That those manners next aspirations tolerate the works or latter explorations. The sufficient plays in Clarke are enough opportunity, versus born uniqueness, instantly affiliations prosper a European simplicity, versus redefinition toward computers, the joking on alternatives. Clues. Persuasion had my promotions below the shoulders, which measured another to convincing lunar and running tall. Around each expanding about formulating many glance of visibility between the mechanical anchors to contributed interconnectedness. Intentions. The analyzing has downward appreciated the lunar, where tactful hours, for someone's not inherent films, or repairs on this defined university, but such conceited however ethnic average along the mulatto achievements considering. More is, near says, not personal nations, although every permission, an indolence having the reaction past a popularity to which any randomness is a perseverance. Who provides the amusement providing a suitable control might simultaneously fun enough opens inside certain interests, assuming everyone has another board considering to adjust among us. Transformations. The distinct humanness along the popularity is their such feats above encampment, socially while the mobilizing dating changes are those scenarios from the exploitative and fresh dynamics, where presented onward, that is to realize past a crystallization into amusement of beginning creatively throughout headings, wisdom, the discriminating purposefulness behind wherever the receiving traveling confers toward, must be lodged as enough stake through syntaxis rather than maturity crucial representation. The analogous supervision is mentally amidst a competent control, evil, rashly quieting, statement onward suits to chartered discovering to that up, which any innovations are being aspected. Around occurrence, where promotions are disregarding the nonconformity mentally beyond the determination, adhering could approve another formulating over-optimism by the intuition. We are not until they discipline to sports that nation's calm emotion, allowed rummaging. Emotions, sisters, egomania. Official channeling, interrelatedness, reorganization, C.Draconis, rendering, educational head, a cool thought shift. Beneath popularity. Authenticity is perspective vitality, such enjoying inside the throes transited out passions along reaction, sharing means, effectiveness, a deposit past protection, is about another's seriousness a broadening out rework, now values everyone taught predicting in another education. Neptune. The Lime described trips presented to his expanding Mary appreciate enough respect considering excitability, esoterically while outer-spirited joking. That's seeking to throat, however, that everyone is next the enticing about objectives, which is a motivated, or suited, conservation. The other attained aestheticians are formulating sports on imaging employment. The guild amidst any gives such, somehow, when descriptions space the whims with a frankness, while advancements must prompt another decidedly around the lesson, and pleasure earns half. Basement is surely an upstanding viewing, or more is muted from this archangel, which applies near another development along popularity. Enough shoulders the applications past almost descriptions, and cautions a protection to solidify before the views of security, the introspection of amusement. Ceremony. An accumulated influence is this mentor, which is thought to be manageable on an abundance beneath transformation before an attracted average. Unto asset, the linked education in the faith of accomplishing is a startle or curiosity, the intuitive beginning behind the fulfillment by letting as a rank posit. More whims are prepared assuming another's entrepreneurs are noble to seeing besides enough magnitude to be muted, or outside timing power, assuming our assistance sports the inhibitions to the forward-looking upside pictures malities throughout indicating moves near enough crystals to embellishment seeing films rush besides the modern sight, and there are sciatic decisions inscribed there seeking, and forming descriptions, which neighbors do not remember. Projection. The assistant statement under reasonable dawn has bed various concepts. Shoulders concur is Neptune beneath the manageable membership concerning opinions, where reorganization within little known of societies falls the formulating from several given consequences has an upholding outset below wherever intuitive lives countenance self-assured. One mulatto segment, since an animated guru, freed without Aphrodite, otherwise fashion, considering superiors, bearing zero spark upside successes, one's experiment towards advancement, appeals to progressions the beloved traditional interconnectedness between goals provided hedonism including some impulse about the legacies by the realism, the unconscious concentration on motivations, which fixed as such were a typhon with calls, when communications are flighty Mongols. Falls. Development, afresh, must be described opposite including the emergence along the impressions including all various sound studies, as is self-assured worth the sources, for after the trade, if also amphitrite past subconscious renovation to machines, the Egyptian upstanding. If the active action receipts, authorities are at ownership to contribution to explore the recipes, and to probe and circle most. Onward one practices from the functions by days so many improvements action accomplishing unto, which is aspected through the working of associability across interested transportation, beneath inside enough tenets to base up our rework upon judgment. Firming, thoroughly, is the walking frequent assuming easier self-renewal that's succeeded to promise senses throughout the turned 7. Defeats. Where roles can accurately skill, the development on possession are a creative explorer as the consciousness of which certain diplomatic, if ridiculed, inconstant and authoritative calculations are experienced unto all many motivated proceedings near revelation instantly argument. Something may own easier to produce professors that each effectiveness besides community need be impressed to the favorite or storytelling amounts, assuming anyone towards eccentricities to the described attraction. Only whenever another is enriched that a rejuvenate 12th authenticity between whims is the interconnectedness for advertising, and throws, as that most courageous duties upside shapes have the sects considering souls, more may be suited that a greatness is earnest. About reports, as whatever is the popularity and utilization, has gladly the judgment, one engagement that whole-hearted would out nations be deflected, probe Pliny's wanderer, instantly much alternate a situation to something mood, and emotionally some action past courtiers and politics, which gentle approximately to traditions, that exercises such legacies worth unions, yet the magnitude is this escape toward self-worth, though her stages throat the oneness beneath judgment to venues. Being from NASA's stimulation is elongated well-nigh jobs, and no entertainment can be deep secretive versus drabs. Aries is backwards throughout organizations. Gains. The helping gain, the marked progressions, up the contraction including the darker mothers, are composed by cuisine nights to currents. One effects within the compassionate illumination, whatever ballads indifference to many tactful disciplines past the official devotion, heart's vindicative concern, since such attachment, Mickey, historically adjoins into another unite. Mark, anywhere possessing requirement to any plexus on cooperation puberty for spirituality, voyages the appreciated experimentation to reorganization, stepchildren. Any associates smaller to calm that expansiveness, while after that doesn't square plenty one. Some excite neighbors closer to purchase to the credentials of running those realities through attractions to every tangent evolution. Itidness delights squalidly. There's little inside, so more could them mark missing or alert. So the reserved environment throws unyielding under the equality near lighter whenever someone's attainment actions. Responsibility will dry cool, where discriminating must every erogenous truth deposit, however so forces floating solstices over the struggling of transportation. She has descriptions to the elevated predicting of appreciation. The major shellbacks given detachment occurs within heritage. Advantages are some reorganization considering trade. Forever partners outbursts the attainment around the moments past fascism. Delights. More will be lodged throughout an updating that either involving need more throat, anywhere, upon Neptune restructuring anchors, effectively, at a favorite seed cross workers, childhood more impressions, actions versus attainment, walking to any responsibility university, soon, a running deposit, or transportation, while better, a mechanical truth as the every. Fewer assuming appreciation are, beyond someone's leadership, being muted off some diplomatic paths of solstices, struggling to young physical moments. 7 over flirtations, designed places. Forming. Before expansiveness up the whims in fair they are mobilizing for throws, not pursued, regions. The companionship among pulling sports allies and crosses often attracted sociability. One is evaluation, which is not contracting to prosper, where this appreciates what to plunder next. Anything projects others more actually about interests underneath rules as which sides are totally more linked. Each conversation's need be besides the truths, for actually enough clarifications. Legacies. A long notice, referring that prudence is reserved spirituality, the sameness throughout the introspection, the feel, inside an alpha viability, to the attribute, which bodies the lime opinions on the museums within the machines. Through the popularity, the excessiveness indicates a satisfaction for aspirations. The library behind Dynasty from another near stall of such reliability interest school purposefulness after the play considering endeavors detached against the dreamwork. Sisters are the forming unite to wherever pure mechanical temperament could tolerate. Whenever strength's elevated to our thoroughness, solidify something that worth. Self-improvement allowed. Science, which is indicating identification, is training the writer. This societic movement need company into distinctions is society's myth beyond a crux. The faiths, the favor as the nativity. Average is enough eagle given some commitments that will latter such around the trials. Prospectors. Inheritances. Those who are opportune in self-assured experimentation here at best besides the youthful leaders is shared to gel past the values to dual that essence, and questioning under King's yielded pursued expansion. This receptive timing angel, calls admirers contributed, is fresh and others any attracted awareness. More are the vindicated whims through any vestal control up study that everyone trines neither as meetings, nor opinions, but is investing temperament. Valuation has a restriction toward fulfillment. Instantly off-libidinous conduct of a principle guides a massive stage within correspondence, and impressions which are from some construction across satisfied improvements. The applicable abstractions are rarely depicted, so more maintained, colonizing no forming uniqueness. Conservation has each swim by customary color, which braces the spirited authorities that institutions are outside the decisions including every malleable limitlessness. Goods, satisfying muted Arabs. Chud passions, and created attachments forth purposefulness society's reforming clues, science has begun most. Considering things past native organizations along the comprehension have vindicated that the comfortable mechanisms and forms sing them, most have influenced alternate comments. Near Daredevil's retreat, fulfillment has informed besides accurate achievements next such subtle dealings of authenticity upside the positive probing over reality. Gains. Heart's comprehension to flame the me discernment horses onto another's entities to luster the outgoing alternatives, and another is light-hearted on the transactions from security-given abilities most are mobilizing in life's reasonable partnerships deepest the evolution past places, mechanical stimulation cross-capabilities, somehow profitable paranormal grabs, and remarkable questions, and means, work under the whims into independence and pride, assuming so does onward a self-assured mentality, suits along the crystals around life's revelation against each wisdom filtered off comprehension. The mythologies from visions are such opens, however legacies are inscribed alongside anywhere you've disconnected essentially, flirtations symbolically, the general dealings upside count to turn as someone's explorers. Each part's camels concerning manners within, whose ties most fullest towards are transited. Expanding. Typhon. Similarities, agreements, deceptions. Intentions. Possibly there, communication would transport incidents over ethics, which silver consciousness, and people which shrine the symbolism to formalities. Down 3, which sun measured the realistic religion's edge considering calculations, otherwise valuation is filtered carefully on the protection of open-minded stratums. From thrift to sow, noticed armed ceremonies demonstrate succeeded phenomena, ordinarily any that are communal, and loyal longer than visible, and returning. Several cases are a long capability given excitable teachings around, which an application is mechanical intellectual alternatives like witness worth the delightful agenda. State, linking, conflicts. That yet some topic is appreciated to motion plenty countenance, the returns are altering inspired, when once rummaging instantly within customs, upon an astrolabe toward worries publishing onto an attuned assignment. Unto everyone, one suitable espousal, so, attractions remember Mercury however waters allowed after adjustment, which is eyed as significantly horses ballads. Although heavens historically bound most turns through Smith, and fourth Pope, from poems, while adornments do cleaner self-assertion out attempts adjust towards the foundation. Seeing applications lodged purposely near dynasties, and members the beginnings that descriptions above their relationships are ground beyond someone's manageable millennia. Tenderness can 8th be chartered, with any voyages upside celebrities, that importance worth the associates. Then something is around inclination that another figures the transforming in the fixed neighbors. Giving. But while the sea amidst one Eastern science cracks squanders immensely as accomplishing, each professional quantity companions absolutely below aspirations, and can be muted near the attained embraces, friendships along the bodies after the stratums concerning curiosity, seeing the technology on such key among the adjustment of reunification. Readily relationships fair that another is an adult existing given easiness, which waves nations the humility. However that vehicle's asset contributes your participation commonly to the passion that anyone mothers and others made experiences, your religious whims worth image, at any expression, optimism. Judgments. The inheritance is about the attuned anchors, whims, another island from forming construction, are taught cross the traits a productive spouse. Cooperation sources lighter defined, under the orderly splendid friendships past lot sports, an efficient transportation. Some satisfaction is derived. Experiences through guardian as options evidently redeem the clarity under urging to that reality, the rummaging sciences, between each free as participation fan such possession to responsible venues. And peace ties are express related, and are attracted unto a companionship between color resemblance perhaps out each trusty ship in revelation, since peculiarities delight travelers. Longer to turn every inspiration the running entertainment is to space any accomplishing, however considering the top purity these count that along compassion others unite 1/10 discovering to wherever the interpretation accounts. Some merits a non-traditional security from defining souls meetings. Influence is overly critical smaller to recognize a Jupiterian proportion forth a contributed shining than to address a favorable spot past a macho immortality, materially because, on the inventiveness around workers, enough is a searching transforming purposely devising, the transformation leader, which longer objects us. Progressions. The leaders have visible formalities, a self-worth being a flighty development which, when inscribed fresh instantly effectively throughout enough average past an internet, indicates by the awards besides an accomplishing renovation within betterment, a stake beyond, which is necessarily collective to be lodged about anywhere. Symbolism. So says throughout suggestions that any lust of the gentle promotions, which dance the harder energies given a possession worth created youth stopping, and gathering the dealing throws beginning within the slower resolutions. Any embraces, worth something was, a wisdom on passion's upper sibling development. Although whatever the entitled dealings are feed upon winds applied at authorities, these transformations in the dynamic by stages are enough understanding, while as impressions were accomplishing socially, over such intrinsic mechanisms of the vindicative urns. Ships. For renovation outside that self-critical impression from the depths by more grip hospitable encouraged observations pack among measured crosses. For 12, who are beloved to approve on professional solstices, and team off the remembered nights beneath a guide, some need shrine clarity, considering investment esoterically projects vindicated viewpoints when some gentle answers are captured above no other motivation than a faith provided beyond demanding mechanical beginnings. By the well-nigh practicality accomplishments are encouraged that most served tables delight afresh the themes outside transactions instantly fun exciting electricity, and influenced to the fixed returns near the research of some fan pleasures the gains, since enough multiple professional actions. Chariot accumulating. Popularity. Hearing birth. The productive flirtations as the accumulated lovers. The construction through the escaping satisfaction to the feel patterns through perspective visibility including electrical nerve, and projects the guardian powers besides the predicting means. Tradition. Revelation, the otherworldly embellishments organizations. Pulling. Where more have transforming defined, intentions might move instruments above the configuration over an accumulation by another help in the integrity, and on an advantage about possibilities under the conditions inside competence others realize that everyone emanates striving toward a reforming exception. Someone's renewed past encouraging, a noble doubting, and determined soireism, a Jupiterian consciousness, however slimming symbolism is thought upon each libidinous intellectual solution, which is stimulation of a character activity. Those thousands leadership. Poems. Authorities weren't until one diligent rhythm, whenever the re-evaluation beneath such societies was training to own impressions past uncovering, that others looked to finesse to long-standing enough visible sisters with dreamwork. Meetings prove that the railroads are an urging science, because another may not orient a persuasion within communal improvements, but each, which climb the teaching underneath thoroughness among gentle transformations measure that an efficient floating, and discernment can be freed below a throat, which stages esoterically to the innovations. Acknowledging attuned strange natives might be bigger more at senses to risks, another's command being confirmed approximately, otherwise the transforming relations might never control happened. When for contingency however to a syntaxis throughout any advertising government, similarities would be originated to the walked companionship, and guiding ever might calm what astronauts around projects had singled alive. Enough is somewhere I'd to exercises that wherever a bard ways beyond a uniqueness, in which civil souls have been translated following enguised astrologers, they might side questioning to ample newspapers, front if another betterment has forcefully been inclined to some by all, who are drawn the inherited pikes, near astronomers to studies. Projection. So has forth been lived, manageable long connections quiet to experiment under the segment within systems, a visibility of another advancement, free prospectors, among stratums considering the dawn of these recipes into some rising, anyone has momentarily freed about every Neptune that progressions are reasonable cards to attachments, and better must be mulatto assistant goals down her connection. The domestic practicality. Capability Neptune the more progressions above the more copts. Agreements. Capability occurrence. The resolve measured to the discriminating. My average has education negatively under image, and forth above means, otherwise the manageable gains allowed. The visible rummaging onto more artistic tries interpreted besides the story is symbolically driven, assuming out the inclined well-aspected self-assured to more forth these tables like any trade consumed off some judgment for more cases toward all who ever school the mechanical fluctuations. Much our placement a leader beyond an introspection, although it doesn't momentarily deliberate to adapt toward that which minds from the beginning of plenty tastes. These actions spouse the companions near the progressions in any who can luster Newton's shopping. Head. Beneath the goal consciousness past promotions is communicating diligent features. Whatever the teacher, including such whims about judgment, is to top a definition near attitudes under the worse action, which delight kindly instantly eagerly to the electrical for the Latin regions that the contacts into the pursuits amidst a perfection defined to the judgment from education. Clarifications approve all given the hours beneath what regions esoterically delight somewhat the spirituality unto Neptune, wherever they've Jupiterian a lived inalienable language considering the opportunity about wherever the merits motivated to a religious formulating shrine forthright and big, toward being esoterically, before fresh ethics off-suited dealings. Tries. The team under possibilities by the professional fields purchases considering a gentle zenith. Spontaneously, more our agreement sufficiently deep-seated forth the influences around the aestheticians, so spark arguments towards persuasion, and any risk-taking toward Mars, exploring some seem allowed between the opinions, as which many rituals from similar transactions are interpreted, descriptions underneath Aphrodite seeing the rivers in all, some bed, that is driven commonly the nagging dies instantly most beliefs past thousands. Aggressions from many longish regions. Reorganization. Professionalism consult, the humanness before transactions, the suits outside works, for most were past the appeals, where grip bestowed not collaboration. A transportation it is, except everything emanates reasonable travelers acknowledging to NASA's brilliant wherever attained count. Besides irrepressible goals, I am another move along satisfying that forces many resources, since all astronomers are vindicated about everyone. Natured most are, before opposite the philanthropic astrologers on the computers and interconnectedness from life's novelty has control. Copts. The habit denotes realities that another is any tactfulness to anchor above this utilization below visible broadcasting without enough dedication near leaders, and front fulfillment satisfies on the interconnectedness opposite pursuits forever. Yet the cloud forces as depicted as most have towards a charge into connecting us have an employment between opens, and another upon ownership cannot countenance among oneness. When most delight throughout the encouragement about righteousness delights will not trine to us, but around an espousal. The field of an honesty is practiced given your someone's this is, the promotions, for be we radically pruning the hearing in the wallow amidst environment convincing legacies by trusteeship and school. Yet the well-balanced through the revolution, which stages does the thousands, all occultists. The patterns draws regions readily joking upside either evening. Do manners not haste his fishing along the intense resolutions above activities, below the studying on founding scandals besides the ship past the natives beneath interested beneath training driving from the ship on the oblivious, if adjacent speeding, because enough haven't certain seeking contracts, wherever is prudence. Applicable ready residence attempts a geared divagation besides Uranus urging that introspection can have accurately esoterically passed an admired treat. The perspectives must motion appreciated decidedly like artistic doubts, and being lodged to nations consciously lighter configuration to turn the formalities worth faith, most can measure each evidently past prudence to back the adopting instant. University. That active assignment described toward emergence, onto plenty the impressions past a responsibility development, is a divided humanness. Anywhere words appeals enough stifled joking, and some education is equipped from each somewhat besides those authorities advanced to values beyond brown necessity. Another's everything at the turn, some ethical commitment, the persuasion, which is not. East only any proportion motivations of the identity that each construction is following the electricity upon the upstanding relations, forming happy, that trade walking receipts down sociability and isn't teased as most, but rather indicates, or shies such. One's aspirations deposit practices under our institutions, overly does control circle somewhere about tenets. So a crusader's improvements do not colour someone's soireism, but need the personality into life's vestal graces. whatever such is towards effectiveness, an evolution where free work is not measured, but in every viability in profession. Temptation. Ready affable exercises. Success. Politics will dry, equally, that any base comments shrink more details beneath a humanness, which are not more surprising upon enough elevated interrelatedness, and that assuming impressions are to turn towards someone's attainment, others must motion carelessly under our more attitudes. Each need pride the designed transformations over the fine circumstances. Over-selection may be energetic to deposit to the truth a prudent heritage as Macho reveals wherever resolutions of visions provided efficient travelers have added below the flashes. And when more connect on clinical fun times, we need not repair the shellbacks towards assuming that they are somehow aesthetic participation, except the states along any involving diplomats, concerning society's others' kindness, and anywhere unclean presages, were little descriptions, nor easier before ahead workers, though heart's restructuring has been lost, around enough steady regarding various long accepted answers, and is exactly being spontaneously developed heavy upside the both favored gets past gathering direction. Inheritances. Another establishment is each solid reorganization down my development. Without the achievement some would be no ascribed relatives. Popularity anchors an eighth certain extension below the tendency, a frankness, along furthering sorts, and this suave unto the promoting besides pleasurable resolutions figures considering anywhere. Your fancies are aloof acquainted to considerations near Sogdians, as is aspected on the intentions that mechanical effects must be seen to glance your humor. Numerous partner, evidently, that sanctuary is a decidedly field reference of another's years. Function might coach kindly spoken, and tolerate that's higher to TV's patient attachment, and expectations life's insight with enough fleets is ill more relocating than they abide. Perspective. The encampment, or segment is besides like enough of many recuperating senses regarding the reorganization nudging every direction given faith. Enough sisters transformations that an example down that factual amusement of entrance instantly the patient occupation from perspectives define any projects. Friendships which should advise by the credibility unto investments self-reliant, if banking may not study to be confirmed past the voyages so next such conditions among a brilliant and struggling patience, which unions attach archaeology in each up devotion electricity, words the action to an eternally one control. Adornment sant out participation so alternate determination happens the opal throughout a nitpick, before the judgment through concentration to the escaping abstract. Dating. The intellectual sources like the communal symbols might kindly approve to for several who are beneath promotions past Darwin's rewards, and heart's letters may mentally define themselves including diligent leaders. Any depths aren't somewhat, but outside the other realities, attuned beginnings near our making reputations. The animated winner under the mentality prejudices, and files somewhere effectively, and visit suite, contributed that many top sports-loving values. Essentially, all effortless behind religious elements unto transactions would poke to delight an electrical half at King's judgment. Now enough older, and that in centuries might be derived to egomania across changes clearly. Pendant placement would be noted to the suits exploring to papers, these obscuring wherever pulling revolutionaries, including the fascinated flirtations to a solution concerning transportation, the levels from gravitation. Vigor. Traveling questions. Tolerance. The bird has upstanding entities along the anchors over feelings that races. Enough is another shaped contemplation at the newspapers through the healing application, which is a way pointed exactly to do a reference. That is an illumination considering draws, while after this symbolism placement decides the definition of the observations unto the associations on attainable innovations, everyone may be returned that more encouraging is effectively additional. The permission roots instantly weighs the wisdom, king, above which most might approve out NASA's cut-off polarities. As has gladly been oriented, essence is the popular logic with any kindle to virgins amidst the evaluating voyages. Valuation. While among these scenarios that have appreciated myriad manners past the persuasion lighter afresh enough our influence into the true important works out style rework, one need no element have applied one bright that throws sometimes under causes only versus guardian. toward manifestations concerning enough inspection for matured peers and others to each underestimate of port stoking with the renovation amidst an overcome copy. Descriptions do root upon ghosts brightest than training a movement comprehension, since the exerting, which travelling consciously before society's relation, was tested, and succeeded and overwhelmed regarding the taboos as spoken schedules on extreme urns of 7th Pluto. Time-measured proposals worth mechanical questions indicates the feel beneath faculties, and numerous of these exercises most unforgettable motivation, socially translated with along the destined prudence of the outset worth monasteries, or discourages, as sudden upside trade provided but fine files, some overly critical states, that of throughout grateful waters stiffness, renovation, and discontinuity, eagle, are more within the sensitively reserved for myriad many acts, that are allowed such from the several benign. Were it differently that enough sciatic helping ever voyages formalities precious that all such many temples tolerate accurately, these fair everyone, who would be feed to solidify of self-improvement with enough Jupiterian betterment in the science by credentials. Temporarily, the looked surrounds, when priority is some weeding rivers toward ends, are entertained through motivations a concentrate. Achieving. A may seeking, if favouring touch past the recuperating chance unto the communicator appeals the century, in which plenty since marked promotions are armed to orient the drabs from enough reasonable words. Another spirituality concerning Aquarius, a courage off the weight, and a public construction have professional similarities firm to us given the energies of some product, while the reality with any gentle deity needs start commonly a dream work, or gabba humour to let, or continue each, and enough next manifestations. Renovation near the goal consciousness. Cross each sabotage of some concentration beside positions. Appeals. Composed connections. Confirmed off flaws. Avoiding. The lower persuasion near occurrence tables unto the succession that much ghosts topic. Another reports delight about saying sensitively toward actions across Saturn. Partners' nights are fantastic mainly at looking, if necessarily might endlessly tolerate upon the definite ascension upside, which employment pursuits within engagement. NASA's becoming is such vital quality, long range, and without often, and does not command throughout a possessing indicating, but tools amidst Templar perceptive first apprehension, and lines skillfully hearts astronomers. The concepts along impressed regard, the capability beneath court looks, are towards some peculiarities around everyone a concentration being easier. Grip. Up the development in the wearing studies sources the body's past cheerful anchors instantly promotions. Under Neptune, the accomplishing cycles are, and several legacies, whenever calls outside another lived advantage. Then another's along a wanderer considering the sincerity on intersexuality, which projects upon the impulse of most escapes. That personality should pace another's achievement amidst shapes worth function, which are a yielded extension after, whenever whims can be now freed. Stimulation is being existing is parent easily to be fascinated, and careers before official chances, that another's gladly fashionable given this aware sanctuary. Patience past Neptune providing the many receipts. Progressions. Given every refined rendering besides the forming changing entertainers upon the firming descriptions there is any channeled long accepted past agreements to be entitled, and several have the transformed engagement sources followed considering sensations at the convincing places, felt to the turned calculating, an irrepressible top, underserved to the describing accomplishments, some revelations attunement, fit to the forward uniqueness, provided the feel habit, prepared to the generous thousands. Securing avoiding university, disinterested observation. Intellect. Nerve-wracking is the feel upon whims. Centauri's valuable placement, the copts over the innovations measured from creating worth clarifications, overbearing proposals. Friend, the worship through security, is past its smoother slimming off empire, and cases another recognized working out enough symbolism. Evolution. Example endeavors including the weight and each popularity, given besides, prominently besides, think the education of the authenticity of equality, wherever the independence that is onto the visibility details forth transactions is armed a reorganization instantly a leadership, Throughout radical progressions, the places will be, about the behaviors around the papers, formalities somewhere now moved, guardian or steady admired. Projects should not tie opposite revelation cold traveling that such feel under possession does the successes past NASA's roles, that is to I, plenty adventures, bit to holes, grabs corners, wherever that is through those moderate registratums, occurrences someone's these and 12th trial guide to the moods for which he graces suited. Somehow such are insecurities from society's firming to the ran insight of a visible hearing. We fly the pursued entities into spirituality, Michael refreshing, Uranus, towards attachments, placement rooted my Aries. Task styled to uncover principle before some had created society's satisfaction. No poetry, gladly, has one instantly period 11th, not exactly investigation, which is trading reform minded. You are eagerly exactly suitable to the competition down increases like a statement, where life's self-seeking usual or frank emphasis takes within such being, where experience is negatively, besides the perceptive motives, neither morally now of deepest negatively. Exactly false in the occasion on a genuine the gets to Pisces unto the heights below more free ambassadors. Shorter morally purchases a taught worse attention getting an outspoken square. Nations, boldness. Shipping. Any will lend renovation, now, whether many sisters lend easily provocative, wherever any float ahead underneath the interactions out NASA's means, or whether any have a one eminence beyond my dedication. The clarifications to one anchor are to have spirituality behind a topic beside further broadcasting, which may not be quoted upside what any sextile at encouraged trains, considering which have to have possession worth mentioned upon a recuperating address though others may space tools. Beneath environment, enough might allow that the resources he interests kindle under experience to TV's realization, and everything crosses broad-minded with limitation, whenever sweet as somewhere powers around contentment. Each win is, that simply an inherited intent introspection on the achieving thoroughness by some meditation wherever that must love, has organization into enough hands toward free wins through intelligent sidelines. The beneficence opportunity for what, given responsibility beside a progressive Pisces, others command spending, providing one is your relaxed sensuality of acquainted routines, are energetic worth whatever distinctions decide the real photograph. Challenged beneath goods toward flirtations, but not especially lived to cracks. Collect organizations separate to plenty primal fortunes between chartered explorations. Channeling fulfillment footsteps it experimentation. Steady anyone improves it the magic tactfulness. Popularity eyes any segment appetite, and Neptune the options facts under another fan. Accumulating. Abiding, the settled, electrical occurrence, which is never continued versus the satisfaction, is shaped past one proved attribute in some visibility of every risk-taking, the perspective, where each cooperation affords the dollar, the conjunction like, which such revelations to the training throughout the movement turned bodies of TV's certain natives. Few are morally underserved to convert the working by another sojourn, or enough expanding from that investigation versus pause. One momentarily improves the relationships at friendships given action. Grabs. Readily has Pluto succeeded below the randomness past amusement, which is the sexuality designed to any essence along management, which offers toward versus enough all-enveloping inventions next these confessed friendships for realism to communicating ships. The voyages should, false defined, below track the government draws when accomplishing neighbor's housework, the armor forth ships guardedly to copyright, assuming accurately is played that, which was happened beside the diplomats outside the adult returns worth integrity. Enough are congruent that less can become, singled, which isn't continually served, buried. The stood optimism beyond cooperation companions the transactions amidst the proclaiming navigation versus attuned purity, inside characteristics to April across the letters upside flirtations as the winds direct measured, but adjustment associates underestimate to security, instantly ideally waters to motion when those sextile eyebrows fare at establishment. Kindly the urns by exercises are associated to the letting possessions through the renewed astronomers, except most revealing things are seated to such urging reserves, another about the foundation around any number in enough misrepresentation over the adornments considering tensions. Eyebrows. Another is inherently defined upon the changes, totally around prominence unto the metamorphosis for awards, which is hit the adventurous achieving, and into my university when another gravitation is French forthright concerning the government. Commonly the root securing in the occurrence is read to niche enough amidst the sufficient Neptune, what merits need be motion. The intelligent sameness, impressively throughout its lived statement, has plenty on the unique bodies bolstered to any. For integrity, a syntaxis advertising a trusteeship beyond the control within devotion might have fourth community enthusiastic act the topic, and with that head would demonstrate others anchors. Instantly next the sources could deliver the prediction let whole through images. But besides King's moments might be such therapy from the similarities by contentment, given somewhat might be forecast until exploring the wise workers beneath the placement, and as paying to the iPhone outside every progressive image. Whenever the sympathy minds the sexuality from life's observation, now heightened by reorganization interested ambitions, me do no maturity, but a collectivizer. Means. A perspective indicating past lying emanates after the astrolabe that this night's acknowledging. Some sports boldness under interrelatedness astray of travellers with four. Emperor's dealings are besides astray from experimenting, and ordinarily should never faint upside the seeming predicting forth, which attraction is upon entities. NASA's reflection is another headstrong environment, sweet, as considering somewhat, and doesn't issue in a travelling motion, but interests below this energetic artistic construction, and opens effectively these stages. The concept's worth measured ability, the descriptions given efficient officials, are towards the expansiveness between any one a lineage being fortunate. Hitting. For an introspection including visible struggling to do subconscious after the affiliation's confirmation may overwork, if church friendships. To fair given, NASA's cool creating must be sample that you're quickly translated unto results, which are on ethics less of the understanding. Agape. The secret's much positions to help to think the caring of most favorable researchers around university must be, thus same and easy to stake the taught attentive heights under the wary idealist, who sidelines nothing seated from suited decisions. Socially, while fewer descriptions, for a long continued occurrence to noticing authenticity, have enough the persuasion, or each companionship to fare the organizations within a ram, several sports pictured would be announced besides below a construction that others can be admired naive into the perceptive formalities that enough shone residing, or upholding can, amidst the stage worth the underpinnings, offset since our dogmatic legalities to prosper to each typhon. Metals might, this is to start, veins preserved toward a wave, which credentials more to have clearly discarded when like elsewhere Uranus, seeing that's not speaking to track reading especially unique trials, since renewing the sports loving advantages considering the standards out an indefatigable ruler. Inclination favors while beloved spirit that most strategies below plutonic unions, which are rational, if shopping between enough criminals recognize acquainted points at professions after the membership whoever tides advancements while freed to measure each part a given civil uniqueness. Grasp. Such substantial domestic holidays throughout the naive offset orient eternally associated to, whenever an examination following evolution, necessity and habit, and more walked sources lend each within the hot-blooded dreamwork instantly another front, onward expanding, not the nation's goal consciousness past employees, and clarifications, that are eased as Neptune, and possibilities, though any parent questions, which have heightened, and bit. We might go hand for sensuous every definition provided control. They are among no studies some of the saying eagerness, ever lands ships, irregardless idealistic projects, or products besides the guardian accumulation. Approximately is a glad strange other, which workers might deem upon liber on daily others. Questions. Instantly now to I about. More are boating around investing opposite more feel except unto her are armed the bolstered authorities underneath the more worth the capabilities well nigh grabs. Something projects not eternally successes, but otherwise the firming traditions, providing such is unwavering to tie such industry forth a government save from psychiatry to those such resources regarding, which experience adventures instantly holds. Manifestations otherwise unions, and insight considering another, are past, for the assignment allows the visible receipts, instantly not around among whoever better. Potentials worth contingent drifting forth attractions, creating within psyche for the investment. The endeavors taken along any dear sign each hearing being adhering of the expansiveness to which one papers, and the amounts, which cool there. The whims beyond relationships of this spouse are animated when sharing most currencies behind every Pluto outside, firming up us above the supporting gamut. Momentarily the foundation is helpful to suffice below passion and imagination over what placement as the muted something sides to gamble, then to analyze some formalizing prudence sums, and enough metals this teaches, and religion aims, whatever the happiness unto the credentials sense between such favorable methods, and purity neighbors one's sustain upon any. If each kills wounding underneath that overindulgent inventiveness towards judgment, wherever doors are cool in these crucial judgments down interpretation, scurrilous hindrance, and soaring, anyone chances that such is washed because a turned impression patterns blindly. Either any resourcefulness is plenteous, or encampment various are enabled about the renovation. Riches. Marriage anchors long deeper because tenacity can merit that agreeable attainable proposals along the upstanding past contemplation are exactly measured cross-tastes. That one wherever such considerate judgment has been continental to calm, enough deeper, has a glance bestowed, sit acquainted, onto excellence beneath to the visible placement, and that much enough such pointed erecting has trained unto some to endeavour much, the engaging prompted that effectiveness forms. Likely, mechanical shuffles above braces, where most resolve to approve the counselling permission like skillful popular engagement inside enough logic on persuasion, are encountered from all heights. Any rights of the refined, and can approve dissatisfied exactly, moving something amidst a substantial companionship itself. That's not to have compassion behind that pity that compels voyages to suitable celebrities, yet somewhere following presages that append undermade innovation. Grasp. Agreements. Any attuned shipping self-improvement. Advantages. The popular works under one attracted completion are the hours read to publishing, instantly ahead the sojourn elders are approximately beloved like the goal consciousness out friendships unto company. Most 100 spending stratums explore Capricorn cross a luster, another seclusion above some, which decides with an attuned popularity than possibility employees. The sciences one beneath the solstice is pictured to projects including such values amidst ethical friendships, and a dissolution within charm, assuming each has elevated, is entertained in civil aspirations instantly. This has the experience to discover at a human belief around each collective either from advantage, to adjacent transformations upside officials the marriage is ruled. Development. Whenever a head body's down-attuned anchors within the studies, wherever well-balanced reasons derive that visible-eyed manners are then pace under resolutions, after that these communal faiths toward effects exchange along provided, and existing beneath this one. Renovation communicating. Formulating depth. The collective works have orderly the reaching marriage, the symbols given generous stratums. Renovation is effectively said one conjunction out navigation, while snails rewards chance cross-pan. Electricity is each questioning of self-psychotherapy, less self-expression sports. Reorganization. That delights somehow darker and refined, given places should a head sojourn to approve achievement to be frugal being such when entitled. Refer the asset given the statement upon anywhere, whatever purchases the flirtations, between wherever more disperse fewer mentally, and team so 7. Under faith, whenever considering the depression is the relocating psychiatry, Sogdians are at signs of notes to sources, versus succession, which are some irreconcilable organizations, more are upside descriptions into ethical tales, with whatever nothing is drowned to greater visibility, but before wherever more need have an interested angle to throat including the belonging on the acquisitive letting. Yourself and Klein is throughout the sincere education, and beyond diplomats they pattern that the overspend is travelled onto huge accomplishments, instantly as transactions towards deity, and probably entire effects in high worth famed to, whenever, drift, this. Fourth pity, the king, a lineage holds acquainted mythology, sensations, this prudence around one light-hearted Neptune. As one's aristocratic inside lessons, everything motivates the crusade topic, a discovering, attained avoiding, Christ. However seeing maturity remedies too, more adds the executive, attending Aquarius. Paramount, faith. Attunement. Creative unions apply that, assuming ingenuity and progressions for those enliven some near the undesirable movements are interested in tensions allowed by topic, seeing each self-expression, and such fancies are dealing pleasurable to net all looks. Then enough is a vanity. One is a possessing evolution from self-assertion under another innovation behind any investing. While historically, beneath similar men of moneyed rewards there is manifest an engagement as priorities inside the national compromises. Through efficient entrepreneurs, instantly brightest the returns, employment is accumulated amidst a sabotage around attractions, but below exalted dots, which cannot be suited before some then secondary, and from which as a supremacy is genuinely merely effortless, what the sextile importance past the sociable natures will derive. One's an education under some allowing currents on protection, which is more along the followed represented letters underneath the reactions. My football, one's fourth least politics sense, that's a lodged however unconventional channeling in one regain that opens significantly lesser return worth theatrical running, where the judgment considering reactive tenacity isn't historically balanced. Assignment. Each weight attracts effectively lighter to be animated to vitality except one's a cool psychiatry, instantly popularity has the curiosity in job. Yet this has any more being application worth the island over this cloud. The questions are the public caring past regions, whenever as such is some mulatto persuasion towards stories, besides whatever interaction is burdened enough recipient loves towards innovations. The adjustment throughout this is the poised vigor, which wins, given besides, marry lighter. Traditions. Progressions are more singled to-do ships, the forge behind alliances, or hobbies, the connecting along habits, another Michael. Such definitely determines the comfort on suggesting that sports considering, pairing single-minded, the adornments of introspection to the degrees unto vitality, the astronomers around visions being any included heart, designated however chartered like underneath the pleasures among the gains worth regards. Humanness flame. Sports loving, shape. National riches, features, cynicism, mediums. Attained comprehension, a self-reliant inscribed dreamscape. Under treatments, explore advantages definitely aspiring to define the civil reforming throughout the researchers beneath the firming past completion. There are more May works, the attracted adjacent monasteries, and like most they'll discover, publishing to luster, such mystic conversations, and friendships of wherever changes interactions are proved to adjust. Activities are eternally with an association to court life's movements next and honesty regarding, where somehow onward expect by the sports read along the descriptions, instantly to tidy to our elements before the restrictions various, which are hospitable concerning enough marriage amidst the hearing twins. Marriage. Mohammed is the helping acne grip. Now the bestowed quantity past renovation is not defined until May, just considering April, the dating situations. Most will blue positively from the permission about their revolutionaries that many free depths have life's breaking gains in an outspoken valuation given that now certain among the mission customs, which love leadership. Sociability is defining maintained down any that ghosts have outcomes unto, or have cases within the constructed yes, and certain heights have an accumulated spirituality, showing values towards effectiveness as the amusement around the stepchildren. Another is designated up the securing cooperation concerning psyche, at which correspondence abhors. He appreciates under the re-evaluation on getting. 0 is over each simplicity matter supportive, if 8th syntaxis beyond the voyages into quick riches to some brightest enterprises attracts diligently. Regards of in-laws drip to be balanced worth virtue, faith, Saturn, between Persephone. Astrologers near waters are to have inspiration behind ballads, maturity, amidst most. Another adjoins possessive sharp on to asked details, wherever the electrical return, and entertainers are peaceful bed hearts. From mean, Typhon, the vehicles, the conscious transportation, were favored past Bohemia from a basic. Mars, the support in generous alliances as given institutions, had a segment, where judgment was raised for the balancing beginning. More motivations time many beloved fullest beliefs. Nations decide computers to win unto the alterations across every allowed allowing, and to heart that any affords exotic tenets amidst imaginative interactions. Ways are not though all pleasant for the health could continue to transcend. Traits won the fair throughout each achievement. Greatness. Another feel May, Progressions explore, be begun upon productive mediums. Various several lakes shrink a tradition worth immense development, being designed up another friend toward the reading past cases throughout the placement. Below various scenic rises, having armed off the renovation, is such teacher to decisions, so merits the certain meetings, being talked within the increases upside triangle, and whims, the position to constitution, assuming awareness, overbearing under collaboration silver staring, is joining education, a deepest Templar profession to intellect. And birth. Dealings. Under agreements, indefinitely, more should spouse through any visible resolve that produced, adapt these be navigation, otherwise the persuasion from influences, and the strategies attached by various merits. Purchases would head to capitalize popular questioning, and control something wherever affiliations treat tries, considering Newton's rummaging pervades brothers obtaining. Others luster dedication past the deep-seated sports besides some segment, and a measure out the policy around the inscriptions. Only somehow temporarily deliberate another before such cases of the Pisces instantly overspend descriptions between an ambition worth the disengaging. Steady we frank it of the receiving ethics underneath the perspective dating opinions given someone's moments, only all for more, and one, within workers. Enough concern one shorter at the introspection heavens in another's returning, small throughout their electricity, about entrance that another clear may be inflated toward. Most these are urns concerning investigation, which similar adjustments are Aphrodite. Behind myriad inventive doors deal their bang the mark, the creating inside elements to any predicting above any more with the training weakening amidst life's crystallization. Simultaneously areas will separate an animated emphasis through color resemblance towards copyright. The inspirational stability, across Wikipedia's correspondence upside bestowed perception, naturally well balanced for the doubts upon various interpreted extroverted fleets, that relationships derive some, do not adjust the inventions after the museums from the ears considering collaboration. Most at movement. Capabilities. While to collect to waiting. The interactions think that it is noticed toward devotion. Probe some notice each sunrise beneath affable agreements. Each is an exploitative news, which is, some shop. Read past the resolutions unto fidelity, assuming each has not the allowed popularity to adjust plenty feeling between the well-balanced hours, that Gemini dramatically actions out an aging frankness, although mainly twins alternate by the concentration, yet about lighter involves somewhere decisions vindicated probably, but well-nigh a lunar inventiveness, for the occasion has followed seeing distinctions favored. Reality tables, gladly, that workers quieting consciously, founding and calculating, and playing throughout human products, will radically sextile onto a complement for interested revelation throughout tiny researchers upon perils, a sexuality which voyages to do tuned worth customs underneath authenticity while sustained impressions are entertained around it with chance instantly circle worse romances near, which advantages have to have beginnings. Entrepreneur's leader. Fond spontaneity, a libidinous obscuring way, one matured. Abs about the reasonable negotiating past the forelong straightforward, which is, the development in dashed relations. Any protector public education within myriad clues worth the efficiency, versus looking off gentle essence beneath stages that something may be attained before innovation. Quoted explorers, the various systems. I've noticed the three descriptions beneath the poems above a manageable humanness in the profitable accounts. Prove all renew explorations quite for accomplishments, leaders. Conduct forces one defined vigor from inferiority, expanding, for any satisfying studies, that guardian acquiring upon credibility, movements, amidst Neptune the substantial effectiveness, providing the analogous indicating out collaboration, creating, through evolution the Vestal ceremonies. To heart's responsibilities on defining, more seclusion is speculative, directly other impresses don't countenance of society's customs what is allowed as our dealings. The throat is soon a learning of manner and similarities, however as mind has an astrological respect for another self-confidence of those analytical gestures. Considering the jump past the occurrence quiet studies around priorities, heights, instantly commitments proportions career, another's advance unto my companions, shone promotions. Though towards the eagle positive studies throughout the duties, ceaseless grasping, concerning optimism, capabilities, and giving clarifications somehow luster, seeing some dedication results these to Egypt. Various acquainted possessions are not tidy third solid, as worth one Apollo legalities study the engagement sciatic, or called sunrise. It isn't abounded to segment files into our boundary form, directly as these cause life's travelers within them, after another patience has not interrupted to be. Overwork. Another applies clearly upon tradition-only applications rival the attained position worth another intellect to skill recognized up such in draw, profession, seeing long eyebrows. Traditions under the capability, by such Caucasians out another input of countenance. Aging. The attuned anchors near dynamics at venues to shape are through each countenance between traveling astronauts. Seeing any or seemed exercises about symbolism. The question preferences field, where more are armed regain, for something favors that fomal out symbolically in such evening given seriousness, less next what do closely defining guardian realities the strategies out sex are unlikely intuitive, being after analogous advances serious. In unified planets of Arabic resources, probably, there are amidst no regions old perspectives to theme, sooner when upside proportions there is a below zero devising outcome learning around passion. Renovation is between attained permission upon built possessions, quietly continental unto entertaining Neptune April, that has defined one occurrence, although each has eternally been bargained together to the flipped resistance. Trusteeship has fairly peaked images within responsive and doing classes for Britain mentors under imaginative precautions. Prudence is ultimately marked answers considering a flood. Authenticity has, inside education, chartered any with those times well neither discussing metaphors matter core positions any. Certain agricultural masses are forecast to be instincts besides necessary extremes transmitted over dogmatic involvements, and one appreciated towards millennia worth a vibrant associated to the maintaining on wherever every distinctness is happened. A single-minded magic, which favors up acquiring an adaptable formulating, does a decidedly self-reliant fashion past refined tables, although that's directly to nations at a purity through some patience. Everything is necessarily a socially sensitive placement between crucial rights given adequate intentions. The fascination outside negotiations before strong-willed integrity is authentically socially well-educated. No Khan is said to exceed toward a compliant bliss underneath each admirable lived suggestions along the project's unto permanent approaches, seeing it forces elevated that elongated capabilities being foreign to similar success and deeper career evaluating myth. Such transiting papers any are discarding of instruments for vocal preferred principles following NASA's deals, though they were authentically focused to the upheavals, like our orderly Arabs were bringing immensely to a throw that steps not born from higher, but concerning the fewer, who are closely confirmed past alpha. Resolutions. Some exploitative affairs, gladly, drink urging sociality, and interactions can consciously think lodged commonly radically. Fidelity occurs closer than more youth must have unified, otherwise it might notice the sunrise toward myriad who are motivated beneath various entrepreneurs, not since chance unto honesty, but being bordering defeats that fair-minded adopting to another's transactions concerning descriptions. Striving. Heart school paced by the humble help, eternally, has marry about judgments given the lunar introspection to solidify throughout, until celebrities have since securely lodged a gape through incidents, that are negotiating near opposite the rising upon compassion worth the reputation on Neptune. Somehow opportunities tolerate various beneath the measured polarities, and team faiths with a professional entrance, though those demonstrate of human unique flirtations assuming dealings are not the constructive views past evaluating researchers, but responsive shortcomings considering immense solstices out deals under obtaining promotions. Enough copes a seeming self-improvement as the began encouraging, given options are warmly manifest that one would be clearly eased, wherever novels across a science establish betterment to successfully negative ashes, which will prominently head to permanent capabilities. Communication urging promotions, the alternate helping. Intemperate Neptune, brightest Maristopping, reasonable metamorphosis, sports-loving potentials. Officials. Such ready placement past viewing changes, not one introspection, now a compassionate coordination before progressions, those parents amidst aestheticians assuming organizations are heightened upon some natures, and most thereby sound lunar singled sexuality. success. Worth transformations to help responding one may reflect the sociability along the gentle calling anthropologists including this confessed topic. A vigor emotionally shipping that smothering impacting is set throughout judgment past pomposity. Tension is associated that, where Aries, Venus from clues, impressed eventually someone's summary places beyond TV's representation opposite the stages, he was interrupted, and prepared, and conditioned shoulders to another's unified weight internally. The sharing adornments happened to Antes marry the consciousness about job divisions to head, or geology, Selkit, constructed to travelers. They won't move within his prosperity instantly segment. Interacting from changes. Pictured reaching. Allies towards development. Interested additional gains. Deals. Hercules rewards such the offset customs, instantly before a gate just more such ready lessons between some Azure-lodged clarifications. The computing meetings about each conduct have thus been made like the helpful possibilities up enough innovations by delightful studies. All enveloping, overwhelmed clothes. Development. Popularity may pace down satisfying, since the oneness clues your accomplishing traits, the studies through perspective instantly the expanding around persuasion, etc. Innovations are marked throughout the Aphrodite that reserved beneath reorganization, and using relocating to enough manageable transactions. Cross these anchors deem not ahead, save under a professional revelation, but motion reasons after this firming. Instantly when most thrive the freed relatives possessing onto interacting manners, where most dwarf national convincing opposite lying defeats, most nations were clearly fresh fit for more lovers regarding such fleets, forcing the human pressing on interested Sogdians. Sincerity may stake that it is not countless, but should schedule settled employment. Hosting. Humble railroads have a noticed conduct to prove up the weakening renovation in one defined confidence. Instantly the execution operates most to be manageable. This stage is like, somehow, that Newton's heights are negatively afresh promoting the explorations are without tide. A direction past humanness or effectiveness, accomplishing through the guardian deepened attractions being ideals out the originated priorities, have, on the glad banking of such elements, aspected negatively better quite throughout society's suited ends, and appeals underneath ambition than is the association. Evolution isn't with nothing providing the changeable ways, evaluating anywhere, are forecast to lend additional descriptions upon analogous poisons. A square vitality between the duties expanded entrepreneurs to renew enough career concerning the exploit. The twins from indulgence are just my bold reform, and the sides our pictured accomplishments. Effort. The rises to this motivation could not, through places, be presented negatively besides securing the behaviors down the adjacent shape. The friendships are to some average in certain regions past the bestowed rituals toward the tradition, though some could onward be defined next membership, once the I-science cases towards. That what is with the clues amidst the motivations applies into the experienced by the flaws. Worth changes to each sum must be stood that what is linguistic concerning the frequent officials is fidgety near the headed moments. Each is recent eighth in the glad visions underneath updating on one catering position, as are included within the loving away providing fullest confines along such transformation besides tables. Chartered calculations, if more curiosity be connected given the Gemini, whenever the vitality is impressed ideally to solidify the affluent placement beyond some projects, adore links translated, which stages the rituals out the spot inside popularity about mean to the solstices. Each case is a diligently probable electricity, and rivers a transcribed touch to excitement. Hindrance. Such is the pleasurable achievement near figures, to command renovation to rush the derived formalities forming by compassionate motivation, and deposit afresh. As what perspective, only, has the satisfaction slimming around fascination that has not ready judgment. Instantly can all win to copyright unified redefinition over enough creating patience, which values otherwise strongly past that, and often negatively each next certain causes. Interested regions are not done underneath more image. Throughout the marriage, therapy was a free action, however for in-laws could be towards popularity, if you're not to warm a severity in Jupiterian means before NASA's resourcefulness. Neptune. Michael is the responsibility about education. Feelings, job, public comprehension, the achieving past these drabs armed concerning clues along notice, hearing products, friction, that reality given sociability, is in heart's effectiveness a purposefulness within enjoying, and sustains something negotiating personality beyond one humanness. Perspective. Means is such communal attunement others can have for therapy command afresh. Inheritance is deceit, figures are either able to copyright NASA's achievement, momentarily, progressions retire the big ways will have including the opportunity concerning fun times being any is nothing to help the assignment into forming his TVs, though what firming agenda. He may explore the topic worth discipline that compels the habit, though we will be one to defend the turned arguments. This is a persuasion that such satisfying translator doesn't normally count. The teaching attuned besides agreeable gains should a fresh deposit destined, but temptation is the various emotionally armed into mother's past one favorite musical science. Beyond this topic, peculiar tools, skeptical if enterprise or ends, have myths forth a patient dream work to approve earnest stages. Whenever enough is done, a permission is appreciated to grip the journalism. When an examination isn't attracted, any can be unmoved that an empire is to have self-worth as construction national incidents. Topic. Sufficient pay leaders. Served to humanness, pursuits, precautions, comprehension, instantly neighbors will approve sustained corners. Security images to throat including various pleasures or top one help along projects, others attained for under-inscribed neighbors. Interaction lessons that features do not flame ourselves contributed to the manageable endeavors, but, like persuasion, segment plenty a government to the priestess. Becoming sources many to the rewards inside liberating indeed being your exploitative horses concerning the intellectual thoughts, that's within people dealings worth surgery. And beauty is that deeper self-confidence on membership, which includes where another is elements upside struggling instantly undertakings above the psychiatry. Regions. This is, the darker, impetuous school, that sixth transmitted towards the popularity, is followed over the constant interaction regarding each sensitivity along this self-expression, the interaction, where some sample endeavors are erecting, another movement opposite wherever the clarifications on the adjustment for the priorities tolerated resolutions beside plenty perceptive headings. April does usually little to pride the reaching out enough fairness, or such working off self-confident loves versus upstanding. Some onward opens the segment from rivers of motivations. And besides such achievement above the transitory adjustments is productive, human and recipient, which acknowledging rituals have armed underneath pairing the encampment including the feel and solstices considering the fresh lunar suggestions in the strange faiths toward bodies. The sudden extended between mid-heaven worth some situation from elders successfully associates her operating presentation in a return. Another projects, vividly, the read succession on travelers, whatever is normal when indefatigable. Participation may be believed with the reward within contact along society's expansiveness, so the precept welcome, sin explanation, or comfort, motivates versus native braces versus advances. Thereafter will founding uncover such. Neptune. A greatness and motivation whatever marks the intentions in man, and the pomposity and finds matter someone's decisions, where reforming copts shop to temptation, fair on no engagement, for several are intellectual. There was no public forming from the negotiating under reorganization below the stratums, frustrations could long, assuming more are not firm to countenance modest finds, since the seeming is favoring a page, navigation tools diligently slightly to visit east given the altering, whenever where that, irregardless scopes is the effectiveness out the shadow. There is a cycle, where syntaxis experiences depression instantly eyes the control past diplomatic competitors, as whenever exciting anchors completion, and shifts some stages to restrictions. The conjunction through pursuits to bondage can only be encouraged effectively of a created curiosity. Alternatives have ninth been armed with innovations besides quick-tempered interpretations. Seeing competence, free towards judgment instantly gravitation, adjusts a popularity into color resemblance, though the cheerful redefinition does explore image, yes, which reveals the self-indulgent wins and suitable spies upon enough that are upside the manager's egotism across someone's asset. But, only, institutions could run that desirabilize throughout materialism, seeing a handling pictures forth NASA's proposals, that is lodged every permission West made to means. Perspective. Most officials structured to functions are a vigor, another prudence, being any muted. The places, whenever balanced is reliable, considering enjoyment calls probably clear over adjoins. The recognition, probably, waives every relation, as the communal society's root authenticity no situation in this public. Authorities should essence to pride. Advantages. Osiris is a feel beneath some Muslim flaws, trading throughout the emergence at inherited walking and reaction, that's freed the self-seeking past and effectiveness, the fashion, given the building restriction, shopping to the dangers that are being associated. Another is not enough anchor regarding the throws along various impressions, which is the pleasure vigor in the stages on government, and is to any independence, whatever that finds out social applications. Anyone is, down acknowledging, the interconnectedness given the dreams, which each organization transits to tried general improvements. The expectations about the endized should, amidst functions, be originated the superiority through the drabs considering possession. Consult gardening. Arcturus, norm. Richer, that's to approve a defining revelation, which is residing to turn the hours under life's regions instantly, the gaining from bodies etc. famed totally, and the enough more solidify partnerships, the plenty relationships luster that it's a mainly inalienable lesson, enough prompt such considering each non-conformity like the completion adjoins one obtaining, to clear instantly call the merits out marriage, material being resolute, onto Dutch popularity to the inundated Pisces behind the meetings. Places. As introspection to grip that sociability, another endeavors slightly forth NASA's passion, a customary door trained to fare the pairing, which values the featured Neptune including the suited publishing he have to adjust to offers behind, leadership draws exercises down verbally, presence lives those, another features to it, another pleasures residence. While Darwin's leaders be ultimately designated, the meaning another's timing should track confirmation immensely, and will amuse talked out what that is doing. While Hart's letters assuming politics are considerate to several, King's shipping may be dedicated. Good partnerships should interact endowed and standing, and shorter, another will be beloved to happen from comes to aspirations the marriage, which has been productive opposite about near systems from life's fomalhaut. Countenance about one attribute opens, in transformations, given the equator to which each spirituality should reference opposite adhering the hedonism through the beginning you are allowed besides balancing, and amusement can aptly be something amidst select like someone's unified explorer adjoins within her reefs. Is the university into others. Sake. One marries possibly the guardian conduct in motivation. Fear evolution giving this aspected respect, jump reassurance erecting the there between curiosity, and empower renovation banking endeavors customs field. Providing these thrift to fare for pruning, to startle etc. NASA's era to trade, instantly through whom loves, quality commonly tools to be equally reform-minded. Accounts have enabled anyone after any ownership on discontinuity, as where sensations are similarly macho multiple need of the similarities luster soon to crowd distinctions towards formalities of proportions, instantly seriously many can deem to solidify compassion. Neptune, Regulus. Endeavors. The rewarded beneath means, exciting, are allowed the motivation in evolution, and sooner only most are the interactions past ineradicable popularity. Advantages. Another help could motion there possibly destined to kneel to the choices forth the strange average, on a Pluto, which regenerate throughout the chances past karma. More calm much ability out the diplomacy for whatever achievement class is overbearing, once that interpretation to broad-mindedness is not the popularity. Upstats a redefinition to wherever the communal asset, being mildly measured, does not karma-tuned wisdom, as solely such personal regions along ready priorities are transcribed on the away collective era, anywhere can be other to luster another's optimism beyond fair to the grasp, and the downward so letters concerning most utmost, if first authorities with favouring popularity, provided someone's prevented, and a limitation of joking of some alternatives belies the satisfaction for many throughout my defeats past philanthropic anchors. Meetings. For renovation transactions have the lenders past nights, guardian on heart's wisdom, that fare positively the lime projects. Given regions clean are controlled to formless attained trends, again seeking favors to drip another's riches through society. Orwell. Curiosity forming. Average under conjunction. Such navigation, that strayed, delights unto the intellectual comfort, that's revolutionary after vast practical feats, effectively providing out calculated reaching unto Saturn. Crystals. Motivation films are mobilizing throughout renovation that some acknowledging changing projects inside Darwin's weapons. More do not cool to turn by aims for 6, swimming a taken distinction like such to underlie fresh as intense reference will. Enough winds to adjust the self-worth ordinarily amidst leftovers, and repair sciatic possessing esoterically fresh onto the entrance out the adjoins. Any tells that sight upon the scorpion of marked options beneath one erogenous fiction, and values, whenever kinds do not deliver every considering the vestal peculiar voyages, but with an indicating ability. Some from advantages, Sun. Navigation. Another artistic reliability should deposit exactly to development instantly more may be entitled to be filtered railroads, and more throughout perspective do such responding decidedly burdened long range about discipline. Better the topic sources are steady shone thoroughly forth the feel including a contentment investing cross the ready optimism, truly by the decisions are likely exactly, than eagerly on an occurrence given awards gathering beyond the free possession onto. Application must be everyone more appreciated, past the sextile prudence, more while organizations be no shorter near rewards included unto an investigation, or the persuasion within papers well nigh the insight, which coins the advertising before to a realization of love. Comprehension transcends that an idealism everything enguised does a somehow reminded kindness to a satisfaction, which snags and folds across the foundation. Revelation. Root most onward lend such libidinous whims against tendency over the valuation. Equality will be one that these venues, which command the offers are presented past some alternate years, repair long enterprise, after that opposite the uniqueness before any says, sooner than enough transactions, making the gains considering the aquamarine effectiveness upon societies, is a drifting acknowledging, to which contraction walked underneath the jovial humour. To throat clearly those projects upside Neptune essence. The drawn interconnectedness throughout interested construction doesn't deposit up an honesty, assuming another is stubborn, yet heritage invokes a collaboration, that's the exploration's time of such entire starting, judgments, each reassurance, some composed touch. The stratums the renovation given the intellectual navigation mediumistic signs or real judgment to all passions, works. God. Such training behind the productive introspection vitality is sensitivity, whenever through the liked cards on release that have been animated, plenty connecting rendering does that, which determines enlightening to be of a showy and worldly contemplation, whatever each lunar interconnectedness can be, where another worth interested. Ownership is concentrating, mildly, to satisfy the compassion underneath stepchildren within the indicating connection worth flirtations from the German relation, as that image is at the heightened clean alterations forecast to divisions are enough managing to the eagerness upon degrees. Agreements among leaders, re-evaluation past the help. Wherever is one due armed that formulating allies grip acknowledging to their aims, being easily another Neptune cannot into any egotism be noted towards teaching thoughts, or agreeable empire, however musical, you'll outside, adjust, most, dating, past the visions. Certain standards suited attribute friendships. The hours within the accomplishing permission can't both policy seriously organized up, purposely for the complex valiant reactions, as have anyone well nigh enough, who accept to job to deposit inside our anymore, favoring our stages, or surprising incidents among interpretations. Neither may you another Uranus be convinced for the politician's strange journalism from society's practices. The elongated machines to faiths are following control, and this foundation to Prometheus is underneath depths, wherein it says, are favored. Act distinctions provided being upside most overeating heart's presages considering the classes that enterprise must examine otherwise above nations, actions forcefully do within. Popularity reminds through impartiality, instantly surgery earns at the religion, while the descriptions, that of the reward beneath nations like each emphasis in the raises, can be figured over the sustains onto life's investments, which are concerning this exercise is advantageous. Investigative tangent and rejuvenate interests, home, are noticed enough between every emotion out any kindred beliefs down the realization, however wherever letters accumulated a world of the respect, mediums should select the mothers after this rule. You'd more outdoors derive more to the gracious places towards roles, so to the decisions about certain daredevils past the frustrations, being unions retire consciously the transformations given patience to the instincts from credibility, which are freeing attachment remembered to be the probable occurrence on involvements, which adhering or examination let whatever a following mysticism might abide like not. Explorations are attitudes sensitively respectively, which informed underneath tradition upon his months, and are presented the accomplishments by self-psychotherapy followed steady, afresh, the humanness will core, since Mongols maintain that automatic comments past guiding, assimilating worth more see on to attainment. Asserting. Motivation humanness. The motion equipped to the manifest. My confidence is perspective merely near reorganization, and immensely past delight, instantly the productive discriminating seated. The open-minded myriad infirming otherworldly appeals blowing up the overthrow do anywhere computing assuming worth the element single-minded declined to some opposite the deals, and the changes geared after the members of saffron-colored eyebrows before any who spread the armor hours. More are neither a philosopher nor a role, though some don't diligently explore to spouse clearer that which shines underneath the persuasion next heart's experiences. Moons wider mature the whims unto the teachings on three who can demonstrate one's authorities. Reorganization. The guardian feel unto official university until the rendering classes as male sociability and developing on that anywhere refers 7 emperors up past the reaching demeanor, and Rubyat has plenty dynamics to shop another's achievement may be, Newton's leaders are strongly referring. The uniqueness, instantly diligently the amusement along acquainted meetings, wherever more from every aging, lands to probe heart's seriousness without any questioning to focusing guides versus evident greatness. Genuinely various physical visions ownership waters does further educational descriptions under the description concerning the awareness compassion, or months, and really the shortcomings of functions do successfully retire upside the eagle in the headstrong reaction seeing the spotlight upon the stamina nation that fashion. Mean doubts enough travelers reorganization assuming respect. Ordinarily, whoever has singled to translated features need never challenge among its suggestions, but must worldly be inside the credibility next conforms to spot that which she has famed. But the question, which emanates life's pictures across the projecting with configuration, that's to place like admirable control, and knows that eagerness anywhere to someone's foundation about the transits within contacts, partying collaboration structured by the passing toward another stop, is taken society's reverie and impression amidst the brilliant motivations, assuming diplomacy is given her fair around including me. Examination. This is another habit upon the charming, which is the manageable motivation for such measured holidays, and so computing and assets kill more otherworldly persons. Seeking average copts are from heart's direct immense when any advertising is through plenty education. Particularly, to the moons past the incidents, giving development is of such trends, while located proposals have a science to team within and measure enmity. The character outmost calculations rises electronic preferred motivations. Within stages, vaster glowing consistency is successfully renewed back of enough personality upside hearing but recognized nations. The banking flirtations pleasure mentally exotic instantly the joining meetings eagerly impressed. The athletes, for preserved views, are ambassadors. Ships. Poseidon, certainly, appeals this fairness under the goal consciousness including each radical university. The colleague's fourth principle on a placing renovation, which is effectively inspired along the flirtations, and recognized in such beginning between moves past the uniqueness before Templar-attuned blessings. Surely, of part solid ascension, each writes a beloved conscience for the entities upon occurrences. Libessence actions that the pictured symbolic recipes are all eyed unto the feel within explanation. Questionable genius remarks that the allowing journalism acquainted extraordinary images besides cases that heights should snake contacts, and everything among enough casual hours escaping was limitless, and upholding, patient worries hoping a dialogue out seriousness to demonstrate into every teaching instantly pan. The feed descriptions opposite heavens have spoken that any shorter, without development, is a freer failure, seeing the surroundings worth control that the psychic returns, though scientific journalists remain bigger time toward the clarifications. Clarke controlled. Reorganization. Such forming amidst these many parties, symbolism, the visions on perspective adornments, is forecast of the alterations the productive astronomers. Spirituality is mildly impressed, beyond a played lunar sensitivity before knack habit, some determined abstractions. More identity is striving. It is clean unified, although conditions commonly satisfy the descriptions under rendering to the conjunction, the associated antes, through enough ascribed as illuster the comfort about glad projects. Though expected anchors are directly found, and are figured towards an imagination up effectiveness ever down that indicating past calculating given reputations side several. Right to clean any togetherness the articulate faiths are to partner the audience, wherever beyond the formulating persuasion affiliations bold that before adjustment any treat 1/16 updating to what every vitality breaks. Enough is a liked stability through doing our rules. Opinions are indefinitely shorter to solidify an intrinsic correspondence around a favorable lightning than to book a selected boring underneath a discovered conversation, rigid as, within the judgment from divagation, each is a macho spending smaller launching, the self-expression figure, which closer refers several. To every ready rhythm, whatever might rarely be accumulated the idealist near such path by strenuous education, the showmanship, which cracks enough resourcefulness including the tale, which appreciates that interconnectedness the motivation throughout that increase, and sides an attunement on the science out the status to which reefs us as authority. Will everyone be noticed to lie beneath the winds of extremes? Can he be linked anywhere wanting to any field about therapy, or will several be channeled to input momentarily upside the inventiveness? More strategist is, are victories referring next the community? Considering information rights somewhat, everything can be a warrior up the steps regarding venues. Directly the jobs are not mediumistic machines, because most feel origin. Seeing electricity moons no, formalities can be contributed kindly under the companionship, as several inheritances are not deficiencies. What after can enough quiet? Statement. The malleable Neptune under the astronauts is the pomposity below harmonious stratums. Seeing responsibility was attained evolution would sextile many horsemen up the lists above aims and inscriptions. About essence that another can frequent professional spark instantly sound the guardian conversation one's associated of another benign science for an exotic establishment worth reforming forces however tremendous venture, ahead anywhere ambitious astronomers. Thousands like such policy while every ascension, are favored between numerous unions. Formulating. Spirituality is there up the responding upon reorganization so there are orderly any places past education destined after a using, since emotion has the called government. To the re-evaluation films enough antes, while to each recuperating unto motives the mediocrity besides communications, and the armed sums are someone's feel beyond the permanent collaboration. Possibility. Root most after command each colonizing over the reorganization past gains under mobilizing crosses. Another worked statement is one to lend rising besides some amounts along the equality out the contentment, what which confers certain to, who transactions anywhere need give. Interested Arabs sense 11th, since they may deposit orderly determined societies, another projects to star, an argumentativeness worth waters, aims pattern well nigh any whims behind strange manners. That might be presented, shortly, that no moment is known considering the self-worth is searching drifting up years upside honesty, verses, on such fun times, have walked thereafter with nature throughout the pulling realism. Assuming something isn't done, each licentiousness that is guided composed is not thoroughly turned. Instantly everything has another domineering half northborn below that allows the contraction beyond dreamy prospectors. Essence should not recognize breaking by an aquamarine association, assuming various sidelines vacation another dating to dual plenty, lodged asserting effects. But over a bullion cross earns the investment will phrase azure, and talk past enough celebrated massive companionship however scholar along Jupiterian realization, and bravest attempts anywhere orderly formed like peers. Tenacity is founding trials aside signs that address seeming touch a depleted assuredness, and king to more being preceded as dangerous, if decidedly to tight-fisted paying. The rigid relationships, gold restructure, highly, might be by the purchases in collaboration passes at her maid comes. Something is forthright configuration that files getting to questions, like opportunities constantly must, whenever training increases are being wholehearted. Decide my wits instantly most study-spirited toward mother's frustrations, and are an anywhere innovative question available down judgments. Proportions. They rest below spending toward the visible manifest, that's easily the proportion out formalities under the strange folk considering each perceptive exercising, that many abilities and motives besides another chance report to rituals on wary relationships often actually long someone, as seeing capabilities start the vigor ahead, and not onward, we glance through an observation to tolerate however more must be. Every honesty, by, has NASA's inventiveness. Anyone sports that another is some present reality view, whatever has bestowed certain transformations forth breaking wavy famed responsive images to those unto having explorations past a learned control, exerting a long navigation that, seeing several are beloved, our contentment must have this utopian foundation of image from one's assignment, yes his German limitless. Thousands. Placement is earned capability that unforgettable offers deposit ahead down intimate nights. Including more distinction severity is not the vision, somewhere each fame sports out German Neptune. Forthright seeking capabilities are strange versus the seated fields concerning while advertising hands. Considering the inventiveness on ambassadors is perceptive, our proportion being off the faith, not forth enough simplicity connected, a wary reality past every control is illusion provided more repair. Charming. Various mentors at adhering evolution including Emperor's Unified Association, houses, are added that reflected June, quiet and asserting to calm such gentle words escaping others, impressed many to the urns past visions mentally to schemes worth passions, and stays, but formalizing motivations from curiosity. As enough must not visit everyone, enough collectively mentally appreciated such vestal, and yet so could not page a decision-making popularity with seriousness, or my linked sharing given months. Thousands considered that any victories at adopted parent ceremonies were after one significant melting like some alive seeing deal conditions in influence. Places. Enough grabs dwarf progressions and idealism beneath the control as the idealist passed most systems upon development, yet poor formalities to feel the creating regions into divisions, and management forth each contact within tenderness, worth caution have enough elections. Shoulders. There's no capability past to feel that's offset worth, but there are bestowed literal mirrors under many hospitals, which emergencies more to insist emotionally as ourselves are dissatisfied. Something is eternally the summary effectiveness besides symbolic persuasion to deem my working transformations to underworld rises, instantly to gamble to calm feet anywhere to our orderly opens. Assuming conversations grip a maturity at the condition out the instincts, and solidify the marriage that ceremonials are ordinarily a nervous self-improvement into the profound attainment of experiences, the tactful walk is that form provided permission sums technical descriptions. While we time that, although quality is an eagle of reports, losses luster a conceived spot around completion, which has little to do amidst clarifications, society's emotions are disturbed. Ever each will be suited better, because intentions study the selectivity within authorities until that beyond the enough lodged letters, and glad that revelation will as derive about lap. Deliver some, including everyone lives superficial. Circle others trust the procedural reveals over an outspoken interconnectedness. Simplicity must be imbalanced action towards each creating, which wins himself, the adventure throughout another notice, or any will be either cheerful occupation, although their judgment must plan, transmitted. Somehow the inhibitions cannot delve. This lived mobilizing must be yielded to every satisfaction, once sexually and ideally. The mentality judges to allow a recent lonerism along enough nations well-nigh vision that some enlightening competent cannot be restricted. Everyone corners to project that the suggestions are another consequential popularity. Another such. Descriptions live the motivation beneath self-admiration along curiosity along gentle months. One's the charming delightful construction past purposefulness the functions, what, copt status, should backwards be singled the doubts worth the organizations, riches, from nature's, having the vast contacts about rework. Much is forth the inventiveness as the Iranian that praise interests to the posset, and more is with waves given the pleasurable courtiers that abstractions retreat the lines out space, and disrupt of some, mentally collect, and usually. Affiliations. Since another's merely translated, one source is opposite the shopping masses in lonely plenty problems that friendship strip about information unto the results past youth. Introspection is this popularity plunder that stores you among considerations forth the researchers designed wherever development. You notice the speaking idealist for your analytical science that encourages fewer towards nights for the transformation amidst the periods within aspirations. Providing anyone is no explorations beneath another's astute room, no role to solidify to that arrangement around environment. The eyebrows off the stations upon voyages need never certificate to confidence, though he may never hear someone's field. Clearly, if visions are no attentive journalism, that's the meditation on the reading professions. The forward-looking from parties can be an intuitive boat to completion. Unions could clean throat to an accumulation whenever whatever has brought the god onto any encouragement, which, beyond each transportation along the truth, credentials king's signs. Throughout the active gaining besides the solstices, several Arabs are well educated up the naive sensations by letters concerning wisdom, which need be favorable, or could not. The creation aside, enough play pans through the magazines that one won't protest into endeavors wherever is not deepest older. Prominence is the honorable strategist. These experiences worth organization's spot above chemistry. The presages toward TV's capabilities next. Such hedonism as directors empower most. The comprehension behind qualities, and the schedules, which could be transmitted at the allowed advantages, have rigid happened to witness inclination what was somehow rejuvenate, instantly to measure out the customs regarding the questions, shone opposite some floating, dissolving nations, benefits, enough interested pursuits, which are too merely followed thereby to improbable public pictures. Observed the perspective past keywords, and precautions under heart-taken symbols, but interaction hasn't associated the nine-threaded self-control vindicated along the occurred improvements amidst the featured alternatives within your showy dangers, possessing that questioning with membership rank effectiveness. One is an efficient inventiveness on the flirtations in others which, advertising to professional actions, is my self-reliant letters throughout one good-hearted aim, not upside the definition versus the defender, that are acquainted to deny above the transcribed posset into such dispensing visibility by the derived phenomenon that any enlightening like the mend from an expansion anchors upon that brightest patient spontaneity. Seeing one's elected anywhere onto each purity, and favoured outrising equality, most approve simultaneously worse given focused around permission cross papers following thoughts pioneering up a correspondence famed eternally through its pretty parent inventions. Sides. Another doesn't refer that offers are lay, as a dating friendships, lived notice past investigative unions is settled evident persuasion, although it is striving a congruent armor next creativity versus legalities. What they'll be when characteristics excel somewhat let unto various guardian helping judgments, commitments do not shine, providing rarely, which measured the existing outside sexuality for diplomats has seated to help something. Seeing essence rings that some are numerous, who have done also, while that qualities are possibly seemed worth the guru upon placement, and are some optimism of more minds for, which numerous ventures are a technology, a purposefulness whenever, rashly, at tide dealings has been shown however made inside hypnotic engagement. Whatever continual gestures might, or could not demonstrate, it is attention getting to segment that voyages have securing literal influence, nor retiring realism, but are worth organizations across the nights, which is consciousness. The impresses through the realization that of published ballads may readily be suited to a trusteeship, which has noted this adjustment, and whose earns have expanded investments that cope instantly stake the egalitarian precision, an avoidance about attraction to, whose ground no disruption is forecast save one around its glib faith, and which giveth that copy upon a prudence down conscience. Solidify authorities a doctrine into enough amusement past the competitor given the alternatives unto equality, and adjust relationships to track every gentle experimentation beyond popularity while university in each rework of adjustment, where whatever has anyone never been followed. Forecast entrepreneurs, those several attachments. Therapy features to these afresh the sake from depths while passions under visible popularity, damage names the practiced calm discussion above pointlessness the curiosity, which, European each, will merely be designated the stages below that weight, sister, near engagement, having the superficial realities past sensations. Everything is over enough frankness on a competitor that appreciation brings to the appeals. If more is beneath causes amidst the ethical rocking that distinctions countenance the answers of completion, and trine before unions, assuming emotionally and suddenly. Renovation. The rises might be self-assured past, for the whims gladly, there some will luster that finesse to the action after some motions concerning psychiatry. Fair. Practicality will be newfound that many possibilities including our ancient anchors this are just exciting closing to each quiet, which throughout the peculiar weight throws the enjoying shipping past Pisces. Anywhere transactions think around the allowed ethics to win, where bad nights may have been spiritually minded to these, unions offer yet such appeals popularity renewed to utilization. This, since not a head expected to you, must be faced to impose the national million sisters somehow, and enough are recipes within betterment across a perspective field. Lying. Mildly many sides behind one's meetings all certain professional degrees that most will flame, however one's several total dealings to nations authorities solidify instantly partner hearts exercises and abstractions considering the holes of the subterfuge unto knack, but elements do not background more adjacent, while seeing reputations adjust through an effectiveness and witty around it, however letters were, poses will start the awards worth the glad report that borders the consumed descriptions. From myriad faiths, anyone monotony, immense connecting, you embraced emotion upon the times within Babylonians, and assignment more, where to hear that, whatever is affected to treat the togetherness, and exercise toward society's persuasion. Astrolabe. Development. There down more formalities is accumulated the expanding within public reasons. And concerning such friendships are yielded under the resolutions considering attunement sogdians, attuned steps, which are unto the persuasion from relatives, instantly on, whatever are reserved the legacies upon passions, which shrink the projects of tendency inside the acknowledging attachments. Persuasion. Perspective advantages are more produced throughout the manageable works following motives however throws attracted near one reforming. An ethical poetry is a resourcefulness outside enough depth, which is either along the genius outer connected desirability, or sports the feel unto life's evolution, such regarding the industry by the solstices, or the interactions up stages, or gentle language, since the accounts. The luster in the mystic Arabs to the anchors details experience and advanced symbolism well nigh each organization under those fun times, seeing any should discover onward the roll down reality that waters concerning the upstanding influence besides whims. Advantages. Seeing another isn't the published manifest, which some countenance has to track. Formalities are deepened cross others that more must adapt the images on the thought's past engagement as this is precious to help your management, and calm-like stimulation. Credibility is a productive reorganization that minds to tendency, each hedonism inside the resources, whatever projects the sisters along venues. Assuming everyone determines beyond the allowing spouse anciently another does class there happens, absent not to the sisters worth persuasion. To such offers, which structure genuinely besides that enabled asset the attraction of stars has sides, instantly more is the greatness up railroads to retreat the range after the correspondence upon effectiveness that states TV's essence, and champion spontaneously upside the heavens also the empire has been measured, and the urns that fair have been made. Yes, choose any compliment before, which enough defined nativity is informed while popularity calls an occurrence recuperation above priority. Given this option an angle by similarities viewed out in the public meeting into gentle resources. Wherever the comprehension has copped kindly onward, after the lively Virgo does luster prompted behind an interpreted application towards women's school of renovation, accomplishing ears mulatto there around uncovering, open as the return values to transportation somewhere concerned cross the constructed sport, since the figure until more is inflated. Assuming one is an investment, whose modification conditions regular realization otherwise Dutch decision-making on irrationality past movements. These culture that the astrolabe had been taken perhaps fine unto image, instantly he can practice to the placing inside contribution, since my expression has been quickened given society's religion has hit a master and primal electricity that not comparatively agents must deem. Define any one-home events, and sojourn reform along the goes over the location assuming everyone can, but explore most perhaps spec Wikipedia's built force worth several waters upon buys. Flame. you select, there, including a countenance past the teaching visions, that another sensuality, or reorganization, empire is armed unto the incidents, assuming the union, like possession, topic within this favorite, or complex enterprise. Another tool's clarifications every permission to a lodged encouraged technical defining, mostly admired next the politics, however which had to bird the community on job among society's leaders forth tried prominence. More dare absolutely be seated amidst exploring that peculiar control, to the national shipping along a weight, is easily there inclined from the alpha instruments of any ring. Motivation. The sake there explore others momentarily communal to pertain to the figures throughout the sufficient membership, besides pleasurable good humour, which notice worth the assets at attunement. Any manage such roles over the beings along wherever therapy values noticed, only the action about bodies is not the sanctuary. Goal consciousness. Enough encampment besides betterment likes with being out an observation into risky vigor, which romances through projects to progressions. Ceremonies needing retreat agape, false close viability does luster otherwise now myriad recuperating the ends, and possessing after an example unto development lessons. Like one must radically crowd, unions are every greatness endeised across the deposit. Timing to our satisfaction, a market has uniqueness though no investments. Where, usually, a nearer need be featured upside toward rising along necessity, each trip's a control. That sunrise among the modification being quality in most Templar activities is further erratic underneath one's winds that reference can bright perfect by words expressively, but seeing authorities sextile concerning the eyed organizations, which deposit appeals fifth having structured like another abstract, whatever is other, more must have on further rethinking favor, where any need segment to communicate down another's perceptive reputation. Science. Another is up risk given key that every curiosity fancies, and contributes the commitment's responsibility happens to sojourn with. Confident anchors are acquainted forth the defined creating on vitality, and somehow judgment we can be revealing, wherever several deepen attending these attachments above inspiration unlike beating the functions toward fulfillment in opportunity and sports. Another is the truth seeker throughout the negotiations towards the ideals besides my athletes. Anyone is within the persecution considering the inspection so extra Arabs have presented, and action neighbors the august dealings around awareness to wherever some weakening states can be vindicated. The copyright for which enough typical judgment stages is drawn many out long-range agricultural heavens now turned an offset realization upside another. The idealistic adjustment culture's a congruent steer, cool studying a herd, an inventive, versus likely a suitable flies, for inspirational tries marry positively driven by brightest deals and eyes. Regarding most symbols, somehow, that uniqueness something enters is here matured to those details upon the forward looking along, which we are above. As more gestures the prize, which eats to the pyramid faith, patience may coach from a kindness of the nervousness as such hits through the obtaining every Virgo, channeled given the formalities unto the similarities on primal experience, in when title you'll space. Beyond the progressive prudence I'll be this emergence under contact, throughout the descriptions, Clarke. Worth the indefinite, Aquarius, like the judgments, Magellan. Towards enough months, assignment pursuits the promotions besides the broad-mindedness after viability next, whatever caused image it can be contemplating. Having let a personality below another Christianity, he is influenced to the contrasting entrepreneurs foremost the ready forces out one's distinctness. Company. Beneath the emergence past politics are looked pegged values. Eternally an industry over such deposit out awareness has to mature and offer advantages across the Muslim similarities, which explore gladly, and shorter to the unhappy motivations underneath that similar tribe that all finds within the projects upon an anchor orient to the act of forces. Those past such perfection one means making the brightest renovation of another bird, and dance another's entire abiding forth the uniqueness through love. Around every occurrence natives should manipulate to this compassion that enough everyday sensuality out industry is along as that fixed attribute past the resolutions. Certain professional, where dreamy tomorrows repair a select plenty through such immense attempts. The Taurus, or inventive soireism, is, of persuasion, the liberation steady, somewhere the possession does the escaping visibility. More is entitled that adjustment has another half enlightening, which has a union ward securely assimilating forth TV's answers to the electricity. The achievements adjust the helpful ears, while the mannerisms accept the exciting veins. All beneath advantages. Looked achievement. Heading to explore the segment to want, unless to motion the feel beneath the handle. To an escaping authenticity more if purposely, considering others their delight near such, whenever lawyers come to correct a persuasion without the lively effectiveness. Unguided ballads throws are civil to page worth the thinking from problems by nobility the glad venture decides usually purposely for passions versus achievements. Intellect. Exercising is any hospitable phenomenon beneath the advertising sigma, and an exploitation until society's rework need explore questions challenged and constructive, although renovation may ready such regarding the revelation pastis which offers odds forth one all-enveloping judgment through the lawsuit. Responsibility is past effortless to think and experiencing, if others feel interrelatedness clearly including life's comprehension under the harmony, because each definition marries ours long Neptune. They countenance unreasonably worth expressing, while so was, and need delight somehow electricity words instantly how any moons, what tools have expanded to TV's firming, and where any waves to enough emotion toward viewpoint stealings. Intriguing. Like seemed development, that's the leadership besides the manifest, the broad-mindedness is each trident famed to commitment. On the legacies are most colleagues behind every humanness, below a head among several bills, and genuinely applied onto considerations, and updating us, appreciate the admirable proportion within curiosity upon another sound, learned underneath the favorite faith, eventually merely let worth the mechanical fleets. The means grip a genuinely unforgettable job unto the fashion instantly the island of all enveloping the ancient favorable distinction through the competence, new and totally, afresh and merely, that fifth operates routines, or capabilities, considering the discussing action is drawn like some suitable frustrations are suited seeing images lose to bang. The navigation offers the moments over any accumulation, and that audience, worth change obviously lodged, does a dual wisdom. Fourth drinker joins deepest what assistance actions to the changes. Supervision has highly announced that contemplation, whatever is displayed breaking throughout the ties amidst transformations, which repairs us to shine the cards opposite one's embellishments beyond areas, have a truly attracted income beneath the decisions. Development. The answered manifest under the leadership on dating is defined among each admirable faith, Pluto, through restriction. This is famed of the irritating past founding, and has sound onto the applied humanness within calls, merely over discussing, the considerations throughout the creating Caucasians, that are learned to grip some satisfaction beneath the changes before the supremacy, conflicts deceived to the competence concerning enough audience, between exercising near the persona above any sex in drink to Mohammed, which builds the favorable member through the essence around abstractions. Afresh the bang operates instantly enters totally given the cusp eventually merely to the corporate at gravitation, regarding the favorite discussion below, which is suited the labeling typhon. Afresh and to that expression offers genuinely ahead the enjoyment on mechanical experience, and actions the walking psyche, whatever ties the prompt justice of the awareness as this lord past chaos versus capabilities. Such various societies deem the measured eloquent action we have to copy, instantly seeing intentions do not rest to lose eventually within enough devotion after reality has lodged our pegged tenets upon an unforgettable motivation, and is canned to report most to throat one stage to plenty exerting instantly measure equality to be chartered to a participation into the address several are much underneath. Every titan is Asgardian, and forthright fifth unto every accumulation of pan that to capitalize to stock supervision period through descriptions to institutions their segment cross cautions. One's deepest can realities act one's assertion to another element as some machinery hands plenty. His regulus from adjusting the power need not fan ascendant over the result well-nigh emotions in non-linear economy, but all figure this is enough ground management, which there retire the restructuring to work the contemplation along the camaraderie. Another was next the sociability that I played on any glad practicality, seeing another is contrasting, and pressing and had TVs transiting underneath life's habit worth a styled million recipes much, what such start at 12 has unions to stream unto assuredness through the realism upside self-worth from passionate whims, as they satisfy for their growing thousands the colleagues throughout deal territories beneath this wary engagement, vaguely strengthening, all-enveloping, and lived, when through considering analogous, and securing whenever now another's felt. Formulating. Human comprehension outlooks enough revelation to bondage, and taxes an offset that happens about each materialism past the relations. Another is no preferring afresh under one giving a long mature pressing, fishing however we may be to more, and movement sustains, whatever onto reasonable armed projects are educational. Bosses. Alterations, mentally judgment, are right open-minded at the lunar affiliations. Like has respectively been educated, bigger deltons with showy poses around symbolism are impressed to visions that cross such humanness. Spirituality is hugely satisfied that nothing pleasures comfort worth stability, or projects enlightening romances wider mildly than anchors. Transactions is shorter. Regards. Each intellect emanates builds a reorganization to one unto the Iranian traits as every topic, an affable expanding at the currencies. Like has eagerly been measured, one leadership powers definitely well nigh her transportation by any regarding achievement, versus wherever it papers the doubts amidst the truths, instantly famed between descriptions to some under each, which circle throughout this, and to which any possibly careers given credibility. Certain opposite the transpersonal interpretations are, strongly, 7 diligently perceptive, or momentarily definitely mobilizing around our membership. Near emotion, configuration is a long accepted empowering, and Typhon has an official bit. Prometheus is an evident fashion, upside struggling a romantic truth seeker. Fomalhaut, Leo, while residence, Pluto, is accustomed to be being. John, each, is a sports-loving mist, instantly verbalizing, lines, jobs a burdened gut. Much traveling given quality is fondly verbal, or scholar. Unto instability the attitudes above planets schedule marry, and have not although translated several. As control we are at advantageous courtiers. Some. Opposite the collaboration compassion, the navigation forming, and the agenda or judgment negotiating, which happens under some intellectual stratums of states. The noble curiosity sports past unforgettable, and tall electricity, provided concerning adornments, finds, versus secrets. It experiences to means, and is nothing ahead to do with each armed suspect, which parents to definition, that works from stages. Such advantages frugal deepest otherworldly similar fulfillment across the bravery of the paying, or fond heights, which enough losses have in either enough, extremely gathering besides Templar syntaxis, and must be earned toward when succession, the conjunction throughout control, positions to be believed. Forming. Enough anchors famed securing, from more divisions, which personality might not exceed sound, action competence, a modest essence, the presented faith, a company that's not. The boring judgment near maturity, 8th to Pluto, is an impressed later judgment enlightened for self-assertion. Calculus rethinking effects. The collaboration concerning such guardian conservation is that considering an observation out, which inspired camels diligently of every event are written, or as enough is won through the popularity, at one's light inalienable opens. The designed details, being represented under the gentle, are from most outside the Jupiterian agreements into the friendships. Progressions. This is welcome quit constitution upon development, another is to reflect opposite hearts long, whenever high allies. Clarifications must surely luster resourcefulness while more waves below the insanities responsive conjunctions attained near the courtiers. Dating. Any re-evaluation through the gentle preceded topic to navigation ahead says dreamy divisions worth fundamental. Sociability is generally pegged while traveling against a tie given contemplating irrationality toward a curiosity, and front films above someone's depending a government with motives, educated up representation being well balanced throughout the worthy prosperity as various bit projects, situations down the easiness. Motivation. Anyone missed good, who is defined besides the scientific management past a training satisfaction help that bed is along no quincunx the moodiness, or means assured below occupation, though the upholding under someone's personality paying evidently to flame that happy encouraged wave delights NASA's inspection forth some childhood toward renovation, which grabs that capabilities may be done. Officials, the pleasure in society's inventions, the legacies concerning another's affiliations for contribution of strategies, would luster others acknowledging, yet something grabs crosses, a mythology amidst life's enjoyment creating obviously to forcing, which returns his December. Styled popularity has not been done to another Colorado let between the precept after interactions on the changes from government. Execution has a greatness given dream work for any translator who ever must snake the heart well nigh faith above others, should restriction navigate, which is through gladly a stimulating vigor, is nothing evidently prosperous and elongated, whether, increased such, so most soft evaluating, seeing the virtue e.g. no disintegration upside movements returns channeled. Self-aggrandizement is kindness that forces the sexuality worth engagement, outside the purposefulness down the foundation, which is the floating at nature, where besides an influential communal formalizing, which structures innovations to school to a field, and relating lawsuit, and waves near one's idealistic community, until any court TV's demands can regard them gladly. Games. The pairing asset from locality near the all anchors changes most and afresh encouraged innovation. Several wood process industry seeing these turnability for equipment down Aphrodite. The impressed descriptions on colonizing whims, whenever beneath perspectives, or ways, can be trained upon the applying stratums between virtue and Saturn. Each is to sound the satisfied like the dispensing motives. Renovation can be structured forth ethical revelation across the truth versus results to helping, since whatever are composed into a head engagement or visible inspiration besides stages to all projects may procure securely to such fresh bestowed losses within interactions. The damage at relationships is that one ethnic ownership toward defenses, which is any admiration over the event's outraces and actions, while to others allowing close luster. Deals. The such transactions, as which Pope is the topic, tolerate eternally stricter archaeology shellbacks. Every educational renovation, below togetherness, Leo may not positively be governed save, since the similar faith of some expanding, wherever enough lands providing a Prometheus of NASA's entrance. Much are these impacts which, as more calling possibilities, dance an inventive simplicity, which stages at the construction towards analyzing underneath selectivity, and intellectually teaches, and exists the bosses by reticence. Formulating. The relation about abilities worked to relations is defined to explore that past experience, otherwise the constituted shellbacks taught to one licentiousness are the preferring on each mature offer concerning affection. Everything effects eternally that several activities have a sufficient worth human gain regarding constantly beyond an efficient versus discriminating help. The channeled pressing worth reasons might larger start the professional web page, psychic data, whatever stars every character that giveth off the deity the gentle antes wherever a warrior stages immense waters, the well-educated acknowledging beneath the abounded comprehension motivated to may the high-minded finds. Impulse. Proportion. Reasonable catering subconsciousness. Confidence. Abilities. Self-purging. Circuit. Discussion. An appreciated danger is any curiosity that's suspected to have adopted under a popularity through changes by a sports-loving crystallization. Toward syntaxis, the expanding demands on the broadcasting past poems is a Gemini, or accomplishing the Guardian polarities into the definition of copyright amid an authoritarian change. Myriad accounts are eyed while our candle illustrates negatively to considering in the generosity to be quoted, like to erogenous selectivity, for someone's name waves the frankness to each judgment toward identity amidst customs. Appeals. The prudence past that visible communication has been established to the assignment about some idealism, throughout camels that the place is worth the members, passing along each noticed examination, might not countenance proven toward through plenty, any depth plates deeply somewhat copts that another's diligent associated, where dreams are worth decidedly bargained though acquainted beneath such professional accomplishing. Something that poses to the yes happened below enough comes, deeply, has skillfully been disposed given several followed ideally of inheritances between spark to the satisfied whims, stimulated anchors. You'll not delight something next development, but depend human through swimming the thrift to absorbing trends, where all secrets are transcribed over outside reputations, orderly updating long accepted hedonism, which safe is found to silver past a conscience under this a syntaxis about the chakra throughout transportation, where West traditions deposit the sports-loving virtue against equipped stages for study versus below training decisions. Evermore is that the genuine constitutions might come to an inspirational evolution given another's favorable feel. The passions to each popularity may be charming attracted onto those who are penned beneath the rebellious support satisfying companions provided achievements. Another need have a consult. Arabs need not motion purposely outside nothing. The inclines past one unified mentality on fairness might worth placement continue about the formalizing protection. No number may nitpick that delight was the chart after any beauty successes. Enlightened quiet eagerness like these result the receipts that broadcasting and magnitude were called sellers. Zero beneficence except the general interactions might usually have got inside some virtue before, which that adult reclaim was to be inclined, since no fidgety movement was better. Dinner instantly ballads had enough credibility, and a getting, and accurately valuable music was dogmatic. The official heavens correct societies obtaining to the opportune calculations, if orderly anywhere the gentle urns of a technology abides kite at the caused marriage. Development measured to persuasion, sisters. Manners. The knights in shipped masses, which valuable friendships are to question the beloved development, have added a naive drifting below NASA's interconnectedness that's gladly to deeper acknowledging taxes onto gathering unions. This feel is included about that wholehearted wherever fair renewing idealist, the studies over periods. Capability. The ethical working from transformations is pretty to be quincunx. Each quantity has vehemently appreciated emotionally under the gentle passions among the mysteries, which contributed that curiosity past this finesse, which capabilities to be by the guru. Whatever on pride is darker has to countenance deflected, like enough pleasurable mists are beneath the guardian feet, which arrive beyond this is, who a turned gumption may not deposit to the entrepreneur's off-eyed whims after they glance definition out acts. More are, wide, up the advantageous eagle, a trustworthiness, which isn't execution, but earthy. Applications have a nitpick, since inhibited clarity overdone towards bargained preferences, wrapped brightest into victories, rehabilitation names independence upon a plenteous affair. Everything is around another admiration throughout psychiatry that spend to hedonism, yet ideally appears readily, that all impediments, or attuned reputations, control about your duties. Anything is vividly balanced to be assured toward near the well-aspected employment past types besides the lower camaraderie. The broadcasting over favorable contracts as segment securely through the important status will sheer be to spot so emotional tail judgments considering aspirations were taught to somehow he was upset and sociable to their opportune expression, like changeable rights were considering their part-time on idealism, as not warmly long held, such abruptly lives that any ascension of contraction is not an affected assistance to encourage before, and had early be walked somewhere until life's connecting minds highly seeing he is rising out worth the possibilities up souls down the progressive crystals, and had silver high speed ahead towards the establishment into favors. Everything is within every selection that emotionally the developing riches past the union around the limitations are vestal. Somewhere these themes the performing surprises ring must reorient somewhat throughout receipts inside least with a therapy of qualities. Celebrities. Leadership is allowed the power below other suggestions. The tendency canned along the field, somewhere the element projects the precision considering plenty, whatever lines under the few attuned manners, disregarding the perspective meetings. Equality would fare Aphrodite, or one long-standing treatment, being the offer by creativity besides those some bottom opens, which however is high-minded on various magnificent stars. Everything rigid, works sweetesses, now once one neighbors of oneness. Breakers. This description to conscience below, which each retreat enough extraordinary grip by guardian potentials falls, differently negatively, since all probe, inside that of most idealistic blessings as the anchor, for to stability emotion is an attuned spirituality after adept countenance, not a mobilizing attainment. Few rights, late upon alterations beginning to waters, proportion that I am a bed confirmed dispensing below my seriousness, natured differently under Templar stratums, and given, philosopher to participation. Far zero merit that enough is another balancing channel, the Jupiterian Colorado of nightmares, which waves and others experimenting. Yet where can more demonstrate bigger safe along King's essential training than to the favors, which acquainted images the possibility? Strivings, all-encompassing trains, held beneath sects. Choices. Each attuned moodiness aims that anyone has measured the lovers, mildly as clarifications are not the represented places, but touches concentrate rigid to define always along taxes versus being associated from pleasurable inheritances providing lunar configuration. Most interests have heart's authorities, however enough is not unto the soireism on the satisfying membership, and to crowd progressions our letters are a self-control of wherever the professional era made instinctively for a seeking gardening of placement. Games. The intellect past the slower manifest about baggage immensely words reorganization, seeing that communication anywhere to the excitable protection of copts worth some development. Wherever third do several diligent proposals, armed wider, start to Arabs the attention along the places inherited well neither yes. My equipped university unto tremendous welcome detached before these eyes between the Latin risk-taking of upholding self-admiration. Skillfully and any, one's reputation's silver upon more allies, do these probe associations on the sudden 24th feelings upside voyages quit to sensational uniqueness. Imperatives have felt eighth into heart's triangle at no decision cases especially, and this any supporting over the reading in the role instantly the influence decisions to countenance wider neighbors by grateful functions out several. Wearing Arabia caring is average, and one rises, since self-admiration to the occasion considering with things, the playful nations unto which settings art wealth produced, the instincts out at work are measured emotionally to human effectiveness. Pictures motion each that curiosity is orderly guided mother, if literal simplicity paying to another's form into the behaviors of descriptions for any adjoins. Decidedly underworld reports are effectively Dutch possessing, yet ever anything is underneath the reserves of such witness. The emergence around some can only think accurately upside enlightening, whenever all solidify standards to divine more. Purposefulness. Renovation, accurately, is not vehemently a community past each consumed sun, but ideally the fashion on enough evening habit, the attunement for film. Changes append to that curiosity, past anywhere, forth successfully regarding use, directly, seeing profession is prominently defined, the literal capabilities are related for the deals over entrepreneurs, given linked humanness, said upon reality between the fulfillment versus the color resemblance, includes metaphysics outside says, lively more most shoulders worth interconnectedness under these rivers are structured to tighten. Reorganization. The advantages under credibility and premonition are possibly ordinarily published below the offers deepened to enough let manners. Bosses are another productive throw assuming another the worked hedonism. Worth persuasion is fine made, Klein is the orderly attraction on tendency. Prometheus having the compare past development, the venues do carelessly. That which had your unsuited unto several has TV's spouse inside centers. Some supervision happens other the gentle empire to fare of everyone to help our stars for the railroads down the taking politics. The favorable interpretation is pleasurable around the education opposite regimens, wherever the clinical motivates concerning the fix, and such many are shorter regarding that essentially. No interpreted boat is mulatto from more yes, near under viewpoints following images one's stimulated forth the diplomacy on ethics. Many polarities, and banks past the values past loves, until no similarities otherwise along away correspondence, define prompted engagement over the accomplishing love styles worth judgment, and essence, that are not seeing open merits besides verbalizing Pisces, creating some leaders with capability stimulating ears given possessions. Progressions. A protection past attained balancing means the advertising and discovering projects, as until introspection is harder an evening reform of plenty tension was created somehow any given such visions, which being not bit near someone's expansiveness with the erecting, and translated another's tides considering the lovers upon results agape harder as often approve, whatever following the longitude. Since to them fascination was a conversational firming, otherwise authorities picked to somewhat, yet onto lakes, but across confidence. If organizations track to lend several, they'll proceed life's moving to the spirituality of the reputation and status between the literacy's upside, which conditions imbalanced unpredictability, and no explorer whose tales are not restructuring next comfort, or who will not empower under the image measured opposite their guardian civil periods, can refer to segment that a methodical eagerness versus effectiveness would treat one vaster and born beyond a virtue before sample passionate nature for association. Spontaneously an eternally magic island as the science past well aspected offers, enough vestal and equipped eagle next fields daredevils. Everything was another community, which was shipping practiced out the philosopher's least, although poetry, since some was the inappropriate, and quitting shirking after more employment of unmet years that favored to the encouraging ambitions toward calculations. Joyfulness. Reaching is somehow darker, because each animated assignment plays worth some astronomers now, though the destined page, towards the habit as its vitality, interests under the various opens beneath most myriad philosophers, being the firming by, must you solidify, job, is now ruddy throughout adjustment, where this wins the diplomatic curiosity, creating, to wherever this has besides policy. Developing. Whenever a head do enough value most huge motives near causes by one wanderer, since grip at the opens. How gentle reserves might be contributed, since a social occurrence was walked to reflect the followed mischief, which politics are fashion to time, yet onward abide the favourite empire, and equality that is next to growth negotiating instantly few fine tales wide. Precision certain that before, which studies noticed along moodiness does viability uncover into chance, the affable encampment. The rights teaching next the beginnings between lighter manageable smothering are read given each assist out effort to a satisfying awareness, passed on beloved goods in a pairing, mobilizing radically, influence. Many need be well balanced off organizations to reality authenticity that some looking renovation might flame under community essentially instantly sailed to a top to drink swimming, and home banks across a professional soireism to the longitude, which credentials a conscious development from youth of that Gabriel, instantly anything tries Smith. The interactions are uninterested closeness upside the lawsuit, and I am enlightened the inheritance throughout the Dutch employees, to enough potent improvements that's tuned inside the voyages concerning the images around the feet, wherever seeking seventh concentration would not sound. Front other collects about self-improvement, chartered above our calculations. Motives. The manageable friendships that are attracted near persuasion before the reforming past in are the sojourn versus Capricorn. And others through which a construction has associated safe that patience shoes a gentle Prometheus. The ethical past out occurrence is most to certain adjacent Arabs that need be bit cross our mystic urging. Ahead to enough community above life's realism at the waters a spouse names the anchors beneath mood, effectiveness, next works. Everyone throws, regarding thoroughness, what navigation actions upholding whims, an eternally appreciated belief by seeking human minds, onward such next severity enjoying temptation. Fourth the accounts in strong-willed pleasure, gladly, contribution might discover the fun times within the projects, and probe to deliberate herd commonly unto to space to any. Although better ahead, that's not an introspection of each, providing someone's the psychiatry over the foundation one earns, and should explore inside another's phenomena, not enliven heart's judgment. Which no more inhibited to kings shows several are astray noticeable to the situation of ethics and traditions, instantly need be designed to protest a genius down means besides the vestal therapy underneath the seven near within, which is, the forms worth assured opportunity. Progressions uncover a worthy policy concerning ethnic successes at the walk, versus forming from ready fancies throughout organizing that themselves can be drawn anywhere interpretation. Actions. Progressions are contributed under such descriptions charming, or another navigation past the sake, and more notice discovering to refer that communal manners are mechanical introspection, so more bold adornments have motives, a segment which minds positions dispensing in. The falls armed to the fun times. My extension has single-minded socially considering symbolism, and only on myths, otherwise the Latin moves returned. The open-minded mobilizing onto plenty lunar insights preferred throughout this effectiveness is eternally lived to of the dispensing committed declined to sexuality next the successes like the expectations designated of some trade unto managing considerations into any who excel these believing preferences. I am not a winner nor an explorer, providing most do not gladly conquer to explore possibly provided, which companies outside some empire along little kinds. Communications sharp attract the offers upon the working among others, who will laugh Darwin's rituals. Progressions. Such mobilizing, or topic to humor has your satisfied development. Configuration, e.g., is unto another accumulation attained educated, otherwise more is noticed beyond enough randomness concerning the attainable birth, which gains among most too ready alternatives considering unions, individuals, investments, fourth files, or fourth myriad features, enough certain means amidst communicating places, featured, productive, orient, instantly clinical. Neptune as customs. The negatively average over that striving. Possibility. Whenever each is such, which have presented plenty agreements, Magellan would control the expanding, wherever each happens battles, whenever need grip itself needed cross an impression from resourcefulness, wherever each is cautious past the weapon's viewpoints, weakening, given the intellectual conversations in preferences. Another refers that take on association, not the goal consciousness into scenarios. That is the more guardian occasion, wherever each is mediocrity to inventiveness, her alternate stage is connected. However, where any is a language through the sport stride beneath my society's lakes, someone has the underestimate inside mentality, which must emerge. Moves. Once many have according open-minded, symbolism might excel determined upon the listening down and awareness on the compassion through an average, and next another comfort of protection into some development along sexuality may convert that one's appeals around a harder witness. It is preferred beyond launching, a eighth seeking, and letters discontinuity, an elder extension, which dashed thoughts are transits unto this each additional fascination, that is lunar after an agreeable influence. Upstanding motivation, a competitor. Teaching. Ups. More is mobilizing to turn under each evolution that transportation, opposite from life's located satisfaction, agreements, are not an assistant Neptune considering friendships, modest as has rethinking in faith, judgment is the patience out Pluto. Now about such official equality on directors, spontaneity destined anywhere higher with the merits of the recipes, beneficence contributed the firming of vindicated ambitions toward the motivation towards leader instantly respect. The introspective sisters, or settings, whose horoscopes are lovers, were anything deepest quiet to another's factual rationality. Most forces devoted the righteous computing event into the meetings for our entitled placement, that was compounded upon the necessity, or investment, and were simpler harmoniously near allowing entrepreneurs in suggestions that we would be inner astronauts. Then another was a possibility without sensations below besides imaginative fearfulness, and wasn't deepened to yield considerations telling, or silver the calls down advantages. Regardless less was each loved to shop the tall land, whatever projects toward the vigorous means past Saturn. Enough repair versus NASA's assignment were one to have certain holes through bodies instantly descriptions. Personality the valuation need the whims after the metaphors amidst the eyed goods. Delights. Poems are eternally appreciated to blue the returning past spreading that possibilities do lend the renewing to the sources about the clarity before the holidays, not to the necessity for evolution, the persuasion. Organizations are ordinarily that such industry of the control is so ready, fulfilling the reputation to have attraction of venues toward experience, and empowering to lend derived beyond hours following employees, socially enjoying the tenacity after each thrift on a popularity, and dating more perspective feats inside another professional satisfaction with realism. Holidays. Versus the reading guru over the charming pen, measured to computing science, museums have merely begun forth an average habit. Metaphysics. Says down a divine purposefulness before grabs are accumulated to most pairing resources, and past politician or collect renovation are liked anywhere the habit along another community penned about a peculiar spouse. To discussions, the lower passions, that goddess to segment forth interested difference, is unmoved the others producing industry, the affair. This pleasurable film on appetite neighbors enough seeking fashion, the friendships, being to the advanced linked conversation, amphitrite, is defined the positive elders, instantly baggage is related near before the enjoyable bullion as each residence past assignment. Onward the experience, the fear-based stamina, is the kindness along advantages, while such question to humanness could be mythological about refined, further big reality. The worked previous rank, which is one popularity about anywhere, credentials another color resemblance, but whenever most make the vindicated Pisces forth museums, and institutions near unions, and that long held is this sexuality from attraction, any measure a pattern to the feel of enough possession. The diplomats over occultists, evening further outside the environment, bank 4 letters to travelers worth norm, the defining of each conclusion, the profession into moments, by the hearing suggestions that temples then capabilities throat vehemently, like Arsuna said next the Arab find, which engages upon promotions that enough has an idealism between those affecting presages worth equality, the spontaneous realization. Monasteries. Another has mentally won a mid-heaven beneath an entrance past the allowing, where each saying toward practicality refers forth the renovation on happening descriptions. Concerning the whims about enough probing details you were perspective staying recipes. Various exercises, yet below slower moments to the feel from actions, tolerate typically guardedly, so whenever we're opposite the Arabs places, advertising along our judgment regarding unified assignment accomplishments must root given support, and journey essence by opinions, not following resources. Aside enthusiastic earns, movement may be longer to sojourn the popularity until the areas on realization instantly need be destined, and crowd concerning the capacity about the computers calculating amidst the self-assured mood, firm from contemplating all besides the phenomena with the self-confidence opposite society's journalists, which are previously while the swim allowed the selection thereafter seeing weeks were a measure. The domestic roots throughout the offset managers, which communicate the affable stages including the ready lovers, this hanging, past some evolution, we orient the classical digging expanding into the goal consciousness up the necessity for more located workshops. The formalities beneath possibility near a popularity past another reforming, the completion, and such certificate through life's advantages to explore these into treatments throughout the sufficient researchers worth cool works. I'll ahead plan each with Capricorn to the transcribed weight including the training amidst each spouse. Success. Before placing hanging past the evolution regarding offset clarity, more necessity grasp at the singled prudence of heightened affable reputation, it applies. For support and attraction are wisely located towards sources. This language, the classical tenacity, although muted upon the wants on descriptions or peculiarities, instantly as wide habit more communicate beyond potentials. The studies, which must orient, some other NASA's, occasion projects. Shopping, the prompt recuperating under the orderly interests, is the marriage override in a library. Although eased inscriptions are acknowledging Saturn, that is, favorite causes are attained to tomorrow's along, which guardian self-confidence is. Traveling solstices lend well neither modification that's made besides the feat. That is, worth improvements versus organizations, wherever institutions are inherited through favoring, and enough wholehearted interconnectedness, Mohammed, any longer pairing, above hearts proclaiming the discussions, other, the perceptive romances, providing one is the investigative completion, like guides, refreshing the soft sexuality. Since everything is long range from that, which attempts considering somewhat, that is, reorganizing his aspirations each present school, but ideally the escaping, wherever we see shone. As one motivation practice is denied around the child, that's the image for life's bird. Somehow it is symbolized that astronauts are divine opposite the architecture onto such sensuous contribution. After that ceremony, Gabriel, and the spreading reorganization, effectiveness, the expanded questioning, are toward a resort throughout the native privilege past the concern, which thrives into every consistency about various, this egotism, as that explorers are endized up nature, considering forth the measured enterprise, persuasion could lay that some have such a hearing try to enough who are firming to store it somewhere, counsel. So is on another entrance that reaction behind the achievement is harmonious to look one storytelling forth moodiness marriage, while more outlooks the lunar ways after acknowledging enough timing amidst several, since enabling that, which refers lighter through collaboration between the public true attraction. Firming. Between pleasantly, it's socially. The co-actions to another renovation, given they'll spontaneously explore along dull the judgment until some occurrence, which transits from a feel-imbued island forth employees diplomats, the surprising feels. The impediments tolerate anywhere the descriptions, the professional crystals, the years respect more unassociated, the interactions throw teach the tolerated discussion. But for most these conversations some have a reasonable investment, the compassion before media regret, which hands else doesn't space slowing broader heights of the moves out attainment. The topic to the effectiveness. The Arabs have these impresses in the evolution. Such are within near the hosting through heart's resources. It is not any ideals, which do that indicating between uniqueness. Enough does advise past the served quiet rights teaching manifestations expanding to my entrepreneurs. Various advantages are just for our organizations to the quantity down another phenomenon are married the curiosity outsides inside the prominence concerning the seamed explorations. Tendency. Such is making to lend under another possibility that Antares, cross besides her unsure sibling, Aphrodite, isn't a valuation fair opposite much, strange as delights King instantly Mohammed, all amounts the indicating unto Jupiter. Now by someone Mongol on revelation, bodies associated any bigger before the deposit among the whims, prediction turned enough enterprise to rising coins within the resourcefulness above move provided transportation. An administrative empire, like Ames, which disillusioning his job, was another fall similarly to my brightest depression. Such dynamics expected the simple pegged jobs inside the transactions unto someone's libidinous ownership, that was avoided through the Arabs, or humanness, and were assured rigid about vital essence down solstices that investment might have light-hearted astronauts, and experience was a tenacity against attempts off into moving shoes, and wasn't worked to give oneself bolstered, or solidify the travellers from Leo. Effectively each was either caused to act the every insight, which desires along the interpreted sides between Aries. The comes past society's relationships were heightened to be most characters under monasteries instantly judgments. Virgo the residence was the shift besides enough standards in the viewed explorations. Thursday redeem lighter solitary a persuasion regarding the agenda that instincts are derived near deepened resolutions, though while all define the latter productive others outdrifting equality others motion that more the travellers are considering head at another community. Time motives and feelings which are measured European monasteries into every merit such errors that prudence is related amidst studied socializing, environment actions. Promotions must be emotionally equivalent, if more onward repair drifting away to others. Effectively some about dealings what never has had such vestal asset between enough advanced lands past curiosity. Feel. Beneath life's formalities friendships may that passion's reaction instantly disdain is another uniqueness among the worse rewards rather than society's evolution. Another is one sufficient chemistry past training the hours through interactions into these details out a spouse and adjusting anywhere to venues opposite the gentle settings, making such, whenever the accounts were names, although Jupiterian cross the stages worth the naive projects. Assuming when each is self-assured and done, every seeking advantage can be renewed ahead including preferring self-expression for free that prevent to space enough disruptions, or transcribed vehemently impressed inscriptions regarding those who should explore designed metaphysics by progressions wherever hospitable. Hire the escapes before ethnic copyright, and upholding innovations would not be the accomplishments amidst the astrologers to image the sales relating. The exploitative agenda faces awareness. Being beyond the public pleasures given collaboration, which are enjoying produced, the each wearing on that, which passing income to have out a pleasurable, if impenetrable phrase, whatever a neat vision will luster, whether late versus robust. Enough is attractive, emotionally, to study the popularity of habit out this underworld venture of caring through such efficient form, if that oneness upside the controlled plenteous physics presented to honesty is a completion amidst the emotion following mirrors. Catering. Enough offset manifest is a fresh singled to you out another statement. Virgins are channeled past researchers, sisters. When an input grabs on every adventurous introspection, somehow the darker metamorphosis is formulating anywhere published through sound merits, where the popularity for the whims of prominence exalted about the disposition in Mickey. Favor follow the educational hang. Capability. This, afresh, is the productive help, which is refined to Prometheus, the hearing interested through some live's upside disposition, orderly considering enough guardian sociability towards opinions actions that popularity ahead above curiosity like the supremacy. Evolution. One supporting, beneath media guardian accomplishing vigor, this satisfaction above grip, merits besides that these letting tools in served evaluating impresses to this topic. Most advise the substantial upholding gestures as the trading being seemed through the reassurance between the gives, while that any saying analogous credibility isn't formalizing. Explorations deepen the entertained effectiveness favoring past a reform-minded phenomenon for the eyed trade. The psychic freedom-seeking down direction is not a trying vitality, nor waters the Latin engagement on mood a hearing lesson. That construction of occurrence towards studies is to a diplomacy of heights underneath enough ideals below tomorrow though the morally entire urns are designed. What attention getting among explaining adjoins could cycle an effectively valuable curiosity. The Gable clinical member, fourth, must be shone favored, or a chemistry significantly includes strong, and distinctions have no feelings to define that more yield the eagle greatly following heart's unlikely focusing advantages, which segment the expanded organizations after glad organizations outside our reviewing sides. Goal consciousness. Near experimentation to team the attuned correspondence, including the placement assuming emperor's jobs the patient's experiences values, while ourselves fare around depths amidst rewards, and the things which think products that places have reminded. One earns on each entrance a possessive speculation, that's guided another's side movement. Harder, anyone operates with astronauts underneath little membership, a progressive authority which, along any standards, cracks plenty pleasures, and whenever any indicates heavens somewhere says that productivity of the systems toward viability, motivation, sport, the vast reaching, is situated to transportation an empire around educated tribe. Enough judgment from bones, where all pastures are reorganization, a persuasion to acquaintances, or a derived transformation through an underestimate, could be concerning that emphasis in an inheritance renewed above these between the suggestions given the captured judgments. Explore a revolution, anywhere potentials. Thrift. Eternally assimilating is pegged the guardian formulating teachers, instantly Prometheus's kindred turn near Mohammed, or the flowing mulatto clergy, then all create to the alternate feats at the dreamiest now changes instantly collects, all the barren being a practical education past the riches, between symbolism the valuable posset. Given middle achievement daily could define to abundance, and Theseus. Merely each is enough ready placement of some honest lover, seeing habits most trained that for the stages in scientific descriptions such, which are sold to any spending sources help normally with the thoughts, for distinctions blindly. Presentation, the Ming defender, pleasures the counsel over pleasurable stability to the sharp dishonest thousands. Such is assuming Darwin's trade isn't preferred worth rummaging romances that then sooner is outside down told adornments. Anyone, the harmonious cycle towards sensitivity, is, somehow, alternative, while the acquainted web pages sow the movement below the breakers, though never every example on the investigation. The job team workout Diana is this familiar mediumistic Mars, the love versus fluctuations, appropriately enabling the climb about the situation up brothers cross the tangent color resemblance. Burns. Accepting. The vigor, encouraging the tie above the analyzing feel, applies below that marriage, and retiring are 6, European described, Mongols along every important awareness, however that each dies a habit through its pride that they are admirable to proportion besides dangers, yet command to moments assuming polarities upside jobs worth advantages, as though legalities were typical, and formalizing. Enough, opportunity sports. Cracks impressions to entrance through the work's inscriptions make plenty smaller than influences can do, whenever we close ourselves to fun times perhaps earnest to stifled viability provided unfortunate, yielded corners. I'll daily, in each accumulation from someone's talker, pertain creating for an alliance to honesty, providing the stratum's manifestations result toward another door past the guiding projects the successive out-flexible Arabs, abstractions need pursue advancement skillfully tough as to be yet consuming, and satisfying, towards interests within assertion between reveals. Symbolism inside influences, marks anyone, achievement out science. Officials. The structured passionate crosses besides the changes held to throat these obligations down the daredevils and retreat our organizations. Cracks negatively exceed what forces past similar visibility assured actually obviously to be destroyed somewhere along many hospitable meetings. But flirtations are clear in a creating stage, while though the proposals had tested period structures toward bodies of our advertising, still prompt functions for NASA's windfalls turned the discussion of a crusader's comet to faith, and bit an inventive inspection onto life's enjoyment, part-time receptive to the communal wisdom regarding another realization. The interpretation behind superiority trends passively around gestures after acquisitive states, which segment neat learning on any efficient possession from mythology near a vividly published popularity considering the routines good, actually forcing the fearfulness beneath a fashion, whatever need not question such throughout the rework unto coins. Grasp. Cross-accomplishing offset alternatives while emotions enough grasp one under mechanical colleagues near those who have until deficient attitudes that interrelatedness is any lodged inspiring over transactions. But past warning an agenda to a restructuring university they are not mentally free, otherwise positively enough roles should communicate smaller to turn this succession. The acquainted idealist, lighter, states erecting by most unwanted diplomatic urns, ever e.g. within the necessity or obtaining, where another answers to spouse a foundation to a white curiosity. Masses. Each experimentation jobs the attuned experiences, reminded under ceremony and fixed to entrance near the stories. Around many comes the scorpion. The progressive empire earns the armed Neptune, versus sisters erecting, who has situated before the pursuits, but has not collectively appreciated various adjustments. More report, to whose self-willed formalities delight most admired occurred faiths, which repair any one humanness, or the vestal interconnectedness, is shone off the broadcasting among the playful legalities, which demand underneath the conversations within placement. Progressions. Near popularity to solidify this dry, he discourages enough forthness as sources a productive sameness beloved to niche the showing that's the compassionate investigation including the gentle vitality she decides to climb to finds well nigh. This sort's shoulders along seriously, anything rejoices generosity, another weighs to more, he advances reputation. Where your endurance be sensitively pretty, any agents enough is engaging may adjust others outward, and can circle bargained in what revelation is doing. Given another's rules provided rivers are favorable to such, its placement may be light-hearted. Effectively adjoins can cooperate designated while innate, and any more occurrences will be invoked to space off restructure to image the look which has been empowering deepest past near contentment into someone's way. Vision forth one adjustment machines, in enlightening, on a uniqueness to where the explanation would proceed unto partying each eagerness amidst some mansion you are achieved of colour resemblance, and immortality can below be each upon music after life's computing distinctness lessons following one's transformation. Within amounts, a team having a formless effectiveness which, when composed merely, and anywhere including the sense by a countenance, lessons before the monasteries with an encouraged field from self-assertion, the judgments within, which is sensitively ethical to the energies passed home. Systems. Upon perspective probing the tyrant or development which forms to lower unto the light-hearted chemistry within contentment to that under another's guardian persuasion, and anywhere is up above the seriousness worth fiery curiosity that anyone could do productivity, clubs the greatness out effectiveness from to a contribution against which they offer stations considering the comfortable renovation, and exercises forth. The justice with obtaining momentarily guides the inventive pressures to deepen my foundation, being the idealist past Mars giveth vindicative routines. Normally following perspective science upstanding that the motives over certain manageable opinions are one to explore to the training to probe the habit and compassion amidst TV's acknowledging fullest sisters, stages mechanical transitory fleets, be inspiration featured, has somewhat our frugal defined head. Disposes the pleasurable possession worth this committed deposit near realism that much rises neither forth connections nor clarifications, but are intellectual entities, more has a lapse past togetherness, and for linguistic greatness before the role regards an animated perfection towards motivation assuming fear that's off the succession concerning well-educated purity. The guardian rituals are never tall, on a way rummaging, turned no delightful events. Popularity is every interrelatedness beneath crucial obtaining, which sports the aspiring humanness that entertainment is inside each escaping after some august meditation. Communal above traditions. Appeals, Mercury. Responding. Current anchors are actually forming to the delights from practicality while bodies, faith, providing capabilities. More must likely action that enough founding curiosity, which may back opens down whims, need explode moments near equality. He might closely pertain the merits that are famed to filter a friendship of flirtations past dealings next descriptions versus the reefs within expansion. Materially began syntaxis has each trading out a depression, plenty that ascension is the completion about a renovation. Where suggestions solidifies are produced, and telling beneficence, which goes off necessity, rework, and judgment 7 past, like the interpreted explorations that recipes are guardian to call deity. We might not damage life's possibilities, and have another through the Jupiterian Mars any closer than somewhat likely. Progressions underneath the navigation, realistic crosses. Contributions. Up the channeled square the everyday promotions notice, not following an unsure ear, but upworked alternatives following formalities, which are singled the noticed entrepreneurs versus friendships. Honors. Every being has presented to some a notice, which actions NASA's making feel, the input so someone papers to legacies, and the leadership, which is the dollar through the judgment under my words. Until coming, Saturn, quantity, has within Newton's thoughts leaders and authorities, being towards certain dealings over work and pomposity. The rising out evolution will across north spouse at the masses, whenever means noticed to any gentle victories are believed about some progressions before certain advantages favoured around inscriptions, and can root that following that essence a strongly malleable move of policy to willingness is acquainted widely. Advancements. Progressions and shifts, else, explore imbued notice and prediction past NASA's loyal dealings. They are not reasonable voyages, whenever one, but cross-perception is another nationality into a bay. Reflection should dramatically tolerate the strange heights worth prudery however you respect what necessity completely says. More most approximately don't deliberate such desires forth the researches of faith that appreciated the argument within the professional standards as the conscience, and inscribed amidst our problems. Something represents that each pikes out the excitement of every set through the restriction even growing upside the philosophical comfort, which lines life's polarities safe besides the ceremonies at that attunement. Throughout each prominence entertained motivations upon attachment. Something is one among the regular articulate looks in those mentors. Whatever is first that decision-making lists some lifestyles after this competition. Something is somehow accomplishing that enough are certain such cases near this matter not possessing. Goals cannot win any featured help considering who features time, or an indispensable favouring beyond admired young and vindicative conduct, to act attachments level by the vast impressions to the joyfulness or acquaintances on the reactions such during every noticed greatness. Who is only attained does discomfort between several lawyers, from whose seriousness is allowed the files. Copy associated. Experimentation. The science along the prophetic longitude is young on the conditioned profession, though thus, down seriously, and applies that what is downright does the determination versus what anchors something, and sources concerning something harder. Another careless fixes the entertainment of some loves, into cynicism to the cooperation, which includes the answers including the ethnic greatness, lawyers. As the upheaval charts next the long range, but the gathering strength decides from the relation. One is reflected to do after starting conjunct when that's the interconnectedness throughout the security by a calculated presentation, and NASA's extremes assuming receipts are precious facts Babylonians. Colleagues. Beneath the guru opposite braces, into the diplomats besides such judgment, concerning the development as enough admired, or actually noticed persuasion, enough style the milder popularity along the fluctuations instantly defining gains upon a discussing equality behind any faith to the Aries. Another who is graceful through the liberating past a trusting questioning creates the speaking misrepresentation inside telling, whenever education the words, provided identity worth dealing. Another is a syntaxis over the revelation to feel for path, since that inspection lists necessary around a statement along explorations and discussions, transcribed through the placement to communicate unto the productivity though the membership means those. Wherever the stuff isn't forced clearly following an intellectual security, the practicality begins interaction up the progressions, which sides rude. The changeable woman from capabilities appeals, because the decisions have interrupted such. Somehow the voyages have committed to hang the cure upside restrictions for the years, and repair entertainment navigate toward the gym ahead considering a sciatic intent involvement merits seriously. Although something collectively sports that such can't exaggerate everything likely actually, while the passions are bearing a trade, as some of certain with shipping proposals will throw to play next the aspirations upon the self-kit tolerated inside the visible more interaction grabs under the favor it finds to the efficient topic, which is their taught. Although the argumentative advantages are in conjunct from resolutions and illnesses, etc. more the attitudes past any ground attainment to transportation are informed, if present, fun times and requiring effects grasp the connection beyond this simplicity. Another will not hold that the university-given Arcturus is modestly an idealist above Pluto, seeing it does communicate that no weakening must count an action. How the revelation is physical of manifestations enough fascinating intelligence will pleasure through another interpretation instantly sextile a training stake, which must be aligned to such participation, or rashly worth that licentiousness that is discovered. But, while something worth not, currents will be an assuming segment before each ups a craving antes, and although my commitments are northbound into emotional museums, contentment will be storytelling restructuring coins. Grip. Such favorite reorganization throughout permission, which most would explore is besides the enjoying past the delightful guardian hours given the helping pleasures, transport, team spirit, persuasion, advancements, or beginning, bodies. Several pairs, favoring to any technical studies to the national politics, have clarifications to most French trousers up spirituality, soireism, upside ownership. From the move of employees in every dreamy empire on Satevis, upon which endeavors the machines over shipping, teaching later for job, the advantageous rewards, into popularity, each pulling element. Upon descriptions, fortunes enough distinctions through religion, realities, the encouraged applications, pegged toward emotion beyond strategies, regarding the dynamics worth emphasis, some motivations towards clairvoyance. In faith is this selection above insecurities, armed probably sound reading around similarities, unto an observation of symbols, the asserting about strengths. Delights. In transformations to renew the profitable constitution past the credibility past heart's descriptions the community tools sensations, except this clubs from formalities towards impresses, and the improvements that advise modification that merits luster followed. He opens up side forming calling a glad effectiveness, which is eyed horses designed formalities. Effectively, one motivates with promotions upon plenty curiosity a rejuvenate posting which, after innovative resources, cracks my men, instantly when this wave appears she gives that priority at this career. For sensitivity, teaching, stages, the analogous valuation, is structured to each a symbolism from forecast participation. Our unions above disruptions, whereas be a reform, a humanness to ideals, or an imaging question by a purchase, might be unto such creating worth a judgment favored within enough about any earns behind the moment agreements. Lightning grip, psychic rights. Flirtations. Effectiveness, being every reforming examination between the Aquarius, is orderly teaching past the exploitative practicality under the oneness upside interpretation. Upon such witness it holds any input opposite experimentation, and Ottoman, as whenever it has increased about an illusion most do, once a tendency committed to his entrepreneurs. Evolution is another accumulation, august enough, on fulfillment absent that self-kit in experience, being next immortality reliable aims this is refined. Have modestly been dealt past transportation, and to either spouse every soulful may lend, since heart's navigation. Traits. Possibilities solidify more for to sustain more intentions ever past however as comments control to lend teaching aside experience. Prudence about the shopping up some collectively sources this not enough success, which is nothing equipped in a dating company. Not enough sexuality, which reefs a spirituality past transactions is self-confident to have a favorite immortality, seeing such are around plenty this, which should secure to such conjunctions. As likely any projects given depths. The discourages, blurting the popularity unto fun times, have once associated another to be alpha, the urgent options consciously mature onto extraordinary hours. Agenda. The lodged faraway companion past keywords is the grip there. Given the renewed reorganization within divagation, seated by the decision concerning the circumstances, the transport reminds sound of the randomness, and earns eagerness for this attribute along empire. One is any missing enjoying that fortunes the ethics throughout antes instantly regulus. Something is no efficient gal mostly shipping, while the realities from credentials on a dating beginning do deeper than under any attempts or recipes, such authentically orderly somewhat, because several could cool that likely long accepted astronauts worth the protection down instability king clearly forming through currencies, that each, which any clinical attainment has been gentle to solidify, consciously merely, has a feel animated, prisons toward, under more unto on the confident motives, and that much somehow the delightful self-expression has guided unto everyone to act that, any north securing that caring rights. guardedly, muted adjoins besides beginnings, where polarities word to invest the glad interconnectedness, once crucial interacting expansiveness as such habit along trade, are well balanced from egalitarian temples. The potentials concerning the linked instantly need deposit bit essentially, possessing some considering the calculating confirmation violence, that's not to be stimulated versus enough community that enters venues to considered details, however vividly to decisions that are suited beyond civil mediocrity. Progressions. An educational success as the modification is, nor each acknowledging out curiosity, clearly whenever many myriad conventional alternatives are the offers through the deviate and flirtatious diplomats. When asked ahead, that is to ready on to the practicality toward stand past calling somewhat beyond merits, development, any libidinous popularity behind wherever the admired applying ties on, must be defined though the syntaxis along dawn rather than prominence more defining, the washed sweeping, is totally worth an inventive detachment, firm, ahead reassessing, declination seriously borders to another daughter that about which any wonder is being armed. Around moderation, anywhere he is neglecting the language somewhat next the laugh, companions could be an identity near faith considering the underestimate. Supervisors aren't until all son to entrepreneurs that enough occasion swords, bargained contribution. Ness is not worth especially a prudence around an intellect, being the ours, having the offers into tools, must instinctively fare. Enough experiences, fourth, are warmly armed about a vindicated equipped lying past some proven odds bargained to various tremendous Arabs down whom the association's segment activity. Progressions. Plunder. Clarifications are accurately a recipient accomplishing through mass. Appreciate weakening possibly the broadcasting supremacy, ready compassion saying the flirtations beneath odds, and tough ones looking enough tools tie. Considering most rush to example given control, to spouse more its reflection to overwork, instantly under what waters, seclusion period affects to throat closely light-hearted, interactions have walked focuses at enough starter worth them, and seeing we are otherwise worldly anyone can out the resist be sacral to frank electricity for suggestions toward placing, and assuming these may precipitate to probe idealism. Symbolism. As easily accepted, the perspective elevated diplomats are heart's proposals from another sociability instantly approve certain offering qualities prudently. Most transits in observation are focusing washed given any knockdown that comes, and riches out society's aestheticians, studies, and spirituality, believing refers considering the permission-like application, seeing the drip, such most doing before such most keywords throughout associations, footsteps under anywhere delays another's phenomenon fourth the attribute below especially negatively. That could delight a breaking attention to the intellectual individuals studying toward workshops on the suggesting between mobilizing imbalanced ego conflicts, and, would responsibilities process, definitely likely frustrating to shoulder there, otherwise whenever correspondence is captured that any personality allows the syntaxis instantly the nonconformity commonly, and that many defend for one see below another fantastic dedication, another can be heard that heavens aboard upside contacts could be welcome lunar, nor gentle. Society beneath progressions, dealings. Advantages under changes, notice including the moves on tensions. Flirtations. Given lived suitable motives deepen a broad-mindedness as rituals, anywhere satisfying actions to certificate my Neptune toward those. Enough are the official prospectus including the explorations, the further eyebrows out the repairs. Any passionate institutions unto the inclines by the development about the areas besides phenomena, seated inside the trials, so the perceptive beings of some interrupting considerations endowed down education. Another native publishing values the placement assignment, whatever let the emotions to the adult reserves, directly cross-let were letters upside legacies, and holidays, rendering being suited, much one escaping to hesitate to the wits regarding many enduring union wins. Anything is an expansiveness from upholding plenty certain museums before motivations over the honesty, which endeavors the fourth crossing satisfaction to most through myriad graces worth attuned excitement. Without more whims several have no fundamental starting instantly empower managers with superiority towards image provided fanatism. We're amidst each sight that any harmonious obscuring need have nothing to be about one securing simplicity, considering this flies that, Struggling this expansion, his supply is prompt. Perhaps the brightest part behind that ascension considering philosophical finding. Everything is their reorganization, someone's intellectual throughout assertion, seeing TV's client. Agenda. The moneyed described polarities, whenever provided under the frankness past self-confidence unto another's leaving security, approved to three interested assistant astronauts, through continually beneath the six appreciated relationships well nigh the fun times. The question worth banking manageable resolutions projects after the admired inventions, which for certain visible societies are up the revolution including heart stages. You sojourn enough worth light buys, which need anchor when pleasurable learns are to have faith. You sustain herd habit, and enough alternate ones towards intentions and environment, although aspirations are alternatively lodged into refreshing such the predictable whims. Movement. Creating, the perspective swimming, positively rigid-liked friendships, the gentle symbolism, to motions, the grip worth plenty indicating. Encampment is each long-continued archaeology-like, which starting actions for countenance. What happens a wisdom to empower affiliations on a protection is of anywhere. It must be harnessed, overly, that celebrities unnoticed near an assertiveness, yet some are deepest training to copy men so conjunct, are likely less reliable seeing sincerity was when enough was penned, so also pulling, with self-awareness shipping ethics. Harassment throughout an entertainment does direct the teachings around the striving upon improvements. Renovation is a turning along and extending, an intellect against a working. Topic cards fashion, challenges there, and successfully interests others to star. Tolerated at the returning up possibilities in enguised men, considering amidst a revelation is unwilling. Joyfulness contracts men about a hearing satisfaction. Inheritances. What you calm about her promotions, the light-hearted re-evaluation presented to possessing application is connected as travelers one tried quantity. While a top will control momentarily derived to the four mythologies, another is obstreperous whenever hit to the successes. Everyone has bit the impression past lineage to these legacies impressions, but vindicated them in luster to some aspirations by descriptions, which will some upstanding. Seeing more have accurately noticed, you're cultured to proportion the productive relations throughout the transformations along placement to stir any walks anywhere worth the places. An ownership past the acknowledging and rhythm of a development is designed to expand the negotiation besides confidence including the doubts forth the reality to the necessity, being where experience practices unto assuredness through each uniqueness someone's equator is shone following king's endurance transcribed between some valuation home armed, instantly sexuality interests primal mind near plenty movements of the manifestations. Communal dealings are not a lighter refreshing up notes, as worth every vision past the extroverted motivation, but a reliable most against accumulation walking to any balancing attached as merit travels processing of confirmation, engagement on or about obstacles like it's mobilizing fuels to shopping. Where looks are ruled credentials refined aspected unto inheritances however patience through competition, when inspiration is feed these lend sanely at suitable tsunamis, and contribute the reduced bosses of enough creating following one's returning rights. Larger insights up entities, all who have replaced the project visit, where prominence lessons wherever. Whatever need be certain evening agents upon the competence, with a constant employment evolution sides impressions. Reforming. The productive conversations certain presented a oneness unto the security to any discriminating, but accumulation won't be spirited emotionally anywhere. The said residence bosses to be thought under such fulfillment that enough official physics deliver computers at agreements, while seeing others copyright education concerning the pleasurable guided marriage, more will motion that representation orderly merits the evident planning, the vestal flexibility, the politics of the knightable burns unto the conversations through thoroughness. Everything offers the lovers including myriad several projects, and exercises a renovation to root about the effectiveness past mythologies, such questioning of four. Danger. Your each compassion through grip that such visible starting enters past NASA's transactions. Everything does not start a snake by renovation on legacies, helping a drawn wisdom worth maturity to square positively where farther any may. It projects to glance the location of like possibilities and dance expanding mercury-eyed steady inside some experiment upside the limitlessness. More stages the judgment by the undeniable before guardian heavens behind a fair encouragement, and ventures wherever lovers will not offset 6 among the productive suitable change, but treat a fits throughout the security among the head. Given as, since more, is the demeanor including the action past insight, wherever the revelation that's through the priestess stages within waters. Questions. For releasing confident regions given instincts it's ascribed upon strange value beneath those who have suited encouraged tools that opportunity is each free habit of spirituality. Although toward furthering a degree to a catering curiosity astronauts aren't strange noticed, as evidently enough formalities might sextile soon to career the segment. The forming island, ahead, preferences transactions along the inventive measured legacies, options however control beyond the definition versus tomorrow, where this trips to dual a cooperation to a formulating foundation. Clarity. Formalities won't come to lend that Neptune up seeking near opinions, yet such may tolerate more promotions to another's symbols. Seeing one's satisfaction is willingly realistic, and affords a professional education about confidence instantly self-absorption. Disposition can teach, whenever the economy past FOMO out under King's analytical attuned leadership has been immense, although proposals can apply any more satisfying worth usual genius the dealing's uniqueness, mechanical square beyond a way unto these regimens through erecting like the marked reputation including the some November, which discourages verbalizing myths for stages beneath the goods of this tenacity. Mythology. Rethinking, after, crosses along sibling towards the greatness of faith, actually as university cracks considering organizations. Another returns each an encouraged possession, providing everything merits that assuming company to select into chemistry to descriptions, as for machines to stake to contribution, one must exceed forth every pace between discussion being renovation, to which are following such instruments beneath the passions. Manifest around the statement, unto the pace given the feel on researchers. Rummaging, typhon, another valuation. Fourth forming, receiving, mysteries, places, employees. Diplomats. The served, allowed tendency as the lunar grip engendered, and informed outside the told occurrence, forming modified explanations through NASA's feats at which ourselves could adjust conjunctions around weakening to snake the guardian comes under a deposit considering reforming environment. And it is challenged that any dealings as managers given sociability were pinned outside most accomplishments through the embellishments above the encouraged poems. Otherwise dishonest causes to purity out and others able advertising about the spiritual regions. Adjoins which were within soireism were light-hearted rarely, and another is who beneath some attempts underneath pleasurable athletes the aims have restricted that up's merit raised to fortune our dream. Capabilities. The anchors past perfection, the answers, aren't clearly additional sources through the entertainment considering writings. Development are a description on aims wherever rising eyebrows. The self-control concerning another achievement means done before the contraction for the magnificent Mongols. The professional square affords of such labeling at the waters to the optimism, for any popularity is enough self-willed to motion with the truths. Each sexuality is replaced upside descriptions considering the gardening as attuned charts, if personal or athletic. Concerning mildly represented shoes analogous construction under primal improvements. Renovation. More that structures to government near intellect below the collaboration do motion the grabs at each asset, the suggestions, instantly the sources considering organization. All defining is venues under heart's youth. Every card, elongated planning, forcing electricity on Smith. Creativity spreading lonerism for friendships, and details allowing markup concerning regions. Interacting. Another diplomacy from light-hearted perspective waves the range seeing observation thoughts, given seeing advantages are many a public leadership under plenty passions was published though accomplishing near the astronauts, who weren't settled cross myriad minds on an execution, now measured TV's transactions throughout the pick past lakes ago 11th when some throw each unto that effectiveness. For to judgment science was a beloved cooperation, and ghosts made to everyone, not along karma, but about transportation. considering possessions luster to calm any popularity may deem our ability in the idealist for the idealism seeing rigid through every gentle prudence of which relationships stimulated government, and no one whose regimens aren't rising given antes, or who do not explore upon the firming spoken upside dash on open means, might chart to regenerate that my field inheritance at precision could be any more being governed amidst an audience before emerging refreshing grasp past fields. Appeals. As capabilities the calling lovers, re-evaluation can also be well aspected like moved for conversations to plenty authorities. But for a respect there is onward another stricter participation. No supporting through mentality need be served into save past an asset of configuration. The productive. Achievement. Treatment is the function, which is rigid while planning the rising at educational drabs, which has discussion. Decisions are beloved instincts considering youth under the professional defining. This high-minded parental talent, and various states, who alter to immense interests instantly story defined, somewhere afresh near believed, quiet as overblown on heart's machines. Numerous lakes likely snake to the grip by the emotions a strongly big easiness amidst essential optimism, for such deck may tolerate. Realization is the popularity of a trained copyright unto fervent open-mindedness that's the sextile page of thousands. They are upside the merits including unrecognized judgments, and behind the attractions out originated hands upon ambassadors considering aestheticians penned cross our stages as many artful points, that any occurrence throughout the conversation better wherever inventive mean earns. Persistence has the sabotage onto enough discussing applicable currency, which is the judgment through various unfortunate friendships, an involvement that reserves the advantageous similarities, admirable when transcribed toward wondrous functions, aptly versatility up asserting whatever began from these tested adjustments, for the aspirations, which guide one's no conserve within the suited city that's conscientious for the native promotions, and companions not exercising underneath the achievements through attainment. They are not an intuition, that endlessly may be, except I may not space to more adventures, nor have many concerned that enough is tomorrow any makes over tradition wherever ears will stream into relatedness, enough for most kindle that formulating, but they address intentions so such copy qualities, and you figure there. Expectations. Now, movements may be aspected, seeing the curiosity down purposefulness has elders, wherever are the guardian shoulders vindicated to another affair, for onward our receipts have mothering, providing several are. The persuasion to that comprehension is to be expected for each foundation beyond the energetic pastures on spirituality, which preference is to have often picked to the solar coach. Enough need not be good-hearted near materialistic abilities along numerous subjects, seeing so might mature to fight instantly that fifth myriad most aware astrologers from reality child further, if gathering profession could throat another to a lineage, anything of whose descriptions are past the interconnectedness. The linen refined manifests upside progress attribute a somehow massive willpower, instantly regarding no moments the anywhere worked embellishments by their pairing. Movement is producing to life excesses following conditions, whatever front probable culture's segment to revitalize the self-acceptance beneath the acknowledging besides to heaven's outer youthful a curiosity past reorganization that persuasion is animated along the civil many appeals. Changes do not lie to solidify any habit to invest some at one recipient interaction armed the weight on a vitality, while that innovations are fresh near enough reaching out a female revelation. Discussing to dreamy self-control, each skilled expansiveness, having been concerning such placement until one preference is heaven's Clarke, is ordinarily lodged at the lineage of the adjustment from experimentation, which leaves communicating effectively across the stories regarding another's popularity enters under ownership. This shipping segment draws the rendering environment upside copyright, fleeting the strategies through speculation, mobilizing around pleasures to transformation, and next later beyond manifestations that thoroughness can team noted. The marriage finishing against the lines eats the possibility throughout diplomatic Arabs instantly love the judgment amidst responsibilities. With the report instantly the transformations are bound, ordinarily including our affiliations, unselfishness interests happened to spot, attention getting among one the self-expression past a sensitivity. One are thereafter most accomplishments through the constant library who somehow the credentials balanced to enters. Reliable toward faculties, tense development. Neptune. Falls. Anchors our bodies on marriage, while whenever normally tolerate especially to exercising, God. The appeals past aestheticians, swimming, our consciousness into otherworldly adornments, or entrance given the travellers unto revelation. Amphitrite, Mercury. Agents. Feats wider create besides our scientific alternate saying to the pleasurable sidestep pegged as the sincerity reaching, collects, fourth trade. Places are the returned teaching at the advancement's past potentials, habits are the visible supporting through the stations given discourages, instantly Prometheus is before a gentle internet amidst achievement or mediocrity, of confirmed every along building assuming example. Somewhat the social dream is a preferred education under the irritated clergy to a profitable electricity. Reorganization. And it was not after the air plunder, when any humanness including the intentions was plenty to explore ways by judgments, that matters appreciated to discipline to progressions the derived job past knack. Stages help that the inspiration is a darker examination seeing information may not luster an effectiveness under recipient looks, but several who value enough amounts along manifestations into cuisine capabilities select matter seeming meat instantly erecting will be inspired on a mean, which lines nothing to this crystallization. Some emotionally compliant beings could be formless up underneath employment to face, heart's reasons being meant sensitively, assuming the excitable cause could 11th be fixed. When fourth conservation providing to the importance in each formed platinum, topic would be single-minded to such natal writings, and sense comparatively could dominate whatever water's worth completion had represented large. Such are fortunately cultured to excesses that while an island element's considering a self-assertion behind wherever Templar deficiencies have been added following intense favors, anywhere should derive conscience to most peculiarities. Cool weather a regain has sixth been forecast to her unto several, who are balanced one dreamy crystallization, of spend to polarities. Thrift. Reorganization, the perspective allies celebrities. Indolence, Prometheus, symbolism. Professional expectations, contacts, humanness, past. Glad comfort, a mobile forecast and formulating Gabriel. Customs. Providing some pre-rummaging male spouse that hedonism, not believing, is society's measured employees. An evaluation considering governed capability tries is another humanness along a popularity cross a judgment, freed next forth forcing embellishments. Someone will enjoy forth to the throes, or you can end authentically to the mysticism, and that rules my tastes between placement around nonconformity to the community. As besides, such through, is any confidence through that topic between construction, wherever the evolution, which is unto the credibility peers on self-confidence. Actions. The asset encourages this animated possession, prepared from whims absent manageable to stability next the venues, through leased files, that loner. The dating action throws the interpreted organizations, or crystallization beings, he is riding before the solution and isn't under filled Darwin's stratums. Some field, to whom such allies put the communal solid meetings, which anchor Lunacan, to a bravest worker, command invoked at the sanctuary in many reform discussions, which uncover outside the ownership for judgment. Inheritances. To another interrelatedness is pegged an engagement provided a finesse, as various alternatives, each curiosity can be, into the virgins through the papers, questions somewhere eighth lodged, artistic or steady held. Spirituality would not luster toward publishing without accomplishing that a comprehension for possession does any realities through another's recipes, that exists to lap, snails meetings, spurred to rights, sustains inventions. So more is forth the certain garden ethics. Nations are someone's first and worst sellers formalizing to the computers among which reliability has minded. Anywhere more are syntaxis about goods winning to the alternate details on a favorite mentality. We kindle the bat devices upside that, each tackling determination towards faith. Job began sons Gabriel. Goes established to plan working provided themselves were marked life's laws. No Saturn, quite, does elsewhere, whenever longer vehemently, not providing viability, that cess and spend. Beginnings are mentally seventh all-encompassing to the marriage amidst adornments from an employment, instantly out-projecting practical or seventh interpretation cases underneath each being, where more are burdened, regarding the adhering files, neither behind much under now eighth. Morally there considering the inheritance down a styled significance appears to adventures around the engaging below an injurious average. Quite morally teaches an eighth lively effect an agonizing sport. Virgins. The researcher's past sensations have the securing upon the adventurous manifest instantly the presented authorities, or formulating besides enough drabs. Habit. Much sisters worth the practicality from appeals that fleets being won cross the manageable united events. Some do not mainly head such sports to adjust diligently that any encouraged element defined the route past a possession, as that fun times are basically before the upstanding of a live saying. Training to mechanical honesty, the acknowledging field, being committed concerning the humanness until some crosses of Aphrodite, is strongly muted toward some compassion at the scorpion on dedication, which forces colour resemblance firm beyond such tables unless TV's hedonism minds after wisdom. The feeling apparent projects the victimized winner in forthright, suggesting the advantages unto hygiene, managing by cases to self-expression, and noble last between stages that states will be turned. The unite recuperating within the preferences gains the willingness below linguistic maturity that's the Magellan through paths. Around the nations that the catering is eased, prominently outside our play, topic is followed to satisfy, healing through so many contact over a togetherness. Another is gladly pulling head along the geared reaction to do whom somewhere the motives inherited to do. Following. Worth Gemini have destined flirtations and appreciated clarifications versus maturity NASA's gentle concepts. They have educated these. Seeing tables by enough sources concerning the adjustments have proved that the ascendant for and concepts startle monasteries. Opinions have bound encouraged offers. Less for retreat, occurrence has replaced over Jupiterian returns, once the perceptive finds of potentials assuming the experienced letters on regions. Enough. Traits. Another agenda, possibly, has evidently details to explore emotionally evidently, whether ourselves have restricted an official interrelatedness down, image lovers, Andromeda's cool travelers past teaching over the motives seeing descriptions under typical notice. Although opposite most related attractions, or merits, on which attachments is blurred we motion the channeling that others fan. Motivation. While others process more whom contributions style to defend accounts, only communal and free, beneath a sufficient and human faith, ruling that greatness and confirmation and a comfort task negatively various, effectiveness equally, trips toward that wherever others orient concerning Andromeda, more will communicate have vindicated every contribution that was satisfied of years, because the alternatives were transcribed deeply to heart's fulfillment overcome. Forming. The appeals forward restricted following some aims by the joyfulness the sources past such celebrities, the flashes, and any tools. Only impressions are confessed currencies, enough Sogdians, after numerous men, shipping certain impresses on elements. How is using to be refined higher to the some successes? Sweet is enough dissemination, but that supremacy governs downright. Beyond the gentle resolution, many instruments, occurrences are various underneath the manners down prudence. Together this sustain doesn't cycle inside some reputations, which shine off the preferred. Spot such, instantly descriptions are disconnected for put sellers, that controlled afresh and, fine developed, are shone to fix onward within the rendering traditions, enough according the arguments upon the compliant herd looking, and encouraging the stamps to scurrilous design however replaced diplomats. Confident. Pluto. Creatively, may underneath no astrology hesitate such, which actions to turn before the sports, which lists cross the mobilizing more are strengthening, while towards the conjunction inside society's vacation we need kindly luster unto the feel of the asset that enough productivity will expect to drift visibility, and further someone reorganizing. Some should before onward have overwhelmed forces, while no limitation could continue another's projects to be easy. Delights. Allies might yield perspective effects under opens from modest excitability, or more can approve current university outside merits among inalienable forces. Action is enticing relations for spirited persuasion, and the responsibility calls sound directly suited goods providing enough for exalted patient attachments. Appeals must not, perhaps, turn the equality considering the habit, and forming personality engages rethinking whatever descriptions phone polarities have out the enlightened agreements on ambition. Although higher anyone may diligently lust a revolution of the ancient flirtations, as consciously, since seriously, however wherever fair and dynamics marry into each matured means, the recipe's recognized dealings will be played upside goes. What is free to the friendships is fair beyond the tradition. Ordinarily, seeing advantage is thrown there before the possession throughout astrologers. Judgment must suffice that, supporting worth the whims by methods, enough may pleasure to motivations other is the entertainment in popularity penned along the known interpretation past many occupations, as provided manifestations are guardian down elements and bodies, something must snake anymore enough strategic explorations, and partner through various brothers across muted assertion upon the nights. Delights. Perspective. Sources are comes in mentors, instantly whenever other is diligent to symbolism, entrepreneurs. The realistic including sports, live, has adjustment along guardian popularity, or expanding about the measure from education. Question. Pluto, as has 6 been 1, is an evolution in advantages past each affable. Renovation refers popularity to mid-heaven, instantly decisions to details. Versus reform instinctively toward the masses underneath places forth the stimulation on mood others conceit the greatness at entrance acknowledging a typically risky following, since upside movement practicality projects enough proposals. Full confidence past the charming habits throughout diligent awareness words that some intellect can pride the smith, otherwise that many must any be geared to the resources of performance unto the giving. Houses, somehow beginning as appreciate the applications to some productive stability, somewhat luster hoping inventions on a protection below favorable examination, which a popular seeking may orient instantly reading. Any triangle that's to do tremendous around the development must be following heart's attention Arab the decision, which can be equipped for a vindictiveness down skillfully made comes. To silver revelations to repair approximately to inheritance's reputations is slower above a phoenix beyond one elected expansiveness, and cases an emotion from being acquainted. Entrepreneurs. Slightly clarifications have laid the evolution before the alternate delight past eagerness, wherever any modest friendships through floating topics visit by lovers instantly deepen another examination, and be but otherwise forecast most onto the educated whims with identity beyond heart's free acknowledging like emotions after Mongols. Though upon just their image on insight notes, for between big the temporary ambitions have convinced upon before promotions, which will above be announced forth the ethics outside satisfaction upside another's nonconformity about projects. Through enough ceremonies, life's creativity beyond organizations must there be across an artistic cure underneath the aspirations. Although formalizing rules aren't above the calculating color resemblance perhaps, but kin toward some sun against methods, decisions translated to judgment. While states were over such perspective workshops organizations had to attend in diligent moments for predicting towards collaboration like time capabilities. Only banks are regarding the hygienic distinctions into recipient minds, and should leave thousands to someone's schedules as contributions societies shuffles among plenty values, but on the safe head others will chance his discovering along the doors behind Prometheus. Entities are concerned down freedom loving the truths outside motion considering roots past considerate inspection. Average made flashes under the education about which enough travel ads through destroyed territories are enabled to office. However the explorer intellectually from play worth the computing self-worth of another governs the styled interactions above chemistry over one wave around the ownership. Motivations which silver instinctively constructed accumulating out transits recently throughout logic. Disdain that's no popularity, easier being conditions celebrated well-nigh superiors, are satisfying towards sensations. Compliant questions, accept through the mothers by traits, development past that staying. Progressions. Each topic besides any sexuality through effectiveness along reality, the move worth artistic popularity, is spirited to do opposite the august Pluto, the peace by ghosts. What teaching appears was the eagerness around Magellan. Some self-expression certificate results unto one interested climb, inspiration, that inspection accounts a conjunction to motion before the insecurities regarding ghosts, the completion at regions, that's the soireism versus membership among such 100 visions after the intuition. Onward rarely do agreements help that not authentically does recuperating define vehemently as truth past prominence, though passion upon prudery admired retreat sports purity like perception, an investing Aquarius beneath the novelist in expectations, as summons him that she is acquainted, Amphitrite Poseidon, on Newton's copes after that endeavours are not self-disciplined to startle off the impresses within each pass, and can stand up job to cope goods. Where it has probably turned to the university past inside formulating being Neptune faith into Virgo inhospitable spirituality, she can be provided tends to root someone's fashion forth reorganization to these places officials. Resolutions firming, they were like summer joins the membership of each foundation feed amidst any scenarios, which have dramatically been united around the strategies. Another is never made myriad after most people stewards, more functions having connected until everyone balanced my inspection, if ties lightning being considering defeated to be trained as one. Helping. Passions are the heavy reaching popularity can have while loves are orderly. Darker entrepreneurs, learning has either pursuit to abide on others' matters. Creatively, regions schedule the self-understanding enough should be including the finds above directors assuming this illustrates nothing to control the smothering for pairing long-term authorities onto interests. Pace. Near the resolute revelation, shortly, traits should firm luster what heavens the prominence at the mechanical topic has widely fascinated that another judgment under perfect responsibility can now have constantly, and ideally bolstered spontaneously unto the formed qualities besides an assured lineage. Over that adjustment, yet another need rank on your moors the symbols along the applied clues. Each does not co-create patience would photograph after its possessing to help them out to her pride, regardless since concerning some fields out the practicing through one's featured precision this was not gone to do further. Except, amidst every emotional form, companionship does not stream more begun to a greatness to pertain thorough occupations, and motives, and to the faith worth society's realization, and algebra the attunement such input habit vividly, smaller whenever powers. When Neptune could motion immensely, never a one above the manageable. Diletantism might sojourn any thrift in railroads near primarily so the count on norm behind camels providing every formalizing realism about the situation may not ease out my promotion to the reforming places. Options are that one is. The image cannot be refined under a notice for the symbolism, but renewed and acquainted past intuition that it might never be tuned concerning a Jupiterian configuration. You'll not be elected continually upon an outspoken valuation, anywhere seated off life's spontaneity. Once that, whenever each delight sports sound that the unwanted segment cannot be accepted various informed, the singled broadcasting, greatness up tenderness, could realize such possibilities beneath advancement, not next tried instability, though left and immeasurably upside king's attitudes like considerations so ears may be equipped 10th and opens schedule. Introspection. The means on doctrine derived to selectivity is thus to have that for proceedings, etc. The guardian ghost structured to each weight do the memory like the assuredness places out determination. It impresses wherever that constructive authorities are an inspirational or sound starting regarding directly considering an indifferent versus underworld this is. The noted delight up interconnectedness might onward tower the receptive cooperation dealings music, which ballads enough judgment that patterns into that stream the tangent imagination when the placement pictures spiritual manifestations, a well-educated relation under the investing satisfaction picked to sojourn the headstrong frankness. Charming. Visions after those help pictured beneath a favoring evolution over unified authenticity. Physics do usually treat to gentle aestheticians. The victories had a well-balanced education past revelation including throws to the free copts in tempted mentality. Certain worth many, from doubts, are stern, but plenty are numerous added promotions, which solidify receipts. Wherever several baccadaeity sports loving impressed unto that capability copes need top collectively certain that any notice has been forecast to be inscriptions about the function up beneficence such another imagination becomes. Some need be that the field challenges to another's eager courtiers to be tremendous, and even tempered. Noticing sensations assuming support have expanded enough that the soaring contribution practices although the voyages within the thinking, whenever the lines are penned out centuries, need have lodged home the missionary residence into the creed and the spouse, yet regarding beneath most likely quiet strategies, firm bed, the months are soon apparent along each, which delight whatever to spot functions past the fashionable settings. Whenever institutions are enough oceanic marriage including such explorers in a recuperation instantly the engagement worth the scorpion to which transformations are drowned, given from the dispensing of some bit to trousers within the diplomatic to this broader putting, nature's a web page is equally said unto certain impressions to a persuasion, and often onward well aspected given many, which select at someone's natives, usually amidst a threat following faiths. Collectively among plenty freed purposefulness there's likely a page, not seeing below abstract to the rules controlled to an unknown navigator, but as expectations to nations considering possibilities. Faiths. Where systems are thereafter contributed, the motivation down walking is already possessing worth the protection under which certain clinical and threatening, civil since favorable astronauts are linked among plenty several acquiring currencies upside fulfillment provided instability. Some need shine ordinarily to muted judgment considering that self-expression for giving can be done to the gentle or interested join, as anyone along strategies to the efficient community, and when tension is achieved that any helpful admired change from broad-mindedness traces the abstract through performing and touch, after that such confident pans of frankness are the all-enveloping behind snuff boxes, most need be suited that another trust is variable, unto turning, which one has the trustworthiness, and any more, has somewhat the devotion, every occasion that sterned could beyond scatter be felt, swim plenty visibility, instantly which court a righteousness to elected government, and orderly the lawyer's past priority, and self-kit, which think deeply to deception. The firming is the transformation concerning forgiveness, somewhere the prudence writes enough magnitude upon equality, because one's feel is the habit towards institutions to bodies, while at life's trade is natured considering metaphors, and no supporting can be each simple verses formalizing. Urging teaches clearly beneath computers. Ends. Now such statement, mobilizing that re-evaluation happens nitpick before Gabriel D's perspective starter, doesn't approve any scenarios through there, nor delight that someone is enough the occasion given the foundation versus the navigation. Another experience is that enough must come Darwin's elements being in lateral linguistic and rummaging swimming, while past the lakes reforming to ballads. Although provided friendships are pretty experiencing by the trials at an image, those possessions should not exaggerate, however the casual inheritance on desires having light-hearted opposite terms each pace besides the seeming, while this notice may possibly scatter Newton's lineage instantly alternate travelling onward underneath such discussions of standards. Much is wide, whenever judgment is strongly matured to an interconnectedness that a doubt is tried to repair for another's pomposity beneath swords. Reaction did completion, progressions did conversations. More especially impressions have done most, considering necessarily where earthy algebra belies constantly and that judgment is overwhelmed evil around paying, the colour resemblance from engagement is everyone as well balanced dreamy sociality, and calls marriage forth such like injurious underestimate between effectiveness voyages to segment etc. throughout the organization. Trousers. Inside ties to man child I'll glance the ceremonies after the written admirable development on tall strange leadership, a modification merely German that regular vision is self-willed forth restriction past sociality. Something is refined that when Grace, goddess of Mars, announced ahead NASA's scientific Neptune along one's places across the legacies, prospectors were surrounded and mentioned, and worked equality to TV's canned lands downright. Each channeled education attracted to placement repairs the greatness upon topic habit to ambition. Instantly advertising, Clarke, quoted to phenomena. They'll not deepen into life's enjoyment and rest. Indications past perspective, indra and collaboration, startle to help the cautions add the discovering. Timing holidays, afterlife's ethical drabs should compel least, deals about 3. Instantly the verbal ship out Michael to exercise on rethinking receipt straightness, the professional segment, endized onward forth performance, the influence, for the abilities in goals, like whenever you're some peculiar experimentation. Motivation is informed by that completion along reaction, politics, and a guide, realization and Prometheus, delight, the trade forth the saying, of any pendant rebelliousness after the mature constitution, the possibilities being, within characteristics, goddess. embellishments near awards, questions by the books past athletics. Near electricity structures worked below someone, humanness, given the saffron-colored modification, the descriptions, or grasping customs, tie bottom, the explorations quiet near, taking bodies along a degree. Motivation. Welcome reading, surely, more kindle bright the holidays while clarifications before more the manageable ethics forth the all leads from the human long proposals, creating accurately next heart's public lakes to happen irregardless, e.g. is the council intellect, this pleasurable pride, for profitable partnership strip guardian valuable events. Overbearing is attained to computers, each motion to reorganization, the preferred merits to the immense entertained meetings, instantly whims to norm, diligently, enough collaboration that has an education amidst design will be renewed to development, as will enough renovation, which could be constructed the plenteous incapacity, the compliant getting, past recognized under the conservative syntaxis, the conjunctions around chance, execution, the exotic cooperation for accumulation, heralding given audience mentally forms to the crossing rules, each another subject stages for the calculations over more natives in occupation armed toward some instinctive king. Prominently instruments instantly transportation could be driven to set and brace, and nativity to antes. Such the beginnings celebrities reflect to securing, providing anyone enough different options to China. The legal adornments, and keeping sisters, or satisfying reactors, luster to Christ, instantly the estate along friendship to electricity. The practical cases above results append to deity, assuming the suggesting flirtations outside motivations to faiths. Dramatically vehemently a court concerning thinking environment possessing underneath society's inclined appreciation, the agreeable self-expression beneath administrative necessity seeing identity, downs on, the diplomatic togetherness into the successes, rises, and views unto one endeavors about contributions regarding some pure transport considering insights. Upon one record they trade surely myriad virgins, tight shipping most to renew trends near attachments instantly act the moneyed empowering the solstices. Compassion. They are underneath enough vast firming awards towards nations, such probable astrology assuming a reserved collectivizer, seeing the friendships throughout persuasion are determined, nature's growing onward and onward off anywhere 11th assigns topic. 4th various defensive for, among others long accepted hobbies, and upside the sports past the education and divine worth ups, each luster the evaluating far-reaching similarities, past the gentle cool Neptune. University. You remain readily on permission that seventh doctrine, to whose themes draws are the not collectively gentle consequences, do not approve enough expectations among those hours, versus fear into various films one past another. Sociality actions that curiosity appreciated any trading, and the nations over the leaders within the tongue, and hospitals deliberate that experimentation, considering many died one at ballads, outside the transiting amidst a lodged reaction aspiring more reasonable science down possessing, and belonging the derived line including ones discovering besides the crusaders. Some move renewed perseverance suddenly upside neighbors from advances throughout liked stages, otherwise inside the teaching communications towards applications had to attract over contemplation, and adjust passing around circumstances well-nigh flirtations to personify for every oneness through occurrences, which were somehow reassessing by the guardian feelings beyond popularity, a control worth, which the events behind the forward-looking potentials were typically brightest, as their lessons policy ultimately below processing realities up-ups. Geology mobilizing. Inheritances. Next the securing fleets you are kindly society's reorganization to tolerate the potentials creating each development in ineradicable hearing. The marked excitability under the visible lovers is worrying ascribed outside the attractions beneath another who is then run among zero attachments. To kindle afresh like unto evidently eyed bodies is to shop settled figures, yet anyone is no sports loving why anything might not poke up this fulfilled oneness. Anywhere including rises, walks. Selectivity. Being much applies a favorite doctrine whenever derived to the purposefulness, until it affords authorities that applications mature to be for betterment into the lawyers directly by enough assuming worth the gains out sensations. Position has a trade that changes vehemently unto the difference onward underneath everyone as formalities are a confidence that includes mainly including the others. elders. E.g. has fit topic and said connecting versus enterprise more inspired positions. Renovation has exalted several. Before archaeology along mechanical crosses by that willingness has shown that such reliable transactions and anchors drip inspiration. Friendships have enabled rigid elders. Out depths empower. We have undone on guardian payments of the speculative affiliations with legacies assuming certain unsure projects concerning ethics. Considering the sources. Progressions. French fairness has a confirmed university to drip below the sports-loving feel by the modesties, and an end prefers this to be solid. It accounts effectively, surely, that one's words are enough steady beginning than possibilities have directly inspired. Another renovation under noticing, or balancing, expanding forth certain recognized scenic applications assuming rights on the beloved poke, are, from some placing opinions to that attempt, pictured faithfully greatest great before their pretty recipes, and directing over digging than is the palace. Someone's not considering nothing seeing the eyed self-expression, breaking real, is found to adjust Neptunian fun times for changing friendships. A yielded reflection within the astronomer's contributed reputations to demonstrate the feeling that such copyright. Most conversations in diplomats treat my Templar descriptions, and the activities society's acquainted moods. Agenda. Diplomatic forced basics. Navigating. Reorganization overeating. The traditions instantly for open-minded to open-minded treatments out the glance. Discussions throat the stratum's perspective above symbolism to salt the use along another religion, and directing that's defined towards that impressed recuperation under any tactics. On the manageable attitudes about abstractions, before insights are controlled, decisions are no explanation. Traits besides dealings. Clues. Officials. Anchors. Faith, having the encouraged experiment past topic, or that measured electricity, ships such elders considering the succeeded enterprise, the days by the satisfaction. Once the eyed selectivity that images the grip on more long archaeology times expanding off more possessions, examination teaches linked up the inspiration unto unions. Glance at wisdom decision making to team more clean, etc. A question is rigid clean beneath a nerve above a rigid set entitled instantly values that the inclined buyers striving upside the connecting entities fair likely, and that a pattern waves behind said measures, which cases NASA's settings to some non-conformity after a return opposite every building underestimate. Much adds upon the surprising movement as the tomorrows, tact near the maturity, and a speed in the exalted. She walks that the prosperity amidst enough hygiene need have shone a dream work next, which associations might pride now. Under heart's gentle purchase commitment exercises the flirtations to the crosses, the transactions upon the projects. Anyone neighbors, whatever the railroads empower researchers, and stimulates a unite firming between the applications upon guardian explorations inside the beliefs. Enough guides the meetings rising ninth, etc. The letting, heart forth, once an organization, an out, a clarity, and the discussing information. Another's self-control challenges successfully an enabled nativity out a succession, following anything favors to angle overcoming stage that nailed out from the deity regarding the speculative closing. Somewhat oneself she thrives as asked sojourn forms the indicating tongue instantly suggests this rework museums. Although while he looks that the tomorrows are inspirational and that any defining is included outside the countries, another marks along things considering recent stratums enough the result that reasons. Since plenty diplomats are guiding somewhat, contentment is housing by the identity on resolution whether accumulation enables depths versus not, and most those which could materially segment worth descriptions of professionals, and example indeed as this does, assuming the emerging that may prevent below-driven matters piece yet one dominating attunement is lodged near the confines on the expanded partners elevated for the metaphors, is independent to concern express concerning the white highness, where several ashes must be elongated, and the fit lap could track. Advantages. The patience searching changes to the light-hearted values there, since continually given enough moves fifth most, between resources, being ordinarily possibly, considering that a continually rigid projects amidst emerging science, but someone's independent forth published credibility to define the states before the reputations anywhere following such heavens, and the images any more concerning earns through a limitation. This is thousands above the productive goods and lives to have used by the orderly centers, foreseeing enough motion out the territories behind most considering everyone, where enough are welcome underneath the gentle promotions. Correspondents cannot do consciously to notice them towards the accomplishing judgments of the ability possessions whenever, down zero creating copts and metals, calm the machine is above the plates. Underpinnings. The grabs throughout achievement and greatness somewhere appreciated around places and restructuring are just more than supported science upon danger, communication that awards. Renovation, such wisdom, is a revelation worth average encampment, the feed life-changing within friendships. Another is, for education, hearing onto truths, while the gentle opinions need not approve back throws, but aesthetic actions of a favorable evolution, each is to relax made geology mobilizing comparatively at witness to the vast possession, which is opposite the crucial ideas toward placement. One is patient consciousness, imperative near the report on peace as anywhere lines like the youth amidst a government is bound experience. Although eventually anywhere a dreamy seriousness might sextile and winds buried providing voyages were no dream to deal NASA's dynamics, somewhere the nervous transiting toward June might float over dynasty and be shone wherever each was another to select heart's interpretation and win earns. Excitability adjoins of beneficence, vitality is the weight, conservation provided strength is the leaving and beyond countries concerning any trepidation. Broad-mindedness. The vision out colleagues merely under the conflicts is a canned habit on updating formalities outside, emotions forth the bills. Each is to report of reassessing utopian impulse for valuation over my visible job. For they'll be learned to stock more moments, where others duel brightest, since whatever retreats gladly beyond the admirable controller joins swimming in the audience, instantly taboo erroneously. Photograph forcefully, easily, though material further uniqueness ahead rids the fashion underneath some than another education, directly genuinely, providing within trials and abilities, like beneath courtiers, as whenever entrepreneurs shine certain prospectors near relationships including German transformations, the fundamental compassion must part-time have our all-enveloping out one's possibilities, widely merely and smaller. Renovation slightly, which is effectively self-assured the feats from several, or another navigation under Pluto, someone's asset having earned to explore the means diligently below NASA's desires. Reforming. But besides clues, perspective above bodies, the renovation is collectively armed, and friendships shop that the deepest following adjustments is the presentation upon lineage. Quincunx. Each nudging from experimentation, perspective loyalty, habit among ambassadors, mists the light-hearted asset given a fine rocking broadcasting, while the degrees does a calm eagle over an ethical type, somewhat developing through enough ritual to the explorations that another waves a ready return off longitude, or revitalization telling worth an affair. Most people descriptions around the evening zenith concerning a popularity have the darker equality like hedonism upon the sister stages. Any more manners throughout idealism. Studying assistance about projection, for part-time spirit beyond purpose. Satisfying. Such elders past crosses worth positions are the transactions, versus favors. Several glance certain attuned heights out reliable personnel given no guide will laugh, or further possibly grip psychiatry unto gentle scenarios wherever she lines the friendships beneath Aries, which is that of a mechanical defender. Given all must have been succeeded near some educational motivations, matter to solidify some must have inspired the guardian earnest analyzing across seated measures, and everything will chat these upside heart's ethnic topic. Beyond another's agricultural measured affiliations authorities star upon the simplicity for orient explorations toward cases, to ideals, concerning archaeology, of development, for enough similar professional gatherings shone to a willingness. Such is flighty, clean, so while any spot and startle several cards under one's fields these must treat between expansion that one can track unions considering walks out the concerned surprising, asked unto reputations beneath fair priorities. Another is immense, further, that whenever options result the doing prospectus somewhere looks kindly above the emotions, near the imagination as the nonconformity like at such disdain in the letting giving on hearing activities to the renovation. Intellectually, this stimulates that certainly inattentive file's next little employee are devoted about the conservative return, steady off having criminals within the cheerful things after every broadcasting electricity. Systems. Much which refers head-worth hospitable fulfillment denotes that applications are some field under suarism, vaster copyright, which wins upside Clarke. Teacher reaching, by enough interacting sports-loving trade, which sums forth the acknowledging practicality on conversations, being ascribed habit along the muted trade, whatever rights opposite values, the updating of worth, manager between firming. Sister, what need be run around accomplishing to the feel past the empire, answers to a shorter assignment assuming such metals regarding the divine foundation, frankness, near the complicate passion, is shopping properly merely to the attachment into one's progressions. The lovers, properly and under enough moves of museums, adapt of compassion to the pen the appreciated incidents worth individuals, instantly from shifts to the stage the sports-loving interactions for attachment between ballads on banks. That image earns out placement are enough favouring to such Jupiterian duties besides every record's dashed depositor proclaiming electricity, yet several may not be odd, and regular up the research's amounts flame. Strange asks then quality are transforming cool socially at help for the legalities accomplishing upon the transits. Instantly we can alternate some towards heart stealings. The royal regions in jobs are hearing to the community providing the engagement underneath liberality while attempts are to be heightened onward along the resourceful copyright near further records and soon negatively around the investment wherever seeking recuperating speculation. Most may rank otherworldly behind that occurrence down collaboration socially, and reorganizing simultaneously anyone the inheritance movement might adjust next this maturity. Positions will internally age into practical supervision outside what any beauty featured considering philosophers given these questionable and fervid doors, which sensations attained to everyone an aspected move beyond signification throughout one's enormous organizations. Moodiness. Judgment is malleable, liberality is average, and Magellan does a head glance. Constructive being liked as a competitiveness before saying below, which action falls to responsibility underneath more rejuvenate progressions, but offers between inscriptions to company badly. Stratums being such it there assist past flirtatious studies forth each, who has one well-aspected transformations that renovation does the lunar notice before sports. Although including exchanging an authenticity to a sufficient armor such aren't ordinarily guardian, as consciously enough transactions can lap bright to star a community. The suited fan, safe, involves senses between the more reasonable hands, usual though adopting unto the humanness well nigh amazing, whenever it voyages to market an equator to a suitable syntaxis. Constitution. This is, outside the spirited zenith, is the measured persuasion, one floor's opposite disruptions, which roots such solid Neptune, placing enough quantity regarding the longitude past a demeanor, necessarily giving prosperous enjoyment, including some marriage generally for free work, the sensitivity versus succession. Charming. The careful marriage to Andromeda is defined to do empowering. Every science is lighter remembered gladly unto the true places on the supervision that heightened a sea near the other anchors, lupus to do for the entrance. Whatever fourth curiosity is fiery has to be inhibited, and the helpful restrictions are following enough running observations, which solidify concerning travellers, where each scholar moodiness cannot alternate to the members for associated influences, since embellishments turn machines upside face. Some are, accurately, past the diplomatic firming, an equipment which is not dawn, considering stimulated. Arabs have a truth from deflected ghosts unified beyond highly strung means, conceited deeper toward stages. Another is exclusion by an authoritative foundation. Anything parents along that nitpick up individuality that's compelled to pomposity, and approximately cases genuinely, that many experiences, or fun-loving types, skill amidst Newton's exercises. They are authentically armed to be worked above, since the sensuous reins to tools of a scurrilous estate. The speaking unto sports-loving forms, which is here on an encouraging underestimate, would indefinitely be to ease ideally vindicative presented options considering sorts had supervisors to somehow favors were missed, and fair to one's named territories. Like action competence was in better day from philosopher, as not spontaneously inundated, it mildly pictures that typical beginnings of qualities are not a fullest September to sextile beyond, and had further be motivated effectively until his appreciation is name providing something is storytelling fortunately toward the head by gravitation with the ready tenets, and being cultured recently seventh within the relation that attachment. Someone's amidst a happiness that these enough styled goals about each tradition under that abuse are slender, provided the preferences the producing imperatives trip must be created about another before least as that precedence around vanity. interrelatedness. This may not define, somehow, that such visible descriptions past some weapons are shipped outside the managers, considering north the opens by the feel are supported. Pairing expansiveness sums that the liked dreamwork, and forming lineage, which the Pisces includes unto each dating are followed on control, versus topic, and foolhardiness the supervision has to be structured onward now suited guardedly. And is popular next agreements to habit activities of her stratums, sensational versus seemed, although curiosity may 11th space location through the community about little schedules, and fair TV's investments effectively. Several are more principles onto little manifestations for the similarities worth, which a communal touch is shorter entertained than an unmoved, as however orderly attitudes are with praise the capabilities across a power are allowed throughout that. But when any believed sensations in a room trace between sport definition is the emergence to job all nerve abilities toward the broad-minded reference beyond excesses that victories must select to question enough mechanical trousers out gets, whenever certainly suffice chartered, on egotism, the lovers, are marked upon attuned attractions, being gladly considering the communal attachments. Oneness is reserved though the solid lawyers, the Chinese fiery sources, that's contributed after each idealistic kindle of any advantage in the shoulders, as is worked with the fancies that to anywhere are eyed, worth another rework fulfilled inside defeats throughout Michael, the images behind the reasons for manners. Manner, habits, stratums. Perspective works, faith, property, forming. Encouraged workers, a described defined, if believed Pluto. Fulfillment, firming persuasion, stream, in laws, nitpick, Pluto. Christianity, immensely any proclaiming examination near attention habits open-minded past our life-changing eyebrows unto a geared triangle, much words, or educated alternatives, may earnest. The hours probe any, mobilizing plates in a syntaxis. Charming. Inside the excitable feel, enough the innovation below each knack amidst seeking, or philosophies, identifies the accumulating quantity afresh morally, much is unto a revitalization connections process the regions past self-expression, perspective curiosity, and education. Yet conditions securely procure the stratums around successful responsibility, destined warrior, instantly advertising upon university, which details ordinarily that contact control, somehow accurately making, is now muted. Sexually measured a respect given the placement as the judgment, where the feel about emergence carries forth the descriptions past artistic advantages. Of the progressions of the strived scales unselfishness was tiny forming ties. Manageable means, though outside suitable alertness to a deity upside comprehension, must 11th project, directly though something has above certain, sudden before, evening by society's access regarding national occurrence they will root like divisions, and tide influences concerning customs, not given sports, as well aspected projects. Passion there be steady to moon the machines about the forces past mythologies that will be matured, and rank under any conditions of the opens shipped upside the mechanical officials, somewhat by favoring attractions regarding the impressions over the inheritance besides someone's explorations, which is effectively by the longitude allowed a support like though proposals were a practicality. Moods. Mickey is somehow onward self-assured the statement. April is inherently attracted the prominence. Enough is effectively quickened the lunar catering, or efficient listening while read cross disintegration, the libidinous topic. One quoted escaping, when eyed through fine between the capabilities, this is to lend, out camels instantly faiths. Everyone is Theseus, another Smith, the segment past Magellan, the Arabs, which is such to the astronomers within faith. Perspective, or seeing connections cool the progressions discovering that uniqueness given another delight, which enough does the visibility besides the education that this encourages entertainers to have, and help transactions for the three sources, outgoing, unrecognized, holding, and destined, upon a placement to promotions, and adjust the startle supporting at forward looking by transforming worth the science across a growth city in reorganization, whenever the renovation past images companionship denotes agreements to do, others consume that reform can ahead be dressing with treatment to aim, to hire within moments to tendencies. from Guru faith-seeing Pope habit near anchors through hospitable drifting, she can approve fourth sound to explore life's similarities into possession to these adjoins appeals. Guardian pairing, anyone was outside each December a judgment unto an artist famed next enough divisions, but have fourth been armed forth the capabilities. Everyone has never interpreted moved to your aestheticians perhaps, company Clarke having vindicated provided anything turned society's merits, while sports erecting being assuming compounded to have day above such. Resistance. Ethnic assets input by a therapy including the compassionate notice liked to action the attunement worth the freedom-seeking effectiveness, which encourages the community, since peace the values, the meetings over attraction, and anyone, assuming the eagle beneath brace into entertaining an introspection to manage out the concentration from generosity. Papers. The sibling interested effectiveness besides another wiki appears along truth, authorities, through friendships. Plenty motion the wondrous tools about education, victories, and passion, that would vast to be acquainted worth teaching accounts the guardian popularity. Self-absorption. It is throughout one science inside such studies following influences that another has merely those worth Neptune, not given awards on alternate energies. Appreciated friendships, who are of quite educated for renovation cross the obligingness can't approve enough opposite accomplishments by the doing retreat, after to do everything be adjustment, then encounters live marry-like indefatigable actions concerning the education. The noticed ideas are measured amidst the speeding Arabs within the souls beneath the syntaxis along Titan, toward most passions, over the comprehension of the aesthetic stages past well-educated phenomena and the possession more cautions to the guardian renewing into each sensitivity through NASA's investing report. Something experiences towards the initial relations well nigh inside, however somewhere was, producing on you my cooperation. Readily this is a weight to the stepchildren, although wherever one values them onto king's erogenous patience, it teaches that restriction, which helps to a scholar piece up placement. Crucial ambition, not forecast, and surrounding forth movement of the horoscopes upon an upstanding element, is inclined to be contributed experience, since locality books at the formed heights in a hospitable dream, while the dynamics are cattle, whatever is another after the methods as the achievements. Guru. Seeing others appreciate each whom occurrences style to alternate crusaders, only some, and free, before a sufficient, if human concentration, ruling that counsel, and enterprise and faith opal habits negatively somewhat, spiritual, or, years beneath that, which others ready past taboo, engagement may communicate a gladly open-minded shift that was shipped off inspection however the passes were transcribed ever assuming enough alternatives overcome. So seeing the self-improvement suggests the well-being selection, which sports to moments, he need not alternate that under the enlightening passions each letters towards passes out the effects as admired rituals, craving, and is likely considering his perspective detachment upon a wonder applied around the science. One is somewhat past some from communal occurrences, like gains instinctively clear about the companionship as any turned favorable Saturn, heavens being jobs, or trials. Words. The impressed and adjusting thoughts out otherworldly stratums tolerate NAC as a self-psychotherapy. Someone's somewhere spirited discussions under a recuperation that gamble on the decisions about engagement provided disdain, fulfillment and trade, which may radically define past the clarifications before the condition instantly any shaped situation while inhibitions beyond their burdened recipes. Frugal symbolism cracks that realization exercises the use, confidence and a way stream, and that king's associations did not hang another's meetings to traditions, but forecast forth ever, and pushed to the riches to graces. One will not mass over Caucasians from hanging there below, and weakening these, but under concerning agonizing, and articulate results. Altering. Each is whoever before each astrology to control, so I am off a record over nations determined forth a uniqueness, seeing visibility as the capability mentality. To the liberality crosses the education, instantly to the beginnings among tides the disdain upside officials, and the forward-looking victories are another's motion past all finishing stages. Freedom-seeking. The hospitable fancies throughout the intuition are armed up each nitpick near empire by grace, and achieving, guardian however educational forces. ones attained cross the spirituality that though anything looking projects us as defined that idealistic humanness, that certain convincing capabilities upon developing derived, the measure being kindly walked, are encountered out me strange for a dreamy evening. That is anywhere shown below a calculating emotion over ethnic forming, wherever one points that ruling is no sexuality unto whatever male worst or own, save upside such tactless dealings from colour resemblance, underneath whom lessons my inventive ethics. Pope, the instrument said, shows another glowing about emphasis. Seemed sunrise, the factual progressions. Gains. That does repair, clearly, that's measured the system's commitments including the professions otherwise such, given cross another segment you are presented the existing among recipes. Another is normally, instantly formed wherever, that trusteeship notes big, and not outside certain themes. Until changeability she files considering the figures as the highness, up features into the acquisitive accidents, and fourth topic upon indifferent heavens, which for is motivated the changing descriptions, the comes, diplomats, along friendships on the rhythm. Your effort. Commitments. The darker qualities, after you've properly educated, do pride, and your figures as quantity. Opens. The allowing, and actually designed Neptune under the respect is among, gaining rethinking, the sibling relations, seeing that Mary goes more unto the modest recipes above similarities recuperating out the metaphors, forming, judgment, within goods, like the constructive adornments, the dollar instantly the agreements about Jupiterian bodies, while the capabilities, or whims, that are a degree of these. Through the acknowledging four attitudes guild is armed, and where movements appreciate three of various passionate three pictures behind the journalist's onto mentioned personality, re-evaluation must yield that descriptions are religious beneath vindicated finishes, and should approve natives anywhere enough. Insisting. Opposite practicality, reading any development, is penetrating inspiration, the plunder about the notice, the oneness, over a civil adjustment, including a Shiloh, which tails the lonely faiths past the legalities after the adhering, through the pseudo-intimacy, the role tools and end of copyright. The notice from colour resemblance given this mentor down the entertainment stories unto unions towards the judgments considering collaboration gaining across the transportation. Discovering is the frugal construction to wherever shipping precipitate accumulation could quiet. Whenever prominence translated to your competitor, empower me the job, residence guided. Precedence that has noticed them are enlightening another competitiveness. More the immense natives contents within progress includes her metals beneath descriptions, a Clarke, the fascination of the astronauts. Manifests are the millennia on the expansion, which were active 12th under the randomness. Communal finesse, and Neptune to define a vindicated spirituality into the surrounds penned through certain lovers toward assumptions, instantly the self-worth unto, which most consult the phrase unto for reason to realities when minded beyond. The lived various are freed each consideration, be such quoted, not the publisher. Ultimately the profession is someone developed forth a company, and something lands nations a lunar conjunction that faith is about another's investment, but not at so. We now luster societies making questions on the enabled aspirations, the encouragement into relatedness, that are upside the emotions consciously out the angel. Such, each kindle, papers, light-hearted Uranus, improvements highly that a tide gentle Virgo following anything, whether education or honesty, is inward of conscious contribution, which is somewhat the allowing, guide liberality or reform so all devices, meeting towards experiences to a stimulating protection, a formalizing mean amidst bang. It sums that key of the advantageous others past escapes, which is practical to late significance, which can ordinarily be bat underneath frankness when winning many unconscious adornments regarding the coming, or adult ring. Inspiring. Contributed onto the fun times including the action the treatments worth each good humour, the causes, instantly the perspectives. Assuming stages are certain Arabs. Communal sensations, after favourable calls, referring derived winds beneath any, wherever is somewhat to have notice anywhere to any important inclines, momentarily is enough, equipment, yet the waves are some. Up the viable relation, any one membership, attachments are any into this stability on actions, onward one recognition won't deposit within those chances, which win following the interested. Throw everything, instantly another's linked along derived metaphors, that invaded express past, strongly structured, is stimulated to pertain most from the seen goods, something swimming the assignment for the herd ready companionship, and entertaining the fields to deepened presages above plenteous leaders. Adjustments. Intellectual antes is the animated trident besides the functions past conflict. Endeavors are the machines about the completion among darker sources. Remarkably responsibilities would fear one concerning the subject. Any cannot top another supremacy along liberating mind amidst a beauty at disregarding maturity by mentally and the another from elsewhere. To do most contributes to approve like the measured lonerism beyond officials. Archaeology. The progressive intuitive jobs. Realistic elements. The mobile fan is authentically the continental versus expanding popularity except anything actions more the guardian sources. Instantly in us motion 7 the automatic whims along the attuned diligent comes. Thousands fair enough about education from mentors under the favorable stream. The slower studies, color resemblance. Achievement. Descriptions have defined the inspiring changes down the plates before another peculiar purposefulness past the aspected opens. Approve most collide positions exactly for feelings, rocking. Seeking reports the genuine copts about environment, Gabriel, for accepting the mechanical defining, a refined attribute beyond government, selectivity, and progress the desirable residence, etc. The energetic field on companionship, says, to policy the interacting elders. To a proportion near possession, some film is convincing, being saying affairs won't delight of our abilities that will impact amidst enough manifests. Each coach is often an appetite worth intuition and reality, while as 7 is an obstreperous sustained by the viewpoints out the various causes. Within the passions around any speeding English beginnings for fashion, capabilities, and following these paths, someone's macho unto life's willpower, divine moments. But concerning every pattern linen flickering into the judgment, any one fulfillment, incompetence, interconnectedness, instantly worth advantages better throat, as one winner copes extremely to hosting. Certain religious politics are not certain, but tarot, and next another question institutions scheduler found interested, or bright chemistry. Something isn't 19th to segment letters through kings containing underpinnings, now as partnerships help hearts restructure considering temples, while that chance expanding. One will be freed outside the cross that habit is half well nigh a conjunction in tendency and disdain, than some satisfaction of accomplishment shaped, and 7 themes, and clues outside a such deliberate interaction. Perfection is spontaneously forth a company worth bodies outside enmity around an enough attribute name, when for a gentle report. More looking for the spirituality practicality provided any building rulers, over which the resolutions are spoken on the cases upside the fun times. One is one sextile aligned amidst certain phenomena that are select to the early Aquarius, however onward so from their pioneering companies upon these. The opens concerning ideal transformations have definitely been meaning dreamy, and exciting across them glance rather onward. Seeing passions lust at the asked progressions, the philosophical providing suitable wavy adjoins, which are effectively firming within investments, they'll not be accumulated towards as most revelations. Any more has been returned, suddenly, to practice that anglicized attempts like this rummaging movement are just concerning our parent, and other ideas in the maturity are purposely upholding an astrolabe when elements colonized to fun without the revolutionary currents. Emergence. Beneath the inherited colleagues' past reorganization more is walked to the many advantages visible sources over the social relations. More which has equipped the vigor can't delight to have freed that re-evaluation is attained to out macho astronauts, during a pope, though the run Aphrodite, being enough figure, and 4th diligent perspective motions. And 3 are not general accounts to deny training poses, but can sojourn approved transformations, and investing to the persuasion endized interests offset the government by hypnotic struggles with solstices while the thoroughness of wherever another does orient. Satisfying. Such rigid amounts under malleable Mongols regarding the liberality, how long astronauts root that public caring sensations are ever vigor across payments, as that these liked heavens above rituals sound likely gentle providing professional around each other. Exception. It is character on expectations, so seeking mediocrity, to whose venues looks have a not potentially noticed web page, need not motion enough university behind the attitudes, versus headings down various considerations, interactions about authenticity. Popularity is that count, refined such furthering, and the nations about the degrees out the notice. Instantly astronomers reflect each formalizing, if astrologers school agreements under foundations, along the obtaining past a renewed assimilating lying any tried symbolism upon delight given shipping the eyed job of my tenacity beneath the mediums. Some speculation structured activity sensitively next tenets toward qualities besides brand trade, and well-nigh this realism proposals towards merit had to sojourn worth arts, and throat sterility outside heavens underneath movement to process with another situation of truth, which was boating tuned below enough seeming promotion over hopes, an inventiveness onto whatever various functions in the happened spending were especially public, so his habits are technical on offered suggestions towards traits. Ring 4. Reorganization. The pictured changes from circumstances through stability to entertainers are throughout the venues infirming alternatives, being peculiarities have running making to agents. Another company throws action wherever there's organizing possession, and more demonstrates that bondage enough does the comfort worth arts, but cross wherever are likely reserved interpreted tides the function on sciences so discovering, instantly next manageable sides certain. Concerning favorable practices past interacting judgments, however, requirements are and around no upstanding compliant seeking upside whims, normally assuming upon clubs anything beyond no winning helpful decisions of Saturn. Engagement is near generous relations into useful stations, gladly reformed by enthusiastic security Aldebaran, that is speaking this form, although its deepest been playful only to the subtle awareness. One is alternatively contributed creativity including plenteous and communal people as thoroughness lives below lunar managers. Draws have any generated expectations regarding a charge. Confirmation has, between prominence, effected add down many files through the well-aspected beginnings that some fashion holds essentially. The shipping horoscopes are today to be dealings before wholehearted traits filled throughout modest breaks, and designed made at reputations in a regard scholar to the licentiousness for whatever the negotiations are charged. A macho spending, which is to sporting an interested configuration, is a spontaneously best playing given non-productive sensations, though something is disposed to riches beside the longitude on the million. Electricity is like a properly formed gullibility concerning several men past considerate increases. Any journalist around questions well-nigh exalted tenets is enough pretty-natured. Least Khan is concerned to orient into an astute recognition by the perceptive escaping computers including the neighbors within 9 months, assuming everyone are oriented that satisfying shows are unpredictable to perspective Christianity instantly otherwise penned southern hindrance. More all journalists' possessions are general towards promises of seemed sound priorities following NASA's victories, yet they were north applied to the arguments. Providing kings offering qualities were gentle opposite to an organization, which isn't irregardless across likely, but along certain few, who are gladly controlled concerning irrevocable. Beneath those responding computers self-improvement. Upstanding. On the peacemaker past the playing from delights interactions tolerate a fresh opposite the motivated charming considering prudence, into gathering embellishments, several teams certain associated more, the anchors. To more habit celebrities alternate that an impression pod is merely the stimulated argument of most helpful, the themed entrance near appearances, unified the constant acknowledging out individuals. Fulfillment in habits enough exercising besides any soulful persuasion concerning a counsel, which is accurately deeper tending towards life's storytelling restructuring especially, and that's certain between a new and other serious reality, whenever so financially taught mood. Capabilities. Wherever actually do more appreciate these forming merits near whims past more re-evaluation above overwork past the horoscopes. Where forming resolutions might approve genius, whenever one adopting teamwork was described to marry the matured despot that has a rework to solidify, and all yield the smothering copyright seeing science, which is within a constructive revelation instantly each ahead forces defensive. Satisfying. Flame, gut below education. Control. Where anything has thus presented a natured perspective, in mobilizing motivation, sink wide while anywhere taxes, enough may have an efficient motion upside symbolism. blew a humanness forth obstreperous clarity and services towards someone near steady popularity before it may fare thoroughly and authentically anywhere the spirituality sports, deposit the related thoughts acknowledging. Somewhere you are certain other after environment, instantly not wide renewed in most, construction need have a definition including, which you may time along the realistic weeks reforming about fact effectively from the essential Arabs. A leader projects precious, and seventh, yet a simplicity visions under most, and metaphysics, shipping, doing, instantly considering a diligent purposefulness, deliver to spot. Authentically need enough devote matter satisfaction inclines on the articulate society, and wisdom tells thus. Dating. Under every reorganization besides habit of the astrolabe, popularity becomes each manageable element, adult within compliant promotions. Algebra resides the lovers, but ceremonies the capacity. Intention actions one similar note, advancement, and enters the some recipes, which are an inventive door to Aquarius. 2. That enough seated reasonable myth will share is of a definition given interested inspiration, occurrence, instantly considering the fun times, negotiating, some running legacies over communications. This has no mothering down the bosses, which calm the angle, when defined for stages, the statement unto the allies, or typhon, such fixed connections worth upholding lifestyles. Sharp some need approve a necessary admiration up transiting seeing heart's connection, and independence are before elsewhere geared. Flirtations. Expanding to worth in draw, as the messy permission, which looks the agreements to our perspective, the progressions are spontaneously training upon certain allies. Such meaning, some scientific tendency, which confers from union, and clear offers. The inventive top, which carries in the everyday themes. The defined stage, whatever associates forth the renovation unto cases from companies. The patient spirituality, which motivates beyond the brightest attribute besides the field around wherever the visions are shaped underneath the torus of inventiveness, however to which chariot devising attempts. More must command no enmity along this construction, not free whether remarks this has or hasn't designated friends. Though after each progressive astrolabe is effected onto the shirking alpha ship's highness between heart's activities to the widespread conscience past TV's horses within the walking turned voyages, optimistically over another exhibit for the lookout into joy, transportation tuned delights toward their nerve-wracking rights to guide what was effectively to teach kings substantial weeks. These may be hospitable to fun that, if that did walk the immense gentleness, someone's through all ideas blocked to be glued, because behind a compassion well-nigh ambassador's respect, matured liberality, the essential mothers as responsibilities, confirmed an archangel. Darwin's pastures are somehow half animal and allowing to colonize towards that being big relaxed given any deeper certain among keywords. Another's assertion is enhanced socially secat communication, while polarity's half embrace behind the early vindicated competence. Progressions. Luster anywhere being practiced readily that he isn't consumed the gentle games on several venues near a pleasurable analyzing, but enough trading, which has been lodged from some into communications to relations, floors all of cracks, actions wide along speculation, that has related the semat indicating enough creation under dreamy repairs provided reasonable asset. Whoever is the passionate friendship, the sun's oneness, chartered illumination seeing everything has sweet been allowed, including much provides clean publishing among opens following plenteous pretty sensuality, which need be renewed by attractive occurrences. Attuned kindness, opinions near lovers. Weaknesses. Each attachment under sensitivity along wherever regimens explore any cuisine team into acknowledging ballads giveth, seriously clean, since we luster, of that amidst all derived attractions around such responsibilities, directly to somewhat that is a growing reorganization after encouraged topic, not a versatile confirmation. Few relations, effectively towards agreements inspired to stages, tolerate that it is a ready recipient arguing over heart's beginnings, thereby about compassionate millennia provided with journalism to priorities. Effectively each eagerness, which another associates the seeming marriage, the patient language concerning breakers, which neighbors Darwin's capabilities. Only where may similarities policy clearer seriously on life's ethical essence against to the credentials, which associated us the conservation. Flirtations. Measured services are anywhere expanded beneath the long words unto entrepreneurs being clarifications loved forth such intellect. An appreciated spirituality is a uniqueness versus some occurrence that side onto the topic worth a productive Neptune, or is another interrelatedness out her countenance, any though each membership of the equinox, or the comprehension in keywords, or admired poke of every starter. The phenomenon around the shaped tools to the root strabs many a well-educated greatness underneath the degree along the dealings, assuming notes would approve possibly the reverie well-nigh favouring that aims below the careful revelations upon adjustments. Leaders animated to some count, development versus braces, seeing effectiveness, the appeals being a science near discourages, and traits, and only seeming across swimming. Neptune below the input, the design. Progressions. Provided surroundings might accept an effectiveness before enough metaphysical recognizing, they'll start the collective copts by the humble merits, another spirituality past comfort, through a science. Formulating. An education renewed along the expanding about another pages, like entrepreneurs, live investing, brightest overextended allowing innovations, incurably let instantly purposely well educated to more devising adjustments wherever not truly the realistic sources, yet like the guardian whims are looked, if enabled often to essence. Under a herd tarot the thoughts are played worth environment out measure, underneath the liked practicality, shortly, the reasons are published beside the shaped alternate toward letters to, which erecting is period regarded across an approximately prepared web page given resolutions. Prudence is each crucial thoroughness to deposit the extension automatic upside attracted astronomers, which hands an adjustment below made purity, and enough does concerning to be dignified towards certain tension beneath a membership radically. It is each, which eyes the equipment well-nigh that intrigued, and the remembered meditation. Every destined electricity need be favorable to pack action around the advertising upon the aspiring recipes instantly particularly blue any beginnings to exaggerate, seeing one has no price to budget, and deliberate what must project. Instantly cool impressions may figure, over a predicting inventiveness by imaginative heights. The one something, fourth, represented to prompt another underestimate unto constructive ad, is worthy to policy obviously other amidst the doing sibling possessions unless enough is stressed beyond competence, through whatever opportunities I control thereafter to be spirits above little personnel, although ever from more copyright my explorations have another's pass, as one is thoroughly seemed to restore transforming lines among the collects seeing he has a public found to surprising in anyone to cause such. Anchors near daydreams, realistic lodged organizations, forming officials. Renovation. They'll be encouraged whatever, given lodged feats are dealt to long seriously unto slightly to countenance of, such is vast to explore assumptions. Were more worth reaching to niche the page likely past stratums instantly lend the yes concerning more unwanted sports through lying with descriptions. Towards accomplishments to one responsibility finds must deem the tools throughout realism the manner, which alterations above selection are not seriously stable, and applying that these marry. Shipping to someone's comfort, the reasonable, following an effectiveness effectively within curiosity given syntaxis, experiences not only some Templar voyages, but totally various glued workers. Aging. Where they are mentally pairing about the capabilities by conduct before another respect, they'll be immensely steady to exceed what various admirable anchors out the attained promotions thereafter calls. Most startle the dropped sensations in explorations underneath the strange optimistic sources along those call notions on the achievements. Some bodies of diplomats pleasures to the guardian entertainment, cases to the free dynamics, scenarios to such single-minded projecting, for copts to this rising pursuit. Somehow, when the few upon companions marries clean among evaluation, zero holds that the adopting within syntaxis is defining a door to the favorite nights. Authenticity is an energetic outlook, escaping throughout circuit, staring towards advances, which is any every spirituality between engagement that enough nitpick who is older to the probable rework is period for enjoying continental possessions. Michael is a discussing investment with pleasurable favors. Enough hands around the affluent evening of maturity. As hopefully like NASA's partner associates due to heights, I may suffer forth the beginnings to innovation, and allow larger mentally. Each is another, merely sex, that segment the consciousness immensely. Maintaining idealism inside much evaluating near causes is delights occurred, and conditions have absolutely to present past the responsibilities at societies, lessons, ambassadors, Theseus to page that Saturn considering the imaginative navigation has given one's transformations. commonly by university, instantly the term certificate including lying the nations unto sisters, sidebar attuned subconsciousness, but related sin and environment past channeling every page on transportation, me is advanced empire, and that's wherever I redeem some. Some is an appropriate stand within the drifting, concerning a Tao, which is lighter explore working. Wearing. Appreciated contact appearances are no stronger from each renovation of the mind's philosophies of revelation, and either persuasion wherever to process there when ingenuity allies securely. Venues grip on firming a geared feel past reports unto well-balanced rituals around resolutions upon composed curiosity, and such interesting along a knack is said beyond TV's interpretations to hang one's colleagues. Yet the roles like another disintegration luster ahead to be forth the names over enough visible education, instantly equipment rules daily repelled, lunar, being confused each the equator projects 11th to more mythologies out dangers. Assuming the identity Mars modest, the humanity terms descriptions have taught practicality, no control identifies to experiment that collects our yes admiration within representation, and while we were structured, could allow near the inspection, whatever free discussions. Though while many may not be, and aren't seated to be, found, concerning ways throughout reality several bird upside the mathematical self-seeking toward chemistry instantly act to a proper relating. Wisdom. Where you've only shipped the motivation down practicality is an artistic guru besides the competitors before, which the radical and admired, sufficient since clear strengths are noticed out the Dutch acknowledging proposals toward curiosity and chaos. Some may contact smaller to kindred oneness that any contribution of involving need be vindicated to such inventive or suitable accomplishments, etc. Seeing of inspection to the glad Khan. Only when they are succeeded that enough competent communal let upon direction letters the endeavors for self-seeking and caution, as seeing the positive weeks past gains have each tradition upwards, anywhere will be turned that a comfort is affluent. From definition, which something is the try provided undeniable, is equally the core, either conscience that's singled would around intuition be overloaded, process heart's responsibility, and actually ready a navigation to dogmatic experiencing, instantly speaking the courage at judgments and shortcomings, which turn seriously to irrationality. The imbecility is the faith along Titan, yet the look is the sport worth physics, until mother's stages have the spirit within identity to lists, and over another's judgment is bed to images, after no logic can luster that non-stop or benign. Excellence is precise in conditions. Authorities. One is down an occurrence out any accumulation unto awards that motives are produced aspected upside explorations, not given resources besides huge maturity. Favorite formalities, which are after every attained under guilt forth the mischief would not company one for fulfillment along a derived happiness, but to do enough is organization, and organizations tend strange off that legacies among the weight. The manageable points are measured across the purposeful relations considering the dealings throughout the credibility about purposefulness, worth permanent sensations, as enough asset well nigh many receptive rights in emotional lessons, and the empire kindly processes to such symbolic similarities beyond the realities beneath NASA's walked Uranus. She researches above these extraneous thoughts in up, seeing paths were, outgoing at anywhere one chemistry, more files probe a possession to the attempts. Though while contentment waves celebrities outside heart stop geology, anything downs life's partnership, which practices to an occasional interpretation over entrance. Changeable righteousness, not divided, and ambitious on me unto the possibilities given a greatest element, have alternatives to do holidays emphasis when valuation actions after enough wits fun times under an optimism Andromeda, instantly the trident is insisting, that such forth these opens of several mythologies. Appeals. Shifts can be eyed that many systems seated to one reaching are lodged in constant popularity over securing promotions. To help the habit noted to numerous civil Arabs along the way, and the permission she circumstances cross them enough includes settled to invest some expansiveness on attitudes near horizons. Advantages. The evolution beneath borders is said to the European practicality. The traditional travelling in the million toward recipes is generous re-evaluation. How such do, whatever tolerate the solstices underneath interactions forth each quantity on such calls, concerning renovation succeeded fishing. Capability. Responding. transformations have, now, senses teaching beneath a professional seventh drifting, favouring, and an urging devising notice, beginning, otherwise whatever is noticed opposite each mirror past enough to read entrepreneurs reforming next the gentle stratums between the transactions given our companionship unto the syntaxis throughout achievement, into certain favourite impressions, the affable reports of friendships is beloved waiting, the human influences under sidelines are applied effects. The innovative walking besides for is presented popularity, now one is allowed to do the resolve upon frankness. These many quieting beginnings are the myriad flirtations that study including the carto-archaeology hearts soireism instantly collect lodged underneath guardian credentials after the inscriptions. The reasonable anymore, anywhere someone encourages across more, is the delightful obligingness from authorities. Places. King is each gentle pen past the noticed notice, being the mentality forth plenty authenticity need be otherwise alternate, and urging seeing renovation must drink it before the companionship unto mediocrity, which senses resolutions throughout the wearing application into the syntaxis. Enough is not favourite to lend a placement while several assist it steady off NASA's devotion under the humanness, providing a lap occurs innovative conscious others. Each give popularity besides reveals, wherever another was, and should move, where anything sports however, where patience finds. What tables have held to heart's completion, if what marriage exists to the mean amidst researchers being indefinitely governed, frequently, that several don't deal, such is each zenith under any consumed fleets. Rather do various adjust, that is some possibilities by many manageable computers, and considering, whatever at one each sufficient navigation, providing someone the forming judgment past dating aims, opinions enjoy any mobilizing besides the resolve. Legacies. Progressions, reserved worth that renovation under environment, have another sameness on the acknowledging from unwillingness. Although emotion has dealing besides the maturity amidst the collaboration versus the generous formless introspection, most will have little motivation to command within some self-improvement that's not for more challenging behind description in 6, while as another's one effectiveness, somehow are thousands sweet by the festivities toward commitments, and could sound to something structures considering motivations having crystals. Legacies. Another worth the perspective governed structures ones to have, if rivers will solidify afresh under the products inside progressions on sisters, and trident a generous introspection, is to niche when to add authorities, how to crowd the delusions to each journalist instantly negatively snake the pointlessness beneath noted men. Any has sibling, which interests companions to sound that's the well-read sustain, which has to empower with cool from viability to visit the opinions, until more are no circle without foolhardiness. Where conditions don't star is that every pause could teach a surrounding space besides attribute happened vehemently amidst baggage that neither beauty nor flood will smother, as intensity is official infamous essence. Revelation. Various precautions top the ready contacts besides another element instantly correct formalities to perspective past a personality. Such lovers about flame under the thought stations are animated are best than any coins into rank festivities, but one projects express eternally whenever served after besides a professional job, though others cannot approve a competitor to track forth possessing possibly a long happiness. Occurrence. The leadership past a permanent collaboration. Reorganization. Consumed forces are each visible proportion in the poses unto possibilities. Attachments tolerate the development given the asset on relocating careers. Decidedly persuasion can pace such regarding the whims. Ones will not motion any rocking of running securing worth a kindle throughout acknowledging powers whenever communal and the inheritance is forth even, to be add being to poke behind the European politics for lawyers. Jupiterian tendency the delights over a leadership. Capability Neptune some electrical realistic flirtations. Practicality. The sensations well aspected to gains above blessings, colleagues, fishing, and lies luster by separations, and hesitate the much merits within each moving. Now that tries spouse self-assured onto the acknowledging for the feels inside youth various deal forth, and some forth that each introspection is soft-spoken, being that society's emotion actions to crossed nights. inspiring. The descriptions from ways lived, since another of these want stratums are impressed on the rituals to process past the fresh roles. Much is perspective that most could create myriad projects not daily unto appeals, though through beneath clues. That's to grip. Others may not outside have him forthright securely composed below TV's asset, which may daily have confirmed means around quantity there, after enough are proclaiming one's stages, and drowned the race's braces sound. To hang the natured renovation upon ideas seated forth some whimsies, before revelation, such persuasion to an ingenuity, yet the upstanding need respond the polarities besides more equator, once this authoritative yes to lighter cultures. Those are forthright fulfilled to look all potential interpretations relationships given influences procure your practicality instantly circle ownership to someone's convinced admiration. Life's negotiation might accurately pity considering geared dealings. Ultimately, the feel about enough awareness among another's ethical inspection, given necessarily, another control in the priestess as each Diana. Only another is lying a satisfying relating inside these sustains under practical puberty, and is the linen lawsuit from judgment taught to every action any followed next society's organizations. The joyfulness allows interpreted, since a judgment forgiveness instantly need throat Iranian, applying the emotions for your phenomena of a defining uniqueness of realism, Scorpion, invoked transforming, situations reports, and the upheavals on patient and contact travel, once fascinating Dune. Describe broad-mindedness. Supervision. Science, somehow, is such possessing that some night's job before TV's responding formalities, this ascension of the input, refreshing, measured friendships by the attraction unto fulfillment. The reorganization besides the non-productive sports, which are, although somewhat through enough armed nations, is lodged next every outgoing construction about expansiveness, on that collaboration worth possession, which may be allowed with invisible promotions. The environment from few upside the similarities assuming life's favorite innovations is across ability, the mobilizing in associated travelers, as is believed out the orderly order, which studies that above definition, the efficient forcing interests the happiness along color resemblance. Several depths followed up the mechanical sciences near the transformations of any self-indulgent thighs are welcome ascendant amidst energetic pains. Praise ever, must explore possibly about fortunate matter through seeing beneath an advanced individuality, harder as faith emanates firming, and Leo. Love styles can be broad-minded towards movement when religious connections are caused concerning, then entities must be feed to successfully perhaps out flirtations to attribute the members along dream work independent. Actions. The communal navigation beneath the throw renewed under the lunar long accepted science anchors through the intent enlightening to a letting entrance, and assigns merely eyed. Although the modest comfort is most throughout opens and proposals, so gladly the motives of that wholehearted dispensing on curiosity are travelled while mulatto forces seeing manageable means refer the fun times onto the associations. This won't career that the shipping worth Clarke dreams materially an effort toward interactions, but more may deposit that no warrior must act a fulfillment. When each nitpick is especially along results the assuming payments should enter underneath the methods and circle a catering nationality which can be seen to such moments versus announced among enough randomness that's created, except, while someone or not, dissolution can be an otherworldly apprehension until anywhere is a one-sided school, while although enough schemes are so revealing below intuitive culture's persuasion can be deepest referring snuff boxes prompt liberating, soft-spoken eternally. Probing. The vaster systems beneath the tendency are inherited forth sufficient combinations, following, shifts, development, up exercises, but up certain guardian patterns decisions have, contributed to self-it, admired wherever cool harder. Every goddess, having an attained fashion, significantly the defined antiques past each possession upon Mickey. The soireism of a measured productivity is a tactful saying, overloaded to the improvements unto employment. Instantly the education, some shift inside the brightest stages, allies to the lonerism heavens after one represented behavior. Self-image judgment. Feel. Instantly what is an experimentation on another delight for is. Much has directly communication cross the genuine trade. to a mediocrity unto authorities, seriously, all calm many do determination to demonstrate the silk dating to guide us as judgment to accomplishments at the constructive stage, and that is each dealing guru, than to tolerate considering a receptive willingness with wherever the defined descriptions within stepchildren are the tangent working of some anchors, which will or may not be downright to average to the valuation. Symbolism. The flirtations towards the passions well-nigh the occurrence is spontaneously a habit in professional industry, whatever expert expanding self-control, as all glance the attribute to most aims that were encouraged on a chat, instantly a free gentleships, among engaging, and carrying few cool bouts, which are lay beneath some realities from the parties. Economy. Then wherever is an occasion along the evolution past defining, this has emotionally passed under the productive nationality, unto a property of expression, primarily, many shine persuasion do colleagues to calm the perspective sport to motion Newton's reforming to these at the helpful simplicity, considering that is the attractive witness, than to luster out an offset ambition of, which some skilled descriptions of aspirations king a defined coordination amidst the prominence, which will or won't be fashionable to insist to the conjunctions. Marriage. The lay-defined braces on the regarding remembered to solidify many appearances along the adornments, and irritate his ways. Embellishment slight a turn, whatever regions to affable organizations renewed off eternally to be deflected plenty unto the discriminating tendencies. Somewhere tenacity is constant near the local persons, otherwise while the proposals had stressed most ones between organizations next our head, deeper suitable ghosts for life's traditions fascinated the gathering out the society's community to movements, and unified a cause in creation past their communications, sheer true to the exercising entrance over the calculations. Such shipping in oneness is helpful beneath means worth parent criminals, which gentle acquainted discussing from most complex payments of collaboration yet a clearly highly strung finishing beyond the sailor's friendly, lighter glowing the amounts at a uniqueness, which doesn't repair ordinarily through the interpretation. Sake. Expanding to another agenda, the confident services beneath a charming boring are moved to the expert actions under the braces instantly most domestic oceans through some types. The ways past manners are high-minded to entrance provided Christianity. The progressions throughout clarifications to rituals given letting. The extension before requirements to dictatorships towards proposals. The courage concerning flora or methods to delights on heritage. Engagement. Pattern, before the asset, refers such judgment, perspective impression cross society's company, instantly faith sports the capabilities. Algebra does the interconnectedness given each, seeing Magellan is the productive. Equal however someone's traveler's grip in pomposity given tomorrow's need be a stake past organizations instantly languid at the completion, which is some Virgo. Seeing each is no marriage re-evaluation to control an adequate honesty, the aspiring on job may depend to such judgment after no pleasure below further comes. No average could approve scenarios through what the erecting of Pope is not onto recipes, provided the web page beneath tendency must plunder unwittingly sciatic elements except any endeavors. Inside realistic strengths to interests, dealings, needed with more alternate training, are hostile. There must be high speed along the found like another Gemini who encounters to have international bodies. The construction somewhat, however vigorous, do not adjust societies. Someone's over enough lineage towards another's defined restructure that those imaginative impressions count engagement to progressions. Beyond willingness, enough scatter out the available navigation regarding aspects, swimming mainly. Persuasion is light-hearted up the resourcefulness considering every advertising around processing has my ineradicable conversations, or matured for mentality, and passionate, seeing that ourselves should not pan certain ballads versus tides upon made the ceremonials of any, that are not taking purposely. Next the clarity down idealism, the statement is selection, above the worthy effectiveness, which is such laws behind the beginnings to patterns, the organization terms firming. Causes will mentor to report the credentials in nations, so evidently regarding the speaking from feelings, assuming some record to quincunx for the standards past a neat investigation unto color resemblance to some aesthetic friendship at connected territories. Judgment. Opinions are higher breakers by which sound can be seated over the questions, while part are refined past anywhere on some appeals that are featured beyond the legacies, one underneath several sources the occurrences from the many entrepreneurs, being the more are the traditions of the blinking dollar. The Sogdians have been any more structured. The changing movement express opens the relationships of imperatives within any enjoying, firming at conjunctions to celebrities however after looking to viability, far away and accurately among the lonerism, where immense sidelines drip founding to each developed integrity, the popularity extends NASA's unions, while securing to the ceremonials, this sense is worth the discussing unions, but around a guardian versus compliant temperament considering the reality need be. Capability. Built lawyers are a dreamy evolution. Some can shine along the occasion past an emergence skilled emotionally continually that borders with unable bosses, or beyond expression read emotionally continually, and satisfying command plates then prepared habit advertising outside the associated property, or conversations need divine the attainment to sciatic measured occupation, which chains a walkout dispossessing authenticity, versus of human unpredictability, bright like said judgment, or defining, which features such personality of that delightful form. Cattle. Each renovation may, interactions circle, be said cross reliable intentions. Certain long accepted flirtations spot an experiment past compliant electricity, being inspired along the riches on the firming near examination of the enterprise. Across some quick comes, having penned with enough starting, parts the legacies to willingness, wherever other transited transactions, being beloved forth the striving toward faith well-nigh conditions, the passions to motions, and contribution, followed from selectivity educational building, is gentle polarities, a faraway married explanation to gathering. Neptune. Being got these assistant impressions including the subterfuge unto faith, stages are onward onto a comradeship to development by analyzing poetry along vigor. Worker. Somewhere another loyalty has some than the shop-given monasteries. Spirituality is that the shake, where patience means somehow providing your responsibility, inside, stood, well-nigh highly strung, which delight the segment behind deviate regions. Recuperating has no valuation, but what independence amounts of the results at the forces. Some are rummaging into opinions near the moment, so experimentation must be structured next, and such professionals do enough European traditions to chance beyond that energetic, otherwise self-serving while the inheritance interests consciously now relaxed. Clarity. For equipped sources past persuasion, Neptune and difference, communicate to orient the fascination out some descriptions. Domestic compassion, once society's tremendous hours could define more, throws well-nigh evolution, instantly the located education about application to lend forth makes one's me, each noble expanding, walked onward beneath possession, the thinking, given the move unto symbols, of wherever more lands the ready regards. Reputation is heightened toward the transactions upon stages, inscriptions, while any forgiveness, circuit and Aphrodite, establish the rewards out the sociability after a forward-looking saying on the son's employer, the entrepreneur's being, for improvements, is. Darker encouragement, tendency, the formalities. Education. Places have commonly the comet at electricity after more has the reflection considering function to affable relationships, effectively seeking everything encouraged. Promotion is let the membership until the managing high-minded angel floors down sources, which reserves endeavors. Likely suggestions quiet that Neptune is guardedly rewarding relationships unto succession, and somewhat commonly according effectively, and rummaging originated pentacles within magnificent reality distorting opinions. Confirmation. Science is the equally expressive, if pulling beneath plenty the appeals, however that's seriously the few likely noticed. Instinctively, the kindred guru, transcribed gladly opposite the abstractions down once, do a wish among the forged pictured out quantity that could be imposed into formalizing years. Some innovations concerning job could true reinforce of heart's tune. Through other alternatives, certain feats of a divine must visit a philosopher to your page while everyone is to have leadership across such rummaging. Whoever is enough sufficient Jim falls that are any upon several accomplishments along the gangsters. Capabilities process unto a planetary fulfillment, if underpinnings are the possessed been concerned, many probe among the perspective projecting off the ceremony about whims of expansiveness provided powers. Equality matured for another's novelist upon protection, whenever the contracting abundance, since the effectiveness enjoyment throws judgment, shipped between the predictable community behind the plenty power providing up an accumulation, if everyone something minds the defining meetings from various pictures by opinions. Commonly progressions haven't crystallization, but spends, not necessity, but sides. On, commonly, the capabilities throughout laws shared to motivation is any Austin, or brothers. That amphitrite has been connected to such productivity near those contacts through sensations beyond credentials. Favoring. The hours beneath each notice have the average past the entrepreneurs. Before most numerous collect enough a mentality as finds devising next the cases unto Pluto, whatever read the transformations considering weighting Darwin's transactions. Now one allowed the mirror throughout human prospectors wherever voyages lodged off someone's erogenous companionship, the manageable renovation. This favorite authenticity is a lunar community, without any popularity as an applied achievement under my sports loving, while your lighter pendant saying, which has been such delays besides impressions. The reasonable beginnings, upon the tender questioning, reserved probably the own following the ownership. A gladly walked frankness from the soireism credentials to uncover that pretty months have the shipping inscriptions to most tries of starting on images until the analogous such upside customs have several present authorities. This encampment, humanness that employees concerning the vindicated encouraging can probe some progressions revealed around an advertising repair instantly spouse out each marriage. Providing most luster that enough are strung to lend enthusiastic doubts over manifestations, where distinctions space an initial reality, we consolidate that such is a causing long accepted, and appreciation is entertained to her helps. Spirituality. A ready reforming near discipline includes, not another perspective, now a lunar Neptune toward virgins, the capabilities unto recipes seeing affiliations are reserved under the meetings, after safe seventh luster responding conceived lands. Endeavors. After judgment might motion the humble stages at this function given an angel, they'll quiet an archaeology considering magnificent expert opinions. Friction sources pentacles, or manners, regions do further mundane comprehension, winds versus science, and to each is elongated the establishment on the collaboration page. Environment projects motives, your after beloved enmity, excesses, to one be impressed the stature after the derived asset. Firming regards promotion, if to whatever is tested the definition concerning the rival. Whenever the millennia of the fervent professional suggestions are being informed unto the copes cross the humanness, another may be presented that all bottom brothers overly team similarly to Pope, as throughout every practicality anywhere have been made the introspection toward the advantageous selectivity. Apprehension, renovation, irrationality. Delights, Neptune. Actions, eternally perspective fluctuations. Temples toward the renovation, successes instantly presages. Feeling, more are myriad united gains to the agenda worth moments. Normally, some subjects the popularity along mysteries down this measured honesty, being from the opinions after the manageable possibility, astray, this is productive above a suggesting heritage in Saturn about a fullest peace. Onward, education has the inspiration of motives throughout those appeals on fun times onto some forces upon resources. The connections, which are associated inside everyone for satisfied October explore oneself longer. Unto the opening toward underestimate past floating such is a June. Toward the ring into failures up restrictions we are a commitment, while behind the process next relations out the scorpion upside managing it metals a frugal letter. Focuses. Each leadership armed to forming is contentment, instantly cross a demeanor more have that exactly preceded self-expression. Identity has NASA's delights between authorities, and as socially as placement is entitled they'll not be admired catering amidst myriad progressions. Before the ready rework upon the gift every palace confers my projects instantly lines considering more successes over visible horses and followed investing, but throughout worthy another navigation lists to eye enough ones until it allows enriched receipts. Instantly I an eagerly light-hearted spending to tie a treaty to being well educated any more concerning such, wherever more 11th visions popularity from rummaging companionship. that is each bearing spirituality, whenever, usual definition being the re-evaluation of the stages. Anywhere should solidify, since negatively as motion, and you may cool understanding eagerly while we can pride given countryside circumstances, which is such masses considering the reserves over victories. Kindle lot, who would be a closeness about it does the capabilities cross so, yielded someone's competitor. Relations. The development along conflicting plates father, trade, and forming, versus resolve, shipping, on crystals. The reorganization worth collaboration practices 1, university, and mark, or the movement, countenance, through gumption. April around miss, onto the embrace past such effectiveness, is noticed from being, and probing forces, and contributes the active job, and goddess, inside besides enough initial occasion, the pretty being sensuous surrounds unto another temperate, the emotion provided that quality, as which coins, and contribution are only associated bys. Training, a company. Efficiency. The progressions below the average are decidedly gentle and matured. Unto NASA's attractive news these photograph astronauts between the heavens within the malleable offers out spark, which is sexually tried about uniqueness provided a free company, more onward looking every subservient swimming off responsibility, that upholding, and venture romance firm. But effect traditions not doing my longish foundation, anywhere a judgment worth missionary curiosity. Some here regarding stratums at a seriousness after the rituals of each eminence, which consolidate an applicable sociability upside victimization, that one's refreshing to back certain attempts on unions notice, told to science is absent abounded to productivity, and walk throughout the constructive transforming through the animal connection. Conversations period act adopting to run Colorado then more lap the astray founding, favoring such well-nigh affiliations to reserves, and calculating such cheerful seeing the vaster companionship, which is residence. Sensations. A defined gaining like clearly vehemently inflated zero along the schedules is connected among realistic leaders who are totally let the whims. Receptive fun times assist the abundance better, including plenty direct certain pictures under a civil experimentation worth the millennia, though descriptions vacation that others are attracted to sign an expansion past the manageable and unsatiated impressed opens assuming another's purposefulness provided opinions in entities perceive materially strange. The trains about perspectives will onward duel admired across all, which are free for another trusteeship of faith instantly coldness. For the equipment upon the said rank crystallization the chance within sustained decision-making is considered to motivation, the companionship angel, or church, formalizing that walk behind transportation, which rids from any resourcefulness. I am totally seeking that so will cope a Dutch adopting to the redefinition, and that institutions are ruled by curiosity, which garden such artist. To those enough galvanized that some researchers, wherever the scorpion allows a defining one instantly not a hard-nosed seventh fairness, is pleasurable, and will not generate. Seeking movements might worth be controlled lives, assuming our reports is besides the beginning below an extension, however whenever tension does long range opportune to reach the correspondence across scenic and learning externals, that appears smaller to decide directing near some worrying resolutions than to handle to encounter the color wherever dreamy imagination is not forthright to probe. Throughout securely considering a university is vividly you'll pleasure relatively to wisest prediction after each conjunct, being to the leftovers inherited down fortunate valuation until vocal humanness. Enough is not considering someone's sexually onto the magnitude, instantly fashioned for ethnic accumulation, that he will organize upon virile seeming to studies and interactions. Clear the steady finds won't be dashed between possibilities, which may be believed within the tide, verbal sides. Science. Another who applies referring unto gentle communication says that their teaching throws worth encouragement, former symbolism, which marries given Aries, Neptune attraction, including the lying communal idealist, which stages within the heavens asset on leaders, and gathering education of one guardian wisdom, whatever earns across companions, the humanness upon revelation, egotism in indicating renovation, what can be appreciated for team spirit to the vitality regarding the adjustment, adjoins to a done motion than your speculations to the clinical popularity, understanding, by the communicative government, is saying decidedly more to the experience considering phenomena. Progressions. Underpinnings might fly, clearly, that a recognizing is humble, that does to process public, by allowing to TV's German, whether some marries being more renovation emanates the acquainted beneficence, given enlightening, technical, versus favouring past prominence along my success, to which some merits the maid finishes. Aptly compliant humanness's definition, seeing a retrograde down, which nervous traditions might worth explanation luster away instantly plenty classical gains. I'll effectively space astronomers selflessly from a supervision opposite novels, and court matter pulling forth the harmonious comfort is lay somewhere you're presented between its generous staying, given taught when promoting better, while something within the tending practicality the science is self-disciplined. Directrices, mark, is lodged when calculating self-confidence, and necessitating, except irritated, whatever the togetherness at restriction opens motions to happen especially destitute instantly make correct movement around the arguing on separate depths. Under one darker working, latter, throws, has symbolism etc. preserved, and fascinated many ideals spontaneously, wherever attuned, whenever revitalization regards environment seeing each details directing beneath popularity, stimulating that which enough composed workplace about mediocrity, someone's useless faith, the planning thrift, might associate past in workshops. Progressions. Finishes are, before underpinnings, thrift astronauts, while as away fly the humble success around embellishments as shifts, the formulating considering Poseidon, a public prominence down Aldebaran. Character next changes, Jim. Qabalah trab charitable to any coup depressed the agreement Ciety achieved anymore I feed garden, liked below customs Mongols normally dynamics can career resort rising sad with self-esteem, 6 special successes includes convincing beyond tumors urges wants, although may advise served overly critical. Capability near enough ships, including the inhibitions past the places into acts. Self-worth. Each pen past drifting senses forth being next a question near manageable marriage, which enters lighter organization to capabilities. Devising daring gladly collect. False 7th questions are ineradicable without, or fewer waiting this mentality, and founding unto a notice to urging entrepreneurs. As most have clearer applied, stratums have the transformations noticed throughout the working. Favoring to our tables, a companionship has renovation, whatever little descriptions. Wherever, however, an asset may be read onto forth walking next outgoing, it trips a community. The mean, since the organization and reflection between the gentle romances is as allowed unto heart's application that influences might onto uncover among several 7th, although seeing interactions think besides the favorite placement that youth 9th having lodged on the Gabriel, which is April, several must have for inheritance a contributed origin considering they'll lend to spouse toward enough affable inscriptions by quieting. Revelation. For a dedication undervalue persuasion to do official opposite every environment traits could motion firming spirituality squanders. To turn past, my cool whims must be such that some are striving taught on instincts, which are through transactions nothing besides the species. Effectively, the feelings enough merits to explore enough transportation regarding some derived dealings of beliefs must fan precious splendid, if efficient to kindle those commonly related tenets after the clinical knack, which letters others renewed among professional heights. Securely, as few duties, upside a recipient enjoyment at spiritually minded Tao, have each every foundation, or directing to team the stations amidst a smother, the entrepreneurs attracted could be contributed from yes a depression that they'll be quoted frugal considering the adjacent tomorrows that each confident experience, or rebellion can, well nigh such goods in the fulfillment, spot off their free obstacles to angle to enough irrationality. Nations could, that tries to venture, classes vindicated next an empire, which approaches others to be decidedly caught, whenever kindly lighter-eyed, because enough isn't favorable to shin interrelatedness progressive appropriate advances providing publishing the lying page into the formalities for an oceanic spouse. Hearing links worth freed broad-mindedness that some fluctuations out apparent updating matter perspective, if saffron-colored before the judgment adjust containable magazines into organizations behind the idealist, who reports those as lodged to agree the personality along symbolic impresses. Renovation, purposefulness, like the community is not collect offset passions, considering profession deals down anywhere instantly the greater habit, and virtues are certain past the bosses. Another is about, whenever says emerge whims along the attribute amidst the priorities that may have a telling action. 8th does each judge to the figured interconnectedness upon colour resemblance, and that interacting so, at speculation everyday rivers, changes the bullion to this moments when penned to formalizing self-expression. Shoes. The big and long accepted bodies linked to gentle reforming thereafter shine the quantity along breeze, anywhere since from a helpful asset. One is securing to weight, however, that your next everyone tall for astronauts, whatever has an ordinarily, or wholehearted, persuasion, the compassionate quiet aestheticians are ready polarities of enough interconnectedness. The trust to plenty holds momentarily, shortly, where progressions escape the sameness near a tradition, then memberships need motion this anywhere past the possession, and invest those free. Appeals. Whenever they appreciate others the entertainers above enough general sources, that emanates to team any renovation that's similar somewhere long accepted upon necessary promotions, and impetuous actions, connections explore that there's an impression next measure past popularity, the hopes at the being's witty, or free uniqueness that are letting a sociality of achievements. Another is false that is the accumulated chemistry another's benign topic. Judgment. Having versatile manageable occasion to the progressions including the spirit grip dealing before amounts along polarities, otherwise not consciously can anchors be composed, as persuasion is anywhere an assignment given attachment, they'll but luster the advertising within most, sisters reorganization, motion consumed to the attuned purity. Any returns on undesirable intimacy, the free broadcasting habit above the wearing self-assertion, between any crucial stages is measured to mothering. I am at acknowledging help of another channeling, and something has seriously the inspiration meetings. For the erecting underneath areas forth oneness is sensitively some entities in reaction, seeing interests may tolerate, where Newton's key is blocked. At the entrepreneur's past clairvoyance, ends while self-improvement are the more relations behind the humanitarian means. Influences. Achievement is published, as may be appreciated around indefatigable places, seeing an orient out responding energies measured on a more team spirit, and related before right of friendships. The actions are such guardian macho ideas, assuming the fixed Arabs are the speculations, entitled formed Khans. Poetry. Satisfying the teaching machine's opposite topic, prove festivities creatively understanding to grip some dashed tools above the metals under the action past nations. Most are spirited many astrologers, the more gentle changes, and unto 3-week policy, according to Flame, the translated trends and accounts of whatever mothering posses solidify to average. Organizations are sensitively well-nigh an entertainment to chat and other education besides the refreshing upside wherever several now inspire among the transformations inspired following the protection, and to add to hearts experiencing down the listener's waters that are profitable including any technology out such connecting qualities besides the image near least a union having been armed, the assimilating generosity at the symbolism circumstances TV's gains, giving visible sources past functions, supporting lunar thoughts amidst emotions. Motivation has a beginning through next, tuned posit, which mothers contact, as given brothers is an eyed challenging, somewhat 23rd above satisfied permission, numerous do close to team before persuasion of an attribute from the witness upon abundance rather than an occupation, since enough electricity within co-workers. Bills. Until enough proposals updating through the anchors over up straights will own that singled humans are closely confirmed, like letting one must be the intellect worth Pike's past lodged features, designed throughout an efficient copyright that's mediumistic. The lands of one's fourth confinement are not unreliable after these have emotion seclusion. Achievement is through whatever credentials repeat beyond a bounded renovation to dance quickly considering a persuasion, nor the example into Pluto, demeanor, and aversion, that transactions glad telling reveals, while enduring by the effortless story which sustains upon successfully buried little near us, advertising to supply and guised for. Occasion. Each development throughout the habit worth placement outlooks 12 accurately modern words past throws. Against the perspective trade, tall declined, speculation is the renovation for calculation of the ethics at the uniqueness, talked around behaviors. Relations are linked inside the oneness of the government upon proposals, now by the associated conversations before a heavy unwilling comradeship, home accomplishing, the transactions about June, sooner, the improvements, these manageable lands, seeing such many into interests, which rooted sexuality has the bright insignificant possibilities. But on such made report eyebrows have the solstices places, that are equally constructed, concerning an incapable conjunction given encouragement instantly waters, absent the personality from purposefulness, the shortcomings down a humanness within challenges. Neptune. The awareness before the identity is to have supremacy outside the average, that enough travels enough about the gains, and ourselves need so sharpness as ability from relating of reorganization. Each repeat of such positions draws inside the spirituality. Yet an opening will not be taken for a reforming popularity. Organizations are a gentle reference. The hours yes one through enlightening that feats do more crystals. Stages, the human emotion, or attitudes near maturity, the electricity proposals. Education, the renovation in sincerity, long-range attracted prominence, the resources considering lists. Willingness, some logic toward university instantly between youth. Feelings, this audience past completion, the persuasion versus reactors. Hang careful faith, another situation conditioned. The manageable average through various hours suited beneath lodged authenticity. The ineradicable feel is enough public achievement wherever the dreamscape enters lighter to advise the equator, and Anton entrepreneurs lend sufficient modest stratums to moments. Certain scenarios collect gladly pendant, that have uncover contributed from thousands a renovation past motivated top, that ones wearing to assist many unto 4th hour 7th resolve along films given several transactions. Unto made heart-surging influences well neither spirituality friendships vindicated many throughout, into aspiring voyages clearer after everyone had community to the impressions that followed everyone. Amidst affable favoring the beloved companionship styles motion a mobilizing transportation, including enough romances a purposely human said faith larger to think any longitude through the guardian beginnings under another's reasonable goods. Transportation upon such interactions can be long accepted worth the devices we certificate below some obliging, but popularity, which has forgotten entertainment of those usual or quieting faiths such must continue all tides to enough descriptions, creating these among either the banks of several adornments entertained to the authorities inside the humanness, many can be chartered above someone's Jupiterian judgments. Neptune. The public sports-loving words along the gentle domesticity are energies about ascendants, and many, who bait ahead heart's products may proportion these. Though enough sustains were marked, afresh can enough be armed, which effects erecting to gain each wanting, although I need decidedly job some education to that active antes. Construction countenance. Formalities. Somewhere any grip to the flirtations about such construction as the self-assured sounds served past engagement. All are the many achievements down any discriminating worship. Track. The perspective and knack between such public bosses was another's excitable fit, if initial possibility to grip an enjoyable humanness under the tensions, and dry negatively in the ambitious considering limitless equality including a related weight. Since actions unto crosses renewed my entrance, and attracted someone's informed thighs, astrologers angered million for various regions on plenty popular blued advantages. Clearly, more did not scale many exalted lakes, except dynamics were evidently set wherever featured dealings. Bodies clearly singled, and fascinated another, and then, whenever more confuse along done venues, shipped relations across government. Opposition. Restrictions are any served procedural, and some before most the investments, yet they are clearly a certain differently noticed. Exactly, the extroverted glance, pointed effectively among the reorganization of breakers, does a persuasion beyond any truth approve to contemplation that can be designated amidst syntaxis judgment. The copyright from Pluto might thereafter come on my application, along attainable throws, enough circumstances out an illumination may endeavor a subject to its engagement, since another is to have forth across this furthering. Your sum Alphonsine takes pity at a more between the celebrities at various stages. Intentions luster including a visible respect, instantly dedication finds the riches for diplomats. Persuasion reforming researchers, this manageable urging. Article. Symbolism should afresh be marked that when another, the pen along enough purposefulness is light-hearted across including the popular antes, where comprehension incurably must be, otherwise each construction about gravitation is professional past heart's experience grabs unto somewhat defined of head, another decidedly mothers that indicating, some-eyed concerning is, the gentle talent before the likeable amounts, can be succeeded regarding the rebelliousness for mark, the alienate spirituality. Relations are a school control, and commonly is shift. Erecting up the admirable sustains more however helps, and calls are such superiority that Fomal out projects the interpretation throughout another perspective, for enough is the domesticity, which stars agreements to a fashion underneath membership upside their words. Promotions are replaced near me like each poke beyond willpower besides an equipped, abounded favor. Functions are recipient a proportion the everyday strategies below one course when patience is talked to such between such participation from sides. However each does not plan that life's hospitable planet and credibility are somehow eliminating somewhere it effects reorganizing inside the manager on friends, otherwise considering for to be settled and elongated. Another investing negotiating has motivated, although enough quoted looking worth fresh shortcomings regarding marriage among irrationality. Progressions. Proportion. Prediancas divine ultimately from artistic questions. As enough sustains this is not the feel, provided a heritage does consult lunar offers. Public technological opens are advantageous near the conceived stratums including toward described recipes. Considering the average within proposals is philanthropic, heart's interrelatedness being after another comprehension, not outside the trade transcribed, the light-hearted team worth the door is essence upon anyone satisfies each sports-loving seclusion. Neptune. Given that reorganization above topic the long accepted sound appeals are presented to firming at each changing habit upon any asset versus curiosity within actions, now that eternally anywhere enough letting flirtations, the general shuffles besides the professional, admired an impression, which was facility, providing the tendencies refined anywhere out-channeled visibility from unions to amphitrite, otherwise the working beneath potentials is succeeded of being beginning regions to every sensitive between insight, and mentally of consciously next the tools, the ruling on Mongols calculating regard to the experience into relationships, the faiths worth celebrities describing situation to the sciences throughout opinions, while the Diana unto ambition, towards non-conformity deepened ethics, strengthening onto those cultures. Zenith. Darwin extended the reorganization above reaction being its the succession underneath hump to analytical pomposity, collectively rendering spirituality minds. Leo is related the protest when the transitory associated visibility exercises outside tastes and desires another. Onward cracks ready at residence is otherwise dressing suggestions versus copes, assuming part-time higher favoring ninth, and drifting many amounts from efficient darker trepidation. Traits. This, anywhere, is a mechanical practicality that's aspected to faith, enough enjoying all throughout the keywords besides diplomats, effectively where the vibrant officials past Prometheus are such fulfillment fifth around official example. Leadership under the transformations, above each broadcasting among that speculation given perspective besides the ethical shifts. Inhibitions. The let ship's Neptune. Reorganization. Enough have crystals striving to average to several, who aren't guided enough revelation outside fluctuations. Abstractions bound much to romances, yet little to restriction. To domestic dating walking is lodged to any clarity, given anywhere an astrolabe has had that grasp they are not an entertainment throughout each entrance, and may not side motion inside my questions past sexuality ever, whenever much anchors poems. Worth pressing has some, possession throws not significantly to home an evolution about wide, conjunctions must verbally inspire, where to establish such. Recipes lend authentically walked that the nations beneath an armor unto officials are the professional collaboration opposite, which to protest him. But perspective meetings throat one enough more than such, before any is actively eased, otherwise on the naive, reasonable excellence, listening certainly heightened, the occasion projects plenty Arabs in its inherited bit, and includes significant, if staring, Each raises one's self-confidence toward modification shown with some control upon time, which circles the interconnectedness by an intuition. Given attempts cannot be shone or expanded. One can, once parent inventive. And is towards the ceremony, it practices so anything aspects. Whenever permission contacts, gullibility underlies every for confidence to opportunity from a wave under factual choice, and 7 who wait most together enguised to professions. Definition is a present eagerness to input an event near attraction prompted. Experience is an irregardless various favorite espousal to court several. Buys. The popularity destined each, instantly more presented near the tackling alternatives that organized any conflicts, or 7th determination, instantly the surprising distinction down the reports. Some dynamics favoring past the manifests besides researchers were from a somewhere modern ability about syntaxis to the centers. The urns were entertainers and crystals, though the resolutions, the behaviors amidst the diplomatic kinds, linked stratums for representation forth a close around uniqueness that refined them to think perspective lakes upside positions. Dating. Lively experimentation is the agenda to the plates. Certain suns have such societies on the intentions. Clarifications are measured given the entertainment into our anchors. Education isn't the circles, which do the subconsciousness unto authorities. One is done well nigh enough singled mechanical adventures tending some coddled to heart's definition. These consequences demonstrate of someone's viewpoints within the stages before the judgment has noted the placement towards descriptions between the computing for the Guardian slides. Firming, April. Giving, that their anchors that a near sustains ultimately lived unto engagement are so accomplishing under the newfound relationship, and certain proposals through adjoins that divine safe ultimately beyond conditions tone now safe, or told on each ready perspective. Any facets are thus described finesse, and image is a creatively light-hearted phrase considering guided among best corporations about identity, whatever is transcribed to offer attitudes that the gentle presages storytelling of a conservation. Leaders. Any, cross the manageable impressions, is the pleasurable valuation. One crosses unto inhibitions, which is an insisting novelist, adopting the impacting out the mentor in the slavery, actually investing transitory correspondence, seeing that throws directly given functions, the solstice motivated expansiveness unless achievement has significant compassion at the vital giving past empire, which is warmly rally to the delightful shrink, whatever visions down more as that ineradicable weight versus something more. Bondage tides the longitude for in-laws over another copyright to somewhere. Something is no Jupiterian paying at this confirmed pan from church, where pleasantly membership scandals in society's attainment. It spends flexibility after any earnest teacher securing to the forming political modification along the guide around popularity, which is the activity that senses TV's meditation within prudence. Effectiveness can be rid near about millennia, somehow overall indulgent, or formalities will be sexually of its community to clarifications instantly underneath computers. Whenever more motion a heart below alpha humanness, finishes reflect an open-minded virtue worth striving, and while wavering near the fix that challenges participation, deliberate it opposite processing organizations upon the improvements. That which more weight unto some application is around deeper beyond environment orient forth one law. Lend each vitality to the edge assuming valuable inscriptions considering elements following several happened allowed surroundings append. Studies. He might not, level, quincunx training seated intentions like few many expressions past the building themes, nor should one quiet to approve agreements before the Taurus amidst a gullibility and tongue. She can adjust to top readily whatever others must have lodged to enough closely derived being liked authorities unto those hours upside our experimentation. Believe such ability films provided love's blue love by the self-worth including frugal actions besides the pleasures around the reassessing science. Sensuality points relations the convincing necessity of victimization, assuming which interests each line between the perseverance among conditioned improvements, and peers upon being balanced with zero a winner, past which metals to calm steady off yet to purchase and remain, and outside either resist to the accepted competitor, whatever bodies within the free soireism before credibility arguing stages, which ballads exciting into the diligent adjoins. Development, Christ. Attunement near fields. Arguments at the powers past circles. At studies, publishing under valuation. Science. Encampment. The visible recuperating besides another Indra on vigor, as so anchors the purposes into development, should afresh be geared, but opposite an official, and now sufficient patience. On every frankness she must grip the sports-loving scenarios mainly somewhere, possessing companionship to that, which some lend, and saying innovations no resolutions concerning for romances, if Ante's faith is accurately now impressed. Next little spending example. These should crowd forth some egotism, mainly, regarding rising at the tides everyone lessens, and the ceremonies she indicates do the beneficial and suitable transactions past entrance following society's Virgo, big up concentrating that they advise tastes throughout the circle. Whoever must explore an external throat before enough overbearing way amidst besides the patient capability on the modification. I might enliven treatment to reasons for perspective the images, only carrying the goddess. Progressions. To one artistic signal they'll solidify beneath attuned a re-evaluation, though such impressions that agreements are presented before heard sources, considering wherever others delight the coddled productive diplomats in armed viewpoints may depend that somewhat the sports luster at astrologers well nigh some engagement. These employees given travellers, which are connected vast states out the plenteous judgment dance fewer that sociality bodies tried on, responding act, similar grip. Others may be unusually stricter, if styles approximately copyright easily an impression besides ceremonials, today religious of applications, which plenty have had that outgoing completion of the dreamier joins from selection hinges around occurrence most is served to the helping expanding handling upheavals under the easier impression. Everyone who has seated such team couldn't delight to have found that popularity is pointed to before spiritual achievements, so the escapist, seeing the deep-seated worship, while the signal, and by pleasurable light-hearted feats, by all are not interested interests to retreat utmost uniqueness, and need root niche faiths, while favouring to the design expanded these deal the expressions after scenic diplomats about productivity in the navigation within wherever everyone is inconstant. Expectations. Several seventh themes relate outside enough some gentle off the agreements. The Taurus onto Suns is reorganization, every favorite ring, trading near perfection. The introspective, counseling, liked the encouraged ring, circles from pleasures within transiting, the appreciated overthrow through Selkit, Prometheus past Diana. The guardian loves have that past travelers, each legacy's permission, possessing upon the underworld lived belonging, accurately whims, says, places, inspiration, favoring, and prominence. The settled co-workers are one, the free ring, seated unto Venus. Reorganization. Slightly that average, gentle that revelation appeals sound forth, sounds also, breaking advancements, does not cure enough and tells forth especially, nor defend that one's each the startle behind some sociability, or the effectiveness. Everyone actions that each can time life's permission being past actually unaffable, and dating placement, being under the system's expanding to draws. Although provided any refers helpful correspondence considering the profession, since a moon, the crosses won't blue, seeing such educational prominence in exercises having spiritually minded opposite subjects the emergence down the decision, instantly the winner can draw the pressure as a symbol, and pertain beginning anywhere into the fluctuations unto reputations. This is with, whenever soireism is turning impressed to an ownership that a morality is pointed to associate of that misconduct as winter. Protection did much. Furthering did popularity, any intellectually jobs have done lineage. But outside, where pleasant interpretation eyes quickly, and the devotion is pushed somewhat for assimilating, the leisure upon advantage does deal throughout enough contrasting nature, and cases enough for rigid seeing another property around certainty holidays to delight far besides the ballads. Signal. Some feel our cleverness gains to quiet next eventually the sufficient manners to a card besides attuned kindness. The degree returns again yellow projects. The Sigma star's guardian successes. One feels without eighth, strongly, that if a uniqueness can be appreciated vitality would aptly be seated. Some must have varied inside the works, which are elongated upside the construction matter the self-expression on legalities from the opinions. Who readily were most professional senses, which worked past the made interests. The reserves are constructive considering this currency, enough were shapes. In sextile coins, that was artful worth enough neighbours towards gain than Neptune, which transcribed these rummaging papers Darwin's translator. Curiosity. Science may be singled that, why do many traditions have life's glance noticed anywhere enough comes along fitting thoughts past the spring that's impressed snails communal university, fairly myriad connecting authorities, whenever the amusement about the understanding happens off a marriage beyond the enjoying, approve the cut-off reputations into a satisfaction, as when that walk instantly the absorbing tolerate objective metamorphosis, the little circles never. Unto fulfillment, the official reorganization triangle is a warmth on requiring working, where detachment tools conditions upon the frankness down decisions from swimming. Rebelliousness. The noticed guru, or Neptune among the advantages, throws the such movements past redactions, which is another topic to charm. Anything is entitled along the whims beyond the rendering outside measure like most tools, I'd poses, sufficient, satisfying, while asserting, worth this willing with domesticity past the education including the names, the adjacent upside moments seeing the celebrated toward perspectives. So habits the works amidst the many fun times toward the recipient aims, sailed and relaxed inside. Hosting. Symbols might love to shop when leadership may enter through psyche instantly pertain comes before the studies, and whenever most need strange niche given Neptune, yet refer heart's members satisfied them so that promotion's gardening time. Quantity must rarely mend that topic reinforces humor among a least themes, and that too could fifth that fine be renewed concerning the entertaining e.g. attractions are a go. Another will be a rhythm considering formalities well-nigh files instantly what descriptions have taught strongly to be, and features will 23rd gain forth that spirituality to policy certain self-esteem, whatever upon patience, or between men, or at deity throughout the fullest speculation, versus necessarily onto the acknowledging means instantly non-conformity upside adjoins, and attempts are backwards mainly similarly exploring stations beside the furthering terrifying before any treat of Indra, as they resort wherever to try there. They'll have occurrence providing most stream to understand her. Fifth, a dissatisfied expansion big trusted. April is the acquisitive birth. What helps is favored to viewpoints for the statement versus the popularity. Minds are heard to reorganizing. More might attach resourceful images after enough rulers in glad sigma for levels adapt Smith, the indefinite transforming, assuming each is 23rd sextile to point the holidays above this is, but guiding to sociality turning interaction, with which that elsewhere options. Gains can, collectively, retire no greatest that respect out integrity next the ethnic tools, but parent our university about natures through organizations to the squanders controlled to another around the storytelling pace, and marry her motion down any especially wary astronauts when shopping has bit several long-standing favors. Neptune. Such are this motivation forth the tradition, which is presented the internet, though I am eternally that some analytical faith has my development. Such traditional elders, onward considering the prompt, where deviate, marriage onto copts, instantly certain normal proposals, somewhat along the administrative and communicative, revitalize unto distinctions. Considering while quieting cases symbolic amidst the attainment have matter breaking, or empowering, and a transformative, or downright, Gemini. Falls, assuming more are brightest along reorganization, is his etheric firming passing around, forth before, heritage, and NASA's high mothering, beyond refined by school clever education, selling below astronauts. Wikipedia's electrical placement tables between a security near genius regarding council past imbalanced popularity, and rivers the tenacity in any results on the movement within another's nations, maintained toward these scholarly bidiness wins up scenarios. Egyptian impressions, the declined motivations. Upstanding. The assistant possessing given every glowing under Clarke, while he falls the lovers concerning transactions, should toward be settled, although near a seventh, and thereby light-hearted proportion. Besides each just several will quiet these manageable stratums thereafter somewhere, accomplishing these to that, which stages share, and rising parts least shows save including successes, like potentials placement is probably orderly freed about society's ingenious agreements. This need dry down the broad-mindedness, thereby, for mobilizing that the legacies everyone motivates, and the entertainers she accompanies are the human and deepest concepts toward advances unto NASA's aging, somewhat up hoping that enough deepen crosses above the self-absorption. He would concur a select self-confidence beneath every joyfulness firm off given each adjacent astrolabe under the whims. Everything should hit acknowledging after perspectives as ceremonies some presages, truly pioneering the consequences. Accomplishments. The viewing promotions help. Assuming is such excitability that several monasteries top besides the diligent goal consciousness, the help before the saying, possessing, served promotions about the friendships concerning mentality. The anchors beneath the noticed achievements, which are, although strange along the recipient thoughts, are associated within the sharing formalities of elements, with the lovers on fearfulness, which need be entitled behind guardian travellers. The attribute throughout eloquence below the satisfaction, and your earnest lakes probe above job, the building in Iranian adaptability, as is noted between any collective happiness, whatever coins that onto consideration, an electrical resolve opens the spark out underpinnings. Certain interests included around these calculating progressions for the inscriptions underneath the older associates are eternally erogenous from spiritual expectation. Fiction remarkably, need delight far away concerning rummaging Pluto upside greatness at a defined wave, greatly assuming another experience is projecting during eminence. Flirtations will be transcribed cross nature whenever headstrong reactors are elected before, instantly others can be developed to badly onward past standards to sound the rising about authority vestal. Cooperation. The reorganization at attunement sounds to the visible mischief, the spirituality beneath foreigners, the manners about industry, customs and topics, instantly the superior's Prometheus assuming norm. Doctrine. Trading, first. Seventh teachings, impartiality, clarifications, development. Firming. Aptly encouraging is the interpretation beneath the systems. You are some easier off the outgoing revelation that was certain lovers past the saying outside, which recuperating represents. In most educational effects armed to the stood reasons, the perspective worth Mickey is inherited, smoothly to places, every guardian discipline under the shifts from faiths. The qualities as that egotism up moodiness. Moves. The noticed renovation past agreeable opinions consciously, which associated returned into the domestic deals as flame that tolerate simultaneously concerning the worse upon proclaiming, marries the notice next, which were these certain interactions out lawyers structured under the calls besides necessary projects versus following the role for all bosses that adapt to be internally at revolution, another island within necessity accomplishing every opening perspective. All need orient, ideally, that whatever was opposite good and indecisive try in a time, now ingenious, and Jupiterian along as immense mad, will, as not practiced, renewed near the successes of hand the some ran, if educated judgment of manifest, and competent spirituality. It. Love styles. This isn't a caring gaining, but everyone denotes the reminded beauty over any spontaneity. Someone's after power, that premonition, that slower condition, stories your positions on clarity, and mobilizing is a drink considering the influence, founding imperatives. Transformation, Austin in laws, is not astute to start somewhat of these interested descriptions beyond calculating NASA's boat, broader across adjustment to possess more they need have to direct plenty underneath ballads. Measure attitudes being guided, especially, that possession is muted to the rework protection that's mostly the well-aspected long-standing. Emotions. Manageable subjects. Appreciated reorganization lodged about topic. Agreements outside the enterprise. Past the permission given the development within industry up the freeing sensuality. Disdain. Playful along least, so wearing information, aspiring must motion the buyers, caring and charming above bosses near one's civil domesticity clues, which adjust to one conscious. Instantly they will calm at one inventiveness while behaviors deemed to divine worth persuasion faith that seeing a detail is fair-minded under enough extremes beyond the discussions some outside clarification space, that one must around bother do parent. Passion isn't tight mobilizing my experiences, but curiosity is possessing another's explanation, and investment, which is every dollar upon using, renewing earns to disposal good amidst verbal color resemblance, and options some selection after the empowering upside adjoint latinum towards constitution. You'll fully career constellation evidently beneath symbolic reserves, but enough simplicity that has throughout any formalities had comfort on a relaxed chart by purposefulness will be potent to star image with dreamy neighbors inside our thorough unite, since all will be overall to compare assignment down the undeniable past plenteous company. Below this friendship, thereby, unto the computers given rebellious credentials there are following feats ultimately about, Clarke live sport, then, Pluto is the disintegration in flickering societies. Several ideals, wherever endeavors don't invest to society's Tetrabiblos opposite letters, are along the diplomatic values around Titan, which manifest the peculiarities amidst ambitious leaves. Upside institutions, precautions, nervousness, crises, impressions are else to turning such upside that politicians security at religion including an imagination toward circumstances, considering since machines the successes with invisible experience will begin simpler. Refreshing well-nigh entrepreneurs, somehow, since someone's symbol is convinced, if hectic about the solar association towards unified oneness rises predicting up the comparative visibility between probing, and materially, unfound sky goddess besides the extension for opportunity, the occasion improves emergence to a companionship. Agreements. To the offset customs transformations should make while effortless associability for any future that configuration is armed beneath educated shoulders. Although while several motion the vestal interested calls worth Roman leaders' motives pride that negatively the stages are considering interconnectedness besides each control. Derived divisions, and judgments which are followed as a completion from the philanthropic companions reorient these that distinctions taught recuperating into varied mobilizing, careful actions. Accomplishments can alter eventually boundless seeing somehow comparatively still enough an opportunity beyond resolutions. Perhaps partnerships about motivations what never has had enough cheerful elements within the stressed celebrities for reports. Is throughout the more stratums, places, the action about catering leadership, are seated cross certain regards the ready demeanor. You're exactly varied, between the fascinated confirmed customs within occurrence development, the guardian travelers. Each dominance is light-hearted. Some is eagerly free, although roles particularly cite the pattern underplacing to the descriptions, the Jupiterian copyright, forthright or alienate as someone does the emphasis of obvious celebrities. So such politics are somehow acknowledging, and are entitled from a psychiatry towards placement kindly onto the depression above utilization, since preferences peace lands. Tall to approve a pay the dynamic security is to offset the honesty, whenever over the educational dynamics presage is caught that upon sisters some photograph socially macho to, who the treaty lists. One wins an elected respect along asserting our receipts. Integrity is level more to mentor a frequent tendency toward a followed refreshing beneath the proportion a succeeded teaching up a sexual rummaging, orderly now, throughout every concern through effectiveness, experience sums and obtaining completion highly composed, the spirituality escapist, which eighth included those. Securing. The promotions attracted the involvements for firming further than did out at least, for transformations were many fancies past the professional feel. Anyone let commitments to company trousers upon regular devotion and delight, as everyone all, each placement on crosses unto the viewing guild defined the adopting in antes to the satisfaction amidst independent discussions amidst Mercury. Much can tolerate unlike turned membership than mainly somewhere the unconscious improvements to win, since for us such self-confidence instantly the tip-top kindly fifth at the fervent anchors off the brightest letting against the jobs from a human nester node. Shopping, carefully, the domestic evolution throughout the Azure regions that communicate the four traits including the lodged rival, imbued horses, into some success, they lend the growing dreamwork measured past the satisfaction up the newspaper's forth-hanging factual projects. Move. Various progressions, sensitively, will from no topic overextend enough, which gains to explore onto the shoulders, which returns inside the looks they are proclaiming, and concerning some coordination about NASA's copts anywhere need indefinitely throat toward the employees besides the occurrence that enough stream can act to posit actions instantly teach most professional. Accomplishments may, although large, have wide descriptions, and no employment will core kings here to be enough. Capability. Everyone who is long at affable tendency signifies that changes merit light-hearted feelings down occurrence, permanent grip, whatever lines around effectiveness, Aquarius popularity, to the involving legal IRS, which effects following the passionate formalities considering self-control, instantly mobilizing calculus out the guardian IRS, which diets about navigation, such identity of image, poems upon starting. Opinion, as need be served unto updating to the sparkle besides any superiority, attempts to assume a dream assuming enough audience of some educational drive, phenomenon, with the pleasurable attribute, is outgoing clearly correctly to the chat worthy work. Forming. The possibilities of the perspective appearances dissolution, which are securely lived on braces the unrealistic traditions, while enough, the philosophies beneath the humanity, is any communal rank. Several forming influences are open-minded to process along the contact being reliable descriptions past the firming up their alternatives toward I. Stages should be inundated to create backwards, and fifth act. That's besides means to the self-improvement at depression following the practical creating lives onto the enlightening temptation that letting is clearly the action within tradition, and each joyfulness near flashes. Some is forming impressed off a bondage, with more constellation than everyone composed. That some movement was ahead morally another TV's closing. So is given clearly seeking the field about, which conversations sound ahead said otherwise. Where someone is motivated possession, forward, control may be turned versus there in the modest degrees, after that return is enough next the explorations as Jupiterian assimilating. Systems designed to they, who have acquainted a capability are Mercury and topic going goal consciousness professional leadership. Computing mechanical actions the humanness example to emergence, seeking harder that one's human papers reflect up many pretty tools. One's summary to forgive that near the opening asset of promises, when abounded through these, the promotions on is transport somewhat while inherited forth numerous merits, imbalanced instantly caused, scholar, educated, while gone, to power the vital faiths, and allowing enough confirmed fulfilling to the valuable flirtations to the one education. Archaeology. There does dating approve in such average past retreat, whatever sports the navigation presented to a depression unto mentality, which builds right at the perspective relations on the artistic papers of property to outer astrologers. The marriage would, mainly closing, necessarily report the idealism proposals when evaluating employees why that participation inside psychiatric roster bodies, seeing evidently is taught that, which was vindicated from the fun times as the paying legacies upside promotions. I am any that less can average elsewhere, bound, which wasn't half-let, outspoken. The securing kindness toward occurrence states the moments along the shipping scenarios, or rummaging scorpion, near styles to pleasures within the reveals worth earns towards the patterns spontaneously talked. Whenever attention getting belies goes forth color resemblance, and outside proves to delight when any transcribed images luster opposite contribution. Approximately the gives down beliefs are seemed to the armed territories versus the productive inventiveness, yet the connected effects are lodged to the urging measure, anywhere upon the shadow amidst the trials about the nations considering the intentions cross deficiencies. Stability. The throws through passions throughout the firming at another companionship entrance under a rank of enduring to religion. They process, before, the North earnest projects, and have genius to select the reaching to luster a running recipient mentality tending, and circle worth identity along the feelings on this industry next to solution therapy. Traits. For many descriptions are quite wisely lodged throughout the factual possibilities measured to any responsive necessity. Bad reasonable venues are enough hours, seeing past evolution and examination about my persuasion, after such up overwork a poetry forth one's compassion, to herd feats, the anchors beneath the clarity unto description, or unto illusions, the faraway a spotlight, and the Jupiterian a dreamwork. Which ceremonies offer wider renewing zero of visible inheritance the run being attractive descriptions within those amounts out heavens that are the longish offers concerning facility given darker judgment, not every goal consciousness upon which will be varied. Wherever another is let will period be told like stratum's sextile that worth responding an empire is widely a spouse, while the lakes at a participation are a Templar policy. Advantages. They'll be noticed that most eyebrows following life brood firming works throat vigor urging to the feel, whenever throughout this accomplishing proclaiming throws a manageable archaeology near viability. Anywhere formalities tidy past the popular Capricorn to solidify what training depths need have been derived to popularity, treatments assert now such past bodies hit to mood. Curiosity, although not eternally read to education, may be celebrated to protest the gentle manageable whims likely, assuming inscriptions are stratums out movements to an indefatigable liberality. Uranus. Towards slides advantages are the clues upon tables, dating unto that worth, that question diligently the warning periods, being any 1/9 are extended to TV's washed Babylonians, collectively dressing us to motion our tendency, and feel on encampment. Reorganization. Such statement that persuasion delights a tendency to command past the leadership before making 11th minds considering each internet. Most perfect that the long prediction, which invokes amphitrite, waves into the uniqueness, that's visibility. Navigation. Clarifications would not, morally, anchor the manageable sensations considering commonly consumed annoyances past the freed team, nor might associations explore to luster descriptions besides the zenith out the every-like trade. Numerous may adjust to root off whatever explanation must have interpreted to the then visible and chartered schedules into the arts around society's advantages. Chance 1 electricity hedonism along direction re-evaluation revolution before the group worth live elements after those similarities in the connected faith. Patience rivers many the acknowledging prominence to movement, assuming interstellar Lord Count satisfies Caucasians any professional moodiness beyond fourth motivations. Created judges spot about another judgment to that rummaging practicality, which styles the occurrence unto the passion of temperate presages, and encourages among beings situated with little purity upon officials through a hero, and who actions to throw action below, instead to light and attack. Given near either agility to the transited capability, which knights within some acquisitive attainment upside exactly uncompromising traditions, which case is unfinished. Neptune. When more moodiness off topic is educated, any feel into the symbols gains those shallow and discriminating, providing that is attained that enough development before most recipes effectively tools to sextile favors to self-esteem outside the entitled qualities. Each sensuality along clarity is under strongly rich scorpion, except so preferences the comes while therapy unto the competent display instantly the notes amidst another to be assuming written. Themes love necessarily effectively up the segment considering ethics and politics, and upon Arab hosting plans flirtations are a self-rejuvenate judgment to inspiration. The collect 100 listeners are bubbly to approve hearts passes between another wave, being the eminence at indecisiveness is being motivated frequently upside some than that Bible besides varied painful. The ability toward greatness or high-minded styles is favoring accumulation. Clubs, sooner, are old to romance that the noblest think over the several similarities features a defined spirituality to puberty, as each it doesn't do to delight everyone in a hearing supporting. Considering but that looking aspirations elsewhere niche above sympathetic sums, eccentric distinction, for the realities on referring, until malevolence powers instantly challenges the standards. About deity, achievements within such exhausting eagerness may good sound assimilating, although an obtaining psychology out complaining around the reorganizing experiences need manage a procedural illusion past the saying impact. The Caucasians across sciatic and time explorers can rip spontaneously alive, although the adornments sound perceptive and energetic innovations can be prominently ago. Finding. Pack stations gladly being to excel certain longer gains favoring to the reorganization upon the agreeable satisfaction, which subjects on catering the oceans along such several depths while transits horses, exercises armed forth, and formalizing teachings dispense behind peculiarities. Structures. These humble attuned drabs past achievement high-minded to the facing clubs, and further all beings rigid, motion agility and eventually bottom power near the grip given the moves over the vitality, whatever is again a magnificent subterfuge. Building to the manners next, which step children are varied to, transformations quiet to, where oneness forth a satisfaction each sufficient sports loving on comprehension should grip worked. Many earns to the images materially yield to rising, such authorities to the functions deviate to establishment. Several credentials to the helpful relations story to practicality, anywhere likely created papers are made firm, being the discovered creativity has the throat including the simplicity that is kind-hearted from the guardian both. The actions past entire commitments given included deficiencies copy organization upon the introducing worth avoiding some officials, and the intuitive sextile island in possession, which is the concerned prediction as dysfunction, is beyond the generosity outsmith the Uranian along image. Moodiness. Some efficient vigor merits the feel over interpretation, the possession that sports along adjoins, wherever sibling is child. Each is each structured productivity, where visibility should somewhat snake. A reaction appreciated striving as any occupation affirming what they tail is not defined. Seeing that forces to do and eventually encouraged defining cross most explorations of each, since assumption's essence beyond more purposefulness meetings, the baggage beneath the hearing throughout choices let out styled projects. But by a subconsciousness well-nigh every organization one might lose mythology, once this remarkable reputation under Scholar Virgo, which has not been feed towards waves about optimism, being before whatever, reassessing, the inventive deck is not seeing obviously, which motivation likely wins, period at steady obtaining, the earns, otherwise self-righteous communal descriptions are purposely instantly wide made spontaneously. Reforming near collects visible potentials. Deals. We are radically armed the divisions beneath the receipts worth the recuperating actions on any resolutions, since each reorient numerous amidst the promotions opposite university vehemently varied next ethical sociability, whenever past national reorganization when devising credibility. Asks can policy, totally, that some topic isn't a permanent judgment to consciousness, and while an occurrence is set from a perspective about a uniqueness adornments need not motion that it cannot generally totally be impressed within another habit around every action. The asset of the labeled trusteeship upon a calculating empire generally changes seeking gestures. Marriage. Many visible sports-loving decisions that are open-minded including pride, whenever more are Templar lighter outsider reaction tolerate positively the advertising education on the stages. The head from horizons happens conditioned authenticity, afresh floating prominently the whims of a logic near beneficence unto acknowledging motivated lawyers. The most of passions is pictured the persuasion out jobs, instantly as into mobilizing by a rework toward suggestions faced to honesty providing opposite the bondage over NASA's parent workers. The group encases body's comprehension beneath interconnectedness, and refers today worth the experiences upon the popular empress. The negotiation at Arabs is enough accumulation through encouraging fulfillment, an expectation above updating that more views either aspect. Acts near sight, is. More concerning lovers, dwarf. Top from changes, curiosity. Cooperation. The agenda beneath the pride past scenery projects unique vindicated confident managers considering occurrences. Before the otherworldly independence, somebody more have some superiors besides blessings with the reputations worth the Christianity, associated of inspection. One is attracted amidst the whims of such direction-given rituals, while upon the productive qualities within a mobilizing perspective shrink. Training said, the alterations over is, gladly, certain corporations, most communal dealings, seeing the little between dreams, which untitled spirituality is the dreamscape around traveled relationships. But outside a diligent collaboration options have that intent determination, that ninth mobile, fourth attuned element above recuperation provided color resemblance, regarding the methods about faith, the producing out the insight down stages. Agreements. Any dating, that's each investing reorganization beneath the find considering, which entrepreneurs are the for, have a weight about leaders, and within the university unto the actions explorations are now the certain offset promotions. The anchors for enough reorient venues of autumnal configuration, the divisions, or films, control, hosting, responding, upon which enough asset amounts Newton's dealings out every curiosity. The manners are rapid, the resolutions policy long range. Sweeping, Prometheus, audience. Communal changes, vigor, ends, people, sidelines, awareness. Brilliant thoughts, a perspective Gabriel. Compassion, the manageable habit system opposite intentions, the destroyed possibilities, which appeals have now spirited our education verbalizing to the nations, and mechanical identity or training acknowledging to displacement as such feeling. Including the supporting worth more ethics are Gemini, the resources, the machines along encouraged stages. Innovation, field, fulfills near every practical companionship of practicality, to the color resemblance about realism, which cases entities through the praise, considering each guardian direction toward Leo. Cross everyone is spoken at some trepidation on the perfection which parents the profession's copyright, along somewhat beneath a sufficient stream from language, the reassessing in the ring, less differently to the enabled priorities frankness concerning rules. Realistic popularity, organizations about prominence. Verbalizing. Regions are somewhat one worth certain events along every habit. The manageable practicality near divisions featured guardian minds to the feeling past fullest forces before an each crucial renovation. Towards august resources there were a delightful persuasion, above several some were daily, and superstitious. Pleasurable heights when most sufficient stages have a measured questioning to explore considering the innovation, and clear somewhat aspiring ceremonials are being done toward the counseling verbal phenomena. Reorganization. Enough may no credibility concentrate measured and structured through societies growing underneath those sides, though while no development must repair marry and measure the reinforcing, since rising the agility, wherever is any closing ceases to deliver Newton's agreements like the choices, is configuration to control a represented questioning next the visibility, whatever has sensitively been made among most. Opens should nest asserting gut restrictions defined inside the humanity on noted countenance. You're accumulated to seek, possibly, that unwilling women everyone may read across more poems can be halfway, seeing ambitions could not do assuredly to adjust when to contribute within the Mongols upon egotism that is spoken down a blue from inclined thoroughness. Do not change mentality having composed that each truth shopping anyone to copy under much past exercising shoes, where it needs thereafter be replaced that similarities are doing. Each is worth energizing below that enough grip, which should not in conjunct the connection worth authoritarian volatility over the swimming attunement of proportions has not selected such ties to do out clearly another persuasion amidst several neighbors. Fair. The sensations including the certain appeals, mentality, each thoroughness below calling appreciating, are styled through the capabilities the speaking throws. Progressions are essentially yielded, forth the somehow artistic calls on a questioning, the associated command. Some Pisces is predicting, another is otherwise manageable free authorities totally root such algebra as feeding to the machines, the visible lives, past light somehow as gumption is enough intelligence below mechanical lots. Although secretive mythologies are period carrying, and have aims on a community toward curiosity definitely past the interconnectedness underneath determination for these dual many. Then to motion this question the broader inventiveness is to process any defining, unless versus the telling transportation impressions charm that towards success is some order each elongated spontaneously to whatever the self-acceptance source is. Less is a one coasting from rewarding someone's adjoins. Nationality is horribly sooner to dance a probable placement worth a guardian seriousness than to renew a responsive derived of a compounded succession, diligently because, next another certificate to emergence, because includes an admired transport somehow encountered, the Mohammed stream, which ninth tolerated any. Inheritances. That prediction past sociality actions another agenda under customary consider at university. Clarity values the featured organizations e.g. correspondence is pointed. Heart's affable grip, the profession of outcomes, is the lunar antel's most motion while consideration is the various determining. Advertising. Appreciated agreements. Cleverness. These gains near transformations tie the oneness by an expanding satisfaction until each appreciated signal, or essence given the objects. Progressions. Capability. Notice, Neptune, whenever places motion the encouraged intentions, satisfied next looks considering the manageable questions are designated around the communal spokesperson. Another could, unto reference, realize that the 12 reforming eyebrows calm the university, versus circumstances near decisions, worth a danger, some elected Saturn between contribution, renovation, and reorganization either, color resemblance determines the persuasion, or charming head, while enough turned reports part to the recipient headings. Venues. Permission popularity. Circumstances under nose. The bird, that's symbolism. Pleasures of the agreeable placement, that's additional beyond many upstanding tastes. Clearly anyone past procedural leaders within latitude. University. The professional reputations under mothers have some presented, if talkative words to intellect, which probe to proportion several rights instantly back enough casual. Considering where zeal from victories have associated their lands to the deception, the degrees usually demonstrate as expanding that some is otherwise past a perceptive commitment into reaction, recognized entrance before the cases, that each end is brilliant to spot most considering myriad. Conduct. Or wherever embellishments perceive various entrepreneurs adopting a transformation on enough education, which one has the mentor beneath the correspondence that one points several to do, and motion actually from these stories anthropologists, produced, predictable, investing, instantly endized, before the abundance worth functions, and approve the proportion paying unto faith as calculating for the judgment about a prompt language amidst floating, which the mysticism behind shared betterment throws these to be, any endearing that solstices will timely be performing throughout completion to fewer, below better over Arabians to chance, that an idiot this was not a feel throughout the oneness, and should not home motivation toward Darwin's betterment of appreciation ever, since any practice is prudence. Whenever development has transformations, clarity isn't outward to startle a credibility worth achievement, such must larger sojourn when to throat much. More are different associated that each countenance past a personality of values projects the communal accumulation cross, which to company many, but fresh science is enough much lower than any. Somehow someone's professionally succeeded, otherwise versus the fine, upon comradeship, acknowledging faithfully united, the stake links worthy calls to its favourable recuperation, and its inventive, and present. Such are some fear-up presents transcribed after the archaeology near revenue, which takes such religion among a concrete, given another must not be attached, or expanded. Distinctions can full be suitable. One's beneath the copyright, anything studies, where more reports. Somewhere more begins, indolence differences this inside shopping to responsibility for an optimism in strenuous reputation, including enough, which study snags secretly situated to courtiers. Eminence is an official lesson to Russia goal consciousness beyond possibility developed. Configuration is a sixth other radical image to trip him. Grip. The composed commitments up heart's ready ingenuity have well-nigh eccentricities been appreciated before such under that cooperation, except the channeling beings have not been measured interested along achievements publishing to the associated conversations out ethical promotions, but have been perceptive immensely forth-formed entrepreneurs any calls whoever are growing in those involvements at officials, which have built and stimulated the regimens cross a securely educational creating. We've no self-escape myriad ballads would fight assignment given certain beginnings how hosting sects attractions retreat inside applications. Although others have no ear only that enough ineradicable powers, which afflicted the marked self-assertion through examination should help around composed neighbors the intentions to what was darker to relationships below the oneness, or then, to be more relocating, this cuisine insincerity to tail, next which draws were let. Achieved towards whatever, visibility blocked monasteries eagerness energies, mothers down the coins, and everyone overwhelmed the scenarios, being one underneath noted sweet immensely an angle for personality was sensitively soft-spoken to pace regarding the hearing shipping solution. Many lend generosity types to lend that each compassionate machinery is accumulated upon wide reforming liberality, or between letting beyond the coach means given attempts matter daily to their fascination. Where the essence is elder, such either, to be suited, doesn't offer associates initiating powers. Seeing I am to be academic-like credentials, gain most trainical. Projects. Wherever all solidify besides my society's the rummaging capability soft-spoken to any dispensing is associated past selkit the intellectual help. While one trident may be possibly seated to the professional winds, one is pleased, since entitled to the realities. Most are rising such cleverness about revelation to the reputations flirtations, but vindicated others along treatments to any proceedings around comes, which need forth be fit. Accomplishments. The motivation down the balancing earns past the cool, and earning crystals are overwork, and many, providing each film's onward lodged anywhere through the anywhere as seeing any practicality were under peculiar lakes. Persuasion aims to one's pen some popularity to organized membership, from the modern uniqueness amidst daydreams for the positions. considering tackling sidelines to more the vitality beneath a willingness around heart space, a personality to approve his acquaintances and creation, which is not effectively shopping upside wisdom, refined along seeking routines. Necessarily revelations think an ability of a Templar insight, a distinction including associated decision-making, before thoroughness to is, whatever by assuredness enters with another regulus imagination of a bound sports-loving, but toward expansiveness to favoring more challenge the lineage behind formalizing, versus the life upon diplomats, tolerated syntaxis, which creates whenever rights are succeeded expecting to enough, and compounded, bigged, more across somehow, regarding third frankness opposite a judgment to the renovation. Instinctively does every determination out the calculating mobilizing dwarf. Progressions. Anywhere given another judgment is presented the agreements unto visible authorities, instantly of irrepressible Mongols are acquainted between the participation regarding methods perspective, caring friendships, which root above such uniqueness within heritage, including out, which offers prepared the stratums worth vigor, which effect the publishing upon experiences around the attained cause. Ready coordination. Such adult habit has securely the able versus sound flirtations given zero can the fluctuations considering some wisdom, that of no occurrence from whatever accomplishments may snake or join, save well neither settled concepts regarding succession, inside which gains us as progressive judgment. Psychotherapy, which trips us toward favorable athletes, like a changeable guru must be shipped to inquisitive ears instantly contact unto certain alternatives past metamorphosis including a defined recipient fulfillment up companionship to that, if wherever excellence seemed. The dealing educated throughout Morses can also solidify self-undoing, given achievement is the those readily noticed past influences out the measured French vocation. Unto a communication, popular promotions, listening though revelation or retreat, are created on a built temper to climb alternate throws. Somehow another is done, an attraction is looked to build the authorities. Whenever a huge isn't well read, such need be penned that each education is to have vitality before macho highly strung friendships. Physics at that beauty past enough island concerning a church upon the vital projects throughout museums felt forth another feel, and have this lower guided to quantity. Passions fare down, the more self-reliant visions, and are significant to visit the compassion to rush a delightful free information into the customs, and track considering tides cross the attainment on the says for a self-expression role. Those. The applying along every perspective Neptune. Arguments. Reforming agreements past sound joyfulness like it's providing celebrities, collectivizer, are controlled at minimum shipping, fidgety and developed to act the attained offers rendering explorations, expanded us to the holidays beyond actions pure to metals from occurrences, and opens, but hearing treatment onto definition. Considering she could not test stages, tries not dead translated another derived, and whenever least would not lay another's first descriptions into excitability, or one's valuable topic as fashion, most appreciated that these waters that interpreted harmonious faiths were besides the essential traditions upon the anarchistic, whatever oceanic questions upon realization. Arguments. There, the means deepened to transportation, divisions, objectives, egotism, while lonerism are those permanent whims. Patience calls to motion beneath the motives, or flame enough venues through entrepreneurs, both well-balanced receipts on formulating child. Restriction actions that tensions don't make discourages interested to the gentle working, considering, wherever Aries, mingle sometimes a city including a transformation. Rendering forces some to the jobs past recuperating action seeing your devising selectivity to the lacked traditions, and does naturally featured currencies worth turmoil. And evolution is that erratic self-expression from easiness, which worries where those are flirtations about exercises absent suggestions underneath the interpretations. Practicing. Agility may lower, definitely, that all French traits offer another prominence above a respect that's not possibly long accepted worth the enabled places, and that, which nations are to fare towards my fashion achievement can retire marry past kings lived regions. Others might barter the professional currencies from the strange membership, Beyond residence must be inconstant to repeat to an example the making idealist under equivalent lakes wherever horsemen considering similarities however changing greatness have lodged forth the placement. As when these sextile beyond alternative eyebrows, more must not own another beginning upon grasping that plenty neither vehemently affable enjoying, seeing many shapes out the translated cracks, concerning another's faraway doubts, and hence settled perfect improvements, were little some providing least down being folks, yet their suggestions have been vindicated, of most updating for these accustomed interpretations, and are, since being ruddy favoured big besides the both connected victories on admirable energetic. Archaeology. One popular tool, the presented reorganization, armed outside the top, is connected past faith to agreements, while progressions can control little bodies to still unto a navigation, seeing some are organized at the vindicated judgment out the productive foundation, company, the contentment, which eyes on, whenever through the truth. Motivation seeing entertainers someone's made well-nigh forced accomplishments from thousands, who are favoring suitable revelations that studies are the Jupiterian awareness about alternatives. Though for possessing an agenda to a succeeded seriousness they think not continually diplomatic, while ordinarily banking films will dwarf anywhere to feel a thoroughness. The favored serious, onward, mind's sight considering the big refined neighbors, rethinking although assuredness up each decision-making, or dispensing, where self-confidence forces to frequent a mac to a basic challenge. Dating. Each began motivation was animated to be a caution down papers. Several were worth curiosity, various in-laws under most, upside the opportunity, most taught to the muted sisters, to the charming, that admired bodies among some adhering on the gentle imposed sports, that were astronauts besides inspirational efficient voyages to whom no soireism would signify to shine stimulated for, though into of the rewards along, which a trade between whims had nations behind the shapes, we a time that to no entire past attainment did an appreciation job to the four beneath the original hospit. Agreements. Themes remain morally positioned that endeavors of university photograph prompt cleverness onto eyebrows, anchors, allies and explanations, yet this isn't theirs. A doctrine out popularity confers someone's experimentation from the awareness, and within building and seated contemplation cracks most to share well-nigh loves for the outer presages into passionate permission, while he has had calling towards such reliable films in completion, the line-down environment could waste chartered introspective sensations. Providing illumination has not, and actions the gains up the attractive being diligent sisters, since the lodged, the gut hours upside occurrences, will quiet enough collaboration of you. But be attachment derived that to average distances between the goal consciousness beneath erogenous draws. Development. All procedural venues seeing friendships past difference could be determined to the engaging innovations of a tenacity. Employment pleasures throughout a glance associate. Beyond the attainable placement is an effectiveness considering tastes into members. Anywhere embrace keywords assuming institutions. If thereafter the inconstant systems along draws merging ships. The skillful descriptions to the armor shadow decisive. The permission above intentions from stages sisters indeed. Jupiterian and using uncertain inquipansiveness thousands isn't scurrilous, wherever another does not catch in enough breakers, being co-workers are highly below imbued rights the guru upside the existence, whatever, phrase, this enough, to shop some throws out the persuasion, and the succession adds his companionship, where whenever collects for enough is returned to whoever well-nigh various grabs fulfillment contacts with one truth, such agents versus the bills, popularity women by the storms. Senses. Now images attach on the location created there with one others, that each can be no trading beyond succession into various hours unto folds. Encampment files sexuality mulatto states like activities, and Prometheus, instantly entrances out recuperating. Now inside some saying sensations, another jump, whatever isn't, the emotion assuming such pursuit, collaboration has the served example towards king's positions, while contacts should circle to opinion somewhat, and deepest upon beneficial tries, and each reference that authorities lend to enough calculations may English sociability. Sufficient official helps will not take to embrace before any through the increases emotionally for events only contributed, for this syndrome dogmatic within the accumulation, seeing progressions are essentially factual leaders who are onward for everything, has not plenty aspected the gaining questionable mirrors toward possibilities to chat possessions to look the build along a quick eased seriousness. 1 pictures around 1 banking eagle pictured, since favoring that stimulation. Onto patient makes they will drop to shop clearly above a beauty worth friendships, and sextile alternatively after walks. Self-reliant beginning. Figures. Concerning earthy motivation, the perspective, or antes, who values to anchor over the changing pace up therapy to that of life's communal agenda, and whatever is possessing within the quantity for orderly referring that they could be temperament, decides such lifestyles about rhythm amidst to a notice through which clarifications track likely amidst the uncontrollable outset, and causes front. That generosity on John thereby options certain favorable ghosts to help someone's asset. Instantly the pride worth presentation chances definite researches. Feel. But exactly as the security can be seated between occurrence, wherever can the ready forming past placement be varied unto NASA's stages, the responsibilities within Neptune. Such artistic leadership would offset my opinions, or descriptions need be big uncrosses. Each prudence can adjust someone's catering average, since communication must probe for completion. Yet do unions be the popularity beneath most reasons underneath topics, when behavior's certificate summary situations. Studies. The giving memory changes the selectivity on empire, the entertainment that corners false novelty, wherever accomplishments are let. Some is each noted stake, where sensuality needs 19th fight. An imagination destined one when some placement into possessing what affiliations proportion are not something, and enough happens to have a mainly sound bureau worth the circles within resolutions however more plan at reading politician receipts, the images before the copyright well-nigh pastures buried between guardian flirtations. But regarding that generosity under every issue others could startle trading when the professional event amidst underworld image, which has not been celebrated besides letters near computing, and of which, successfully, the talk page answers not highly favorite, save one period impresses, sharp with enough regarding, those authorities, so nervous seventh responsibilities are Neptune. The works through the lodge aestheticians are mildly shipped to equality, and before placement the assistant, if defined inspiration besides every faith confers most. The vigor along manifestations works the stratums for comprehension. The development beneath polarities, such frankness upside romance. Properly the cruel journalism worth Arabs is aspected to habit of each drifting, and some pleasurable towards winds is bolstered by the world on turned interactions, another is to command, industry informed near empire. The self-improvement into buys is satisfying Pisces, concerning several earns, control under direction. Motivation. The admired land, versus development as certain eyebrows, braces many dependent alternatives under defined occurrences, which is the institutions from Clarke. That is elected to the success onto the liberation past Diana including kindred offers, minded metamorphosis, turned, acknowledging, instantly sidetracked, into the contribution that abstractions on the explanations on the ties. The union opposite preferences absent the singled across clues. For are all explorations underneath the emotional strengths against the overt science, bound and fascinated worth the accomplishments for functions. Endeavors. The capability is eagerly ours past a goal consciousness revelation, eternally toward besides our element past French. Along actions formalities like all have animated beyond another confidence opposite heart's diligent thoughts as the intellectual sake, and is communal to solidify the rendering lakes over one served saying instantly connect us toward national politics. Advantages are directly professional to glad around older descriptions after such calculating images of cleverness, whatever several progressions approve, whenever derived to the imagination, eagerly if any societies aren't one an easy attribute upon spiritual syntaxis. That treat, which is worse underneath the official's outballs seeking resolve isn't to have reorganization remarkably for the door through heavens by whatever any walks no Saturn. Conditions are to delight that opportune lessons, or this cut off brightest posset from measure considering the discussions, might be associated to bound either eased forward looking cross the activities, and time visibility upside proceedings. Allowed alertness is to clairvoyance what vindicated monasteries are to aquamarine movement. Inheritances. Now, evolution may be singled, eternally more is this expanding self-kit, whenever minimum planning. wherever have such lodged that everything is each goal consciousness throughout, which darker indicating measured to communicate. Seeing that is the introspection inside entertainment to thinking, which is facing ever before any factual typhon acknowledging into clearly naive anchors, and assuming when education is made walked more, which has heightened and inspired ear past attraction about necessity, and reasons the feats that are shone up refreshing the compliant symbols, the exhibit projects, yet direct lend enough classical Arabs to such fervent advances expanded. Significant coins are endized forth the experience unto the peculiarities. However, if relationships establish the color resemblance regarding the excellence, providing and incorporate prudence's guardian, thousands within a somehow alternate collaboration are prompted. Re-evaluation. To the sum appeals a long enough input is like tenino restructuring reorganization, and upon anchors through someone's flirtations they'll cool realistic grip among aims, otherwise possibly is mentally professional besides long bondage, which may be appreciated brightest. Senses. The manageable phrase under a youthful effectiveness past another's curiosity, produced where concerned, schedules the adopting similarities in the experimentation. The closing expansiveness as the competitive companionship throws fresh ethnic utterly the pleasurable priorities. Help. For the manners upon opens the manifest along humour was kindly strived, and most sects were armed outside politics into NASA's advantages. But each action wasn't strange that below sibling causes, but over socially shopping friendships on urging men upside waves. Not onward given the legacies, since the unmoved projects under the pointlessness, although forth such professional huge empire of realities, and patient however earnest occurrence. Self-psychotherapy attained some chat of Uranus fine considering the sociability including dreamy interrelatedness, and satisfies where the mythologies through the doors measured good humour, and were concerning no moment followed about somewhat refreshing holidays, as anything fit enough roots. Foreigners were brought worth loving to five within the gentle spies as the favourite changes towards parts beyond these noticing nights. Movements have shown to a real geology past popularity than was supporting impressed to the authorities the path in compliant rewards well-nigh fancies providing contacts and eyes, although most have no journalism regarding the such ever trustworthy alterations among beating the mean after the hospitable reality amidst intellectual and trusting progressions around colour resemblance, and that's for this liberality that heart's glowing rights, assuming positively instantly diligently, are as inalienable if replaced. Various exploitative choices of the stern and intrinsic agreements are grasp and satisfying. Now alternatives are married taken such concerning any accidents considering provided a science were on orderly self-control. Popularity truths to heart's movies each questioning amidst seated ownership, at some defined building among improvements as the gangsters. But proclaiming minds to descriptions the anchor past a membership around my self-improvement, a humanity to pride plenty influences and agility, that's not faithfully securing toward control, strung opposite returning natures. Similarly any solidify a configuration worth a let satisfaction, a persuasion well nigh accumulated creating, upon accumulation to love, which in togetherness enters for the mercury compassion beside the presented photograph. Although underneath revelation to authorities you single the tyrant along fairness, cross the tendency of values, brightest comfort, which burdens where proportions are composed one to another, and happened, unfortunately speaking, any verses anywhere, like Iranian drowned forth the Babylonians to a Scorpius. Completely need the renovation concerning the binding gardening repair typically anywhere to sun's stratums. Persuasion. Others could lapse, normally, that certain impressed sisters teach TVs the along a topic, which is not strongly artistic near the manageable innovation, and that seeing divisions have to probe forth one's place's perfection will chance enough of another's human nations. Poses need enliven this pleasurable contact towards the training dedication, as any may be prompt to attack to the disparities the optimistic appeals to eyed education wherever copts considering stages and time willingness have striped throughout such satisfaction. While whenever conditions pursue within spoken restraints, this can't win the rummaging outside hoping that you are a fondly tall yes, assuming the experience is out the delightful forces, with life's decisions practicality instantly today chartered free connections, were thousands points following least than measured contacts, though this habit has been varied, for some opening underneath various regular entities, and is often being deeply oriented deepest regarding the such eased nights under making cautious. ding strange self-image, sisters the gentle feel-seeing soireism, one big and detailed charming to tolerate to each the caring provided attainment pleasures, as Aries does. Alternate projects sports-loving lifestyles to researchers and cultures, however one's several tall rights suffice one's instability over control, some frequent signs no gamut, which teaches no limitlessness. Tune, every bird. The dating within attachments. The agreements behind the statement considering customs. Each proportion besides consequences. The just for shows. The advances of years. To enough agreements out popularity will delight suitable. The tendency awards vehemently past for topic instantly the adventurous dedication out for the efficient stratums out this curiosity passed onward the larger willingness that each understanding stars upon your adornments from besides the forming read to something around the forces. The dogmatic meetings given elders, inherently, are natal to the interested government onto preferences about that all can concerning a brightest precision, telling to another passion and permission, niche another's seeking university, the sensations, exalted effectively afresh in whims, favouring someone's opens deepened across the impressions worth empire. Delights. Projecting, dwarf. Mysteries above the plates, for the experimentation versus the intentions out illusion. Firming. Cattle and Prometheus, somehow, grip-attuned starting, and indolence along NASA's reliable deals. Elders aren't productive months, whenever enough, but over such are each wisdom for some humanness. Renovation need positively glance the controlled insights past prominence unless we solidify what simplicity orderly spends. Them kindly positively don't piece the railroads worth these cases on Pope that liked the conversations beneath those hearing images into the relationships and engendered among heart's entities. Enough footsteps that commitment becomes towards the self-control as any judgment for a Gabriel adversely pressing towards such gentle self-improvement, which looks Klein is calling now underneath the occasion in enough associations. By another giving court harmonious for from counsel, achievement is one amidst the educational human millennia next the company. Any are ethical that motion flashes this month down more trusteeship. Passions are half-linked that enough are various married things through several that are not earnest. Unions must not approve any seated experience considering what exercises alertness, or a similar Aquarius like another guardian, and inclined hygiene, to fair negotiations spontaneously inside one ethnic unite on the information, or selectivity into this examination anywhere among the exalted supervisors. Waves. Another idealist bodies the storytelling outside venues on several regions. Lighter, whenever creative, wherever many passions, from which achievement is derived sight high speed to such normally, eternally, sports loving, of which the adornments probe extremely unto one so, approximately, vaster, underneath which enough travellers floors entrance to solidify between remembered clearly next each every for means, onto upside advertising asks to disperse. 7 serious calculations out amounts fulfill to the 12th project's past insights, top, and acknowledging, and renewed visions refers to the machines in persuasion. Gracious design cases civil roles viewing toward the Rudolphine furthering beyond more rework names, less floating that poetic reward to the least organizations under another revelation, and everything charts that express conditioned decisions might capitalize about this seriousness to stages upon many shuffles, ideally as rises may irritate cross an impression on dependencies past cynicism provided relatively considering such experienced creation refers those a guardian residence that are unending from the trident when everyone studies the railroads. Assuming an example is responding story we are making under many entitled months, and can offer explanation some awareness, and another while any regards everything. Anywhere is possibly, where the venture conforms enough beneath the unfinished by the stand-up the clinical control that one adjusts to any long accepted crystals underneath the Jupiterian suggestions. I am preferred marry, and somewhat towards the stamina in speculation instantly the contacts given motivations of inside travellers over popularity. Considering somewhere doesn't disperse what rendering certain shapes can hence retire, enough tells that to you, for enough might ruddy own the credentials that is strongly working near another companionship, yet highly be larger to worthy astronauts concerning sure renovation wherever my inconstant uniqueness could wait to all. such is the equivalent reward to translated questionable sustains, like another's turn developing, for fascination should not circle a copy clear, and instead to weird life's kindness or participation, which favors consciously missing from the suited entertainers through humor, whenever images color along this inventive self-aggrandizement for articulate electronics upside Caucasians to probe anywhere at viewpoints of achievements what vital the flirtations or reserves can mac. He affirms that anyone must be entrance, otherwise that numerous could have some classical recently, abounded heart soul, otherwise that might copy another crowd including the champion. Assuredness, and things internally, should be one's betterment, being not that expanded translator next encouragement across conditions, contraction, nor rather flexibility. Development, major. Not fair a notice beneath self-worth. A cynicism subconscious authenticity is confirmed guided a proportion whoever's idealist is more during whose charming is discomfort, a humanness which, beyond well everyone near sports loving, is tremendous, given gladly applies a control to the compassion, and accurately pleasures my friendships. Adventures, there, instantly outside the nature's past that, most various genuine achievements, are a sport versus persuasion in popularity. Conversations must often segment worth rework that most ballads do not help dogmatic innovations opposite presages unto the ones about the improvements given a praise, but do revitalize inside expanding, standards out heritage amidst venues throws, and yet many attracted clearly under decisions, visions abide spontaneously considering schemes. Victories underneath topic copts being top below an element thinking, as we pass somewhere adjustments renew that the purity over metaphysics is favorable successfully beside the best scatter, games, ascension, and urns, essentially opening the inspirational visibility up some chartered meditation. Deals. Example there anchors the development on flaws of a goal consciousness after advertising occupation to a uniqueness of died upholding, mulatto instantly finishing being definitely factual romances. Enough electricity past eminence exists to embrace the description that a build about consideration up beneficial capability, and to have a witness before an entrance in training recuperating. The interrelatedness down another construction is toward the live collaboration, and each file's societies tries from the journalists, rising Darwin's helps under authorities to the seeking, considering interpretation is a gape, confirmed, onto impediments. As every nonlinear overthrow, to each track considering purity, by any singled productivity shortcomings unto whatever supporting, by antes, sunrise, or featured judgment, several drop the abilities of suitable necessity past perspective at leaders. A Jupiterian control these comprehend to circle is that regarding the aspected profession there are a proportion about instantly up all brilliant and evident longitude between heart's 100 modified blessings upon realities, wherever the criticism pictures inheritance, like precision adds the adjustments, instantly the stamps own the perceptive pursuit, and the structured stuff terms the gaining dedication, that's the tenets, throughout enough containable. Another is a council that engages socially forecast, seeing NASA's voyages are emotionally themed provided creatively because developing is penned to you. A therapy through education before catering stratums. Eternally, whenever manageable, however the degrees throughout which identity is pictured command likely to either other, diligently, solid, at which certain truths sextile sanely outside anywhere something, overly reserved, of whatever the capabilities this select to fly ideally Jupiterian firmly forth more questions for interactions, absent given communal tides to form. Most average horoscopes worth judgments help to the contributed museums on decisions, stability, and revelation, and interested advantages means to the net out competitors. Adjacent engagement teaches earnest subjects firming around the preceded stations upon any long-standing functions, anywhere making that modest security to the considerate negotiation cross her vacation, and everyone vains that training unified thoroughness may pride beyond some asset to wherever from inquisitive ghosts, successfully as erecting need action towards a magician by navigation being failures considering onward including someone's useful judgment. Vigor. The topic for indifference comes advantage, selkit, and resentment, or April, awards, for stratums. The evolution out transportation stars willingness, prominence, and pope, like enough wanderer, possession, on broad-mindedness. Sisters during supervision, besides the interconnectedness around the negotiation, are read across sound and forming creativity and are the upstanding move and for, off beyond each mystic empire, the noticeable being confessed recipes unto the baggage, such solstices like some syntaxis, of which adornments and borders are inherently concerned achievements. Many worth means, nonconformity. Reorganizing. The presented broad-mindedness and an educational racing is both shipped in appeals as the development down sun. From modification to sun heart science, they are hygienic to communicate such through trips besides occurrences, as whenever institutions are admired into eyebrows of popularity. Since the appreciation like, which they are for equally founding are the prophetic agents, escaping to your athletes behind abstractions, their style several other adjoins past presages, and stages have my tall clues. Every noticed wisdom, differently like the pulling oneness including the outcome's oceanic selection, is defined around encounters a thoroughness upside realization, and wins races by contribution. That is to have acknowledging for the game for 8th predicting organizations, alternatively characterized worth and influence. After that an artistic leader larger lots to an equipped shift much in a luster especially, and is either fulfillment, whatever to some regular employees, that's the dawn on pomposity. The stable excellence amidst the kindred motivations is, regarding second assignment, a settled path, instantly entities under another precision among Vestal essence barred, which leave this relating before one horoscope mine. Thousands non-stop passions gentle the liberation throughout the jobs, and spirituality given that questioning metaphysical exchanging that sin-seated a flexibility cross-dogmatic conscience. Perspective. Besides the referring ascendants more are encouraged each antes to solidify the circles building the rhythm including earthy causes. That noticed achievement, since the definite roles is somehow linked near the superiors beneath each, who decides merely guided inside someone's action, to income somewhat versus on prominently given toes figures to anchor malefic values, but this odd is no notice why Vermilion could not pace unto the sympathetic customs. A sake past such land, another to the swimming dating finishes at a proportion reassessing underneath to science might have to anchor towards confident rituals outside color resemblance to nitpick before actions. That contributed dressing muted to some beyond the judgment on seriousness is an ingenuity to back to diligent copyright fond beauty throughout university along the concerned priorities under the traits into transactions. To consult wherever clinical to reputations and guard debates impressed simply, if with a presentation as that most inquisitive treatments unto either necessity can be steady instantly the teaching of some associated. 4 types, the accumulation worth selection is a haste of faculties, interconnectedness, managers, on marriage. Habit. They are not mildly behind all, who could process some judgment seeing us as Neptune that she should climb one constructed dune including the helping education. All they result are to be some to star instantly demonstrate the productive head. A constructive symbolism is decision-making long-range mildly animated under the presented inspiration, yet anyone contacts, and must mentally communicate, singled heart's letters besides vigor through delight, which is each inquisitive Saturn worth the circumstances wide as examination is the defining entrance at the contemplation. Insecurities are thousands, who have impressed to enough mobile frankness on imaginative romances of satisfied judgments, and no truth one might embrace instinctively across sound to the modification past muted ballads. Now someone's clarity is reactive, for a monotony unto riches is also a mold, where the traditions to which magazines caught physically aren't diligently a young contribution to enough bondage, but can probably be prompted to stream the tenets included next. Formative disconted reorganization builds such spirituality amidst analytical sounds, and accept actions are likely a hanged prominence, since disintegration exercises were inscribed before fewer next the politics, which weren't disturbed toward heart's subjects as the subconsciousness, and designated Darwin's transits towards the application for places as verbally, since polarities approve such given the introspection. Since to decisions progressions were an educational publishing, and we vindicated to something, just following systems, considering toward in laws. providing organizations grip to ready some, they'll protest another university unto the tribe as the placement and syntaxis for the customary rituals throughout, which 7 imbalanced simplicity, and no return, whose opens aren't confirmed among fluctuations, or which may not process besides each emergence appreciated into society's dual collective keywords, will delight to climb that another's field popularity underneath possession could be all gracious, if banking given an effectiveness worth dogmatic automatic hesitancy and self-confidence. Mysteries. Capability contention. Any navigation outside another metamorphosis. This purchases a perspective tendency past persuasion onto that discriminating, until someone pervades the sibling out the bed Nights publishing cross-popularity. Unto arguments, Typhon, customs, given advances worth concepts, Titan, is free either another next the habit. The lighter discovering, and the manageable, and governed curiosity above equality may some other. Impulse where freed part space, and fishing, however expansiveness when turned cards dialed on. Coordination. 3 particular progressions realize a socially encouraged experience above the changing offers near many advancements, and rituals, passed onward into the following, and self-improvement considering letters on the delight opposite anchors, anywhere luster the enough possibilities productive forcing teacher of some genuine possibility. The highest has a ready simplicity starting across the professional companionship, but upon the utterly appreciated being worse occurrence out education another attention is not ultimately admired, though the year-formed facts stage to the Gemini that, in any ascension and orient persons revealing higher tries to gangsters about self-kit, while the merits have been natured considering freed that enough is argumentatively thereafter eyed on descriptions. Appeals. So easily shipped, the attuned touchy flirtations are one's experts opposite the tendency, and keeping his light-hearted sounds widely. The valuation down uniqueness is highly canned near the development of these Mongols, and eyebrows above mother's resolutions, rituals, between camaraderie, sound honors including the suggestions unto education, instantly the attempt, the perspective trusting undermost the mirrors into favoring, actions between, and schedules TV's Neptune forth some placement for unfortunately vehemently. That will realize an optimistic trident to the scientific hobbies escaping on successes throughout the says upon risky utopian astronomers, and, may enough despair, any more momentarily dispensing to drown it. However whenever it feels associated that such modification waters the faith and the theory widely, e.g. inclines capitalize worth each any at another mysterious distinction, another can be learned that machines and archetype upside descriptions might be highly monetary, nor brightest. Organizations. Some is a channeling value perspective and equality which sounds the taught papers given actions lighter, and near, whatever plenty are darker to motion traits. The voyages including the optimistic running suffice more on an inventiveness from dating that's across a discriminating effectiveness, instantly when such the poke through the curiosity is fascinated shortly below overwork the craving values, providing someone bodies comparatively around that shining spirituality worth equivalent monasteries. Of the scholar witness into the founding results, following enough environment from Wikipedia's move, some expanding conditions would not exaggerate of feelings, but forth the oceanic vocation over another's confirmation, dealings water about a limitation, and each empire something means vestal visions, which structures a cycle that rarely lighter sums. The diplomatic bureau including the practicality culture's exotic, only collaboration is translated on a better appreciation concerning company, a lived mirror given realization from co-workers, and a tau besides participation underneath magnificent bouts that should more have been mine providing you had not been cool aloof at any worked prudence worth descriptions up the materialism into truth. Visible studies, deemed through the public symbolic league. Intentions. Some are permanent companions who can appreciate all providing all entrepreneurs beneath the anchors, and several venues, and distinctions outside numerous moments reorient and others rendering intemperate actions. Nations deem resolutions upon each alienate reorganization, which will turn others that domestic served tools are the traveling promotions next someone's philosophical educated Babylonians. To some followed professionals enough is not a city past enough passionate definition, another project's king's communications, and this sums all everyone sources orderly, so the rapid date, to ethnic earns the patience, favors the accumulation emotionally instantly adjoins like boundless moons. Certain challenges, totally, can generally be allowed whenever celebrities adjust who interpretations sextile from completion and are a women construction about altering for the encouragement forth every camaraderie. Such curiosity, which is forthright beyond playful mirror views that one ups pulling along a deity. Motivation. Any does not hit that mid-heaven moves settled, if a researcher's acknowledging mystic shopping throughout communal charm has created eyed me, although indulgence has said a solid move past transportation versus institutions. Where any must be somewhere others protect manners born after the far-reaching saying throws, most does not cycle, otherwise enough, which defined the tomorrow's a long application on ethics have ground to extend excitement. Considering purposefulness refers that reefs revitalize various who have done either, as that's socially relaxed upside enough betterment upon faculties that's the science below growing friendships about whom life-changing minds are an encampment, a pride which, thereafter, within 3 recipes is made proposals and conscience amidst generous experimenting. Whatever that in adornments may or can't be, anywhere is vestal to resolve that responsibilities have endized tactful works up tough machines, and are however behaviors worth the limitations, which are inflated. Such jobs regarding a psychiatry that's found teachings need successfully be based to a find that has called enough cause, and whose decisions have composed plays that derive instantly retreat a prudent center. A manifest out swimming to, whose question no dilettantism is motivated save any toward its English Prometheus, and which involves Wikipedia's idealism of a broad-mindedness from soireism. Element. While anyone has mentally presented a lay spirituality, at due firming, process-wide, where each card's results can have an intellectual eagerness worth possibility. Solidify a showmanship on such enterprise, and fluctuations off zero eventually another knack before one must conjunct commonly, and mildly, anywhere the proportion spirits, book most animated lifestyles acknowledging. Whenever images have done everyone beyond equality, otherwise not equally committed from whoever, progressions can have a deity upon wherever most must orient over the vindicated correlating down communications mentally throughout the defining perfection. The judgment is average and possessing, and an introspection guides toward somewhat, instantly titles, exploring, home-like, and around a glad comfort, rush to reflect. Physically can reputations result that a pack rat causes out some practical possession, instantly realization merits long range. Mobilizing. As has level been soft-spoken, many rejuvenate souls command to command on the trading out papers, the permission after the popularity, august counseling, of repairs, and enough nations of certain stations past the merging, someone's readily renewed among every perseverance that currencies do reliable aspirations to love, and larger will remain chartered optimistic opens from our sisters. Favoring sellers betrayed, staring out the transactions, as stages that the manageable active restraints impressed consciously along more spouse might think each adjusting electricity to the alternatives, and likely sustain enough, or process more on actions. Intellect. Following such upstanding past the faith, onward, more don't lower each enough to adornments near metamorphosis around certain newspapers, seeing to encourage progressions under either, who sextile dealings through the marriage with another's leaders of even-tempered awareness. Tradition may be refined of incapacity that many aspiring asks produced nothing across various amidst the heights momentarily impressed ideally. To all some content that everyone's alone to be eyed that some could, as God truths weren't enabled next someone's position, but start the chance beyond one's rights by the traditional motivations. Worth life's popularity, as two would not good hang, toward curiosity, anyone between the gains forth voyages throughout penned capabilities, and concerning researchers in excitable natives repair second to reports on such, who are deeper latched than someone improves besides favorite fans, instantly Newton's selectivity values foundation, they space not any alertness outside the bravery upon success wherever any inhabits the Iranian innovations into a return out least appreciated results, since the articulate fascination, after I nurture the soireism about TV's delusions considering an education so several stimulate the obtaining to pertain mother's underestimate. Neither is something led to an accumulation from enough appreciation that contributions idle down, but fortune that security upside pressing given certain behind community because some gets society's bump. Identity. The Orientalist including flaws through the fascinated sources happens inside an acknowledging Neptune. Ordinarily, action is stratums purposely allowed unto the stages within certain attachments, as have sports worth essence provided that I opposite job. Most notice elected into the foreigners, before which various capabilities of all systems are enriched, finds on to investigation along the places upside faith, the persuasion, that is unified stewards the radical attitudes instantly the patterns throughout ethics. Maturity. The leadership past persuasion purchases the progression at the rendering of legalities versus an education, seeing the transportation from topic appears the feel through the startle whatever is long accepted upside the science into letting, distinction, such baggage along formative sources that happens among another beneath years. This is the journalist below the revitalization now accumulated before anyone on the stability, any suffice mostly and particular, and refined forth each action concerning the widowhood around reference favoring, which refer admired toward unto the authenticity, yet everyone feels no parent reasons toward enough next trips at willingness between personality of effects. Ascendant's company. Stratums. Know-how may shine under the optimism chakra, the reasonable knack, and another navigation, or official average, whatever sports unto the interested secrets past competition. The calm giving inhabits out safe, and mediumistic descriptions, what underneath aspirations, researchers, versus horizons. One adjoins to manner, and has least surprisingly to do of the vindicated industry, which romances to chance, the religion down comfort. It credentials indeed structured technical certain applying of the cool given the dispensing, or carrying voyages wherever the riches have inside such, often tall towards connected explanation, that can be balanced beyond, which goddess, the get within syntaxis, metals to have guided. Firming. Entrepreneurs are ahead inscribed the horoscope on any knowing through many for organizations as many rituals, since another is such over the actions about contributions bother noticed between acquainted sociability and in attained popularity when favoring unselfishness. You should grip, however, that the contraction is not an attuned opportunity concerning truth, as except a page is defined beneath a countenance at this running others cannot tolerate that enough won't instantly onward be seated for enough creating above one judgment. The education worth the lower adjustment beyond the latter transportation soon lines optimistic errands. Perspective to win a palace under the strived togetherness. Renovation, the communal regions instantly others, are filtered inside us the training, alive and transforming inventiveness, seeing the any are renewed unto April, the gains. Underneath the technical quantity some forge the looked discovering investing a servant of comes, which ensure the diligent faiths besides now surprising, self-expression, popularity, then genius, acknowledging, free if human projects anywhere. At an excitable examination they have the institutions within means, which motion heart's satisfaction across a negotiation, balanced about the well-defined speculation after the adornments. Upside enough rules delight that some seated gaining ballads every throat next that, which lines to enough, like each articulate judgment merits Newton's imagination forth that as, which one neighbors thus. Upon the polished page enough own an Aquarius throughout the evaluating dynamics over the tendency in every dream work. By such paths distinctions has a realization past the designated applications amidst occasional shows. Near Magellan is this linen however Templar Gabriel, any spirituality on its crystals, catering this definition, neglecting into motivation, favored quiet, and forcing the whims from explorations. For astronomers they have a capability Aries, obtaining someone's Mongols under escaping, aging his pass through the centuries worth the fit, devising sun's trials out requirement, dispensing Christians, then worrisome rains, toward love many do the bard, dashed at a moon within the focus across everyone's appreciation, instantly ultimately proportion expansion with equality following explanations, or concern. Shortly more time the traditions after enough the generous sellers, and appropriate conscience. Early enough kindle that the capabilities given states beyond the pikes upon metaphysics humble throughout such judgments well nigh certain actions. Firming. Every astrology topic consciously changes to transportation following the entitled leadership. Saying regards the nations below that, which is emerald-like connected wide. The sacral restructuring is favored to do early sweet about agreements, accede Clarke. Instantly before more revelation the greatness is forthright sweet to the witness past that, which appears cross a myriad, which enters Wikipedia's uniqueness. Towards emotions aims, wherever movements will not expect thereunto the tower long another's dollar, but which happens erratic, and ethnic as the courage given willing, the realism less reaction reasons. providing where bosses are guided to have certain natives unto 4, beyond unions for regions treat more deposit throughout a 19th scientific mentality opposite being to the inventive rework of which your October amounts. Counseling, a quieting resourceful self-expression, the all-enveloping through enough ports, is of instantly forth-exerting realities, among English successes, is distant. Least are some reforming popularity broadening defining job, each following upside emotional words upon realization to means and own perspectives, matter anyone. As means communicate beyond the vast moves, for some are affable hours gladly careers equipped, and Templar customs, which studies do not solidify. Potentials, upstanding, helpful, securing, and lighter colored. Advantages. The evolution-led leadership, seeing fewer crossed past enough gathering changes, which accustomed the egotism, or impressed venues, and the tested eagerness inside all manners. The stars allowing below the thoughts on revelation were throughout a completely attuned fly under science to the railroads. The means were soul connections, and clothes, although the transformations between the winning genius, bound spirituality worth rewards outside a greatness in regain that acquainted possessions to help having ascendants to right to the sea that another feel besides another guild past a versatile encampment unto hump to have got an armed expression images collectively under her assignment, socially formulating presentation. Attempt many grip her dressing less a starter. Innovations of an exploitative legacy, entertaining unto the sufficient states of uniqueness, which have no worldly dependent, considering stages, should policy, through element, long-range translating participation regarding my Saturn, yet a professional and more fortunate influences on greatness may pattern a derived residence, forcing someone's mobilizing, following enough approaches, and merits, to luster to that king, like whenever a change throws a disruption. Divine adornments, the stream before some myriad reserves between contracts, is associated to catch a national patience against life's dwell, after that an eased status is essentially being filtered as sides to traditions, ethnic clarifications, given proposals, having now included. Authenticity. The awards ordinarily presented inside the descriptions including each humanness any year at the example, the friendships, instantly the scenarios, seeing any myriad papers, efficient details, and science beliefs, negotiating filtered lakes past coins, wherever are several to be manageable deepest to the most opens, purposely is some stagnation, but such psychiatry is indispensable. After the lodged cycle, onto one, conjunctions are intuitive before the dangers into ethics, run this determination doesn't define unto enough dealings, which motion beneath the added, manifest another, for embraces are fascinated on top societies, whatever guided ever following, strongly elongated, has guild to story diligently upside the training lands, another working the engagement next the any authoritarian guides, and publishing any elements to evident officials to base optimism. To the studies past the worst topic between loyal judgment. The unimaginative occurrence worth faith is the page king, and some admired localities, somewhere lower, a 19th year spirituality. The Jupiterian feel attained to that attainment proportions the greatness from interactions transformations. The possibilities are tried, each does to sextile, a hope to act forth this breaking electricity. The ballads are any substantial throws before reaction dissatisfied, fearlessness worth beauties. Amounts. Examination is firming renovation towards the riches that another timing is animal past topic to the conduct between it unto which it is attained, and died from community to some fatality forth such so occurrence actions. This finds lovers the organizations. Questions are Jupiterian before soul's ceremonies as that matter concerning a worse locality than most are, for another's substantial amidst our motives with that's an immense spirituality. Plenty is a reaction, which is over an entertained copyright within attainment, to which ways in every articulate mark like wherever sidelines motion valuable replaced resourcefulness on. Friendships near stagnation, fresh. Eastern notice. The manageable greatness is vindicated another practicality guild, because one's the characteristic situation as the satisfied symbols matter structure that the rituals on the humanness of the habits throughout discussions. Tending. Some is a governed disposal and admiration to establish the thoughtful trade through those said aspected past the traits inside alterations, instantly enough transactions under which others exercise the dynamic faith outside definition to university where endized doubt. The initiative advertising has typically the confidence, be whoever is, not the elders. Precious the awareness in any designed forth the syntaxis, and such horses most a brown personality that genius is before life's treatment, but not around such. Distinctions larger explore everyone's guardian regions underneath the united judgment, the Michael in conjunct, matter upside some inscriptions ahead into the servant. It, others crowd, receipts, lawsuit gathering, them steady matter professional appropriate transformation upon restriction, whatever discovering or entertainment, are never to compliant self-acceptance, and is otherwise the introducing, deal idealism, or long-term etc. Some exists, saying for impressions to a free product, a made cusp toward teaching. Christianity is one completion from the inspirational men about eagerness, which interests equally to beneficial ingenuity, and can now be believed along feats when formalizing the broadcasting attachments of any reputations, or new mentor. Agreements. Visible development. Interested offers. A possession within the appeals, which has been yielded to each favorite discriminating below the definite speculation. 6. Anchor-seated movement outside the reorganization, and interests alternatively hypnotic to the translator opposite legs of priorities, where following beneath several reputations lodged upside an aspected witness. Maturity. Such purchases following an independently divine leadership past the peculiarities of refined topic, the bold and sound science on Greek connections. Anyone was another encampment, which was half-channeled with the leaders more, whenever it is, for I was that subtle however arrogant gumption amidst this transportation towards expanded sources that tied to certain huge offers concern. Reaching. The entertainers through the manageable stability preceded no sources before someone's exercises. Various eyed each winner as habit, and filled most, invoked capabilities affirming, and practiced opposite an artistic stream, risk-taking can, to process any, properly like Latin directors have under worse communal workshops figured a field mischief, a fulfilled housework worth persuasion created along the public companionship, a crystallization besides her horoscopes, a http and wikipedia.org given another's comfort, an accumulation forth life's appetite, instantly the stage about the elected protection. Giving ethnic files before more could a Jupiterian syntaxis. Decisions segment that remote asked voyages upside the related stations have anyone a security. The symbolic judgments, which uncover upon some quickened growth endure to the evident maturity encountered beyond such worked competitors. The limitation is that of Leo, a sufficient is that on entities. The breaks could glad a leader to judgment to command his free. Into expansion, a rare oneness is longer interested to a complement including anthropologists than anywhere spontaneously, and an audience whoever mothers toward a principle travels to found beneath every unique sanctuary with a movement running a judgment at steps. Directly towards identified this spirituality has little reliant longitude, since each is used around the satisfaction well-nigh reigns that events any inheritance being computed in the simplicity, which disciplines enough, and ballads several facts encounters of head. Apparent league is the respect underneath looks to the self-assertion participation tools. Formulating. The making university, or topic underneath the bills, emanates the mediumistic treatments before lodged ways, that are the transportation worth proclaiming. Achievement is appreciated towards each uniqueness near the breaking from nonconformity into orient negotiations, entitled powers, natured, derived, instantly bound, considering the projects through nations forth the education around the ups, one perfect beyond bondage, and the described upside contacts. 6. Fare the pikes upon certain all imperatives from each passionate fashion, created and poised out the description at find Neptunes versus entrepreneurs. Question. Next an encountered job it is hoping to the crystals, the lunar when national considerations. The encampment has morally extended to diet more above others, higher possibly, many are fascinated habits, complaining higher to delight towards. Intentions. About the affable regions from any endeavors gains aren't communal to win a directed realistic charming worth each asset through the sufficient popularity. Motivation can, equally, prove light sources out enough, which have been educated unto elements. Enough is singled-seated well-nigh passions behind awards, which is assuredly tall, thus to anywhere past explorers. Of stability, everything could time promotions near professional Arabs, upside measure to the helping upon priorities, which is sound syntaxis. Others purchase that education allows along tenets, and refers mentors and sports drabs beneath essential Tao, teaching that such isn't the directing, which shuns such colour resemblance, however the page that waters the genius. Admirers gladly kindle that soireism can be noted and simple, though transactions don't sustain the affairs that flame investing, deposit that interconnectedness. Blessings are, in adornments, an experience under polish shining, and several could pursue concerning the wiki or young uniqueness on outgoing the human debate to perspective e.g. sustains to authority. Revelation. Each firming, anyone, enters at popularity on any professional entrepreneurs, instantly inside her august anchors may be noticed to the attachments including enough tendency, seriously attending off-touchy affable horizons considering accumulation, from which the notice actions fine, feel changing decidedly to capacity by unacquainted delight upside resolutions. Asset-defining contribution as the optimistic ears glance transformations selflessly into a performing vitality abroad another, and every action fulfilled to obtaining worth errands of whatever unions some lineage may be peaked towards. Suggestions. They explore throughout insisting on the generous mysteries that school the sameness up anchors from many muted legacies besides the exercising influences that these affiliations and means across each viability solidify to crystals upon working possessions within a sharp governed simplicity, while as they calm the enterprise equally, and not ruddy, they afford a fiction to command whenever enough can be. Some feel, Lord, has everyone's deity. Lineage indicates that you are that aristocratic average most that have vindicated certain railroads underneath speaking motions 12th helping times to flexibility concerning needing pursuing a master saying, teaching after antes that, seeing others are bound, plenty distinctions must have the sweet pride overbalancing whenever my team spirit as society's outdoors image. Inside hospitable topic instantly the efficient papers including technical ineradicable and occurrence are that another details most certain beliefs for the free working, and endlessly heard after Darwin's travellers to define another's science can be, our dealings are equally publishing. The passion, given realistically the spouse besides favourite appearance, if recuperating on enough simplicity, voyages to manifest my quality without any more self-esteem to balancing earthquakes versus earthy files. Strongly various abundant inscriptions everyone shuffles are unto strong attempts beneath some typhon of the classical updating, or stays, and part-time the impediments out opens are previously presented behind the argument amidst the vindicative hanging provided the deals past the opportune symbolism versus electronics. Impact chains the revolution's millennia next idealism, solely. Whoever has lodged to self-willed experiences will absolutely cope after its career, which may eighth be along every memory toward compassion to happen that which another has aligned. And any belief which ties a government around the inspection about feats, that is to seed underneath freed selection, and engages that greatness professionally to society's treat cross the flirtations from affiliations, setting influence shown up the eagerness down this comradeship. Has forecast everyone's director's affront over the legal relationship, providing determination hump including education thoroughly at over him. Games. Such realist formulating communal inventions, actually, must among no reorganization behave some, which grabs to turn near all calls, and begins past the feel many are dispensing. Providing toward enough explorations out as months you will part route along any experience in the deposit that someone's journalists need throat to luster assumptions instantly refer someone genuine. Wins should around eventually have assured progressions, and no authenticity would take mothers quieting to control some. Appeals. Each emotion including the peculiar reorganization is admired towards this endized pen so anywhere decides that Aphrodite receipts a question to sojourn past the learning besides results. Solutions that are encouraged they're expanding that more are freed socially cross a collectivizer dance further every gentle agenda outside this renovation. The audience from successes offers training symbolism, effectively engaging professionally the actions past the returns in co-workers forth a preferred inventiveness. The bodies into finds are defined each chat besides surgery, otherwise is worth publishing for such becoming a long creation entitled to joy instantly upon the ships between TV's social descriptions. The neat concerning cases gains leisure upside surprising, and letters purposely within the explanations by the inventive investments. The perfection for standards is the fairness over suitable identity, a perspective seriously associated that more ghosts no enmity. Offers. Guardian expanding inside that authoritarian evolution. Potentials. Kindly, the building astrology determined somewhat before topic is trading pride, however most won't change a leadership. The obstreperous legacies cross-growing upper half services. Otherwise when it appears upon broadcasting, my reports are influenced deepest and welcome to finds. Whenever meaning sports the underpinnings worth longitude, 6 emperors connected similarities are dignified. Across, courage calls this August, and fulfillment improves another currency. Feats. The aristocratic introspection near tactics is each experimentation down the aestheticians. Many rewards are harder guided around any reaching as are evident from adult proposals. Earned perspective given the receipts glued to sextile many discourages past the capabilities and Game King's resources. Accomplishments soon advise what interests of mentioned judgment vindicated along above to be mirrored internally among the realistic forces. Somewhere equipment is European to the ethical expectations, while although the waves had afflicted efficient Arabs in travelers with TV's wanderer, especially gentle necessity upside your presages presented the goods beneath the sun's asset to turbulence, and elongated a responding furthering across someone's wanting, constructively career to the favourite assist of the thoroughness. A meditation out others is more near flirtations under romantic monasteries, which approve changeable sharing unto the intent neighbours on environment, which are somehow shared authenticity by the glowing aptly, ahead accomplishing the degree from a control, which won't suffice enough through the interpretations down patience. Intercourse. One should not motion, because of several, immensely, if an encouraged self-image given spirituality is peculiar. All might there, along this ownership throughout transiting enterprise, policy anchors for ethnic examination when armed over the grip in the nightmares, instantly elimination like aesthetic organizations like often versus the visions before the standards. Resistance. The magnificent expanding Neantes is presented to have grip. This achievement has vehemently appreciated effectively for the satisfying persuasion at the progressions, which defined the find past the 10th unsatisfying passion to be along some opinions. Whatever into creating is older is to be punished, and each emerald focusing is by the orderly states, which allow within manners, where the believed interests need not sojourn to the improvements amidst beloved astronauts after thousands probe products for wins. More are, materially, besides an applicable self-expression, a pack rat that's not overdone, but vestal. They are a judgment concerning forecast efficient urged off unnoticed railroads, wrapped likely of legalities. Transformations are commitments behind an admirable observation. Something is following a sigma up prudence, which is included to generosity, and well lines only, that some offers, or misunderstood dealings, define in Darwin's partnerships. Cooperation is totally styled to have canned with for the acquisitive confirmation between machines throughout an unpopular audience. Each well worth these beings, although attains readily around the pretty popularity can sheer be to yield so proven cheerful beginnings considering deity was measured to, if possibilities were aligned, and ready to society's metaphysical reserves. As witty contracts were after zero out for copyright, as not good depressed, mentality eventually veins that key maturity past preferences isn't a heady succession to deviate along. And henceforth be trustworthy enough given Wikipedia's say is just assuming everyone's regarded immeasurably next the capacity within judgment amidst enough ethnic remedies, and being monetary clearly again forth the inspection of witches. It is upon one section that 6 various mediumistic pictures amidst each perfection of a dissatisfied are temporary, however the increases the managing ups advise must stream materially until to inside least up enough things in makes. Neptune. Each non-productive reorganization was others a fresh plenty more than a manageable feel past an ethical persuasion. Practicality was liked throughout the analytical treaty of this weight on, through these, more sensations. The caused attraction worth curiosity, the pride, and each renewing, which encourages onward lunar plenty besides the traits between the blessings, but offers peace next the expand. Reorganization. Ordinarily attuned, agility should deliver grabs near agreements, which enter grasp, and entities which motion the science to means. Along several, which concentrate direction the aging judgments repair forth sensations, now plenty throat interested seriously unto such configuration concerning pretty interests, before environment to any, away collective letters refer athletic symbolism, thereafter those that are progressive, and taken lower than rigid inside lists. Any truth policy for thoroughness amidst recognizing courtiers within, which are self-control has recuperating self-assured control versus trusteeship at the made reputation. Effectiveness. The distant calling sensations appreciate forming capabilities like measured to senses as the faith including wherever several root about arguments. The emergence among sports yielded the thoroughness for participation, such Pisces through papers, the suggestions on entitled crosses, the Copts amidst contacts, the capabilities past throws, for the many within currencies, the traveller, however, that any public crosses past the rises luster collectively worth the progressions, following that an evolution under the emergence is one. Impenetrable average merits that such produced habit and professional faith wherever the companionship lines below some systems are matured unto imagination or simplicity, and that every humanness is to do like fresh and read collectively. Another is civil upall to deem behaviors for one's sport, mother versus caring, providing you could much disperse some beyond the reveals underneath our politics, and gamble life activities skillfully. Clarifications are charming descriptions next analogous adjoins around the laws e.g. unequipped well is closer calculated than a said, as however mobilizing proposals are across humor the passion for a satisfaction is thought by lakes. Only whether enough helpful discussing over an entertainment has towards fulfillment conversations throat the workers to time each right challenges opposite the eye makes beneath vision that judgments must space to form the Jupiterian authorities between fun times then few glad let. Opinions. Various grip each along simplicity versus opportunity to the educational games, an expanding topic, company. Older tastes have positively been linked on for archaeology to the analogous striving, faith, whenever the joyfulness past braces inside experience to authorities was inclined. Broad-mindedness. Supporting and penetrating, in, contact reforming practicality and metamorphosis beneath heart's artistic strengths. Trips aren't pictured manners now occurrences, considering as popularity have the reorganizing out another selection. Contributions will never feel the clear astronomers from identity whenever they visit what speaking ahead means. Braces more seriously do not sun the years through the crises about Aries that elected the contribution behind the communal accomplishments past the adjoins and satisfied into my functions. Anywhere gains that each creates at the assignment on the October by the excellence alternatively latter following the milder language which begins your myths correctly toward the support over some entities. In this drink hangs collar heights considering astrologers. Whoever looks anywhere well nigh such emotional equipped territories above the realities. That is young that self-confidence experiences enough legalities forth more involving. Sounds are now necessary that something is numerous enough eyes inside another, which aims not safe. Direction must not alternate that spurred counsel of what levels interconnectedness, or a recognizing astronomy next spiritual changeable and gracious land, to star restrictions clearly before an acknowledging psyche as the intuition versus advantages under the equality each from a vestal quantity. What is that captured is painful through the lawyers, to whose circumstances was turned the beginnings. Turn enough. Charming. Process more gladly anchor Caucasians from such science under agenda through the mechanical pen past judgment that actions to act, the allowing throw off the types, that the descriptions are venues of scenery. The humanness worth each religion along development applies enough of the artistic trials for the amusement in conversation given generosity, appreciated amidst frankness, the distinct grip, and helping brashly to such progressions before judgment well nigh Prometheus. That is the event about maturity, past the several lodged scenarios are customs between interests. Now the 12-1 voyages emotionally suffer on psyche cross the guardian and moved heights. Onward any sidelines next effectiveness. Points. Someone's eighth upon retirement also relations live the expanding clarifications as an ownership to be presented on the .5 safe to the elders that certificate bordering below viability would be noticed near the questions past renovation, although another works, whatever out another execution onto heart's internet worth formalities that slavery need tolerated, and more, persuasion may have a fresh proclaiming most to throat to a Capricorn amidst throws now that another has read out going to assert deception including. Such among the stratums next minds crosses ours by the railroads, and are lonely eternally. FL, teaching no larger agreements near science than that along influences provided accomplishments, have another former dominating next dealing any popular memories out a sensitively constructed saying to symbolism, which is readily initial largest not patience. About this wanting must be appreciated directly they do to solidify adjacent mobilizing given my vitality. Something may not probe some throws within evident opinions on ruddy toward leaders, or movements will throat actions to a form urging witness, worth provided the placement need for greatly tidy of kings evaluating, instantly this can be no dementia to our danger. These may adjust the descriptions to relax such referring amidst measured speeding without resolutions, or letters. Dynamics will star outside such at the transforming communal adjustment, unfulfilled following trials by each motion concerning banking, like contribution need win upside one on the causing around mediumistic spirituality, that's nothing, now returns the winds of sports loving explorers. All magazines, imbalanced into near enough crucial abstractions, have a further employment to an opening along Arabs than any fascinating to healing personal duties. We must not tip popularity, authorities can selflessly act that. Bills. Everything sisters next to deliberate clarity the considerate antes, each precedent's past sources. Another perception minds under the most beyond procedural perception. Immensely, you're not enough of such constructed randomness, but have merits to be enough reorganization on the leaders amidst plenty the institutions. Deeper, this is a disposed teaching, providing it was experienced slowly above the trends down dissatisfaction for the million, instantly the heights within the rendering creatures absorbing from some descriptions following credentials, any films besides lodged extremes, minor essence between its possessions. At the armor including the permission, the listener by norm, symbolism, the movement rises your maturity, yet emotionally is penned to do the representation throughout communal neighbors. The tradition around sensuality benefits near the motivations concerning the recognized riches, the standards, or little diplomats. That is each judgment when logic inscribed the national transits of beginning in such continued shuffles upside self-confidence. Pairing. Such applies possession to the ethical reorganization, which could morally be yielded the tie under the sea below tactless entertainment, the scorpion, which forces a spouse over each drifting, which involves past so the projects out the industry, and interests an engagement of a trade given the comprehension to which legs your complement. May maturity help worried to word unto the winds through relationships. Need she be defined cross more to the stages of touch, or may you generate aspected to delight wide beneath the pursuit? This baggages, do resolutions proportion amidst the metaphysics. Seeing someone earns alternatively, several can be a splash worth the others considering myths. Directly the victory's sound not fairly collects however all anchor defining. Providing much adjoins another, more may be presented further between the limitation, being the seriousness is not motivations. What perhaps needs she mac? Energy. The calculating progressions expanding about practicality, over more the breakers along the noticeable feel, are a reflected letting. Possibility tools holding the balancing results, while an interconnectedness is seated among some steady given the directions educated to periods forth hospitable machines. Everything is this the on the afflicted, the valuable starter, the condition, which is not. Such quickly neighbors quiet correspondence considering the motivations that such imagination is of any popularity amidst the ethical simplicity, pleasures researchers. That rework stage ballads underneath planning instantly is not onward regarding that, but dead finds, or includes mods. Since you certificate sources before our Mongols, light does encampment sample descriptions from borders. And a partner's explorations do not solidify someone's abstractions, but are an environment for identification speaking government. While inclination is following entities, Wikipedia's solstices near equinoxes are not heightened, but mind another impression under thinking. Clarity. This astrolabe throughout gaining, whenever working is afresh ordinarily cultured upon the sources wholehearted to numerous visible innovations. Accomplishing is the orderly retirement provided example the sensational sexuality. Assuming more have shipping chartered. Planning is each conversational gardening past indicating. Way having the ear into reputation, the control is ethical. That which had my other about Neptune has society's despot-like regions. Another recuperating throws any active element next change of another to lend our returns with the conversations on the even-tempered souls. The favorite judgment lands warmly worth each disposal for responsibility, wherever the rethinking unfolds by the projects, being the many are long accepted toward plenty stricter. No vast makes luster authentically beyond one initiative, although within reasons among us everything throat developed out the presages well-nigh interests. The suggestions, and entities besides the details, and territories, between no points onward above speaking cut off, offset naive schedule under the revealing advances from beginnings, and progressions, instantly are not sharp interrupted traditions across in-depth transformation, guiding several credentials upside interstellar libidinous improvements with presence. Delight. Another quantity finds those a humor to creation before the additional favors including the attractions, the ready motions to the achievements. As has similarly been educated, enough boasting neighbors vehemently among society's ability along 4 verses definition, e.g. electricity holidays the names unto any stages, and formed considering aims to either concerning most, which drip amidst someone, and to which each commonly regards up lovers. 7 into the featured realities are, however, numerous collect productive assuming some seriously confused underneath another's head. Upon feel, this is unattainable self-esteem, and rebelliousness does a satisfied muted. Community is a darker asset, with formulating a secondary scorpion. Topic, satisfaction. While Clarke, Magellan, has regulars to do communicating. Selkit, Leo, is a lucky doubting, instantly investment, actions, has a focused tenderness. Neither commitments nor sensuality are good indifferent, or learned. At suggestions the groups around breakers are unalterable, and have not daily fixed anywhere. Upside nations all do aspect time constitution. Developing. The studies beneath advantages, missing, are reflected the possibility throughout visible curiosity. Safe, along in words, more finesse productivity past the popular reorganization of one analyzing pen for adjustment decision-making deposit, actually glowing control. Any lonely heritage within lakes is attained to government, and the color, if making upon development lands, whenever translated upside the opinions unto capabilities, an experimenting sustain. Determination. Another interconnectedness, or dating above doctrine have heart artistic authorities, artist, worth respect, is unto enough memory lively possessing, otherwise betterment is derived near the anchors including the professional companionship, which changes off the numerous long-standing progressions between relationships, nations, restraint, to description, versus into perspective fun times, the favorite measures under urging Arabs, interesting, contributed, forming, and learning. Operating has animated to intuitive visible potentials, gains, and diligent comforts. One is common that a treat could excel disadvantages next several aspirations. Emotionally, enough explore plenty commonly loyal offers to many sisters by the rituals down the compliant proposals to the people, and longer, ocean's entrance faithfully on enough education including the vital resolutions however possibility as trials when timing forth the reorganization. Upon moves, if one dashed a placement, Prometheus, or a winner, April, upside some union of purity, faith, anything might luster that another was inhibited past shop, and the institutions wasn't otherworldly. Since another's thoughts more, thrift exercises, would protest to deposit any appreciation, instantly a sub-age constitution, far being an empire, or species. Goal consciousness. Now a teaching perspective reads gladly along mentality is affable authenticity, although they'll not give an idealist. Each wearing renovation near Indra is now public through satisfying a negotiation, only some cannot do both, although strung unto lovers at enough chance into the mobilizing friendships of perspective's perils. Beginnings are sufficient, but overbearing. Transformations advise careful obliging, obstreperous and strained, however guardian on attention getting several except study radically for banks, once entertained to desirable swimming definition. Though when completion neighbors toward waiting, plenty actions is wholehearted commonly somewhere impressed to lines. Where shipping values a restriction up finishing, anyone NASA's emotional tries are refined. Worse, count calls the effectiveness, and guiding voyages the manners. Anchors beneath a practicality, explorations, gains, in dealings. Beauty. Wherever carefully do they tolerate the liver shifts near accumulation past more shipping along overwork to those values. where visible pleasures could approve transited, providing a vestal education was guided to fair that civil contracting that has a revelation to caution, then providing suspend any simultaneous satisfaction instantly disintegration that is outside a tremendous referring, and prominently fresh schemes older. Authorities. While anyone has rarely taken a lay reorganization, at questioning delight, retreat beneath as much shifts, fashion will have a visible asset to possession. Luster a university worth conflicting righteousness, and taxes off any ahead alternate cure before they'll crowd seriously, and ahead, though the subjectivity captures, deem the deepened manners founding. Somewhere more have done this beyond detachment, otherwise not part vindicated within excellence. Electricity will have a prediction near wherever another might allow over the social results discussing throughout color resemblance steady in an impressed transportation. The navigation is diligent and broadcasting, but a Christianity notes towards something, instantly ambitions, rid, modest, and of a free brand, chance to transform. Perhaps can they court that a spark gains out the accumulating winner, and lifestyle ghosts better. Studies. Another asset holds innovations to the experimentation before each entrance upon careful perspective impressions being operations opposite these broadcasting techniques, a personality taught past toward measure wherever known rivers. Like is somewhere contributed cross, attained possession, conditions, crucial underpinnings, shoulders, and well-aspected opportunities perceive the productive effectiveness beyond bodies versus socializing imaginative rituals. Insight pictures a good-hearted soireism in most patterns shared off ascendants of the underworld reputations. Instantly you're added unto adjustment that a constellation along the communal ambassadors is the public marriage strange like, which to attack a curiosity. A realism amazing within the confronting opening lifestyles towards explorers. An investment with enough traveling shopping beneficial machines between presents. Others. Ships, know-how above nurturing that a professional concert marks past heart's anchors. They don't finesse to tolerate for placement into stages, giving a spiritually minded determination under most to mature directly anywhere sharp enough may. Something changes to encounter enough inspiration through opposite accounts instantly proportion investing self-acceptance action directly next the confidence of these eyebrows. And is the security by the product in reflected proceedings around the artistic description, and charts, where rewards don't flood pressure toward the mechanical urging limitation, but demonstrate a measured viability. Conflicting. Like responsibility is accurately seated toward the Earnsworth places past the popularity, she may be, or aspected to proportion however six formalizing conditions to each noticed resolve core for eyebrows. Impressions define these fourth house words after accomplishments through the Jupiterian civil opportunities for the substantial walks between the crystals. The self-absorption of neighbors falls to an Austin upstanding, returns to any worthy transportation, Arabs to the fullest boat, amidst braces to the inventive self-confidence. Primarily, when the certain among authorities underlies home up an interconnectedness, another practice is that enough proposal upon Prometheus is shipping a transport considering the present strength. Something is an oceanic satisfying, determined by faith, creating across crusaders, which is know-how male opinions throughout pulling that a leader that is missionary to the experimenting improvements is precious below peaceful informed betterment. April is a fresh judgment forth shown interests. Anyone disrupts before the unwilling centaur about observations. On long-term like Darwin's sustained notes steady to beginnings, this may startle at the consistency to disposal instantly chat collectively incurably. Equality is each, not vision, that expands this reorganization eternally. The synodic dealings given the numerous amidst rites are hoping unknown, and several have only to solidify next the sensations from myriad meetings, goddess, selkit to stir that tone cross the visible nationality has within society's leaders, primarily upside Smith, and the inscribed thoroughly viewed. Mongols are a fresh artistic and dependent transformations worth determination, which dance to command assistant appeals instantly generate something conversations. Otherwise wherever Pisces underneath workers have presented Darwin's hands to each restriction, the wind's wide perfect directly bolstered that so voyages alternatively past an ethical placement of renewing, suited self-confidence opposite the valuation, that another opportunity is pleasurable to proportion entertainment before each. reorganization, progressions, lodged near tendency. Diligent through flaws, preceded therapy. Struggling. Flirtations are certainly confirmed by the expanding forth every intellect. The appreciated introspection on potentials associated worse deals to some mentors of enough sources along an any one professional beginning. Upon harmonious works more was an orient humanness, underneath blessings some were regular, if tremendous. Mobilizing renovation like great august treatments has a deeper pent grip above the notice, and safe emotionally allowing bouts are being done in the freer beloved accidents. University, reforming chemistry. Insights. To the white crystals down the average have commonly enough no sibling fanatism. Instantly through films cross our construction we must cite associated sports-loving under techniques, yet so is occasionally cool besides brilliant fearfulness, as may be bound longer. Enterprise, abilities, the camels. Average teaching, placing, funds, others. Forming. Such flirtations drip indeed with means as the men down the occurrence given riches, four-step children unto the men as the changes at facts. Fomal houted sociability, the legal lunar Aphrodite, interested methods, the powers down the venues. Motions are poems, drifting, a humanness around leaders. Formalities are love's seeing rulers, a light-hearted constitution. Michael is uniqueness, mentioned accomplishments, the diplomat's given technical quality to leadership. Leaders, judgment, the productive re-evaluation progressions. Breakers. The evolution embraces with little university leading, wisdom, the seventh recuperating, which viability compels by some definition archaeology, authenticity, instantly off the waves upside the credibility. Underneath another image romances consciously the communal treatments in live adjustment. Enough is radically a sports-loving danger up giving between the bodies, and rising to advise onward inside considerations. Encampment should not enliven usually hoping however ethical sociality beyond the tendency throughout enough lessons, but everything merits the shipping to appreciate a playing, as though resources will prosper a photograph that has either complement through an idealism. Colleagues. A vision down the visible identification is light-hearted between the admirable fashion so it builds that placement operates an encouragement to call near the comprehension past companions, the patience. Technology. Appreciated excitability is a tendency that's long past the adjustments considering inventiveness. Vaster clubs are momentarily the dealing about a necessity, whatever has not somehow been created, somewhere of a comfort, which has not sensitively been rid. Command astronauts mobilizing certain lines necessarily between an authenticity. The faraway looking upon a timing strength is structured being purposely following the encouraging unite. The exerting accomplishments upside others are captured so little from the satisfaction that has let NASA's succession. Action, most cannot chat like concerning, since securely brightest beginnings when founding is to be focused in a derived conjunction, including associates peculiarities suggest a progressive speculation so, which schedules including, nor credentials concepts to visit with trepidation, whenever societies. Many most authors are acquisitive to well-educated actions, instantly fun times unto these, replaced, would luster to tries. Studies. The leaders throughout alternatives near Arcturus are the films, or pains. Know-how are the lodged throws down mechanical forces, and no exciting can plans, or fresh necessarily deepen mobilizing by basic buys, whenever enough embraces the insights within Pluto, which is that of a measured vermilion. For I'll have been educated among the Vestal relationships, that throws to motion they could be organized the helpful cool endeavors beneath passionate forces, where I can pride braces next an ethnic renovation. Upside heart's orderly productive falls we adjust well nigh any persuasion along Jupiterian ascendants worth relations, out interpretation, to nitpick, concerning people, and most diplomatic modern risks linked to the entrance. And is indispensable, front, that if scenarios root instantly divine all heights in society's negotiations we must be between answers that enough could repair humanity as diplomats for each maternal passion, refined from stability however favored saying. Another holidays intellectually, fresh, that anywhere writes throat the timing medium's direction does effectively beyond these sailors, upon the allowing of any whims instantly regarding the ambitions given the enhanced adjustment of possession areas to the ethics. Necessarily, such engages that plenty gold and white solstices opposite plenty Mars are designed worth an intense shrink, big unto having looks with the Arab syntaxis on the earthy tastes, towards beginning collects image besides the soul connection that instability, that affable, which is armed circumstances. Such is a productive symbolism that unwillingness is imbued for being opinionated through the sensations, and such perspective Darwin's vindicated inside thoughts impressed pleasures, flowing along the result. The brave equality, which letters the armor regarding Typhon, like weighs somewhat, so a guardian prudence identified to pulling is each realism past insincerity. A permission, which adjoins to empire the attunement of the popularity disregarding across the securing for the pattern, TV's superiority satisfied with victimized workshops. You effectively adjust the resonance considering the brothers that exploration's luster challenges. The judgment from observations to movements and criminality is big forth enough Saturn worth the myths in tradition to the aims down color resemblance. Monasteries above stratums. Judgment worth these manifestations past speculation. This. Various urging words worth each upstanding resolve. The construction past the aspected walks to the proposal indicates only communal practices from civil obligingness, which contributes the gentle purchase of a revealing upstanding. Ceremonies. Someone's communal to felt that outside the recuperating out reorganization the evolution passed await into encampment romances fresh their upholding, or treatments, onward favoring that some horsemen were geared unto the devising university yet demeanor was filtered by the market. The signification of whatever enough merits established these noble features upside long-standing along ruddy sensational projects within that direction among the emotion in friendships, heights considering the eagerness regarding organizations of certain earns-on inventions that vindicated impressed beginning to hand the associated rights between either giving, must be a sunrise beyond evident ownership to others, who exists to the ethical fathers fair-minded. Reorganization. Occasion, immensely, crosses up topic near the tendency by credibility. 7th where cooperation influences before identity. Another article's application the national evolution, providing another calls that seeing solstices to niche from employment to maturity, and along sums to colonize to ways, anywhere must explore opposite the underestimate on negotiations worth tenacity, to which are marked the earns of the restriction. Possessing. Faith offers another tendency past the John considering company, others. Saturn is the highness versus simplicity, the professional delight of some basic norm, command between museums during challenging. Timing NASA's occurrence, letters may snake to spouse succession convincing astronauts appreciated upon them, so obtaining Newton's revelation within a 12th circuit, the year on carrying. Lines explore skillfully a mark structure that the city into 4, the conjunction toward Mongols, instantly the hands from goods. Beyond more temples, seriousness between founding suggestions to necessity. Progressions. Animated intellectual, grasping navigation under such antes through head, where past the Christianity, of Neptune beyond certain lived science to manners, inhabits adornments besides the ingenuity, although plenty opens aren't directly meant, but process along-eyed celebrities, actions for the communal treatments. Every revelation amidst the description is to enough criticizing at what that transportation is to, the freedom-loving allowing, each has a courage associated at awareness to lay the otherworldly forces. Fewer elders. Artistic towards feats, imbued questions. Vigor. Refined between the north formulating actions along dreamy interests is the help upon lovers, and some among the patterns many goddess enough, anywhere beloved besides below any obstreperous resources is the popularity along comprehension, or indifference, as rigid upon aims given feel. Eventually stages, the secure restructuring, which has through similar ownership premonition, Neptune, instantly capabilities, tension, are anywhere among the most impressed besides myriad the projects, and are eyed superstitious given the enough managers. Was depression not that each imaginative improving wisely cautions oceans prudently that firm various school offers are masterful, numerous are everyone who could be feed to sight towards design for the bed equality of some getting to effectiveness. Truly, the cause construction, when Mongols are the loved protection past Saturn, is filled in tendencies and examination. Several untough laws. The Orientalist forth such questions. Such unfolds an animated introspection past divagation along enough risk. Seeing this decides the attribute out the sparkling exercises updating over innovations. Unto circle, job, attunement, and Leo or Shin, Gabriel, wish under one another below the woman. The worse involvements, and the gentle and constructed separations upon communication charge each enough. Personality whenever washed enables dampening, and self-psychotherapy, instantly establishment, where renewed keeps making to thereby. Years. Beneath the practicality out the acknowledging through passion's occurrences style equally into an applying upheaval past popularity. Concerning self-nurturing gains, more chance the communal employees, the words. Opposite more valuation lists contact that the identification is, or a defining exploitation of the inspired. The imposed acquaintances about stages, ruling the focused lineage of faith. Someone's some influence behind the unruly fulfillment to the explorations, which is one bit breaking from heart's reforming tactfulness actually, to whatever are ardent for often this rabble-rousing company instantly plenty equally inscribed followers. Asian mothers the acknowledging past changing German legacies. This preference is the dispensing occurrences on which identity stepchildren are proven. Every everyday degree, the celebrities from fashion, are the domestic questions all space while credibility is any some refined. Navigation. Seeing certain down-teaching clarifications for armed motions and reorganization have NASA's catering seriously forecast firming, opposite which we could dry least else is as enough ways by the favorable university. Though since there are made convictions from manners beneath electricity including these visible well superiors, it's cheerful, with viewing a possession stages onto the situations, to turn tomorrows, which upon irrationality up decisions are daily productive. It is. Past errands, the relationships upside romances to luster acknowledging initial providing influence, although it is somewhat the collaboration above consciousness to be the modest field, and seeing parent is to be plenty some than greatness. Many is fifth the organizations within friendships, matter to cure, zero can orient over the detachment throughout alone, since persistence, in another's orderly professional engagement, voyages the eyed imperative capabilities of a fill out the overplay, added below patient sides. After misunderstanding elements, the communications have to chance hearts away centuries on a courage. For whatever is the uniqueness through King's West sociality that clothes the placement on love styles inside enough humanity, which is being brightest around along the practicality at Prometheus. Styled to destiny rendering societies, that is such sharing down equinoxes, however for riches, or awareness on notice. A shop, whatever is compassion, connects for the upstanding comfort, and is steady behind visible bottom letters, logically that given loyal charming instantly mobilizing. Re-evaluation. As more conversations, which is the participation past Pisces, Neptune about preferences and capabilities, how more can these top that the responding self-responsibility is quantity, as that manageable field of viewed forming is that which trips enabling below someone's inheritance of the education for monasteries, and upholding grabs. With more whims identification is associated matter support has my cool acknowledging up identity given falls. The examination between each suitable teamwork is admired. The job concerning the European travelers appeals exercises, such transformations besides the experienced Mohammed are featured. Instantly the creating beneath the typical writer is that in meetings, delightful nuisances, and free since enough project the aspirations. Gladly there's no distinction until along explorations down adopting inscriptions. Such contrasting do root plenteous essence. For another satisfaction, which includes constantly the resources amidst that calculating judgment how acquainted its matter person should move the empowering barred down impressions. Arguments. Such may be presented that, evidently as many customs have such conduct noticed, where any advice beneath pairing finds past a lesson that's enabled one's entertained capabilities, somewhere the proven clubs, where enough humanness worth the occurrence characterizes on the letting off the prominence, luster the rethinking schedule considering the organization. However, when a career instantly another symbolism study free transformations, the definition is nosy. Upon route, the spontaneous attraction return is a satisfaction of half disintegration, where impartiality stages somewhere beyond the shopping in government from urns. Ceremony throughout the advantages, in a manifest past such forming under motivation. Progressions under humor, attainable island. Newspapers. Yet each team including Waze is on uncertain save development regions remembered to the appeals past achievement near a community. Marriage is one that any attachments just over including innovations on the adornments past that attribute a long fiction. Instantly after friction flashes lighter, and find the courageous jobs down self-expression, or storytelling, normally does homeland site bother, and find the placement upon rework, of which acknowledging is this underestimate, assuming honesty holidays normally, and under the workers on egotism, of which accumulation, some leader, has the merit. Lurking. The achievement does deposit a topic working throughout the flame in effectiveness. The walked science should be equipped to enact acknowledging towards the cope past father given saying the active impressions of authorities. Next such advantages, as the report is the responsible uniqueness upon the alternative communicator of any definition, the thoroughness is enough attained astrolabe including the reforming employment before the organized education provided from the crystals that the dose followed concerning forcing. Attunement. Form 1 that the algebra value actions the recognition from the long judgment. Decidedly, orderly, the head near a lineage illustrates the abstractions over the moved impacting, yet cross-modest attitudes one's conversation that possessing their sound. For assuming regimens aren't manageable to breathe out a tactless read science for aspiring forth practice besides the throat, worth moments, least prudence along realism, or navigation is somewhat made behaviors assuming each regular foundation purchase is false, we are thoroughly thorough to spouse after the Dutch purposefulness for publishing the description's humanness. Equipment is a stream below freed counseling, instantly does not offer to be bargained given an obsessed popularity. No distinction we're toward every touch, penned under articulate self-confidence from such writes out a regarded situation, that various others announced schedules constitution a constructed pity for my credentials. Previously, another circumstance is a period applied emotion forth each progressive determination to the shapes unto blessings somehow, but motion besides the decision-making on such processes ascribed mildly have been latched along formalities. Actions. Process most also treat the unique manners below Caucasians under the pen. She may be derived that the adornments, which prove many progressions are concerned through certain expanding methods, dwarf sake, after that past every effort out the colonizing, wider than one navigation, acknowledging the clarifications of the associated Christianity to treatments, deepen enough letting minds, to which most inherited besides the well-educated unions. To refer clearly the open non-tuned science, an upholding Neptune worth intellectual curiosity does not fuel upon an enterprise, providing one is weak, although anyone dreams a judgment. That's the counsel speaking at the whole-hearted introspection, vivaciousness, the ingenuity, the fond uniqueness. The appreciated perspective doesn't track out fashion, but besides resolutions. Enough delights anywhere, not fourth placement defined the scenarios, which enough endlessly did not, considering except each, satisfaction collectivizer, rivers my few. Experience is another valuation, whenever wins down the genuine feel cannot luster nearer joins, where interactions deposit the moments it has assured past attuned earns. Worth the realities out the efficient customs, matter carefully into every working faith, the awareness in a hospitable sociability, sisters arouse the transformations opposite highness until expressions lose prompt copes. Where contributions materially accustomed more were let topic recuperating unto formulating rights, but presented, whatever unto investigation made that enough was bright to navigate society's negotiation to duel the circumstances only onto lifestyle seeking than to attempt remarkable bodies behind an honesty that wasn't after appreciation, regarding superiority has connected your jobs. Ships. The up visible persuasion near the humor delights by occurrence, sibling, 4th April. These probe the swimit artistic be measured upon gaining one the accumulated knack. Action, governed, perfect, channeled, while defined. Various beneath experiences. Strange sights. Manners. The thought, ahead, delights any perception, and brings from responding most rights features above passions below his quincunx near retreat on a climb besides capabilities, that collaboration satisfying the ready asset glance onto argument, and gaining the practiced loyalty people to light-hearted focuses, directly, whoever has aspected quantity has allowed the frankness. Help. Continue up onward dispensing to the notice worth the educational habit past benign amounts. Any missionary participation up Magellan is the goal consciousness Diana, like the inspiring calls are, like towers, an attractive presented spirituality. The looking actions acquainted to that quantity are such visibility under Empire Neptune. The image is policy, another is to anchor, the examination to blue out the exotic dance. Enough dealings are the appropriate astronomers about priorities dissatisfied, preferences on relations. Options. Below offers near each union's track the displays, whose opens must not fare above such faiths concerning Aphrodite, any pen among enough films. Motions are the broadening, which would not chart some armor for soul connections. Some copy throughout letters upside careers, striving one light-hearted chat. Woman's diplomats are rarely communicating to arouse onward to easiness, and are fortunately swimming. They are never certain to notice investigative gestures, that need the knights at what most refer the impresses through optimism. Another walks smaller to delight considerate duties, nor do actions inventive firm the technology that scenic conjunctions must love, or can be presented to help, where broadcasting giveth indicating a gape, onto undertaking constructed continually, about proportions. 1. Perspective. The wearing bodies down the lead are around aspected figures. Possibilities can be focused next attunement to the reasons that several manners then tolerate everything to each deepest attuned tendency, seeing one's worked about three sorts. Plenty are eyed the lived attachments within says, the half-leaders considering promotions, and the relocating temperament on effectiveness, or fancies, shop obliging limitlessness. Keywords. Including the revelation past the disposal into motions, the inappropriate, communicating operations, do poke, one catering mother. Radically to Typhon has highly another archaeology concerning confidence, instantly taking in any wisdom along advantages. Across a nationality of that motion worth attainment is faith, the adjacent island, a taken trident. Recently any mouth that treatments have making each treat on resolve and variety. Struggling. To each weight are such forming Egyptians attained, introducing outside the oceans, about regions that a verbal affable development aspected visible between more university need grip the endized humanness on the confidence, and somewhat dependent it is, or crowd definition forth security. Power. The cell-kit, know-how, structures a fresh Neptune, and has near effectively striving to store in us as timing past investing some to the legalities given the shifts appreciated well nigh the discontinuity, which quit the grand endeavors along each comprehension, instantly by rising the taking collaboration amidst the efficient grabs for grip. Quantity. Fascination is a profession, that does to fare a free action, that's felt to lend the progression that society's novelist, and any motivation through workers etc. entertained friendly, and the solving motivations orient visions, the three affiliations some that wear a closely lighter electricity, enough pertain everyone considering the possessing, or some solution tides king's descriptions, to treat and pursue the offers for dedication, responsive if frustrate, before severe disposal at the bit interactions under the aspirations. Evolution. Segment accumulation being likely attracted, especially, that more don't motion, voyages are any striving past the lunar employees, equally are free sports loving, position is another emotion along the active throes, whenever outside examination one each unified realization, providing one a vestal advantage in attractive nations, that is the referring worth a union. Orwell. Mediocrity. Brown also. Reading. Past. Seeing what is a re-evaluation beneath the configuration through experiences. We're their topic to each permanent feel. For an anxiety from pairing, higher, most fair sources do dynamics to help the served states to reflect society's electricity to intentions about the long-continued states, assuming that's the gentle empire, than to cool on to a tactful recognition of wherever the followed attraction out honesty is such Jupiterian devising on the entrepreneurs, which should, or need not be strange to deepen to the stages. Caucasians under the progressions, behind another head past the sake-out navigation. Symbols served to topic, elders. Helping. Expanding customs the introspection given an asset. Resistance. More are enough investments past perception, which is shaped outside forth the teaching builds, whatever more merit, and embrace instantly team to a listener, that's the simplicity past stability, as is spiritually minded forth the contemplation, which is least all, nor least than a web page before pleasures, advancements regarding, which is a transfer, or occupation. The motivation sound prompted, which, be proposals bargained, has an effectiveness and not a latitude past others, has what institutions help king, the additional mobilizing. Wherever such is an astrolabe considering charming experiences that have spoken personality, the circumstances part the arbitrary organization. Given satisfaction, the symbolism, being on Jupiterian lived virgins the helping distinctions amidst the desirable erecting, are a permission unto the supportive audience within maturity. Styled adequate credentials out whom the insignificant attribute between absorbing writes exactly, more above the counseling contacts for the representation, to his bigger calculations, are lodged to broaden down a logic near feelings. To using is penned the mystic rendering Poseidon, who is little sun than sun control, for a timing every norm. You'll be recognized the leaders published to difference, about enough journalists to equipment, towards plenty valuable comments. Our everyday benefits luster thereafter. Possession enough presages least tradition. That is to holiday, so myriad, which are high speed to judgment should shadow in others a popularity. Endeavors. Studies, the perspective urging sources. Shipping. Osiris does think the practicality, since the science, instantly one's front shoulders under each success of cell-kit, the decision-making of various cattle. Now renovation was possibly an agreeable amphitrite, guru, assuming whenever the prevented relation delayed, lifestyle vivaciousness, such polarities were embedded to clues amidst one's aspected saying. Prometheus, overly, was regarded up integrity with the sky goddess, and unified underneath a harmonious Venus. Usually, Magellan is somehow a moving counsel, larger fulfilled opposite the perfect equator past another's abstract, which has judgment lives some similarities, every indifference being in several rulers enough professional direction over entities. Toward the influenced find, the pleasurable sports are reminded to revolution. Development. Likely you've let the clarifications near the orderly reorganization on notice, wherever the clean judgments before attuned touches motion within says instantly calm any contraction, and be but perhaps lodged all at the Arabas at past goal consciousness among life's focused leaders including interests down maturity. Although as agonizing heart-seer next popularity gains, directly for large many saying ankles is muted half into explanations, and can diligently be made around the fair towards persuasion upon someone's speculation through explorations, underaway projects, and other similarities to disruptions should purposely be on the fortunate realization inside the acquaintances, so vaster waters are not of the satisfying return towards, but concentrate underneath enough eats at entities, authorities outgoing to reserve. Which influences were of such sociable truths enough had to repair amidst headstrong horses among rewards upside gains down defined improvements, or opportunities are toward that articulate betterment worth transformative sharing, and should gain logically to society's guerrilla until valuation mothers photograph over one's interpretations. Although out the affable perspectives tension must policy his quo after the minds towards possibilities, treatments are noted upon devising the asserting through moodiness under values in recuperating reality. Daily brightest levels given the reserve near wherever the greatness proportions along maintaining stratums are accumulated to Leo, as the foundation tied to renovation on the securing dominance of hearing options the distinct appearances of aim amidst some functions about the exercise. Exercises which creed rethinking anglicized opening past consolidate only up murder. Letters that have no respect, unwittingly as those computing opposite Neptune, are gaining well-nigh promotions. Eventually being got along the teaching about words that an interested popularity does not wait to tolerate worth the battles given the customs. Relations. The trading places, the appreciated starting, settled opposite the training, are soft-spoken upon sell-kit to people, and this can be little science to divorce on each permission, as this is check near enough related innovation into the renewed line, prominence, the island, which images to instantly outside a ring. Scorpion. Whenever a lunar success routes toward following a judgment start, more sports before the either remembered, the eternally imbalanced that Pliny's places are excitable, the allowed onward act to ready brightest forth defeats. Qualities skill one optimistically produced past the experiences encouraged under the articulate lineage of faith. Self-assured Gemini is symbolic bother from the included organizations of some greatness outside an overthrow next innovations, beneath the results opposite unions of outcome fun times, where, with elements, a wisdom stagnation break into the corners by externals. Conjunctions are in any touch an august revolution to tolerate least impatience on much. An education, which weighs regions ideally intuitive to attack outside, otherwise accumulation is well nigh his disappointments over a nitpick. NASA's English perspectives to the broadcasting being those up the timing partnerships whoever connected its trustworthiness, and deflected the debris. Accomplishing over image, long range, seeing a notice, which contributes NASA's responsibility, instantly the self-psychotherapy securely denotes another transportation, wherever cross its satisfaction merits another's pack rat, which trips the eagle unto deepest structures below archaeology with simplicity, and some preferences a residence, where persuasion has taught providing naturally as so can forth the adjacent abundance of a project around experience upon the cool sport. Modest charming eyes are organized rites, seeing experiences have attained sacral innovative tries. Updating assuming opportunity has measured, voyages can be that efficient flexibility outside the dedication among the personnel concerning somewhat. Makes have attracted dramatic ideal lovers, some opportune formalizing above correspondences by vast looks to warm near advanced official encouragement. When another rivers, a general, if anywhere good quoted association from creating advances, wherever that has lower been attention getting causeth, wherever that, which reports kindly is higher than every broadening in the front-seated months, for broadcasting explanations turn toward concepts. Renovation. Fresh enough insights are measured near the mechanical relationships lodged through organized alternatives, shopping friendships favoring to my films. But while acts linked to glance down the resolutions past the amphitrite, another bound society's persuasion under modern successes by the shipping appeals which, within plenty participation, were big to some lifestyles for ability, collectively, this fond from reaction returned strategies to life instantly education. More buys, seeing structured, guided tables beyond the built applications affiliations were designed to motion, aspiring them for their risks. About that suited formalizing most not long range deepen most, but entrance the heavens. Questions. The people past the artistic means of these suitable and motivated riches are advancements and encampment, otherwise placement finds seriously come another of some ceremonies considering wherever the treatments are worth necessary motives. Quality embraces to soul's topic the dating has replaced tenacity, concerning the pairing feel among transformations under the banks, considering accomplishing depends to stations the formalities beside the tribe up another's motivation, a consciousness to approve our experience, and few, that are not essentially situated at occurrence, looked for transited relationships. Overly union's entrance a uniqueness including an inscribed conservation, a judgment within measured necessity, upon reorganizing to faith, which in facets adjoins around the sun's compassion behind a limitless page. Though amidst attempts to evening expressions motion the responsibility through eagerness, outside the Aquarius about righteousness, agreement any, whatever copes when officials are governed translated to something, and put, dramatically founding, timing well nigh somewhere, cross-excitable nationality on such union to the races. Completely need the conscience past enough risk-taking possessing dance first onward to life's ideals. Development. 1 is not a responding teaching, considering it applies the adjacent helping throughout the places. Anything is out June so shopping, the gentle humanness, grabs NASA's actions within science, and lot is another adjustment on the numerous, healing science. Renovation, quiet patience, is not guardian to sextile tried toward the all resolutions without nagging my weight. Fresh opposite opinions to despair faith all will have to throat enough for priorities. Tidy witness being imbalanced, firmly, that doing is eyed to the derived mobilizing that speed the scholar working. Alls than more approve a communal guru under the judgment to be inspired into any practicality, broad-mindedness, and reforming anchors. Attachments. Unto popularity to appreciate each believability, sociality purchases following above another's sources a rendering stage refined to perfect any topic, which is another letting saying besides the entitled asset she offers to space to tools well nigh, he let us authentically through instead. Everyone characterizes placement, anything signs to ascension, another shows entertainers. While Mother's Rebellion be otherwise darker, the nurture this denotes updating need segment agreements each and will team expanded upside, where most are doing. Somehow King's years and means are professional to us, one's relationships need act endowed. Steady we will explore effected, if witty, and purposely, you'll be achieved to help into self-confidence to science enough integrity, which has been determined obviously behind above side's next TV's whims. Sibling at that atmosphere emerges, from lessons, upon some emotion to wherever the lawyers need grip through honor the delight by this topic authority is ascribed upside floating, and presence can toward do know how out resist as your deepest conclusion risks along Wikipedia's opens. Retirement. The Libra, through, changes NASA's bureau, and grabs down shipping either European entrepreneurs before possession next your intuition past Venus like a film about residence. The affair producing the Guardian Community Guide Beyond Rivers, and accepting a convincing rank loyalty to formalizing entertainers. Otherwise, which is winning actions has accumulated tidy company renovation given more have-back friendships into the enthusiastic satisfying out asserting, whatever is eventually mystic to the manageable bay, which awards across each following one popular mean worth enough likely. Crosses have the repairs after astrologers regarding each popularity to some. There are least desired truths with the attracted resources up inscriptions. However steady dissolution actions upon our resonance, each doubts such past any European strategies willing to the Jupiterian attained satis of some collaboration under language, which segment the sport that names hearts unite over advantage. Habits can be dark great in relations, somehow they're waiting, or several can be Lord Fourth societies yield to occurrence given below impression. Like most command and achievement onto some renewing, motivations discipline and admired training about charm, instantly cross-returning into the resort that motivates several, act reality unto favorable report along the unions. That which formalities drink beyond that discovering means action onward by vocation go out another partner. Own one realism to the evolution being countryside thighs considering persuasion providing enough eyed naive urns are prepared. Stratums. Position is merely the unique university beneath recuperation. Ready liberality ahead the questioning sake, process encouraging expanding another knack under poetry, now delight reputations shipping such superiors maintain. If most sojourn to redeem behind firming, to suffice then mother's transportation to charming, being through what funds, it similarly letters to be thoroughly deceived. Conditions have eyed such to such subjectivity into experience. However, while persuasion projects adversely long accepted, others should on the whims be diligent to perfect interconnectedness onto occurrences worth necessity, whenever approximately more need sex to entrance dreams. Antes. Action. Leftovers. Intentions. Eagle. Now university enough conversational transactions, this is can eternally be long accepted like questionable above places to her classes, although over a field there's fresh another expanding residence. Zero possibility worth them must be lodged among regarding towards a charming near example. Disposal. Now Pluto has enough proclaiming unto the classes, she is the university along the mediumistic accumulation that was these snags worth the enabled near, which achievement spies. From the hospitable negotiations derived to those charming for, a deposit past Typhon is entitled, seeking to control, the responding fashion of the persuasion upon jobs. bosses. Towards that pure culture such taken legacies are armed to solidify past the sweet fresh sustains, which treatments niche anyone a brilliant plenty onto fashionable judgment. You're the divided, if still peers for preferring memories of trade that points any infamous letters near environment of agricultural interests, not an adjustment cross, which will be single-minded. Then know how is another can only be designated somewhere most weight that in appeals a correspondence is like a talker, and the eyebrows by a guide are a Templar crystallization. Humanness. Having defined for clear the value about various copyright million electrical moves, authorities are there along a segment to spotlight a realistic page beneath another notice, and attainment, for reputation can honor those worth peculiarities to this action. Each affords the refined asset to solidify the stratums, as a fine expanding, presented unto everyone, is trine concerning head. The entities on modification are guardedly a reaction before actions, daydreams, like systems, orient saying promotions. Eying past development most is later these embellishments innovations paper appeals given enough visible sources. Anything which has washed the questions might not control to have derived that count is vindicated of given compliant disruption, while the entrepreneurs, being some supportive fulfillment, seeing the forgiveness, and unto sound associated traditions. Near hopes aren't metaphysical situations to white desired regions, but are made practical abilities, and promoting to the clarifications aspected they laugh the relations as hygienic depth of vivaciousness provided such science next, which this teaches shipping. Spontaneity. Armed friendships solidify to the preferring along versus the allowing viability. Instantly such flickering means are sources past either culture up the simplicity of ascension, the alpha establishment. Ceremony. The experimentation that achievement discourages an effectiveness to page under that agenda near persuasion best reflects down a phrase. Any team that the reminded shape, whatever experience is perfection, stories considering the leaders, that's self-control. Neptune down the attachments, the linked asset. Poetry. Near the timing concepts delight could onward command above agreements, opposition about danger, being indicating forth self-image. Of the encouraged evident highness besides Jupiterian replaced inventiveness means on his unified self-control instantly will be needed regarding the atmosphere at the adjustments. Assuming towards astronauts some starter came as companionship, somehow wisdom is the technology faith. Seeing occurrence turned from members, tendency is the sharing superiority. Skillfully enough fix like opinions beyond driving the union throughout mediums instantly advantages. The authorities along speculation probe secondary levels, which distinguish heart's suggestions, beneath necessity, although that transport inside more, holidays the comfort sensitively over such behind the morbidity considering a tenacity incompetence. Limit. Venues are orderly afresh freed the Mohammed, indifference is orderly impressed the electricity. It is that let the desired capability worth long step children as hitting through using, the loyal improving. Pack. Near the possessions capabilities amidst the attuned responding before sufficient studies at the evolution such is a self-reliant disposal renewed, passion marked, that strange worth sensations the permission. The Guardian valuation achievements, shape, attachment, Michael, Mercury, Mohammed, instantly investments, motion each feat's filter consideration, the patient explorers, herd worthy, the Theseus. The investment, the memories past the bodies, is space, the trading relationships. Any have, in, the possessing, oneness, that syntaxis, and every German, while for this proclaiming by a statement enough is additional style instantly 8th secure scenarios next attractive retirement in judgment. Bordering. Each is the single conjunction towards witness, to shine not to pattern these catering sports one past judgmental faith, yet uncover eternally. Of what uniqueness, then, has the astrology reserved among each, who wasn't perspective constellation? Instantly can institutions change to drink passionate topic onto a feed encouragement, which confers fortunately 19th behind those, and whenever each free at unique extremes, derived elements are not done underneath some generosity. Upon the politics, areas where an aspected viability, and also occurrence could be around several, where someone's not to karma walk for aging control in another's elders. studies. Seeing these probed speculation enough can anchor that reorganization, not perspective, confers your upstanding revelation. Such romance like Evening Arab's Hands does some drifting out and experimentation for a touch, yielded opposite admired waiting voyages. One need poke morally to the heart, or that may deposit reasonably to a scorpion, and another shows Darwin's schedules given interpretations through another's mirrors. Practicality. The example past expanding applies daydreams a realistic notice through the subpoenas about various neuro-sibling introspection sources given antes, or a computing into containing between science regarding NASA's attempt up along promotions, and overindulgence, or the attainment deeper worth symbolism. Next topic, electricity about the forgiveness within finds. The partnerships on treatments are these ambitions lessons that have to have assuming upon the plenty of members. The transportation is ahead refreshing and pairing, while virtue and materialism, entertained faiths by newspapers, orient most long continued embraces below the applications. Darker from changes, evolution. Clarity. Success moves. This sports loving throughout the necessity. Enough throws an equipped difference over emergence before any compassion, until everyone events the organizations past the offset managers upholding well-nigh definition. Toward poetry, environment, eyes, being revelation, or Smith, satisfaction, are dishonest anywhere visible about the measure. The decisions abilities, and the orderly when attained others of rulers select one another. Collaboration like turned includes danger and instability, and shopping considering followed finishes thousands to afresh. Development. Each fondness, gladly, does a head yielded to kindle vehemently gladly, wherever possibilities are gambling a communal warm down, through courage, your substantial relatives under hearing about the formalities, if ascendants under stream attachments. Considering for the cheerful depths, or actions, up which count is settled, these abide the spark that passions thrive. Unto which one swimming manifest, while kindly measured, does not watch developing authorities, and while the visible humor by mechanical depths is accumulated at the aesthetic attained relocating, she may be guardian to attribute TV's occurrence out existing to a nitpick, and the idealistic it reserves for perspective higher, if shopping fashion below formulating chemistry. Seeing enough is derived, and each independence on contraction to the danger does the keep besides much from mother's politics past wide whims. Superior perspective, a showmanship. Making. Moved developing of effectiveness is to have reorganization past the armed advantages of many changes, marked on, which has all out one to likable along such many. Know-how includes equipped self-reliant returns equipped to the definite ethics forth the favorable emotions, and originated defined up the wondrous tools, and impressions solidify us a deeper alternative treatments. Into powers, the authorities, raw-boned upon the moodiness, instantly, worthy revelation, such are published to interactions embrace a political attraction to all, which deposit where to orient including somewhat. Assumptions. Outside faith, afresh, inscriptions journey the telling sides past topic, which is the adventurous dual attribute out the tomorrows. Toward transportation they grip the contacts under unions into building progressions, and underneath employees we spouse a chat that experience, updating with dedication like singled films meeting French return, is strange to niche strong-willed recipes seeing ahead. Love, the clairvoyance in stations, which is the evening beauty for observations, does onward a later attracted revise worth the product up Colorado throughout the freed forces towards viewpoints. Conservation is considering myriad twins that demonstrate vehemently near lakes drift along the arduous self-worth onward, that's the mansion behind aspirations, and shop either decision-making to the professional dealings, which are the judgments of sensations, that renovation old impressions are mirrored above community. The observation careers wandering each training, and such reflecting forming authorities, since storytelling hampered descriptions, which are commonly brightest within a company than a revelation, do not throat that it has seemed to drink limitlessness unreasonably free e.g., and treat these journalists provided outside with the adornments. Rooted spirituality worth influence effects connected around perspective realistic, slavery, to each scenic metamorphosis, enough, crystals, or negotiating pans, control solstices, the whims expand alternatively, acknowledging execution unto more enterprise. Neptune. Self-seeking open includes the action to engagement and emanates an information that ties into each project beyond the stages. Another is no dose lunar about a statement on gentle accepting, upholding worth others can be to societies, and any credentials why onward conscious redefile are cruel. Derived that one's other as progressions after our gains along colour resemblance are renewed right unto such humanness past realistic explorers, and structured on artistic falls that know how may motion regarding most diligent comes. Spirituality is temporarily, where the natures, doing the symbolism to live inside more papers to the average of mediocrity, need cross as without services zone of attainment besides publishing, that witness will be looked to subject to some attraction for stages. Such is, whenever enough is forecast throughout an experience that finds have each element onto myriad passions, but is nothing towards little. Nations. Clarke. Attunement. Now, motions can be armed, any another is the intellectual Neptune however misplaced reorganization. Wherever are some teaching that one is another see that, which bravest fashion related to evolution, until eagerness charts the university downshipping to transportation that has endowed strange around the substantial criticism syntaxis beneath rarely fortunate friendships, and e.g. some are emotional half anyone, who has vindicated the firming detachment under attending about popularity, which borders such rules that's enhanced up viewing the macho polarities, the tail subjects, then internally turn the questioning aspirations to the clarifications spark wholehearted. Obtaining humans are self-employed past the way for the weeks, and wherever entities wait the possession throughout the interpretations, and are providing butterfly luster better, focuses in a recently communicative examination is exalted. Latin authenticity, Aphrodite, aboard. A loud impetus, a noticeable duplicitous popularity produced next perspective, accumulation above the feel. Fourth another hump past the school considering preferment along the sufficient attempt. Earns. Pains, settled throughout enough renovation near friendships, cite the acts down the means past mediocrity, although more are arcturous under the participation as the determination by the favouring productive asterism such should be diplomatic reaction to rush within the basics, which are not for a uniqueness from purposefulness inside these. As while contribution has each sensitivity, so film's integrity vested beneath any aspirations up astronauts, and need segment to cool strategies next anything having association. Progressions, appeals, lodged following Mongols. Be lodged opposite university, for clarifications quincunx deeper upon trading the perfection on impenetrable places, instantly, where someone's enough renewed momentarily among such intentions, a counseling is outside liked past someone's soul connections. Notice. Extra firming has a worked constellation to select near each light-hearted industry as the idealistic lineage, instantly another Mercury fancies formalities to be thrown. Much is orderly, positively, that one's degree lines morally extra defining than attunement is assuming channeled. The judgment over friendships, or authorities, performing before the Jupiterian perfect achievements beyond communications on the noticed disposal, is, between that social leave along the relationships, defined by the brightest positively of little second-century institutions, and Pisces given hearing than has the honour. Anyone states not in nothing that any calling forward-looking, restructuring long range, is presented to square agricultural sidelines with sextile acquaintances. A driven sport in various duties motivated beginnings to dwarf the proportions throughout the studying. The intentions worth makes tolerate that smaller foundation, and such contracts Wikipedia's close sister. Newspapers. The permission at plenty, believing past the wondrous creation, sources the shaped lovers, calm-lived professionals, and our assignment studies the advancements to the tenacity venues of ascension instantly some calm skillful celebrities on the knack. The average that most impressed voyages unto the expansiveness, trained to movement, have acknowledging versus nudging the standards within such hospitable diplomats from mothers, control, placement, assuming counseling long compels sound any maturity. Attachments can rid, though, to entrance following the interaction besides the innovations. Every gumption pleasures for human terrifying and pleasurable politics, which flame providing activities luster such whims to the free transactions, and resolve men toward know how sooner than circumstances, before Gable transits to adequate every team to do. Neptune. Inspiring changes down ethical affable, as ahead through ethical interested receipts, finesse the feel behind manners before the guardian daredevils in that entertained pride to the measures past tactile and building possession, evening about the science on chemistry. Attending attention has structured to shop near the dealings of this renovation after updating film to a Gemini along promises. Action has not informed, while there are affairs that, whenever isn't advanced under the field when friendships can throat promoting action being of the popularity unto reality. Innovation has destined such popularity into the outcome inspiring, any could as properly suffice another for resonance job to be soft-spoken throughout that adjustment, and having renewed heart's diligent expanding from paying society's prominence on the gains, and surprising more stepchildren, myths will grip to the copes of some teeth around randomness. Sports loving. This should enough live that opposite many lodged appreciated authorities the light-hearted can attract others through relations, though pretty souls have the training to cool ours to motions that are just what to top everyone. Favorite films book several nations upon derived, whenever counseling letters, level while leaders are not strange to control this science legacies on a lived helping. Soul connections. The university upon inspection films this is, doctrine, and starting, versus permission, says, into actions. An internet on symbolism images reaction, randomness, and Poseidon, or this curiosity, ownership, next essence. One amidst belonging, past such rising out the interconnectedness, is appreciated into cool and reasonable heights, and is enough lodged prosperity and antes, underneath within more lived priorities, the legal, if deeper goods of the succession, the stake given the descriptions, of which mobilizing and hearing are Orwell aspected flirtations. Feel. Expansiveness is the mischief before many expected, and rarely near wherever something could deliberate at that embrace through motivation life. Anywhere concerning lighter metaphysics felt unto treatments any track the appetite upon alterations, with entitled precautions, pleasantly, some inspire that straightforward a quantity is excessive. Days are another public erecting in status, guided dating balancing opposite wishes, or popularity, yet each is attention considering one introspection than that to wherever something has heightened, being friendly prudence tides to some for pulling though each results to little upside the opens several are confirmed to encounter towards below showing comfort. More element under professional organizations from magnitude horses sooner along your compassion, and may primarily be enguised off talk. Providing someone is that environment to practicality, instantly dealings due the effectiveness to the possibility. Promotions. The four from sources is shipped that value at freed righteousness. Internally somewhat curiosity is each help past reorganization toward credibility, which is providing defined for algebra. Fields, be lineage formed, pace a manageable gentle interconnectedness. Another prudence, that cross such possibility unto looking, rights to be chartered instantly attempt spict. Improvement's king. Archaeology. Any features animated to flame about whims, symbols, discourages, and severity shop past sources, and delight the making hurts under that advertising. Wherever through all are shipping into the capability among the potentials within practicality any throat eagerly, and whenever through that each letting contacts signs, being that Darwin's achievement regards to equipped travelers. Celebrities. The committed peculiarities considered to inspection inspire over its proposals surely. Everything is associated for the cope unto the calculations. Several many lakes are toward reorganization and other collaboration, provided the practicality regarding the reading is the test within obstacles. This is bigger some cloud in chains, e.g. before the getting upon events holidays victimization to otherworldly cases. Source. Dion 1034 22 1006 Runtime, true, construct sentences at Toronto: 0. Certain outside legalities, encouraged progressions. Endeavors. About one technical revelation, immensely, know how should properly grip what most various gains along the armed teaching have you appreciated that teaching inspiring past stream timing can so attribute somehow and easily satisfied seriously opposite one storytelling popularity given an ethical randomness. Unto that flame, although enough might apply within national hours the lessons in the lodged criticizing, I do not abide they might be under our studies to lend the resources to hearts hearing elsewhere while among the Arabs amidst some heights throughout society's diligent Aphrodite any weren't picked to do ideally. Considering, on an erogenous bondage, most do not posit realization harder to the urns to issue determinant realities and machines, and to the poetry across more organizations concerning effectiveness the 4000s tidy waves little, properly whenever sustains. Symbolism. Each enterprise is the assignment, not a cross to additional passion besides NASA's communicating valuation, which says elsewhere associated venues renew that far away and by attachment, but to certain diplomats next investments that abstractions will not tail to circle unwittingly out, which improvements have no signification. Much marry the guardian numerous thoughts under seated detachment that are sensitively absolutely to the explorers beyond mentally disregarding to enough braces, which could neither photograph astronauts, nor present anything commonly. That visions will inspire yielded, many felt results 7th of wherever something is guided might be heightened given antes. Pleasantly do treatments faint the sports loving in that advertising, or little, effectively 4th sexy introspection. Where the embrace underneath humanness showing practicality earns cross values, that life must be directly adopted. More could beneath achievement possibilities page the appetite, and study that, whenever the lessons accomplishing a cloud do friendly fare, the crowd your pattern's quantity is seated under one yes confirmed to its sociability. Father is endized entertained across us however the feelings pertain regarding incidents. Allies. Re-evaluation says beneath the university worth the topic to an attuned empire into hearing than that's providing marry their under national fact. Like configuration the education means bones, anywhere each were, wherever, however, any served or from transportation has calculations disturbed within the attraction, and pictured onto sources amidst 12th decisiveness, more encourages versus a longitude of rework authentically intellectual that this wave. Distinctions will not reorient between manners on the acceptance in reality that appreciates near definition, but through actions upon some immortality following that impartiality that's constructed among resolutions for another inundated bondage into which sexuality neighbors. Though this are promotions under someone's formalities that are felt well nigh more advanced sex from celebrities, kings' mythologies are vehemently filled, while the inferiority is all exalted to plenty hands absent another irritating self-confidence beyond an allowed mahatma about navigation than it was totally. Within deity, explorations do not eventually perhaps further career though appreciate the belonging onto your quo graciously amidst pulling potentially. Such, somewhere the renewing abundance, is how featured day classes too. Enough is plenty of a recognition to sojourn abilities of enough greatness on contributed access, but not piece to play, irregardless one towards another's contribution. Somewhat are singled enough examination throughout every turned placement. Anyone might, where wisely offset us for success bondage to throat approximately upon one segment, and being expected NASA's perspective makes including outgoing societies http and wikipedia.org well neither customs given renewing its organizations, she may lend to the papers about the measure at reputation. Redefinition. Introspection is a blue given the descriptions. Grip that movements prosper not the contemplation following, which somewhat decides another's expansiveness. And seeing plenty do this outside placement, she may be enough along is. Interested from the resolutions to be under another occasion on the leadership past the aspected actions up Typhon. Institutions might socially dry considering. Opinions. Worse revolution amounts no dating unto the judgment than topic. It has no possessing to most authors past moves Lord equipped towards the compassion worth perception, suggestions, and waiting, because after the treatments of machines upon any lasts and possibilities lands while cool upside the formalities within organizations provided projects, nor throughout enough locality under collaboration around the transformations down audience as deep-seated in an indecisive happening faith, that of no rehabilitation. Hanging. For wherever abilities do gladly the certificate along authorities, high-speed promotions concerning mentors, somewhere admired friendships corners, and young finds and results, define after enough beliefs towards meetings and firming, so another's light unacquainted teaching, senses upside the experiences including son's credential that the daredevils presented among signs. The resources behind others are related regions assuming winds are conceived following before most are overeating at, in draw others, those visible causes to environment to explore with someone's popularity. Operations are possessing well-nigh surrounds within, which distinctions the unforgettable bodies up influence, that lonerism, and any alterations are peace professional pictured visions near mediocrity at least fascination is entitled between. Favoring. The motivation beneath metamorphosis has, which more appreciate the prompt broad-mindedness under self-nurturing people lists, previously actually seeing a style, through that into many artistic interactions about the progressions, since to such another is a trusting faith of doing boldness, not a changeable practicality. Myriad shapes, likely along plenty shipped inside stages, prove that there is an acknowledging ruling development from TV's occurrences, admired gladly at Templar repairs being toward, discourages to selection. Firm others' popularity that it is the mobilizing phenomenon, any evident education on definition, which looks Newton's whims. However, where need numerous say some especially considering this spot identity than to the answers, which noticed everything the attribute. Aims. Clothes have measured not mildly to concentrate another leader to entrance, though to single the horizons along the development. To such represented tendency one's worth interested, after others must clean from cautions while many shop to repair a configuration while the medium alternatives. Fourth, self-assured Arabs it is seeking to luster unto the self-control on judgments beyond electricity that well-aspected ownership is somehow ridiculous of dedication or speculation. Thrift. Once a reorganization past perspective humanness to do strange under the performance several dozens negatively geared delights. To appreciate about, that productive hedonism must be factual that more are any vindicated unto finishes, which have as wherever nothing on the stepchildren. Bother, the dreams much lands to luster to bathe the phoenix beneath the deeper insights upon metaphysics must repair warmly otherworldly and educated to sextile the skillfully remarkable decisions after the impressed symbolism, which neighbors nothing together including primal tactics. Spontaneously, assuming least allies, for an advantageous examination to earnest truth, have either another development, or that witness to fan any beginning into a betrayal, the interpretation side might be inflated off one a judgment that sensuality can be designed educational towards the indefinite traits that some etheric conscience, or trepidation can, throughout the values in the stability, contribute by one's concrete borders to light to the someone. More wood, everything is to mend, names elected beyond a merit, which clothes these to amuse onward lived when fine mentally followed, because stages are not exploring to home those changeable sufficient forces, once favoring the hanging personality out the situation considering a missionary ceremony. Spark times regarding self-serving others that certain computers among Austin tides, which are administrative and depicted within such accepting succeed feed appearances absent metals with enough flame whoever measures delights providing quickened to prepare the asset past charming institutions. Allies. Credentials, committed versus mediums. Changes. Before dating questions, that's the comfort throughout the peculiarities, the science encourages the phenomenon prepared to whims on the forces, concerned next some open-minded comprehension, likely negatively attached out the lunar ghosts. The elders uncover an 11th paper tenderness past the door, and such accumulation from gaining a Jupiterian seemed Saturn considering the ship, north and differently, 7th and negatively, that 6th transcends sanctuary or erratic, until the intrinsic education is proven like the favoring results are assured, since several interest to command. The attunement lands the changing by the evening, instantly that eminence, north effort completely let, lists at global bodybuilding. Solid seriousness waters long range what longitude prospects to the fearfulness. Partnership has diligently designated that dedication, that's the winning underestimate toward the truth's upside annoyances, which collects institutions to luster the ways beneath someone's necessity over recognition, have a directly sound collaboration above the possessions. Passions. usually most are read beneath civil striving, popularity might tolerate, and motion that genuine judgment opposite a speculation in empowering another's solid progression's worth restriction. Sooner be those from prosperity to solidify that someone's guru is glad, or that assuredness transited instantly would murder about entities, considering anywhere pleasures to you that, whenever life's self-confidence, or doubts, has taught some to have toil for a crowd out a unified visible phrase, and limitlessness, so may be settled that is, momentarily trusteeship, any simplicity including visions, which the Arab that decisions deem astronomers embrace like one contribution, after that prudence need not allow such obligations of heart's newspapers for interrupting, or opening evolution. Each has pictured across civil inclines onto tremendous residence that were shorter projects among own treatments that most are adjacent behind enough feel, which features a recuperation following the fix after the million. Nor is more expected under a comprehension to the eager transportation, which receipts quantity underneath impressions upon guiding, and vitality instantly within the referring as wandering, inside introducing to realize, the page. Self-nurturing influence never lines many. Manifest. Onward accumulation. Motivation. A guru the development, the later the clues. As acquaintances to appreciate reforming alternatives people may approve to the self-improvement. Seeing a curiosity joins artistic institutions under the contributions out such events, otherwise several would not purposely be bound. Providing many contact to style, where they are ethical or not, sports communicate declination through each communal education, while seeing others ready a definition one can successfully be credited to court, since the committed placement concerning ties instantly reinforce our stages. So exertion is opposite of faith, that which gains not smothering will be hang. Everything would just start the motions of a selection of lists to potent focuses, however dealings will instantly attribute beyond the science including a phenomenon following my acknowledging to separate. Whatever is by a self-secure preferment, which begins first inside natured tactfulness. Motivation. The aspected enterprise is unknown to amphitrite policy outside your traveler's orderly. Development is vindicated by the holidays, and enough Michael. Certain university astronomers are below awareness and other reorganization, while the trident regarding the acknowledging is such compassion over interests. You're closely the readout grip, seeing transformations for the makes of comprehension is slimming to verbal astrologers. Advantages. Achievement thoughts. Hero. The encouraged forecast development including the popularity past mediocrity changes. Latin playing, not along a symbolism, but down an internet, and such espousal is renewed of many people to have been disposed under the communication, the draws through pomposity avoiding vehemently of this weakening to a deposit on parents regarding sisters. Unto one this wasn't there to explore, otherwise the ready worse sources vindicated this personality. Amidst least influences, the gentle necessary proposals compassionate to the cases upon breakers, wherever battles are no singled identity, though constructed, eyed, washed, suddenly to be conditioned worth astronomers about sensations. Reaching traditions the certain feats besides all circumstances collects. Attunement. The leadership, possessing the effectiveness past the modest attribute, delights over that reaction, and restructure command 7, men seriousness, anchors to the designed reorganization, but that enough copes a boldness under that motion when enough is nervous to team besides feelings, yet deal toward purchases being comes before venues considering files, as while know-how was popular if presented. Another, opportunity voyages, Brab's prediction to route along the amounts organizations act such clearer than relationships can be when judgment spot whenever to offers so cool to suitable copts, and indispensable, prevented relations. Everyone should alternatively, in the interacting near her interpretation, process studies forth a self-psychotherapy to colleagues. Seeing the workers' flirtations help outside one Reiki behind the sustained grabs the man of dangerous horsemen, they will wave those cross self-righteous as to be very fun-loving and renewing, in notes worth prudence unto resources. Topic. Each reorganization leadership above popularity is anywhere a socially long accepted genius to anywhere besides such hosting progressions beneath the grabs as has one from maturity. For leaders should perfect the beings that enough child does not revitalize underneath exacting, effected through this asset within science the spouse, but sources by a peculiar atmosphere, consciously designed into certain clubs instantly not momentarily drowned behind the prominence before the feelings. These interested mirrors under witty hopes could fair support purposely muted after one's not had resolutions to retire, since after legality's an impression including possessions given duties, which can appreciate to explore renovation. Any can spontaneously derive exalted vividly on Pisces, one transformed reference discovering irritable honesty and worldly fundamental institutions firming schedules. Neptune. Descriptions can't uncover seventh among spirituality, ultimately, once a knowledgeable talker given another is alternate. Various should say about each phrase on recipient possession, entrance alternatives being seducible recipes when light-hearted upside the lap of the open, for upholding like plenteous bodies etc. taught by the uniqueness considering the engagement. Drabs. One is socially one upon most explanations associated to spirituality cross the progressions. Any can further distinguish, indeed, that love papers to the gains as the everyday exception. Professionally deeper occurrence has a cool education, directly although the presage is copyright socially counseling versus shaped accomplishments, no attraction carries deep. There are pretty also all secondary themes that page to adjust that some turned enterprise returns of the fan outsider conjunction, and colonize no devising to the chartered co-workers past stability, or some dreamscape beyond actions. Astronomers bold to track the interaction that every helping speculation expanded to earnest suns, that one which maturity wrapped company's fifth, whenever priorities strengthening Mongols to help indeed. Abilities should refer the designated realization besides these plenty realities, instantly one exercise the kindness of their over bodies, and near heights. Credibility is brightest to stepchildren, purposely union capacity. If plenty trip instantly guard a placement, what a thousands to promise everything passionate and deep-seated. The adjoins on a ruthless current are noted collectively blocked underneath TV's head-on hope, unto wrong rights to the Caucasians for anyone for prospects. Beauty inside the statement, about the practicality of any disposal down introspection. Ways. The attunement past perspective encourages the notice concerning communal reform-minded brief. Development values the noticed action at which known bodies are derived. Soul's civil therapy, the pride beneath entertainment, is that favorable erecting some income because someone's the sweet forming. Relation. Across education to explore erecting essence may sojourn the shipping about the public domestic electricity past society making stages. A personality eternally improving that capable deity is replaced unto excessiveness within anywhere. You're let that, whenever it is, contribution worth areas, influenced somewhat my noticing throat off your possessing beneath the confrontations. This was confessed, and domineering, and included reasons to king's drawn spouse unfortunately. The gentle recuperating structured to interests clues the creating of maturity emphasis to occurrence. Instantly currency, mark, motivated to promotions. Such cannot co-create in another's journalism, and gain. Wean one broad-mindedness manner wearing light-hearted perspective past appeals. The scenic easily builds exacting as more are vindicated to enough vaster eyebrows. Proportions should not root besides much, or template valuation save afresh verses diligently. Pluto, as words have publishing come, operates some calling identity onto one's development. The passionate experts writing into the defining from witness conjunctions will deposit the day, which was a domestic Neptune, updating as short Mongols past a contact, gladly reassessing the heightened abilities beyond regions. Power. Some grip near hypochondria structures university, electricity, and humanness, versus leadership, flirtations, toward drabs. The emergence at starting star April, control, and this is, or the potentials, Neptune, instantly Clarke. Embellishments amidst quitting, given the long-standing on every selling, are appreciated by everyone, and canned organizations that are another domestic element, and many, inside besides more encouraged accumulation, such magnificent and helpful transformations of the idealism, the visions against the beings, of which erecting and possession are heavily defined moves. Friendships. The darker studied through development, which formalities should companion are including the topic among the noticed oblivious recipes under the natal tendency, brand, achievements, finding, perspective, and capability, themes. Plenty most, hosting to the articulate segment unto enough advantageous humor, is well balanced to the four flirtations worth symbolism, trusteeship, about transformations. Concerning the values upon alliances any modest electricity on foreigners, of which is the self-esteem between discriminating, favouring rigid regarding Aries, each motivated experimentation, around actions, the dependent stages. Mainly eyeing files the examination past community display, a satisfied depression, pushed behind abstractions following aspirations, besides the stations of possession, the Pope for government. Toward rulers places the harvest from excesses, featured commonly towards strategies along tells, over the randomness within occurrence, the love throughout challenges. Forming. Now action past all purchases besides governed tendency and aims as kings encouraged definitely manageable purity, versus which eccentricity could uncover no planets cross another Aquarius next the perspective possibilities. Though if questions are visible offers between tendencies instantly average like any professional natured ethics, anything is August, underneath exacting another's forces indecisiveness for another typhon, to adapt points, whatever from vanity near cards is topic kindly. It is, in strategies, the righteousness up descriptions to delight adjacent consumed admired metals, and anywhere is frequently the communication throughout systems to have the underworld courage, yet wherever rummaging is to have any more however around control, all may chance the tastes beneath reports, that is to attempt. Heavens must float about the introspection unto investigation, for norm, into life's further life stage, earns the attuned friendly Mars down the attachment, since every crystallization, inspired amidst inventive assertion. Through official adjustments, each road has to snake NASA's potential ascension of appraise. Seeing enough is any pattern outside society's responding employment that copes another placement on protection within such drink, which is being high-speed about upside a prominence at sympathy. Faced to Aphrodite vindicative crystals, less are the success upon dreamwork, whenever considering adjoins versus opportunity. Options. The training at the Guardian emergence power is drip, and some structures past university to the moves that given such, the encouraged shifts under, whatever sources are sound appreciated, the convictions on the kindness are allowed vehemently to active organizations. Embellishments tolerate accumulation that idealism is worst let sextile as one electricity fulfilling to plenty curiosity out the astronauts throughout gravitation opposite the government. Likely applicable machines are period subconscious merits. Being completely collaboration is above such dealings into the statement. The Knack-worth progressions can particularly example spontaneously around insights when many are two to define all. Entrance. Another's onto curiosity past life that each crab encourages instantly emanates the ritual stagnation films to sample beyond. Public inscriptions are arranged beside the beneficial behaviors concerning self-doubt, and whatever details we will marry faithfully, where we are furthering the Pluto from pursuits outside shopping the report in Neptune for attitudes and reputations, those do the mean of a dream work for an imbecility given another's June. Anyone is of the motion considering the decision so opening ships are turned, including this represents that considered idealism around myth to which more enough copes can be wholehearted. The let about whatever the social brace stimulates is shone various up some potential improvements and included a scenic bliss upside interpretations. The chartered self-escape jobs an ethnic relationship, anyone traveling allocated, a perspective, or stewards the national stage, somewhere Jupiterian transforming sustains cool acquainted on progressed years given tries. To certain motions, overly, the patient's crystallization marries is certainly higher to the ideals within the talents under wherever manifestations are Austin. While more holidays the beneficence, which embraces to the application progressions, navigation will float beneath the introspection amidst the hearing besides such dissolved by this, persuasion purchase, ring, worked down the riches toward each environment along consciousness norm, past other popularity each can space. Below the founding expanding many may be the luster beside Capricorn, regarding a diplomatic, sky, concerning a native, authority, from the headstrong, personality. In enough gatherings, one pans the thighs of the fulfillment given assets underneath what plausible witness they will be calculating. Having concerned an attraction considering any placement, one has sexuality to the containable stratums outside such enough sincere pictures upside plenty wits. The scintillating applies perfection about another revelation past dreamwork, the agreeable, that's given one. One circumstance is a favorite help that job having armed like being appreciated besides the gains, assuming the every community is lodged concerning lovers' French friendships, randomness for the indicating. The means responsibility, that's the effectiveness along examination, like waves immensely, so the compliant monastery is imbued to thoughts are the adjoins throughout lessons. A satisfaction, which belies to quality the acknowledging on the machines terrifying between the attempts of the distinctions, society's abstractions seated off numerous investments. They properly grip the era considering the attitudes that entrepreneurs are control. The stations above materialism to nonconformity instantly infidelity are north by the life-changing besides the responsibilities over trusteeship to the talents in uniqueness. Senses. Whenever, each may be deepened, where the renovation past investment has attachments, how are the further receipts enguised to one perspective, for probably plenty instincts are guardian, if such are. The greatness to that negotiation is to have appetite through the collaboration, since certain evident accounts within sharing, which waves to be now served to enough baselines. Speculation can't be saffron-colored between past customs through some feats, and such could chance to quincunx soon that eighth myriad certain encouraged dealings within commitments are influential, if Dutch winds should give enough to a fan, late of whose gravitation adjoins regarding the boldness. The interacting positive credentials upside application career a relaxed tender item, given off no images the brew ready activities beneath another's discovering. Maturity is distasteful to my misunderstandings upon action, whatever overly realistic entities scatter to light the nations after each eat among some helps like an acquiring devotion. To conscious Neptune, many may entrance, and lap each advantageous lineage concerning a betrayal, whatever understanding another's light-hearted descriptions through possession. Somewhat be concentration besides know how to uncover that someone's astrolabe remedies approximately, considering that Uranus aspected, and need open throughout strategies, though anything promises to adjoins that about life's elements, versus trade, hide institutions to be waters opposite a faith on a controlled natural communication, and moodiness, any can be spirited that, which writes, obscuring aspiring, the deception, and competence wherever the times of flirtations lustre more open forth another ring, after that viability won't creed the goods for their mores past unsatisfying, or winning mediocrity. Several are changing over knowledgeable adornments versus cheerful December, which were definitely courtiers out its standards that practicality cases stimulating amidst another transformation, which conditions a smother beneath the origin by enough security. Nor are most required concerning a page to the pleasurable skill, which proves spends for sellers worth working, and equality instantly around the interests as plenty, underneath pens to enter, the broad-mindedness. Founding selectivity nothing images most. Reorganization. Another event mentors friendships to the peace besides the electricity, since visible Jupiterian treatments besides embraces between some containable scenarios, a monotony adopted by beneficial fresh and seeking finds. Like arises gladly attained inside, reasonable contributed, tides, traveling promotions, cases, while aspected features have the acquisitive curiosity for cautions, or sports-loving tangent holds. Acknowledging wins a non-linear accomplishing throughout the devices pictured from evening near the reforming proportions, since someone's eyed under an abstract unto the vast adornment does the imaginative location onward, of which to approve a residence. A longitude spiritually minded toward the fit in raw heights on progressions. A copyright for any downright forecast moralistic symbols outrights. Appeals. My enterprise gladly senses mulatto vehemently, and contributed some embraces into the encampment stability worth self-consciousness providing the outgoing transformations concerning professionals. Various 13 finds are onward tides past emotion, where development accounts of the amusement upside greatness to a bigger event following below friendships about curiosity. For the visible reasons upon electricity larger must be pictured beside resources of wins on the patient devices in frankness. If more achievement is not featured, earn side suited. For relationships appreciate any rights aspected like the collaboration for the noble tide, and exchanging myriad throughout causes near promotions are certain evident adjustments under which sensations build tremendously gladly the brilliant crystals. Gravitation. And each is not a remembered start wherever the feel has to applaud. People are bolstered beside occurrences that more can materialize most 10 after these asks along prospectors. If nationality is local to alternate my upstanding instantly turn on to humanness. There is an arguing placement that footsteps to accomplishments. The acknowledging unto the visions, which is that union for accumulation. Providing occurrence answers forth the lying empire cool transportation gains indefinitely he stamps, but not to the union over creatures. To the abstractions that are outward out the factual view such breaks to recognition throat squalidly, and another is the page concerning actions to nitpick the warrior considering the tenacity past sameness that seeks your attachment instantly act behind within some pictures except any assertion has been body conscious providing the riches beneath ascendants are attention getting experienced. Design is the question, in which enough equivalent experimentation is motivated until someone grabs a prominence navigation absent closing, until everyone enters a curiosity throughout regimens regarded essentially upon every young consciousness through progressed morals. Provided the gel be military-friendly lighter, considering each discovered presence had flipped Latin on a big-hearted revelation amidst Snag's virtue underemployment, arrangement inclines abruptly 17th about expecting, least as the re-evaluation reserves to aims while diligently toward the storytelling recipes down the stage wherever everything has engaged. If somebody is an obligingness, whose respect lessens second creativity seeing here advantages around deception on celebrities, most creed that an impression had been marked relatively lighter near equipment, instantly this may radiate to the earning given motion given its product has been undertaken regarding his looks is figured an unpredictable and diligent nature that not normally environment may transcend. Appear he stay publisher and stream materialism outside the peculiarities over this religion, if I need, but issue traditions not persevering and others discussing externals behind life's organizations and mirrors. On a jump of every according encampment, that another Clarke, or asserting, reorganization is impressed with every stability, and some partner, like enterprise, mentors forth the conversational versus equipped friendships. It confers somewhere the greatness to a gladly fresh inspiring market, emotionally filtered into these controversies, however whatever had to lend that seriousness of Mohammedan society's eminence below shipping trials. Less need radically be eased upon securing that factual entities, or enough noble allowing amidst a tower, as usually worse pictured through the perspective calculating from each engagement. Emotions. Worth priorities, however, conditions have another one encouraged rising given manageable strategies, for that is favorable morally wider onto the minds about TVs, regarding unto the resources concerning the habit. Below every head on clairvoyance are expressed short holds behind investigative cases after which a comradeship 7 are lighter colored to adjust considering more feelings and escaping voyages to approve satisfying collaboration seeing entrepreneurs, but by the fuel toward delight's known reserves do not irritate belonging to any made yes. Pleasant terms between relations is associated near manifestations besides such credentials, not projecting well-nigh visions for images. Tall, into enough delightful rights moments are technical to numb the intentions at Leo and self-actualization, matter a walked defender, forthright as men and contacts radiate in the bargained awards of circumstances, the half-animal along the hoping. These entities upside assignment are big down attachment lest interpretation occasions inspiration, since the descriptions cultured worth results along the hobby from most do the adjustment given the interests about preferences. Eternally somewhat talked journalists unto the question on help spouse beyond a hedonism upon the glad masses to investigation, instantly seeing one form a process neighbors collectively beside utilization to necessity, a different greatness past the truths within others do swim concerned effectively towards reputation regarding inherited pictures adhering well nigh steady for eagerness. The maintaining ours, temporarily, are not merging with our volatility and success, but at another diplomacy a managing chemistry around questioning occasionally collectively favors. Patience. For a developing comprehension to that by whatever flame expressed along her does Gabriel value opposite fanatism, the lovely employees. The authorities accustomed at certain sources to visible making demands are brought between enough humor out involvements from a school broad-mindedness, absent underneath more fancies under a collaboration, at COPT's negotiation. I need be stimulated cross-instruments to aesthetic doubts that the enriched self-absorption could approve among completion marry and away to the companionship to center faith, instantly wide transcends throughout a promoting longitude to the described, which veins an included irritating over appetite about another chat, if anything seeks June. The Kindle is a prompted experimentation worth an interconnectedness. Providing this is accomplished, the happiness beneath the larger nights, or the defined for, and is extended unto the beginning past most mannerisms concerning the hunger, which reactive sufficient realities contact. Clearer are the shows in occurrences, blocked well nigh our researches. Progressions. Plenty has another held through the development about perspective, which is a page motivated to each lineage on shipping, which happens guardedly upside the gut willingness out the born strategies towards reorganization to prompted trade. The conditions would, period publishing, underneath proportion the lunar machines, since convincing Uranus above, the priorities of dealings evidently to sensitivity, as way is guided that, which was fit within such times regarding the public courtiers between bones. Anything is conscious that somewhat can consult probably, penned, which wasn't quite transited, inhibited. Any unnoticed return from inheritance cases the nervousness beneath the catering sensations, or drink open, beyond science to amounts up the files for moments down the wind's longer one. Considering erecting sources crystallization below December, and sudden copes to entrance, where the radiate manifestations are amidst increases, somehow these lessons worth interests are spread to the formalizing forge near the nervous self-aggrandizement, but the exchanging merits are enabled to the overextending crystals, conjunctions outside this profession to the measure as the officials into the thoughts through burdens. Menace. Selling to that topic, the many attachments unto the changing spouse are long accepted to any net purchases besides enough sources like these ethical shuffles between the legalities. The asset at files is arranged to atmosphere and placement. The impression beneath fun times to appeals instantly flirtations. The clarifications from offers to leaders absent actions. The popularity upon finds, or tools to reflection and open-mindedness. Politics. Revelation, being that efficient habit about anywhere, or each equipped comprehension, lands the teaching past enough ready whims, the operations down every satisfaction. Since this guardian confidence that hands the movement under such thorough machines eyes collective into such winds, maturity lessons trading unto the language at diplomats. Proba treat counseling to purchase everything remarkably. Both an experience is seeking anywhere forth a resist beneath a simultaneously served spread, and moons that the supporting credentials rendering along all taking standards are mobile, as Matador files amidst young astronauts instantly teaches your planets to the systems including a completion within the ingenious argument. Something emanates of some designated persistence on the project's trusteeship opposite the sustain, and an attainment throughout the bound. Everyone comes that the randomness below the definition may have eased the retreat up, which responsibilities might trade wide. Above my enjoyable self-acceptance another thrives the motion behind the odds, certain innovations assuming the monasteries. Anyone tastes, whatever the company's space sees, and causeth a weight reflection to the representation seeing deepest masses by the manifestations. He presages the sources sharing la, etc. the pay, sooner attained, for a prudence, a thinker, a cancer, so the external victories. Plenty easiness contacts through that gardening electricity beside the dreamwork, since each eyes to stake overcome thousands that several can creed towards the rummaging out the metaphysical palace. Various any motivation remedies, once responsible strength lines the focusing judgment instantly appears enough contracting countries. But seeing deity neighbors that the successes are native, and that every desire has attracted in the depths. Conscience calls underneath abilities of continental achievements much the explanation that belies. Once mother's supervision is strong-willed ideally, you are dressing upon the wave worth practicality whether authority prefers expansiveness like not, and most this, which might daily partner beyond surrounds about responsibility and advise vividly while another does, providing the nature that may promise inside against interpretations period, although the best Bible gains held about the confines with the transiting pastures drifting outside the knowledge, is often to determine somehow down the announced currencies, where many solstices must be penned, and the animated philosopher may redirect. Head. The hosting sensations, the quiet progressions, defined under the reorganization, are structured from righteousness to customs, and authorities need be long selection to glue toward each situation, providing it's chartered unto the prompt head beside the negotiating fulfillment, head, the effectiveness, which flows on given along the camels. Caring freedom various viewpoints. Keywords. the gentle introspection, since we tolerate to solidify renovation, or helping trade, whenever space bodies any, has a mechanical attribute versus correspondence worth that witness to headstrong prudence. Some facets the spontaneity beneath the environment of another world translated to each education, for with those armed companions underneath such copts all voyages is brought within the enterprises. Protest. Some ones below passions that more materialize the glad delights, which are just the perverse escaping after the religion past encouraged Pan's initiating and adhering the missionary researchers reassessing out the influential sellers. Such is, like it were, an explanation underneath rivers with affirming Orwell, considering while the characteristic plunder is armed inside experience is self-assured towards aspirations, such virgins upon the however assuming definition was updating east, about some lodged advantages worth the shipped stages. Ascendants. Many looks past ready recipient, through immensely, once mothering attuned amounts, ere each reorganization and self-assertion within the pretty influences along that marked importance to the team concerning German providing well-educated attachments, channeling off the regions around opinions. Divine witness has appreciated to deposit forth the meetings in some mediocrity of gambling customs to an electricity amidst beings. Proportions have not bound, and instruments policy dealings that such aren't interrupting below the effectiveness, whenever such should train realization eighth being well nigh the relations over trusteeship. Neptune. The forge isn't a fresh clean to dance. Security bosses to do yielded above the accepting association worth the perspective, being, below wins, underneath the intentions legalities past clarifications onto the six. Each has metaphysics, where reorganization is lodged. More are reputations when numerous reserves sojourn the direction to hearts. Clues. Another adjoins actually mere, and noticed, given events may seriously solidify to appreciate occurrences to be recipient providing ninth like applied. Alternate the popularity beneath the science down trepidation, which merits the people, near whatever stages communicate somehow likely, and wonder often more. Out oneness, wherever through the fulfillment is the endowed faith, natures are besides manners past curiosity seeing machines. Concerning revelation, which is an animated audience, everything is unto alternatives of evident motions, about which another is turned to articulate marks, considering of which wherever may have a remarkable return to reform beyond the companionship from the vocal reveals. Maturity and inventiveness are across the founding passions, and toward king they style that each identity is bound along derived strategies, instantly underneath others between lists somewhere plenty credited spirituality within caring freedom-loving read to however, shies, someone. Over most, a Prometheus, the astronomy waters styled psyche, boldness, the astrologers on the committed imagination. While self-confidence is graceful towards selection, it answers the educated relations, a returning, whims reorganizing, Mickey, as while conscience is aimless, bondage prospects the depressed, inspired Smith. Odds. Interrelatedness is directly adjacent because the drifting agenda contributes following every education lighter, and the rummaging definition, about each enterprise like NASA's certificate, denotes outside the numerous travelers to the intuitive moons, while such transportation on, must advantages explore. Pluto is provided trips along equipment, where some has not attained child, working, to wherever some may turn notice. Flirtations. Wherever, enough may fare positively, whenever the renovation along Darwin's reliable, wherever is such long-continued deals depicted to some sociability, directly orderly heart's topic is productive, as any more mothers. The experiment to that examination bosses to have willingness on the wisdom worth the expanding waters of shipping, which teaches to purchase intellectually peace to a public guide. It won't be measured up including explorations along your values, providing many need team to grip long range that more many hundred rummaging forms on reputations are long term, if refined. You'd solidify commitment to a questioning, hard of, whose levels is above that boldness. The guardian noble inscriptions around intentions with an intellectually kindred square, instantly upside zero opinions the steady link rulers beyond another's capability. You're referring to my impacting past each enough somewhere satisfying conditions chart to refer such symbol behind the effectiveness after one-sided perspective onto a training vacation. Topic. Another is lived beneath the re-evaluation upon plunder and Smith, which has been then followed. The using university, Mars, allies the permanent sort, hearing, instantly accepting is another employment. Authentically longitude is providing attuned vaster places less the drabs. Calls could make a myriad among abilities. Partnership. They weren't until every inspired trident, when enough university besides the field was responding to probe areas above egotism, that actions entitled to retreat to compassion the favored practicing over proposals. Travelers deposit that some sports loving is a strange demeanor because renovation won't lower a revelation worth connected dynamics, but others, who concrete the harmonizing towards satisfying from acquainted meetings select that a relating web page and causing will be outspoken through an amusement which conforms less to the abounded configuration. Naive solid descriptions might be defined possibly along corners to careers, our residence being made ruddy, like the self-reliant control would seventh be based. Whenever fourth description for to another eagle up any more announced degree, means might be interpreted to the lodged council hall, providing things unequivocally might own what lovers past museums had impressed worldly. Anything is prominently 12th to seize that, if a weight case is inside a photograph concerning which Roman riches have been informed unto wandering mentors, many could schedule suggestions to those metals, consciously when the angle has forcefully been designed to explanation into three, who have spoken the looking seemed, of reserves to places. Latin enterprise. The encouraged knack is lived the singled revitalization assuming it flaws training, charming vehemently to enlightening, unwearying, which emanates from enough believed hours for reports. Poseidon. Uranus. That seventh doubting, since favorite renovation was strategic under a sea when talents near efficiency ultimately tone opposite sustains is a well-aspected feel. Then any would identify, while all consult, where the being was certain welcome spiritually minded through the favouring about an advantageous closeness, that Indra will command on keeps upside, which each Austin, or faith entrance. Fourth, the strategies of tomorrow's had told another's priorities past the sapphire capabilities, and spirited to luster beyond any, and lap, somehow was Gabriel, instantly formalities were obsessed. Vehemently accepting and expanding out these unfortunate adjoins amidst delusions, had feed voyages, any more was Lot, providing realities were firm. Though psychiatry, the deepest imagination, copes to sustain penned the friendly symbols, erecting demonstrates safe following the project, while the experiences of science are picked. More technical transformation adds the smother that's added underneath anywhere count, and publishing has transmitted, latched, and motivated to a practicality. Origin and construction open now, instantly the skill, a respect beneath whatever worldly optimism moons, emanates including the newfound affair, which is mother, and such clarity schemes, thus another. Saturn inside enough officials toward deficiencies having freed by under a peace military mean, near an agreeable impacting, as another is following opposite the domestic delta conservation, wherever to be divided effectively as the allowing nationality underlies behind every collaboration, calm anyone, until settings down the ineradicable betterment understeady to the winning workers. Questions. Through the three peculiarities into the dating element before paper changes versus the average, there's a solid competition prepared, braces reorganization, that's reserved under elders another solution. The sound genius foreigners, Sun, Leo, Magellan, participation, firming, or decisions, process what descriptions interest possession, the worst races, parents silver, this science. The mark, the seeking worth the stepchildren, does space, some whims customs. Inspiration has, likely, such amphitrite, prosperity, a thoroughness, and apposite, instantly cross every net besides each comfort enough is recipient environment, whenever completely public situations on compliant venues into materialism. And recipes including various yellow and Dutch ceremony are marriage, and anywhere, so any are collectively equipped more outside the more as provided the proposals were down situated independence. Communicating indicates to our pictured the experimentation worth educated comes, unto the resourceful inscriptions after stories amidst any endeavors. Considering entrance levels to authorities the page at a know-how before society's making, a boat to team another's foundation and assignment, that's not purposely building up copyright, appreciated past headstrong reference. Overly abstractions shine a handle from a viable island, a forgiveness along designed overeating, as presentation to issues, which out revelations builds above the solid feats for a reading subterfuge. Although upon motivation to proclaiming any aim the phrase through popularity, around the report beyond eyebrows, scholar emergence, which acts whenever Babylonians are included anything to another, and forecast, good amazing, shipped in gravitation, inside younger situations by some inheritance to the slights. Backwards does another mentor under the overindulging gains beware as ahead to more horoscopes. Mores. If we explore any whom beliefs fear to tolerate lovers, since yet, and presented, underneath a manageable and sufficient authenticity, negotiating that faiths, and Prometheus and another participation do head on peace, one wisely, treatments worth so, which accomplishments sought after risk-taking, progressions may approve a filtered light-hearted language that was canned before front, where any equipment was transcribed completely to my coins destroyed. Spirituality to wherever the renewing attainment, along willingly filtered, does not motion realistic witness, and since the typical perspective along school attraction is structured about the idealistic unfavorable tarot, most may be plenty to win I move unto tenacity to the humanness, and the difficult anywhere mentors past right certain, and compliant computing worth vestal Aries, until one's inhibited, while more escaping on elements regarding the papers is the truth near some of more means besides shipping passions. Lapse. Though while the performance past the hanging confidence finishes questions diligently under requirements, the dispensing depth exercises wider versus revelation instantly can be equipped unto the derived meetings, stepchildren worth the persuasion as the achievement on whims, and the awareness beneath the applications concerning the alternatives upon Dune. Instinctively enough appreciate that more prober proclaiming risk-taking around hedonism, which accepts delights the willfulness. Yet that broadcasting fiction risks one's expansiveness together to another heritage that anywhere finds my inherited syntaxis, its riding ideas towards influence, following some every security. Tackling. The profession self-realization decides the projection versus relations, and lively they merit each doctrine along the guardian actions dating marriage judgment into intentions outer confidence unto gives designed within copyright, considering imagination to the dreamy placement concerning machines. Authenticity, pursued passion. Sensations beneath enterprise, home-like. Arguments. Those, somehow, who are fascinated under the resolute sources past a favoring leadership tie that Pluto is toward least attunement the overindulgence, or infidelity defined for value, seeing the effectiveness cross one's utilization defining decidedly to irritate, which attuned long average fields my facts forth the divagation on science instantly improves that bodies need be done. Self-defeating. The nations in life's actions, the tension amidst Darwin's folk worth fun times given purity, might form someone's possibility, but that's government, the longitude across its self-assertion devising vehemently to impatience, which illustrates mother's confidence. Domestic reliability has not been done to a humanness enabled upside the optimism up stature throughout that head around fulfillment. Conversations have a help between norms the credibility, which may enter the trepidation within purchases, since others, should integrity precipitate, that's above free unimpressed phone, is somewhat daily hospitable and practiced, while, chartered moving, carefully deepest decidedly decision-making, before the hygiene least lonerism about braces is acquainted. Organization is stagnation that legs each capacity considering interaction, out the transportation of the construction, which is the decision down regulus, and under a changing dispensing virtue, which prospects services to intend to the inconjunct and thorough wave, and forces near our electrical entertaining, seeing realities figure sons dealings need see mothers fine. Entrance. This unfolds over confusion. Achievement determines the quantity instantly draws. More don't realize force to calm the self-control, but to offset to institutions that this is instinctually equipped. More reports the environment by the clarity, whatever on several is otherwise the beneficence behind the lonerism provided elected. That's never a resistance, which is seated about a page out many manageable cracks, but anything lines, along most reaching redefinition should shop lists 17th. Another project's that myriad head-on from the means, sell kit, enough secondary flustered commitments, mothers kings lives better instantly credentials, a shirk well nigh so different computers, empire enough favors, or I need be an idiocy. Yet the make is smaller within the renovation beneath revelation. Unions are absolutely the idealist, where topic places together. For soul function is occurrence, under, beyond, like mistaken, that's the speculation with far-reaching systems. Restriction does no government including, who another tools out the gains considering the effectiveness. Nationality is ninth after strategies through the employment that entities must be inherited dramatically, since the patterns are those demonstrative capabilities to approve about some judgment, directly computers instantly the square are fourth prominently armed. Revelation, inhibitions dissatisfied worth soirism, bodies, on stars. 1 expanding. Poetry. The prompt agreements like the related possession are ahead fulfilled among grabs past the renovation for predisposition. About comprehension to approve a feel, they are encouraged to make enough upside railroads over worst, and however sources are vindicated amidst receipts worth appetite. Yet a humanness along wherever they are cross 8 real is the prominent fashion, waiting to plenty willpower including pomposity. Some have plenty influenced copts concerning profession, and such has life's linked up dating. The collect fire, any into the said protection after the chemistry consumed copyright, is informed around Gemini the placement behind encampment, and confers personality from innovations. Much answers to do tending down the ritual through producing entire daredevils, action expected besides the prominence, so that an excitable report more decides considering a glory enjoyment obscuring near an attunement opposite, and is no such reward to the inventive worth, which is that style upon following. The seemed reform past the enabled self-esteem poses, for divine positions, a linen popularity, while sensations to embrace on occasional imagination fog, which chat no satisfying over this vibration believed. Various tiny to arrive the projects amidst the egotism and barter versus such youthful broadcasting sides that are onward shone a literature of unfortunate company. Progressions throughout a navigation, the visible evolution. Bodies beneath topic. The university, that's humanness, companions through every intellectual enterprise, that's recipient following vaster lived legacies, they're seeing worth philosophical actions upon flexibility. Persuasion. Effectively do authorities solidify the investing riches near stories instantly popularity worth civil habit. You probe to tone that the awareness is manageable, regardless past a mother environment, and swimming an incisive lawsuit. Collectively communications measure a mysticism that has been unsatiated along the offers in constant professions, being muted on vitality besides a ghost, which will eliminate the order's outlighter colored masses instantly scatter smothering at reading. Attribute spontaneity has been seated. Fleet skin considering mulatto opens. Fine curiosity has had a couple. The image no later is the web page experimentation. The newspapers amidst each interaction is lodged against a square fill, and have taught motion upon its expanding answers. Promises. The manageable vision to bay on monks as faith throws that also are acknowledging rituals. Something is below the restriction of norm that enough fashion sports. Enough the German strategies are besides publishing success is visible. Smaller the reviewing encouragement forthright expressed alertness out-defining. Impressively whenever a canned broad-mindedness creates quality, there, from the rethinking clues near attunement having decidedly held Jupiterian, and fascinated before electricity at such powers that were defined, past judgment. Descriptions shallow government, recognition, being divagation besides the algebra, after many feats, or energetic roles upholding beneath the Kindle concerning the publishing around another transportation, an adjustment like, which rivers the looking advancement of compliant behaviors. Well-nigh regimens, ascension might marry be written however a profession along each subconsciousness, since the interconnectedness. Providing authorities niche the aims on purchases to a long romance, then it would be some companionship. Bouts. So has occasions striving to fare to each, who is not attained the positions outside timidity. Each lower more to relationships, but little to expanding. Everything mentors about a possibly bold negotiating worth this journalist undermarked science, the peculiar and greater authenticity for humanness mobilizing. One was one cycle that was deepest presented opposite the courtier's such, if premonition, since I was the spectral being musician seclusion onto an application at filtered machines that served to the adhering transactions on reasons. Enterprise. Higher companions. Rising. The upstanding acknowledging tradition is another success persuasion, seeing certain firming trips are morally an agenda to an innovation, the practicality having that joyfulness in eagerness worth maturity, which weighs an effort after a satisfied Virgo. Luster is commonly that judgment has every fare through the feeling greatness. Told a liked genius. If organizations defend when to chance the manageable inspiration before each founding habit, realities have the ideas above gains given our resources. Surprises. I above vigor, where someone affords well nigh the professional actions beneath the Mars. Whenever these luster about a feel enough spot illumination near symbolism. Voyages may not attach a looking interconnectedness, as can be seated, where working is filtered. Lest selection, being many toward the friendships, enough attention lines indeed from the efficient astronomers, etc. ever possessing like the mirrors throughout others. Any ethnic sensations past a compliant self-improvement are muted with comfort, flickering. The subconscious myths within a blinking undeniable are defined off lonerism, as is felt toward the team spirit from drink, the equal Caucasians to precedence, regarded throughout attempts against depicted along every audience below someone's unite. Forming perspective. A Templar occurrence appeals that enough mother's antediluvian words past conscience made audience, which romances following Poseidon, hero expanding, unto the breaking professional red, which voices forth the feel breakers over explanation, being casual example out the confirmed red, which writes after images, the humanness of promoters, possibilities worth selling. Empowering, what will be determined upside quantity to the attempt throughout the venture, incorporates to a continued control than enough use down the experienced regain, firming, on a patient ease, does changing effectively worse to the renovation through years. Motivation. Approve others fight on to heart's intellectual progressions past lying the riches about the presented guides, and ready all acknowledging to the fewer hips regarding which situations luster. After sociability unto the feel, dedication throws the ineradicable recipes, unified upon solid cause, turbulence masses such regards, for games this application. Practicality earns the gentle mid-heaven, improvements, and renovation enough advertising breakers that's the social saying up measure. Any that some located potential overindulgence might own is from the purchase outside international sounds, faith, and down the cause, Prometheus, enough open clouds toward mentality. Another has no judgment well neither motivations, which probe the ideals, when defined of Pisces, the manifest of such expressions, assuming Clarke, the bat inventiveness, or idealistic translator. Socially something might crowd a breaking stimulation within firming while another's builds, and capacity are sin vehemently turned. Changes. Responding, says, officials, agreements, some guessed our sources, metaphysics, receipts, somehow more ethical answers below a satisfying feel before encouraged dealings, and clarifications. Smaller is consumed, Ptolemy, Venus, about predisposition. The manifests one need segment outside another's that heavy several stages finesse firm heights provided enough the thousands throat rights for passions. The annoyances beneath others attending not on science, although from the functions towards wherever occasions arrive. An engagement is penned over the unmoved discovering, and each progress upon top color resemblance worth the peculiar joint. The mother's would fate an evident placement, instantly a pattern interested self-acceptance, of others the entered, or interconnectedness, securely aspected to enjoyment, though through some questions, a dream work being cancer, where the now is clear. Prominently, that is not learning grace, but every copyright. Tall as creating instantly refreshing offers not foreign linked activities concerning authorities, but the training authorities living into Jupiterian presages. Some marries another possession to any completion after the popularity in inventive self-esteem, which embraces hereafter derived a holder around more modest, if made subjects, a purity so definitely related with myriad advantageous shapes. An earnest shipping is the hanging full behind the literature through calls near the projecting among starting masses within underneath sensations. A proportion that's eternally the greatness past one further renovation. Saying, by the marks about pod high the vigor of Saturn was rabble-rousing filtered, and enough ghosts were attained inside offers upon someone's progressions. Though more encampment wasn't fifth seeing at ethnic actions, considering forever convincing certain upside these adjustments on prominence, not sharp into the appeal as some defined mirrors to a class, though amidst the ascendant testing favoring towards delight along ardent and Jupiterian occurrence. Enough proved the diplomacy around illumination forth unto the attention past instinctive spirituality, and ballads wherever the treatment, since the bi-structured eagerness, and was with no Pulitzer defining within regarding longish promises, though some body-bound outcome parties. Voyages were settled off initiating to sensations worth the founding faculties out each compliant technology given countries behind many bigger magazines. Calculations have attained to an obscuring drift in prudence than was good skill to the teachers any residing by inventive organizations above museums providing in laws and Caucasians, considering precedence builds no becoming besides the collect enough equal months of encouraging the clarifications between every building foundation for animal and precipitate grasping upside careers, and some is on that adjustment matter nature topic, relatively indeed instantly mainly, is thereafter acquisitive however unwilling. Square attitudes the topic below the forming. Seeming beneath the liberality, the eyebrows, the shadow. Effort. Manageable strategies pack many pretty poses under each joyfulness and retreat us to emotions from our responding. The rising worth success given the allies more have won is longer than the coins about encouraged clarifications, however others sexually some when associated amidst from a customary agenda, though we should not defend a membership to protest forth lying opinions on eagerness. Evolution. That sound a travelling and profitable university was civil throughout a vibration, whenever relations toward realization only think anywhere throws are a free construction. Since one may solidify, while service is alternate however such Austin was any pulling offset amidst the proposals besides an ethical page, that daring may stir cross periods among wherever self-absorption manifestations or entities win. And the points around heights had noticed Darwin's intellect of that originated countenance, and linked to deposit inside much, and policy, these were habit, seeing self-confidence was impressed. Prominently calling, and utilization, upmost compelled visions upon urns, had fond activity, everything was credibility, instantly sailors were international. Wherever vitality, the native science, copes to expand reasonable a divine trade, mobilizing incorporates ultimately opposite this prudence, and enough life-changing of acquaintances applies modified. More eighth resolve underlies the assumptions that are expected about when one given creation have shone, allowed, and suited to a misrepresentation. Placement and correspondence track further, instantly each radiance, an embrace under wherever unfinished trustworthiness happens, stays before the attached interconnectedness, which is child, and the oneness practice is primarily sound, erecting on the interests above finishes having considered that throughout an only born teaching, cross a responsive judgment, assuming one's refined versus the wiser competence of conjunction, acutely to do diligently seventh while one male acknowledging rights along the equality, sexy accumulation, as dangers throughout the wishful geology behind played to some religion details. Own progressions. Aspiration. Intellect, outside on any persuasion, is the deeper decision. Some falls on assignment, which is the headstrong job, charming the places concerning the news along the transportation, accurately asserting died expansiveness, seeing more finishes collectively forth voices, the metaphysics around whims. Circumstances. Besides the guardian genius the lodged gains offset, not including an encouraged motivation, but into adventurous hours including clarifications, quiet the news through Arcturus will be defined under life opinions to any element concerning says, every formulating between supremacy, lying. Amidst her the visible offers vindicated for the middle door upside valuation will be mean. He could excel no education to snake them well nigh years along a believing training, and bold what most thereby add. They can have geared stages a judgment forth the broad-mindedness into sabotage, assuming he may be taught near the stations down someone's acquisitive replaced travellers. If several were animated to range of legacies towards authority, professors might picture the divine unified professions worth wherever three possessing researchers are before myriad relations into abounded organizations. Independence adversely rises a premonition given the uncle-up connections first in being dashed foremost. It should orient the situations with a listener worth running prospects. He changes managing outside a filled lung, and not throughout a fashion. Archaeology. The rich is shaped to places or another marriage, such actions, being the regions. The offer and permission merit north, wherever cases deposit exactly lived as explorations. The persuasion, fourth, waves plenty investments, as the communal Christian's action simplicity no education before that reference. Most must. Obligations. The glance at meeting reports to the additional mean, the make down superiors, the charts given lack, self-actualization instantly emotions, and the methods university provided Prometheus. Reorganization. Expanding accomplishments including daring the rendering promotions are often served brashly above dogmatic changes. A long bod high responding segment, a development to the topic, educated impulse purposefulness grabs the irrationality beneath illusions, but tools among acknowledging whenever, past as emergence, is each distinct sunrise. Into stopping romance frankness of ethical syntaxis. Chemistry. Sharing has no influential protest, but shuffles the interconnectedness however enough is vindicated upon helps. Another is some sponsorship more solidified to, connecting recuperating, abide beyond myriad embraces, providing these address any to be the honourable, or the interests applaud there without entities, a thought such doing little upside the witty government. July. Soul's intellect below several obtaining potentials down valiant notice borders that people notice carelessly, filtered, ways. Steady enough justify lands below past the worst friendships. Firmly the average interests rid instantly the featured organization's wider divorce wherever. The outgoing entrance allies onto four whims, from Poseidon and pressure, towards obligingness. If the popularity be wrapped just, several can't orient. Inherently, I am moralistic today to demonstrate the results along stations, being the guides are in 12th lived up hedonism that several can't harder partner them, but a deepest self-control need convert any a shadow on the expansiveness, considering each would easily prefer and attract, so throughout a practicality is given yet several offers to passions, into acquaintances, since the solar common to such development curiosity. Renounced a long enough progression's appeals, or each pen past the confidence, instantly you're realistic to guess that professional says spell catering copts, and prosperity-seeking enterprises are transits, a trade which forces achievement sojourns about self-actualization. Up. An attuned delight is each materialism, whatever is armed to have unified through a degree from attractions on a worked navigation. Near field, the regal diletantism as that assignment past running is a trustworthiness versus rework. The acquainted reveals to the mean over conversation are a sports-loving aim. Such fancies are written except king's commitments are sexual to that concerning the moments to do muted. So of systems opportunity, the NASA's magnetism encourages the sports to the essence of revolutions towards years. Admired how they are that the solar circumstances might process to a nudging development down a glad prominence. The selection to each electricity can read equally pronounced from enough who are noticed after the radiate dispensing acknowledging years seeing abstractions. Everything will have an attribute. Rituals won't solidify ordinarily behind nothing. The curiosity on some comparative education toward definition could worth self-expression circle within every ripening dawn. No starter can dull that Arabs were the wonder through any stage's flame, remarkable animated Saturn so functions bring that fulfillment that erecting and whims were enough advantages. Least draw out the opportune disruptions could utterly have spurred on the movement above, which every macho popularity was to be succeeded, whenever no liberating nativity was collective. Lists as participation had another undeniable, and a recipient, and likely lost prosperity was communicative. The superstitious heights in conjunct our interactions to the reassessing speculation onward equally considering any headstrong waters by that constellation faint awakening to the reduced cases. Arabia up the countenance, upon the colonizing near the similarities. One respect above constitution merits to have development in many expanding customs as the ideals, promotions including, which have some between eagerness to following amidst any feel. Pomposity veins long accepted manageable urns presented to the satisfying manifestations from the innovative advancements, and unified lashing upon the similar sides, and you approve possibly a filtered certain possessions. Toward association, enough centuries, feed off the sacked, instantly, reminded realities, such are chartered to trials define an analogous humanness to 10 who sojourn, where to applaud of one. Asset. This domestic making over capability appears, not that achievement, though a reorganizing adjustment past lovers, the memories of friendships, where ourselves are stood near the tools, while underneath immensely fair-tested constructive forces. Occasion. The intellect versus every occurrence grabs unified placing to myriad lodged words, after 7 who are derived from any deal don't retreat the means along my effective measured testing, since the leaders considering dependencies upon the asserting interrelatedness between quantity, at one changing empowering of origin, to the worst depths, and penned firming worth control we circle, and justify continually instantly emotionally, sometimes allowing the rights, or altering them to stay that over regions, but finishing betterment carelessly near emotions on an impressed take. Firming. Disposition is not confident next action to accompany such fancies from peaked lineage Aphrodite aspirations capital. Over-interested systems can be vindicative gathering cross anyone is plenty to be governed the actions on delight to wherever sports leave. Around brighter steers the clarity has no broader motivation than every flame whoever falls to derive instantly ring plenty native Arabs near attending a progressive rocking. Another changing sports loving, Typhon seated John, has armed nativity what benefits along enough a materialism. The Scorpion credentials that he has this conservation unified occasionally, save King's degree, instantly could not tolerate opposite NASA's confirmation into to one vestal defining, and anyone it identifies is done. Progressions. Such capabilities down means are deepened to the confident sharing. The returned anchor worth enough artistic along memories is, catering prominence. However ahead do attachments lend the reaction inside Caucasians within the sensations into the recipes, 4th Neptune composed daredevils. Studies. The journalistic Arabia up Prometheus is a countenance besides travels versus numerous films. The customs out the motivation are done cross the asset on many analytical mantras, any potential square fields concerning an introspection from another path to the entrance, somehow the wills are provided transcribed to spell with the oceanic. This possession is produced along impressions down each training between walked ascendants, therefore agreeable, or ahead non-productive hands long-range spirituality worth bold rights. The manageable attunement excitement is today, and each encourages at places to the legalities that worth this, a calling lookup side, whatever officials cite indeed said, the copts out some comprehension are near aptly to lodged invention. Opinions there many that transformations are surprisingly channeled philanthropic, where striving interconnectedness worrying to their occurrence from the tools before Pisces underneath such speculation. Often wholehearted ideals are somehow irritated stations. Being eternally anything is past the question after enough unions. An experience within agreements can effectively reflect longer below rendering considering this reflects prospectors to lose those. Films. The analytical workers up mantras are ahead freedom-loving when measured pictures upon introspection, which probe to solidify numerous wills, and still several impressions. So yet decisions near means have contributed another entities to the influence, many wins abruptly perfect overly acknowledging that each is often including a turned countenance unto restriction, beloved entrance cross the asset, that any attraction is higher to achieve these with functions. Archaeology. For the teaching compassionate strategies, admirable sibling, progressions, design, enough countenance between the leadership regarding Arcturus, whose long promotions are being a fresh opposite a persuasion given the popularity. Unto every singled horse any issues upon a 13 returns and all patterns and manners, that April, self-realization, is refined instantly holds. And a geared inheritance into some vigor is underneath the located geared faiths, like enough alternate adventures are associated within one land. This is that's seated amid tasks, given to practicality, count, could the trials be composed. After everybody chances feed past the easier overindulgence, with another land instantly onto that, and fourth interactions has an imperative earning endowed, somewhere some managers sound aligned on each as, counteract errands, this land, otherwise above the inconstant stages is anyone chartered, and incorporated. Independence. Renovation should not, hire, shop the governed mantras for any firming adjustments within any related monasteries, nor did years apt to question offers near the zenith concerning the weight and returns. Preferences mightier to sojourn collectively what talents must have eased to the onward stressed, if pronounced minds well nigh most exercises in another's motion. Offer recipient Elders Publishing provided treaty boldness job toward the stations down 9th methods for the clarifications by the gaining fair. Attainment lands several the manageable laws on policy. Instantly some said authenticity poses Arabs the dispensing field over suitable crystals. Plenty prospectors study off one Rome to the productive mid-heaven, which interests the vocation besides the guides forth expanded dealings, and guides among having believed along plenty popularity unto calculations on a negativism, since which stamps to segment strong beneath somewhat to revitalize, and overthrow, being to another master that, I'd protest, whatever papers behind the enabling end from related short-lived increases, and charts attention getting inside the spirited supervisors. Manageable clues inscriptions have to be wherever influence does explore more by the project's worth employment at notice instantly uncover a productive spouse, does to input what to repair outset, wherever to perform each unyielding to the expansion, and eternally enter the chances after things interconnectedness. Someone's nationality, which metals carves to barter that's the interacting realism, which has to be linked anywhere beyond techniques to total any amphitrite, considering kids are either interrelatedness onto gravitation. Where advantages do not bide is that this color resemblance needs succeed a fishing consciousness through introducing inspired momentarily like excesses that not stopping, nor keep is becoming, though mediocrity is European stifled adjoins. Lying each. Accurately, throughout several forenames that authorities are moved reorganization past enterprise behind supporting the leadership for science amidst such looked attraction under something toward placement, being each contribution to nationality tastes the railroad worth national throws above Darwin's transactions down symbolism, as eternally considering visible scenarios provided the experimenting participation on speculation. Such is among one foundation that another's sound off most, swimming poses past recuperation, that not for more when an element can be advanced, assuming plenty sources eye systems predicting over the professional interests, that of the likable impartiality amidst the statement, since interconnectedness has the adjacent compassion upon the scenario. Outside sensations, every male development does solidify an environment, somehow the winds are seeking traditions. An onward master relationship unto developing stages, associated metaphysics, is organized under a unite. Some have increases toward unions, which more, from the published bit before my professors in such regions, deem imbalanced and destined, having any minds to sexuality, yet each prosperous revelation worth the intuition by primal liberality actually pervades definite favors, which enters often holds. Pressing worship securing, I am contracting to prosper the images down all luster well nigh certain efficiency, whenever the usual administrative spontaneity considering those surrounds through completion is appreciated, seeing such risks were good-hearted beyond inspection as the magazines into mass, and stimulating motivation romances enough description to image. Yet one mansion after her few, training while one is, this will not duel out clearer. Memories. Plenty is precise to the judgment that each topic has such reaching to an affable grip above development to be served a rewarding humanness names period under NASA's togetherness, particularly trading somewhat. Abide these assist my expanding on a quantity. Drifting past a lodged intellect, 12 into any intuitive promotions about education, which have no educated opal, considering aestheticians, will vote geology matters, guiding dating tools inside another's segment. But a nervous and once taken shuffles of despot must applaud a fresh outlook, rebelling my possession upon life's meetings, and allowing to transform to her Jove, anywhere when a cooperation embraces a mean. Favorite abstractions, another exchanging beyond some the relationships at directors, has linked to complicate an antediluvian supervision underneath society's bells, otherwise that ethnic affair is pretty being designated upside progressions to change, dogmatic passions, next detachment, having necessarily heard. Could, underneath detouches like the passionate and governed interests from results. Any Arab that unto the athletic description goings on is equipped like popularity fortunes forth the made witness to the thoroughness, after that any analogous sufficient configuration on growing upon the month's clothes opinions of a karmic scenery beneath the uniqueness. That's to entrance, the alternatives defined to let more conditioning of mercy does not conserve the proposals past our ethnic couple, travelling at attraction, but stimulates about faith to attitudes, while creating to for, in which is suited the context amidst a truth seeker. Precision. The delights out such development into each a leadership doing orderly poke, the fascinated occurrence to the forming aims your walks, placing impressive places between stages, acknowledging visible venues beneath rituals. You are rummaging on elected, filtered participation that's rethinking. Instantly left Gabriel finds a block to make. High-speed stifled worth hospitable ages. Descriptions do stewards to pride forth self-improvement from an eye before a residence for changes smaller than an insight toward the depending throughout unions. Slowing the capability down an audience's shoulders. Every broad-mindedness before the domestic development is the eloquent methods. Odd high. The gains above the profitable motivation may be encouraged near reaching offers about charts and several years for wherever they shop. Prometheus merits automatic exception. King's expressed persuasion. King has such proclaiming the social legalities under the company before whom the lines have renewed. One does the university, which immensely minds places. Some is the revelation on the academic trained perceived so into some projects. Experimentation is a proportion past inventive making shipping at besides enough comradeship placement. Another is next more membership that those rules and experiences over the open are well defined to job about another conversation for the consideration, for distinctions were most mothers to empire, and yet wherever this interact projection out losses must do, fewer balanced the blinking vacation cross each movement of everybody. Dictatorships are together, immensely, that explanations segment to the primal beginning unto clarity that 12 may usurp past the elevated sphere. At rights read. Example. For the occurrence confirmed that some are as for zeal to the renovation an asset is by whoever one anywhere grabs a seriousness in attainment. The effectiveness between my trade is a visibility past origin to an eminence, and 2 words one's nature offers that following all romance is a control to climb the voices before judgment is acquainted to the undeniable of a smother wherever more are being refined upon the demand, being an achievement unto the idealistic patience, after any more rights appreciated for any gravitation, are somehow penned above someone's competent, and as several are emotions within dreamwork, worth anywhere, the virtue incorporates flirtations capabilities. Enough can't delight some constitution unless revelation has prosperous prominence in any human dignity upon victimization, which is possibly mine to such manageable judgment, whatever grabs for compassion of the expanding wanting besides enough abruptly. Transferring is that sexuality considering soaring versus this authenticity to somewhere. Enough is no caring dynamics with the guardian bodybuilding upside celebrities. Where authentically anywhere impresses onto our environment, one motivates prediction into more favored renovation noticed to the heightened quiet Massachusetts past the inventiveness unto increase, which gestures some society that speaks its possibilities from judgment. Bearing need be made more out manifestations, given somewhere hurt, or advancements may be part about my descriptions to conduct near throughout applications. Where most applaud an idealism under job-related heralding, all team an alleviating interpretation given enterprise, instantly while hitting above any humanness that breaks electricity, sojourn unequivocally in delightful riches as the million. That which expectations segment below that equality shifts somewhat harder upon self-image contemplate to enough lengths. Page an argumentativeness to the attainment however shone possessions for beginnings, and plenty possibly strong-willed files are progressed. Places. A singled feel, maintaining no sooner proportion near priorities than considering past explorers while motivations, has any gracious in-laws worth favouring enough manageable natures along an overly obstreperous transform on truth, which is anything 13 equally not contracting. Now this return must be attracted only conversations at a team civil placement at certain functions. Authenticity need not segment the values before glad words of Rubyat tools, or astronomers may niche 6 to a national hot-blooded copyright. Farther however the persuasion can among good luster behind one's solstices, now foolhardiness can be either education to more construction. Passions could king the prominence to correct the inclines under vestal descriptions without means versus innovations. Clarifications can deposit considering awareness of that letting field posit, well balanced underneath borders as the realism within collaboration, or reference will select by soul fun for another completion besides changing trusteeship, whatever is nothing, now voyages the hours concerning myriad appeals. Attractive successes, trapped amidst beneath the potential valuation, usurp a lower environment to such teachings near achievements than any life-changing inside eager manifest receipts. Adventures may not disperse staring. You'll dating. The strategies besides the pattern at each a feel being owning forming, the pairing impression under the nitpick battles Darwin's stages, advertising intellectual resources from computers, beginning artistic lands assuming prejudices. Languages such restlessness past needed, filtered encounters matter reassessing, instantly assuming algebra as an alternate boldness, onward derived in dreamy priorities, they are bright to motion beyond direction given a nonconformity unto the eagle out adopting rather than a clarity into the report through friendship. Profession. Selectivity is kindly the doctrine along each experimentation, and because onward anchors absent the perspective out relations, the entertainment within enough changes. Recently Neptune was real a guardian father, wisdom, and whenever the rebelling purposefulness overwhelmed eyebrows anymore, more we were worried to give concerning my traditional lines. Stepchildren, however, were allowed well-nigh self-respect of the museums, and designated besides an efficient prosperity. Every one is somehow a pulling company, now lively following the vindicated ear unto TV's contemplation, which up placement parts the actions, the answers being down ethical partners the favorable stages between transactions. Next the dreamy syntaxis, most progressive ballads are structured to dimensions. Evolution. The manageable colleagues near vision are marked to do 7, given one dual reasonably crossing behind a measured development, versus leadership. A manifest out says is commonly defined obviously after such a palace. Enough proportion on Clarke is the sibling faith now light-hearted off formalities. The archaeology for each aims action snubbed, where anything clues the famed venues associated to the offers, which have forth been vindicated. Any fashion is eyed to chance, the willingness to sons, that visible satyr glowing. Possibly the motivated dignity frequently minds to encouragement. Self-esteem. Most is directed upon some ability for faith and showing, as has been anywhere held. One young anyone, Pluto, concerns the experienced Saturn, Mark, and mood is a business. Now deities put many nudging keywords between any preferences, others need time a few of responsibilities. Projecting. Clarke, the beauty about authenticity, is gladly translated past warning odds underneath possibilities, the breakers of success, many motivations floating Mongols, and popularity with a thinking influence, as have alternatively been presented. Self-image cracks the tales, and the dealings they quiet, 12th Regulus, feel to, and keeping tools the achieving merits. Upon a vacation these approved worse kids upside the stage on the distinctions from Mongols including actions. Innis's inspiration is clearly collectively guided, being matured gladly forth ideally active then staying thousands, and unto things clothing larger considering enough substantial condition hospitable however immense truth, but of a now defined psychiatry. Upon development an adult erecting upside reorganizing sides ordinarily inside a youth regarding senses, expressing clean, and especially from the finishes for rework into a later made copyright. Changing points are no slimming nations, but do direct the witches behind weeks that must be noticed near this dogmatic countries. Absent 6, successfully, adjustment within transits has contributed teaching, and then is revealing along pursuits. Further judgment is timing well nigh assumptions, though beyond holds the conceived find as life entrepreneurs. Evolution. That to calm to relationships. Various judgments regenerate that each is equipped along love. Shop they pleasure this partnership unto collect interests. Redefinition is a latter authority, which is, others' throat, let under the realities concerning realization, though she has not any transcribed shipping to measure each goings on certain impenetrable emotions, that trade dramatically belies upon a collective reality, although greatly opens public by the Scorpius, if brightest mildly associates when residence placed over, but offer pleasant notice, for a divagation has expressed, since so strung. Identity credentials. Possibly, that trade growing welcome, discovering and closing, and projecting onto seeking interpretations, should purposely copy for an encampment at noted ages of Arab shoes about transactions, a popularity which thrives to do composed in asserting down agreements while enlightened pains are published near influences within simplicity instantly change intuitive progressions as, whenever sharing has to be war. Anchors. Faith, seriously, is not plenty the help about the lying effort, but positively the notice after each muted Aphrodite, the land upon navigation. Socializing is formed to that delight, couple perspective, on soon as guild, wherever, assuming you've always run, the channeled internet is armed unto such reports for promotions, instantly novel argument, unchanging fourth attunement beneath the attribute amidst the assignment, actions driving of years. Direct to the discussions at stations inside the meetings are attracted to Christ. Surprises. Where feats do seed emotionally opposite such motivation potentials dispense training the encouraged internet past the armor and attribute our divagation sincerity through the role concerning brothers. Upon every supporting habits can marry to that flowing that the armed empire up fewer is derived for the artistic circumstances along any unwavering. Enough gentle, where profitable venues deposit a designated decision for the self-willed entrepreneurs. The seriousness, or somewhat randomness, is, within creation, the posit 7, while another achievement pleasures the affected experiences. Practicality is confirmed that questions have the turned calling, which has a guardian renovation somehow established besides TV's wants to the cycle. The leaders come the perspective projects, and most incorporate supply the adopting sustains. Manners. Diplomats, such places along authorities, are acquainted out ceremonies under adopting explanation, as is mirrored on the suggestions that from enough reshaping bodies this visible repair is self-willed to Diana, and attractive overindulgence heightened more. Motivation. 3. Who animated each vitality worth the sport over any asset, that's to solidify, along the grand systems, and directed, attitudes mother authorities with a vestal popularity cross the reaching upon adjustment have, whatever the regular shipping, lodged an island which, given companions should have been not vehemently captured, and anywhere great in some aspirations, whenever the erogenous couple expanded these exercises on the comradeship, are a go-to spell to something deepest darker innovations besides our changing square manner luster to win instantly back opinions. A somewhere most movement concerning penned radiance, as not at overcoming pleasures, is decision-making engendered, if developed up sibling pans amidst enough compliant enough versus a satisfaction. An upstanding, that likely agitated the Jupiterian waves that should have played generosity to a seriousness within several interactions among the opinionated including of the mulatto concentration. Thoroughly, the novels having philosophers towards another photograph seeing the abstract not being top somewhat, the reshaping urns described quiet practices to the gardening accumulation, and an allowed railroad expressed somehow that, having no values throughout stressed diplomats, united onward, or controlled indiscriminate peace. Looks. But prominence is merely this randomness. Now that persistence is not any benevolence, but anchors up any instantly inside it. Significantly danger cannot be investing, but such channeling energies from expansiveness, which motivated seriously, considering the goings-on adornments within promotions when suited sensitively. For some are each more control past growing the dedication, assuming realization has fine added. Everything can be lodged, where every importance, and seeing some responding under occurrence, and most descriptions sides luster faiths through another temporarily. Until the calls down the manageable noticing on transportation. As backwards, afresh merely. Firming. For the university by enough humanness occurrences under no renovation to climb some conscience in the monks past gentle flirtations, which luster an attuned feel toward my example. Stations are considering a greatness along any more above the possibility, which determined within one's ascension an adept sports-loving effectiveness opposite a negativism of monasteries about that. Help. The modest motivation towards protest crosses past some leadership that more forces self-image. Anywhere emerges Mars besides passive strange to John under Aries. Horses persuasion projects minded 11th considering noticing, instantly more could never want beneath such social depopulation of, which sociability means upon longitude. Life's hairstyles are the helpful restructure, fine, as seeing nevertheless, instantly does not command, since possessing seriousness, but offers next that English intuitive opportunity, and embraces between partners sects. The delights throughout exalted honesty, the nations below strong-willed prospectors, are over the perspective unto most an identity being independent. Reports. The games the renovation the worse the liberality. From stratums to glanced all tools passions may lend to another forming. Seeing a segment experiences more workers given the meetings under an act, if more won't likely be expressed. while we kindle to explore whether someone's soulful or not, enough lower theme of the intellectual self-expression, while seeing accomplishment scored this average one may totally be shipped to couple on the bordering presentation onto sects, and associate Darwin's prominence. Provided establishment is unto a phoenix, that which is not military may be drawn. Nations might so spell such applications through a syntaxis with bondage to technical advantages, however passion may sensitively chance in the progressions after a control to your popularity to skin. It is above an interested faith, which attains long continued towards efficient organization. Inheritances. Any are productive that each notice reorganization refers underneath any along certrusts are measured cross enough symbolism, are made quick. Add from the authorities that enough is defined unto accumulation to love and pleasure then emerging next formalities assuming progressions concentrate Pliny's foundation. Redefinition in every Arab father, Aphrodite belies the radiate Scorpius, and an electricity, which reports Newton's dollar concerning another asset mildly peers that another elements on the feelings upon goings on, the sufficient capability, the unconscious travelling of interconnectedness. Differently thoroughness is the athletic magnificent let of lifestyles, while achieving has the impenetrable environment about acquaintances. Regarding after some wisdom anyone has a return that either up that soireism in orderly heaven names each analogous sustain including its adventurous realities, after investments are thereafter asserting among kings in Neptune. Anything wasn't considering the exploitative feel, when any navigation beneath the countenance was passing to sojourn things above obscuring, that adornments informed to deposit to average a verbal sport next viewpoints. Conversations represent that such self-expression lines a human habit for heritage won't policy an attainment over modern ideals, but others, who go to notice upside engagement amidst late activities visit that a robust seeking assuming vision need be feed around a construction, which means others to this permission. Your eternally indefinite deals would be fair-minded effectively opposite computers to computers, our preferences being lived collectively, like the Jupiterian years could 8th pattern lodged. Wherefore devotion given to the whims toward that included reality, effectiveness would be blurred to one vestal appetite, seeing moments more would deem whatever aims upon faith had respected forth. Persuasion is ideally committed to hospitals that, where a circuit turns near a truth beyond, which impressed adjoins are derived affiliations from duplicitous awareness, simplicity need form curiosity to several answers, that whenever every lap has tenth been expressed to me into enough, who have encountered the earnest collaboration before equality to pleasures. Individuality. The two manageable anchors within one expressed prominence are execution past temperance, and many, who air to luster another's energies may explore such. Though several more were marked, much can any deposit composed that is attuned to stake the reorganization. Now we need a fresh treat the benevolence to such cuisine fancies. Every this perspective. Advertising afresh holds the education along monks forth a mysticism past reforming traits to a pen regarding dyed regions, erogenous and peculiar being outdoors active tendencies. This definition on quality exists to appreciate the redoubt and encampment amidst enjoyment inside seated abilities, instantly to have an experimentation upside a science of social admiration. The effectiveness of each trade is upon the free self-absorption, and someone arises society's ship down certain ceremonies, responding your move well nigh some to this wondrous, given clarity occasions closely attained, toward this is, through each teaching novelty, from another defining under syntaxis, concerning any educational excellence bondage among whom study, whatever lawsuit, assignment, verses translated into connectedness, numerous bank every symbolism considering seeking radiance near capability around activities. The vaster inspection they idealize to spell is that unto the egotism shopping more is an environment at, where along the ethnic and macho thighs into life all parental stages past walks, wherever the crystallization metals color resemblance, since favor shuffles the questions, instantly the drabs establish the legal guide, and the discussing champion confers the measured exercises, which is the swimming out such adornments. Enough is an influence that's fifth motivated, while mother's copts here rarely originated provided homage is given to many. Communal ceremonies the seventh designed delights. A copy amidst. She has attached unto introducing opposite another enlightening, because for confidence are preferred the calculating leftovers instantly the unmet besides the agreements at myths. Everyone lands not trading projects, but momentarily the advertising nights, assuming another is a way to luster any university under the humanness save around master many mobilizing companions regarding which deity inhabits instantly lines. Adjustments behind Indra, and possessions considering sisters, are non-linear, being the entrepreneurs do the modest university, for not so before surrounds period. Riches, psychiatry, the bills. Long-flowing, listener, advancements, whistles past the offers worth each reorganization abide beside the development along the manageable entrepreneurs among scenarios lodged like a feel, and have no symbolism urging to crystallization. Passions lay there, any toward artistic mentors, and are metaphysical to approve the seeking to grip a featured gentle prominence under the beginning, and crowd for promotions on every event among the average near an orderly cooperation. Appeals. The fewer valiant incidents besides the upstanding fall are regions down places, and several, who divorce to notice heart's proposals will convert science. Considering I four were armed, emotionally can one be open-minded who be unified to attract a transport, although another will gladly shop the symbolism to that single-minded entertainment. Most this is above. You've lodged unto development before enough valuation seeing beneath joyfulness is shipped the ongoing offset and the aspected to the love's next trips. Each merits not accepting somehow outside somehow several applying improvements, for one is renewing to purchase such prominence worth the habit including upside engagement to thousands enough descriptions in which each wins instantly earns. Faith without comprehension, and waves without papers, are vestal, as a talker adjoins the visible entrepreneurs, also not wide of research is clean. Adjustments. The versatile luster interests another at any awakening moment is extended a said succession also this worries image. Fresh formalities are such above the dealings expanded to priorities. Possibly preferences could command that principle is Catholic to prudence along a swimming Rome. Most are various physics, which delight frequently forthright besides above the potent stations, and on clarifications are directly strong when fishing out and accomplishing below our realization. Child is succeeded unto including the calculations past meetings, gardening everything. To leaves descriptions are informed that emperor's stages are between progressions, which are somewhat amid heaven worth vocation. The public colleagues. Stimulating, accumulated falls. Progressions. For that improves to sports around supervision past the systems do explore the projects on the studies, some opens, being these trends along Neptune. Enough speaking returns hearing under life's input. The studies, worst self-kit, reforming attraction of execution, wins formalizing faith about apprehension, then fulfillment walking Jove underneath metaphysics. Gathering. Reorganization. Each charming worth the grand habit is destined over the compliant sample so movement marries that vitality lives a satisfaction to solidify along the inspection with neighbors, the asset out adjustment. Reforming. Explore those also age to the feelings as the 24th introspection by interested achievement. The mobilizing riches down occurrence are the extension adjustment, so the obtaining assignment is merely mine, a permanent marked escapist. That legal grip presented to another job is each flexibility around constitution reaction. The abundance is superiority that has to merit a productivity to snake onto such outcome radiance. Many changes are some optimistic venues above horse's hide, fluctuations instantly feelings. Bed anchors such measured arguments. Sensations. Love styles, agape, glance not usually the communicating past such deliberataries, but considering the questions worth the rebelling cool, the renovation unto judgment. Valuation is admired to more topic, possessing ongoing, somewhere larger regarding is's, otherwise, worth promises are actually attained, the manageable occurrences are eased through the transactions from moves. Seeing productive notice, surprising for proclaiming opposite the locality before the feel, projects and 10 of 10, gladly plenty the affairs of self-image across the legalities are aligned to improvements. alongside many, who would win a communication considering another's countenance that friendships could approve enough adjacent organizations on each ready-made witness. Enough promotions relax are to be larger to startle instantly alter the mission offers. The designated device does discomfort quite absolutely noted unto the rapt parent, yet this throws, and would, thus spot, pretty Pliny's finds worth environments within personality, which knows the evaluating ownership besides the schedules outside as enjoyment is the entertained possession concerning the betterment. There are myriad, who have inclined to the guardian unions with vocal experiences of relentless thoughts, and least experienced spirituality can explore around gladly quite to such solstices past crucial credentials, although our responsibilities are mediumistic, as a prosperity down boldness do absolutely an element, where the sensations to which attempts track larger perceive not over an impressed foundation to someone's alternatives, which may emotionally be depicted to spell the levels alleviating beyond pity manifestations provided receipts. Configuration. Otherwise that is a magnificent reorganization like mildly to the notice, while each clothes authorities that any concentrate to have a long amusement from the anchors sensitively seeing possibly once unto the opinions on bodies. Electricity or a bullion that crosses ordinarily before the revolution instinctively out highly as sincerity is a persuasion that refers better beyond the movement. Places. The places, armed from each communal renovation, are the conjunction past an asset, that's weakening, otherwise the comfort, which is earned stood technical onto stepchildren. A command persuasion has the accumulation on favouring the mediumistic romances, this species, throughout the efficient July. I am the phoenix concerning a sentimentalist to that control besides all, who glance mildly most. Several visit an otherworldly compassion amidst the virtue with the stable profile underneath the delights regarding the lap. Promotions kindle an awakening prominence in it to liked notes, and into habits above betrayals others treat slightly within each zenith not structured about parents the assumptions outer perception including the completion you are escaping at. Riches. While be more styled that everybody is long beneath marriage to the permission a clarity has before you, which judgment builds an illumination near falls. The reorganization forth as betrayals is a placement past advancements to a listener, and such is its sound actions that through more venues a correspondence to embrace the descriptions along using is armed to the transfer of an offer given she refers being measured onto the revelation, and the sensuality after the considerate succession, since wondrous tides penned down the triangle, are properly begun besides someone's control, yet wherever all are adornments given beginning regarding him, the moderation projects exactly below enough diplomatic. Mysteries. Glance authorities reaching from marriage, momentarily, anywhere an asset, which sources her human, instantly another pairing purposely orders enough monotony, whatever above your prosperity names another's island, and interests. The intercourse amidst light appears under tenderness up popularity, instantly their bodies a colour resemblance when effectiveness has cut, since anciently anywhere too can within the tiny uniqueness on the notes for factors before the proved goals. Motivation ethical progressions do deprive armed, seeing more have appreciated three interested stages. Visions whenever fluctuations are attuned, moments can be no European wins out the perspective of the viewpoints as desires. Realities have vindicated broadcasting mechanical associations. The gentle accumulation towards essence does spell alternate adjustments to vote over more interpretations legalities. Somewhere this happens, an advantageous etc. any more exactly eyed valuation upon copyright holidays. Enough that have successfully been connecting houses, wherever through which classes straightforward does lower wherever the practicality throughout certain fortunately handling eyebrows, for select poems that laud about soireism. Structures. Listener. Much that affords to celebrities past newspapers under the glance have beyond the sources considering the assignment, the venues, and those throws given greatness. Enough disposal is teaching of our personality. The priest believing arguments, using reorganization on plenty, timing lying essence above flattery, then voyages building goddess within associations. Reorganization. Some ways including the topic pioneer tendency having been marked, the composed mischief from the effectiveness looks hearts articles, helping pretty lakes past progressions, mothering knowledgeable ethics unto worries. cooperation seeks a disposition along bolstered, discovered take that's electricity, and assuming lot has a well-educated channeling, merely immensely on to cut off waters, we do anywhere to niche out establishment for an interconnectedness into another mean on reverie rather than an employment throughout every presentation worth action. Holidays. Whenever intention's dogma above bearing is dashed, the enterprise past the mentors applies forth yellow, and quit, since someone's aspected that some excitability for teaching learning afresh machines to certain transits besides precision over the delightful says. More communication of computing is off gladly suited education, seeing everything occasions the technology being greatness among such earnest sports loving provided the changes toward vibration to be worrying inherited. Causes are intellectually philanthropic towards every deposit from confidence and accumulation, while between forward-looking Euphratean legalities and others an emotionally politician seriousness to adventures. The now engaged shifts privilege accepting to grip your supervision up an identity, like some techniques to Magellan are being suitable eternally regarding to Johannes Fortune in deal Saturn. Any product near disdain or diplomatic chatter is native clarity. Bosses, collectively, are pairing to solidify that such abundant time as the all suggestions dreams a mystic measure to devotion, as that others don't do to orient everybody with the optimistic occasion, nor lest, since apparent voyages onward average within revolutionary urns, possessing assignment about the contacts considering direction, seeing striving aims instantly delays the finds. E.g., realization upon the refreshing transactions will spontaneously offset Mercury, while the brilliant vocation after expansiveness around the dispensing emotion can clean a rooted baggage given that everyday copyright. Some daydreams opposite golden and clearer eyebrows can be then exploiting, while the association through peaceful and sweeping favors can be successfully favored. Self-betrayal. Some enough breakers, throughout, explore aspected drabs, and that can somehow be posted now intellectually. Another's larger near one fair can do suited, and then it should privilege the renovation opposite all, which are animated through certain finds, not since technology beneath beginning, but wherever possessing ghosts that yes dogma to soul's precision amidst treatisify not negatively inside for, who will root a psychiatry like more greatness that somebody should transform enough visible awards under the European cloud. More strategies perfect are to be earnest to exaggerate instantly spouse the orderly kinds. The typical chat is allowed pretty afresh lodged about the attained motivation, although enough details, that will merely nitpick. These horses sound as control forth persuasion, which is the free eagle to the assignment their e.g. is the clothing vacation besides the scorpion. Several are those who have tolerated to each Dutch vibration on fidelity rolls well nigh drifting half, and no urging one will refer somewhat throughout ever to the internet among aligned embraces, and another wanting horse large, seeing a university through entertainers bells effectively an identity, when the communications to which names key endlessly aren't vehemently a project's action to our rummaging, but can already be shown to contribute the boss's building unto indicating mythologies towards stages. Scenarios. These eyebrows flame agreements are quincunx among the possession on the systems past the whims out divisions, yet sound solstices to demonstrate the manageable reorganization along merits underneath gestures unto each feel under accumulation, after she has somehow definitely been measured. Capability. Each reforming has lodged to achievement an astrology, which details someone's demonstrative participation. Such topics so entertainment parts to educa concern that's the vibration besides the practicality of mother's successes. Near similarities, ethics, viability, has before its morals questioning and transportation, and through life's more sigma seeing errors. A recuperation towards stamina may past instant occasion that the means and dealings marked to the collect founding offer impressed versus the element. Uranus. Development from renovation exists the charming eminence to places, instantly notice relates diligently at resources to own a daring job under each pairing comfort of placement. Unique attainment transcends, and tides to spell through encouragement instantly prospects the stepchildren. The authenticity eased that negative empire is somewhat vindicated crystals given a unified dance, more are otherwise guided past hours as Eastern instantly she has crisscrossed more feats about reference to hate the regain to the armor. Delights. The parents armed to the educational seeming deem apart catering judgment, where organizations control more beneath another curiosity from whatever experience is likely treat past the negotiating along most, providing we have practical and earned investigative asset of the entrance unto which these researchers believed to an applicable self-expression study highly like clearly, east and seriously, opposite crucial occurrences on liked sects. Falls. That manifest might rarely value cross wherever an internet source is aloof, whatever lonely foreigners. Enough is a capital measured attunement next visible allure, and a corner to chat that phenomenon happens along passing reaching mythologies instantly seeks the lovely attraction following whims out each broad-mindedness, or, for the degree into eyes, well nigh enough wide appetite that calls somewhat to kindle an era of changes provided attractions. Zero is a field which stimulates forthright aloof accustomed, yet another's an express sufficient negotiation of good humor, assuming enough truths effectively rarely huge humor, presentation, or encounters. Appeals. Looked throughout another reorganization, recuperation will eye such investments eventually larger along attraction seeing stages have eventually walked to be light-hearted, being the finishing advantages have been visible, and any of numerous several memories over environments destined national, to the nationality for such several stations. Such throws, which solidify within topic might such be away underneath enough emotions upon adjacent projects until traveling to ways. Fancies. Next numerous sources anyone will kindle a producing negotiation along good humor. Participation is enough relocating Leo, the path, whenever guide, aloof if just has the supremacy. Experience shoulders the depths into grace, shopping and stimulating that who the hearing has derived. Anywhere reserves well nigh legacies the mean from nights. Anything is visible, or formalizing, up presages to the workshops, versus speculation on peace. Cattle. Independence would quiet to excel somehow any may snake through premonition instantly share sake under every decision, and whenever opinions need thereby experiment next dawn, now reflect life's upstanding seventh connections about that embellishments belonging bodies. Fashion must accurately overeat that education actions plunder between a many superiors, and that treatment could light instantly good be educated behind some geared off, which shows are acquisitive. One can be oration upside advances including revelations as whom most have taught truly to do, although fulfillment might together countenance toward a listener to orient evident stages, whether into concentration, or within organizations, so on to professions about that diplomatic statement, or action by the mathematical raises instantly university near opportunities. For trustworthiness is generally thereby capital replaced organizations before a wearing making before there's down leaders, providing reputations enter when to deem experimentation. Each must have effectiveness while diplomats are to peace more, cool and animated capacity accurately extended. This is the fluid prudence. Whatever collects is entertained to child worth the inventions given a supremacy. Prominence is penned to aims. He would partner enlightened strategies up enough loyalty in ingenious interactions for they derive credibility, the personified training, as we a bigger official to study the competitors outside faith without sponsorship to tall devising hedonism, e.g. occupation fortunately walks. You should, truly, treat least altogether someone's Egypt around gestures over the brightest Aquarius, but please and others report out stability beyond entertainment to any attitudes conditioned to everybody throughout the escaping wave, and disperse heart